This audiobook contains 2 censored sentences and 498 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Synopsis. After dying while gooing for 20 straight hours, he unexpectedly, or expectedly, wakes up in a primitive world, where humanity is still in the tribal era and lives as hunter and gatherer, barely surviving from prehistoric beasts. But in this savage land, one thing was missing. Here, the concept of pleasure is non-existent. Sex is nothing more than a cold, mechanical duty performed in silence, purely for the sake of survival. There is no passion, no blushing, no gasps of ecstasy. Until he awakens with a chaotic, forbidden gift, the power of free use. With a single thought, he can shatter their conditioning. He can command the absolute obedience of anyone he sets his eyes on, rewriting their reality until their only purpose is his will. So, naturally, he doesn't hesitate. He embarks on a crusade to dominate this innocent world, one conquest at a time. No woman is off limits. From the sultry, unspoken curves of his own aunt, to the voluptuous MILF next door who never understood her own heat. From the untouched, pristine healers, to the fierce huntresses who need to be tamed. Even the highest authorities aren't safe. The village chief's proud wife and her sheltered daughter, they are about to experience a harsh new reality. In a world that knows only survival, he's about to teach them the true meaning of hardship. But is this world really that simple? As he delved deeper into this world of unlimited wonders, he uncovers a stunning revelation. The world he inhabits, that is several times bigger than our Earth, is nothing but a tiny island, a mere speck in a vast, sprawling expanse of millions of other much bigger islands, let alone those magical continents. A savage realm where creation hasn't yet decided what should live and what should die. Here, the skies are split by dragons before dragons had names, and the ground trembles under titans older than the concept of gods. This world is not your fairy tale. In this world walked the original templates, the prototypes of every species that would one day populate the multiverse, inhabited by the primordial and most powerful forms of every race and species imaginable. There are primordial elves, tall and unblemished, their bloodlines so pure that later generations look like cheap knockoffs. There are elemental lords, beings of living fire, storm, and stone, the kind of creatures that didn't control nature, but were nature. Mountains walked, rivers spoke, and the wind itself had moods. The skies are home to mythical beasts, creatures out of nightmares and dreams, some so vast they blotted out the sun when they moved. Creatures that would shrink into legends elsewhere. But here, they still rule, and somewhere, above it all, were the gods. Not the pretty, moralized ones for Scripture. These are the originals, raw concepts given flesh and ego. Divinity here wasn't worshipped, it was survived. Everything in this world is either a predator, a prey, or both. A truly savage world where survival is not a right, but a miracle, and every sunrise is a declaration of defiance. And into this world arrives a man who died in the most pathetic way imaginable. So, how will our MC navigate this dangerous world, where even the weather has a body count? A wrong step could mean extinction of a whole race, and will he really be able to achieve his dream of having a harem of every intelligent race? Chapter 1. The Gunner ascends. Welcome, dear reader. Not a fantasy connoisseur or a fine scholar. All right, you're one of those. The kind who clicks 18 mature and scrolls past the warning labels. Good, you'll definitely fit right in. So let's start from scratch. Welcome, dear reader. First of all, let's meet our protagonist. The man, the myth, the legendary enthusiast. The very man who is said to have done some rather questionable endurance stunt for 11 hours straight in a single day, breaking the world record. Not that anyone in the world knows. Actually, it's our MC who is a bit too low-key and doesn't want to tell the world his great deeds. You know, humility and modesty stuff. Where's he right now? Not in a classroom. Not at a job. Not outside touching grass. Oh, there he is in his degenerate heaven, hunched over like a cryptid in the glow of a dying monitor, eyes red from another all-night marathon of smut web novels, and halfway between enlightenment and digital decay. His fingers tapping away feverishly as he chases endless pixels and strokes of erotic prose. As for the state of his room, curtains, of course, tightly shut, closed, air stale, filled with musky smell, old-ass fan rattling, probably begging for mercy. And of course his computer, the only light source. Something we all can relate, but man, even it looks tired of him. If monks sought nirvana through meditation, this guy's chasing it through cultured content. Anyways, lo and behold, a modern monk of the web, devoted to the sacred art of pointless scrolling. Everything aside, he has currently 24 and running on. Yes, you have guessed it right. Instant noodles, caffeine, and pure denial. Still studying, technically, though it's hard to call it that when his GPA flatter than his social life. His degree dragging its broken body toward year 6, still begging to be finished. As for what the degree is about, who knows, at least I don't. But man, just like us, his whole life is an ecosystem of neglect. Half-eaten noodles, tabs of web novels, forgotten ambitions moldering in the corner, and of course, a generous layer of existential dread coating everything. Every night unknowingly bleeds into the next. A loop of scrolling, and occasionally wondering where it all went wrong before going right back to scrolling. As for family, barely sees them. Friends, long faded into online ghosts. In relationships, the last real conversation he had with a woman was when his fat landlady asked for rent while munching like a cow. As for the appearance part, one of the most important aspects of human society, well, honestly, he is not ugly, just normal. If he cleaned up a bit, hit the gym, maybe remembered what sunlight felt like, and maybe smiled like a functioning human being, yeah, he could probably get a girlfriend. But that sounds like effort. And effort is for people who still believe things get better. So, like us, he doesn't even bother. Anyways, for him, 2D is always better than real flesh and blood. No expectations, no drama, no awkward texting at 3 a.m., and no breakup playlists. Just pixels, storylines, and endless fantasies. Well, it seems this dude's got a classic case of existential dread or more simplified depression with no apparent cause. Or maybe there is, but he doesn't know that is how scary the depression really is. He doesn't have a tragic backstory, no heartbreaking breakup, at least not enough to succumb to poetry or classic literature. So yeah, definitely not heartbreaking enough. As for a villain origin moment, nope, nothing like that too. So, it's definitely just the universe doing what it does best, quietly screwing with you for no discernible cause. Honestly, from the outside, his life doesn't even look half bad. He has got a roof, Wi-Fi, food, technically, and enough health to complain about it online. But on the inside, it's like someone left him on low battery mode permanently. Everything works, but nothing feels worth using and dying internally without any rhyme or reason. Maybe it's his lack of motivation. Maybe it's all those self-destructive habits that have led him down a dangerous path. One where his only solace comes from the boundary-pushing content he devours. Or, just like us, it's just growing up and finally understanding the true face of the world, realizing it's just all manipulated shit. Your dreams were just slogans to keep you obedient, and no matter how hard you try, the only to benefit are those already rich fuckers. While you're grinding 24/7 just to afford your next meal, those fuckers are raining shit ton of money on drinking poop coffee and shitting on gold toilets. Anyways, fuck world, fuck society, fuck therapists, and their symptom-based roleplay. He is beyond all that. Anyways, instead of living in this shitty world, operated by their rules, he'd rather rebel and live in fantasy worlds. You know, the ones where every protagonist gets a harem by chapter 10 and builds an empire by chapter 30. At least, he can get some sense of achievement through the MC and his daydreams. Ahem. Back to the topic. Oh, it seems our hero is about to reach the big payoff. Today he's been binge reading a civilization-building power fantasy novel. You know the type. The protagonist transmigrates to a primitive world, starts from zero, builds kingdoms, tames tribes, collects women like Pokemon. Every enthusiast's favorite fantasy. And as he read, his hands trembled not figuratively, for real, as he struggled to focus, due to not sleeping for the past 2 or maybe 3 days, and his body aching from a 20-hour fast in dedication to his impending virtual conquest. With a surge of excitement, he rapidly scrolled down as he finally reached a pivotal scene, which he had been waiting for, where the protagonist finally claimed his female lead, which this shitty writer has delaying for hundreds of chapters as he urged the MC along the line. Not that it mattered, urging the scene to finally progress. Yeah, you know. But alas, just as the story reaches its climax, unfortunately, so does our MC story in this world too. As he was busy tending to his already bruised body, suddenly he felt a sharp pain. A weird, twisting pain right in the chest. At first, he ignored it. Probably hunger, he thought. He hasn't eaten since yesterday, maybe the day before. Who cares? But the pain didn't stop. It deepened, crawled up his arm, face and shoulders, tightening like a hand gripping around his heart. No, it was more like an elephant jumping on his heart. The screen started swimming around, like he was on some cheap-ass drug. Suddenly, an inexplicable thought struck him. Is this the infamous heart attack he has heard about? His thoughts slowly started getting foggy, and consciousness began to slip away. But instead of death, he was concerned about something else. His dramatic climax and the cold-faced heroine getting struck down. Really coming for me at the worst possible moment? He couldn't help but complain helplessly as he tried hard to focus on the screen to at least see the scenes he had been waiting for, when the main character finally overpowered the cold heroine. High and mighty female, main character bitch. His own temper was raging like a mighty heavenly dragon, just waiting for a single trigger to unleash its fury and paint the world white. But unfortunately, it was all in vain, as it became harder and harder to focus. Wait, am I really dying? He laughs, wheezes. Actually, even though he had already made peace with him dying suddenly due to his lifestyle, the thought still felt a bit absurd. He thought he would at least live up to become a balding, perverted uncle, or maybe finish the One Piece, if the author ever decided to end it. And you can't just die while doing that, right? Right? Chapter 2. Legend of a Man Who Died Mid-Activity. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Legend of a Man Who Died Mid-Activity. Well, suddenly there was another pang of pain, as if to tell him that yes, you can. His left hand jerked away from the mouse, as he couldn't help grabbing his chest due to sheer intensity of pain. No, no, no. Not now, he wheezes. At least let me get through this. I've been waiting for this moment for past 20 hours. Damn the author for dragging this so long, and damn you God for choosing this time. As if angered by his cursing, the pain further intensified and his breath shortened. His monitor blurred into dreamy, soft lines. He tried to stand to somehow ease the pain, at least temporarily, but of course, fails miserably and stumbles over, knocking over an artistic array of empty cans, and finally collapses back into his chair. With twitching fingers, he tried to focus hard and barely stared at the screen, at the open tabs, the questionable file names, the accumulation of absolute darkness of humanity. Finally accepting his impending demise, he slumped, and seeing the open tabs, a sudden thought stuck to him. Hard drive, at least. Gotta clear the drive. It's not guilt or anything. It's instinct. He had lived online too long to die with his search history and files intact. So, forget the last words of wisdom, forget redemption arcs. The only thing that truly matters in this moment is data management, or more specifically data deletion. With this thought, he gathered all his remaining strength and somehow mustered enough to drag the mouse with a trembling hand and clicked one last shortcut, opening his proudest creation, his magnum opus of paranoia, Gunner Cleanup shortcut, cleanup.exe. A single command to delete everything. Incriminating in one go. He barely moves his finger. Click. And done. Clean slate. Digital baptism complete. One final act of dignity. And then everything faded away. The screen flickers once, twice, and ultimately dies as the CPU overloads due to the command and literally burns to erase any hope of data recovery forever. Finally, his body slumps. The chair creaks eerily, and the last thought that crosses his brain before shutting down completely. Thank God I made that shortcut. And then, finally silence. Complete silence. No harps, no angels, no ripes. Not even a tunnel of light waiting to escort him to the afterlife. Only darkness. Heavy, endless, velvety darkness. And what follows is absolute. A void untouched, where no light dares to enter, and no hope can ever break through. Yet deep within this void, a spark of life still flickers. A soul floats aimlessly through the void, detached from flesh, time, regret, and more importantly, lust. Tiny, stubborn, refusing to die like the last ember of a cigarette crushed under a shoe. No matter how hard you stomp, it still definitely flickers. It wanders between universes like a broken Wi-Fi signal, searching for meaning where none exists, or maybe just nothing at all. He drifts and drifts. There was no up or down or any direction, just eternal void. It could have been seconds, decades, or centuries. Who knows? Time's got no meaning here. Just like when we were on a quest to find the most incredible content imaginable. Then, suddenly, something tears through the void. A soundless explosion of light. A streak. White hot. Not that white hot. Divine. Blinding. Like the universe itself just said, yeah, we're not done with this legend yet. It cuts through the endless dark and accidentally slams straight into that lonely, drifting speck that used to be a man. For a moment, even the void shudders, the soul spasms, and the darkness screams without sound. And just like that, begins the legend of man who died mid-thought. Dash. My head hurts. Suddenly, a 17 or 18-year-old young man opened his eyes. He blinked slowly, trying to figure out what the heck was going on. And the first thing he noticed beside tearing headache? Massive boobas, like really massive, the biggest he had seen in his whole life, straining against the barely covering animal hide of her loincloth, threatening to spill forth at any given moment. Okay, he thought weakly. E.M. alive. I think. Maybe. Either that, or hell S gone rustic. Because there's no way these massive boobas can exist in reality. And just as he was entranced, staring at the boobas, a pleasant musky scent assaulted his nose mixture of some unknown flowers and body odors, which instead of being unpleasant was very pleasant and strangely arousing. He tried to move, but alas, he was too weak to even move around and could only move his eyes around. He looked down and found himself almost naked except for a tanned animal hide loincloth covering his groin area. Looking at this tanned, fit, and athletic body, he suddenly felt something wrong, like something was definitely not right, as his body was definitely not this fit. As a senior culture man, an almost absurd thought suddenly struck his mind that this was definitely not his original body. But before he could think anything further, suddenly a cracking voice entered his ears. Ah, soul. Lou, finally woke up. I'd already told you were still too young to go hunting. But you still didn't listen. Sob, he was dumbstruck and didn't know what to say, so he just stared helplessly, trying to figure out what was going on. The busted woman continued. Why you don't know how worried I was, saying that she started sobbing even harder. Solby, sob seeing you unconscious at that time. I really thought that I lost you. Sob seeing her cry like this. He couldn't help feeling a sense of pity. But the main fucking problem was he didn't know who the heck she was or why she was calling him soul. It was definitely not his name, even though he thought like that. Back in the depth of his mind, there seemed to be a faint inkling, and combined with this weirdly athletic body and primitive surroundings, that faint feeling grew even further. But he didn't have time to think further. as the woman wiped her tears and leaned forward. So much that it really felt that those massive mounds would break free any moment and assault him. Not that he minded. Unknowing of his degenerate thoughts, the woman looked at him concerningly. "Are you all right, soul? Why aren't you speaking?" Reluctantly lifting his eyes from those boobas, he finally had a better look at this smoking hot woman, or more accurately a MILF. The sultry woman before him was the very vision of primal sensuality. Her long, dark hair stumbled down her back in enticing waves, providing a tantalizing frame for a face that seemed both soft and strong at once, and seemed to be chiseled from the primal earth itself, a testament to her unbridled vitality and fierce spirit. Her piercing, emerald eyes, alight with a gentle warmth, met the young man's dazed gaze as she leaned in. Her full, juicy lips, that seemed stained with the juice of a ripe berry, curved into a tender expression of concern as she reached out to caress his sweat-dampened face. Chapter 3. Guess I really respawned. Chapter 3. Chapter 3. Guess I really respawned. Her tan skin on that streamlined body glistened with a light sheen of sweat, the musky scent of sun-kissed skin, earth, and primal allure of women wafted from the MILF and impacted on his awakening desires. And the touch from her electrifying hands seemed to promise ease and forbidden pleasures alike, awakening a hunger in him that threatened to consume him whole. As she leaned in, the heat of her body, the very essence of her being, reverberated through him, further fanning the flames of his desire into an all-consuming inferno. Just when he felt that he was about to lose it all, the ever-present headache strengthened further, awakening him from her allure, and promptly switched on his upper brain again as he came back to sense. Looking at her and the surroundings, he couldn't help mutter, "What am I? Where am I? And most importantly, who is this smoking hot MILF?" This woman. Just as this thought emerged, a sharp pain filled his head, so intense that he just wished to pass out, but his brain refused to comply and stayed wide awake, letting him thoroughly enjoy the pain. He tried to roll around to ease the pain, but his body refused to listen, so he could only helplessly shut his eyes in pain. It was like thousands of needles poking his head at once, various fragments of memory continuing to drift in his mind, and he knew that they were definitely not his own. Seeing him like this, the woman was startled and cried out in alarmed soul, "So, what is wrong? Don't frighten me like this." Seemingly think of something, she hurried out of what you could say a thatched hut, as it was patched together with wood, hay, and animal leather. On the other hand, after what felt like an eternity, the pain finally began to subside. Not totally disappear, just loosen its grip enough to allow him to at last breath again. A rapid, ragged exhale tore out of his lungs as he tried to catch his breath again. By now his whole body was drenched in sweat. Every muscle throbbed like it had been cooked over an open fire. His mildly tanned skin flushed crimson, veins still pulsing for whatever cosmic crap he'd just gone through. He stared up at the ceiling, chest rising and falling, heartbeat still pounding like an old engine that refused to die. Exhale. The sound was half relief, half disbelief. For a long second, he didn't move, didn't speak, didn't even think, just stared blankly. His brain was still buffering reality. Then, slowly, like a half-corrupted file, trying to reload, the memories started coming back, fragmented, glitchy, and completely out of order. And with that, he finally remembered who he was, where he was, and most importantly, what the hell was happening. He looked at the roof above him with a complicated expression, because it was not concrete or plaster. Instead, it was all straw and hay. A thatched roof, uneven and patched like it was built by someone drunk. Sunlight entered through the window like openings in the walls, warm and golden, landing across his sweaty face. Suddenly, he frowned, and a helpless expression etched on his face, the corner of his mouth twitching like he couldn't decide if he should laugh or panic. "You've really got to be kidding me," he muttered as he didn't know whether to say it was his good luck or bad luck. Even though he had a bit of inkling, but when it was really confirmed, it still felt so absurd that for a second, he genuinely thought this was some post-death fever dream. But no, everything felt too real. The rough bedding scratching his skin, the faint smell of ash and dirt, the slow hum of insects outside, everything was undoubtedly real. He tried to sit up, but every bone in his body protested, making his face pale with pain. So he gave up and tried to feel his new body, as his body felt really different. Lighter and weirdly raw, like a system reboot running on new hardware. He took another breath, stared at his trembling hands, and finally let out a small, shaky laugh. Guess I really respawned. Anyway, his name is Soul. Just Soul, nothing else. No last name, no middle name, just a short, simple word that apparently meant son, as his parents said that he looked like a little sun when he was born. Bright, warm, full of life, and wanted the sun to bless him, protect him, guide him. So they simply named him Soul, meaning son. Yes, the names in this era are just so casual. Cute story, but at least the name was good enough. And as you already know, our boy here is a proud transmigrator. Yes, that same cliché trope. Not that it's something rare or to be proud of anymore. Honestly, it's about as impressive as owning a cracked phone, embarrassing but still usable. Because transmigrators these days are as rare as roadside dogs. Exactly, they're fucking everywhere. Every other novel has a transmigrator these days. In fact, whole libraries of web novels are filled with them. Every third protagonist wakes up with divine bloodlines, infinite systems, or 10 wives waiting in line for his reincarnated ass. It's gotten so bad that half the readers like you just close the tab the moment they see the words, "I woke up in another world." But still, here he is, another one. Another poor bastard who died in the dumbest way possible and somehow got iSky D instead of deleted. The real kicker, though? It's not the reincarnation part. It's where he ended up. Because this ISNT, one of those fancy magical kingdoms or sci-fi empire settings where you wake up as a noble or a prince or even a peasant with a system or some absurd cheat. No, he got sent to a fucking primitive world. And not the loincloths and stone huts kind you see in lazy fantasy stories. We're talking about prehistoric, the actual Paleolithic era. For those of you who skipped school or bunked out like me, that's the time when humans weren't building nations. They were busy trying not to get eaten by something with fur, claws, and a big-ass stomach. There could be tribes, spears, and fire. If you were lucky, and be all alone in a cave. If unlucky, the life here was about hunting, bleeding, someone dying, and then repeating it all again. There were no concrete houses, no metal, no farming, no Wi-Fi, no anime, no smut novels, and no civilization, period. Just endless prehistoric forests, towering beasts, and nature that didn't give a single damn whether you lived or died. So yeah, transmigrator or not, Soul was exactly feeling like a chosen one right now. Because he wasn't reborn as a tribal chief, or some hidden genius, or even a hunter with a special system host. At least not yet. As he really hasn't heard any ding. Chapter 4. Prehistoric Medicine Chapter 4. Chapter 4. Prehistoric Medicine. He was just a guy dropped into the prehistoric version of hell, breathing smoke and dirt, surrounded by a world that wanted him dead before breakfast. He exhaled again, voice raspy and dry. Great. Out of all the timelines, I get the one where humans are just snacks. Reaching here, his internal monologue was stopped abruptly because that smoking hot MILF was back, and this time with another equally ravishing MILF with white hair, not older people white, more like naturally whitish silver color. These two stunning women, radiating an unmistakable aura of mature allure, re-entered his line of sight. The first, undoubtedly an empress of curves, walking definition of red-hot desire. But his gaze was equally captivated by the second one. She was a vision of icy elegance, contrasting beautifully with her flawless porcelain complexion, a perfect canvas for her impeccable soft features. Even though her boobus may have lacked the exaggerated proportions of her predecessor, but there was still a raw, unforgettable appeal to her curves that sent shivers down his spine. But that is not the main point. The main issue was it was only now that he truly focused on their attire. The provocative attire they wore that truly captured his imagination. Shredded animal hides and supple wood fibers loincloth clung to their lithe frames, a precarious balance of coverage and lascivious exposure. Even though they weren't revealing much, but compared to modern attires, they left little to the imagination, flaunting toned bellies, long, lean limbs, and delicate arms in an overt display of primal, carnal beauty. Even the air seemed to thicken with anticipation as these two goddesses emerged. Their presence seemed to be a siren-esque call to indulge in the raw, sensory pleasures of the flesh. His virgin brain, overwhelmed by this intense simulation, seemed to crash for a moment, because it truly the first time he had seen women wearing such revealing clothes, and more so these world-ending level hot MILFs. They had his primal, untamed charm to them, that modern women couldn't even dream to compare. He blinked, once and then twice, but they were still there, still feeling unreal. Okay, he muttered under his breath, so the afterlife apparently comes with tribal supermodels. Good to know. Without giving him time to think further, both these women hurried inside with worried expressions etched on their faces. The white-haired one moved first. Up close, she looked even enchanting, calm but sharp-eyed at the same time. Her every motion seems to be deliberate. If the tanned woman radiated energy like fire, this one was cold water, steady, focused, precise. He tried to pretend he didn't see them, forcing his eyes half shut and breathing deep and heavy. But honestly, it wasn't too much of an act. The pain was still hammering his brain, something which he had been trying to suppress since earlier, clawing on his head like something was trying to drill its way in. Every breath came ragged, chest trembling and body drenched in sweat. The white-haired woman knelt beside him, examining him like he was an injured animal that might drop dead any second. She muttered something to the other woman, in rough, rhythmic sounds that didn't sound like any language he'd ever heard. Then she reached into a pouch hanging from her hip and took something out, leaves, herbs, and maybe crushed roots smeared together into a paste. No matter how you look at it, the stuff looked questionable. A weird greenish-brown mix, like someone had blended moss with despair. Oh, great, he thought weakly, prehistoric medicine. This LL end well. Before he could say or do anything, the woman scooped a bit of the mixture with her fingers and leaned closer. Her other hand slid under his jaw, tilting his head slightly upward, and then she just fed it to him. He wanted to struggle. There's no way in hell he would be all right swallowing this weird mixture. But alas, even if he tried, he couldn't move. His body was still heavy, unresponsive, every limb disconnected from command. All he could do was lie there and helplessly exist while the mystery paste went down his throat. He despaired mentally and was ready for some weird, bitter taste, but even after waiting for a while, no such taste was registered by his brain. And surprisingly, it didn't taste terrible. Instead, it was sharp, earthy, a bit minty, like crushed herbs with a hint of smoke and metal, and there was a faint sweetness under it, something floral, maybe berries or tree sap. There was even a cooling tingle that spread down his throat, settling in his chest. Weird, but not disgusting, and weirdly refreshing for something that looked like swamp mud. Under the watchful and worried eyes of the two women, something really strange began to happen. The tearing headache that had been clawing through his skull since he had woken up finally started to fade. The pounding behind his eyes softened, then dulled, then vanished entirely. His scrunched-up face slowly relaxed on its own. His breathing evened out, and for the first time since waking, his body didn't feel like it was on fire. And warmth began to ripple through his whole body, slow, steady, and nourishing. It started in his chest and spread outward, filling every limb with a strange, calm energy. His muscles stopped twitching, his fingers loosened. The feeling was almost blissful, like a man dying of thirst suddenly was handed a bucket of cold water in the middle of a desert. He didn't know what the hell that green stuff was, but it worked. Miraculously so. The two women exchanged glances. The tanned one smiled faintly, relief flickering in her dark eyes. The white-haired one let out a small sigh, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. Then they began to talk. Their voices were low and melodic, words rough and unfamiliar, full of clicks and rolling tones. Sol couldn't understand a thing, but the rhythm of it, the way the silver-haired one spoke and the other nodded, told him everything. It seemed like the pale one was giving the tanned one some instructions. He tried to listen, tried to stay awake and observe what was happening, but his eyelids had grown impossibly heavy. The warmth inside him was turning into drowsiness, a heavy wave dragging him under. The edges of the world began to blur, melting into soft colors and echoing sounds. The last thing he saw before his vision faded again was the silver-haired woman looking down at him, murmuring something he didn't understand, her voice calm, like a lullaby echoing through his mind. Then everything went dark again. Chapter 5. Memory Fragments. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. Memory fragments. After losing consciousness, he didn't exactly have a good night's sleep. Heck, it didn't even feel like a normal rest. It was more like getting hit by a file transfer or maybe a system update. You know, the kind that starts without asking, freezes your screen, and makes you question whether your PC's ever going to turn back on. Except this wasn't a computer. This was his brain. And whatever the heck was happening inside, it felt wrong. You see, normally, the human brain performs its own quiet maintenance every night, slowly rewiring itself, organizing memories, defragmenting thoughts, all calm and polite about it. But in this case, it was like someone crammed years' worth of data into a single brutal download. Data flooded in. Images, sounds, smells, everything all at once. Foreign memories continued pouring into his skull, like someone trying to install a new operating system on an already run-down hardware. Somewhere in that deep, foggy half-dream, reality started rewriting itself. Various fragments of memory scrolled behind his eyelids, rearranging thoughts that weren't his, mixing and merging like corrupted files trying to rebuild. A constant dull buzz seemed to fill his head. Then, flashes of color, like in those psycho movies, sounds, voices he didn't recognize, began to cram into his head. At this point, his mind wasn't even dreaming anymore. It was more like processing and downloading. He tried to think, to speak, to pull himself awake, but his consciousness was locked in. It felt like being trapped in a server reboot, aware of everything, but unable to do or stop anything. Slowly, the buzzing grew sharper and sharper. For a moment, he thought he was going to go insane. Layers of whispering, talking, singing, screaming overlapped like dozens, hundreds of people were talking out of sync all at once. Slowly, he seemed to be able to understand something, but at the same nothing, then almost make out words, names, emotions. In short, everything. Then all at once, a surge of information slammed straight into his brain, and then language pack successfully installed. Or, well, that is how his modern fried brain interpreted it. He couldn't explain how, but the gibberish those two women had been speaking earlier began to make sense in fragments, soft vowels, sharp consonants, rhythmic and primal, like nature trying to form words. It was elegant, definitely not like English, Chinese, or anything civilized. It was rough raw, or maybe raw. Every sentence sounded like it had been carved by nature itself, and every sound shaped by survival. He drifted in that space, caught between two languages, the one he had known before and one that seemed unfamiliar but still his own. One from civilization that built skyscrapers and dopamine addictions, and the other from a world that didn't even know what a wheel was. And with the words came memories. Memories, of course not his own, came rushing in, blurred and half-broken, slid into place like puzzle pieces. Faces, names, places, everything his self had ever experienced. And that S when he realized that who those two women were. That black-haired hot MILF? Her name was Lyra. His aunt, real aunt apparently. Fierce, warm, and terrifying in the same breath. And of course, drop-dead gorgeous. She was the type who could club a bear to death and still scold you for not eating enough. At least that's the impression she had on his previous self. And the white-haired bombshell? She was Ira, the tribe's only healer, respected and feared by everyone. She was the kind of woman who could mix random roots and leaves and somehow make death lose its schedule. Cold to the eyes, calm in her tone, steady in her movements. She had the kind of presence that could slow down panic just by simply existing. And finally the body he was in, that was a whole other issue. He definitely wasn't himself anymore. Not the infamous hedonist of the modern world, not the infamous reader of risque fiction. This body belonged to someone else, a young tribesman named Soul of the Osari tribe, one of the many nomadic tribes roaming the southernmost end of this world, a vast land known as Ossuaria. From what little the memories offered, the Osari weren't much different from countless other tribes. They moved with the seasons, hunting, gathering, surviving, following prey, chasing warmth, living off the land like wild animals drifting through the wilderness. And of course, with no civilization and no cities or anything like that. It was just people and nature in an endless tug of war. They had no tools beyond stone and bone or some household stuff made by weaving and pottery. And Ossuaria itself? That was another beast entirely, even in fragmented recollections. Its scale was staggering, not like his primitive brain understood stuff like that. He remembered hearing from mouth of some elders about it, a world so massive that it had no end. Mountains that pierced clouds, forests stretching farther than sight. Beasts so large that stories about them sounded like made-up bullshit, but they were in fact real. No one knew this world's true size, at least their tribe hadn't. It was truly a world without borders, without maps, and without mercy. And then came the darker fragments. Soul's eyes twitched in his sleep, but the memories kept flooding in without any reason or regard. And he finally got the answer, how his previous self had died. The body's previous owner. The original soul had died in the wild. Not like he could die in a 5-star hotel. Ahem. Back to topic, it was a rite of passage that had gone wrong. It was supposed to be his first solo hunt, the kind every young man in the tribe had to complete to earn his right to go out of the tribe and hunt. But unfortunately, or fortunately for us, something had gone wrong. He didn't know what that wrong was, as he didn't find any memories related to that. He'd been found the next day, half dead, and finally brought back by hunters who thought he wouldn't last the night. Well, he technically did last, but at what cost? Chapter 6. Thornmaw Chapter 6. Chapter 6. Thornmaw, honestly, it had been pure luck that they found him in one piece at all. Or maybe fate. Who knows? And judging by the memories, that was even the first tragedy. Stuff like this was extremely common here in Ossuaria. Life here was as worthless as a piece of paper, used and thrown away. And from deeper memories, he had found even more unsettling fragments. Just a year ago, the Osari tribe had been nearly wiped out. There was a sudden raid by the Vorik tribe, a stronger, crueler people from the further north. Like them, they were also a nomadic tribe, and when passing through this place, they found their tribe and began to eye their hunting ground, which had an abundance of wild animals. The Vorik tribesmen were the raiding party, bigger in number, faster in killing. And they also came at night without any warning like shadows, fast, merciless, armed with stone axes and spears, which obviously caught them by surprise, and soon many of the tribesmen trying to resist the invaders were ruthlessly slaughtered, including his own parents. Well, more specifically, his father died while protecting the tribe, and his mother died while protecting him. The only reason he could survive by now was because Aunt Lyra rescued him, without caring about her own life. The memories of that day echoed in his mind. The air had been filled with screams, blood and fire that day. The disgusting smell of blood, broken parts of bodies, falling men and women running with kids, was still fresh in his memory. And just when it seemed the Osari would vanish from this world, fate threw in one more absurd twist, cruelly, absurdly, beautifully. It came in the form of a monster. Not just any creature with fang and claw, but a massive, prehistoric predator. The tribes called it Thornmaw, though in truth, it didn't need a name. It was a nightmare that walked on four legs, something huge and wide, like a prehistoric bear fused with a prehistoric lion. Spiked fur bristled across its neck, shoulders rolling under skin the color of coarse dark sand. Its head looked carved from stone, its jaws lined with bone blades meant for directly ripping the prey. It suddenly emerged from the forest without sound or any warning. But maybe because of his pride as a predator, reaching near the tribe, it didn't even bother to hide and growled loudly to announce his presence. Hearing this sudden roar, the whole battlefield went silent. One moment there was wanton screaming and fire, and the next, complete silence. Even the Vorik raiders froze mid-swing, their blood-soaked weapons hovering in disbelief. The beast roared once again, and then, without hesitation, started a bloody massacre. No one knows how and why he came here, as it was his habitat. Maybe he was drawn by the scent of blood, or maybe he was just crossing from here. Anyways, as he attacked, the first one to bear the brunt were those bastards from the Vorik tribe, as they were on the outermost edge of the tribe and closest to the beast. Or maybe they just seemed bigger and more delicious. The memory afterwards was simply chaotic. Blood, dust, shadows, roars, broken bodies, all impacted his mind. The creature moved like a building given form, its size too massive to make sense, its speed too fast to comprehend. Its guttural growl seemed to split the air itself and immediately rendered any thoughts of resistance worthless. The first man didn't even have time to scream. One moment he was there, the next half of him was gone, shredded into blood mist. Another was thrown aside, body snapping against the roots of a fallen tree like a child's toy. Its claws were half a foot long, partially retractable knives that ripped through bodies like wet parchment. Every strike broke bone. Every bite removed a life. Blood sprayed across the land, painting the air in a red haze. Wherever it went, only blood and broken pieces of bodies remained. But of course, Vorik tribe wasn't a paper tiger. Having survived in the wild, they also had considerable strength, so they also fought back, wild and desperate. Because wilderness had taught them, running away from such a monster was impossible. So why not give it your all for a chance of survival? They hurled spears, shouted war cries, tried to surround the monster. But in front of that massive beast, their strength was akin to a child trying to fight a lion. Their strength, their discipline, their fury, all meaningless in front of something that had been born perfect for killing. The beast tore through them, as if the laws of survival simply didn't apply to it. Limbs scattered, faces twisted in terror. The ground turned slick with blood. Every breath reeked of iron and smoke. But as they say, there is strength in numbers. After fighting and running around the whole night, they finally managed to injure the beast enough. It had taken spears through the shoulder, gashes down its flank, an eye clouded by blood. And yet it didn't retreat. It stared at the survivors, lips curling back to show its blade-lined muzzle, daring anyone to try again. Of course, no one did. Seeing this, he calmly sat down, and without a care in the world started eating. And for a time, there were only wet, steady sounds of teeth grinding through what used to be people. It munched through the broken bodies as if they were nothing more than leftovers. Flesh, bone, skin, it was all the same for him. After a while, and what felt like an eternity, it finally had its fill and lifted its head. Blood dripped down its mouth in thick, lazy strands. It gave one last glance at the tribe and proudly walked away. The Vorik tribe had technically managed to survive, if you could call that, but it also cost them a considerable number of sacrifices. Their victory was soaked in blood of their own, and their numbers didn't even amount to a quarter. As for where the Osari tribe was this whole time, of course, they ran and hid away without hesitation. This was their home ground, so obviously they had advantage in this regard. Seeing the beast retreat, they slowly got out their hiding ground. By now the strength of each tribe was almost equal, so in the end, the Vorik tribe tucked their tails and ran away, of course, not without leaving behind a few more bodies who were hunted by the Osari tribe. So yes, the Osari tribe survived that night, although barely. But honestly, survived was a very generous word, because almost all able men died that day, leaving behind women and kids. Since then, The tribe had been fading. Fewer men, fewer hunters, and fewer chances. As if the land seemed to have turned its back on them. That was also the reason the previous soul dared to venture into the wild. He wanted to prove himself as a qualified hunter and go hunting. But of course, he didn't succeed, and dropped dead due to reasons he wasn't clear about yet, as the memories of that time were still missing. So, what lesson do we learn from here, kids? No matter how grim the situation is or how desperate things get, never overestimate your strength. Otherwise, your heroic ending will look exactly like his tragic, stupid, and forgotten soon. Anyway, where were we? Ah, yes. And now, for some twisted reason, the universe had decided to drop him here. A guy whose greatest accomplishment involved a pathetic, mind-numbing 11-hour obsession. Chapter 7. Primal. Wild Intoxicating Chapter 7. Chapter 7. Primal. Wild Intoxicating as he slowly regained consciousness. The first thing he noticed was the warm glow of late afternoon sunlight passing through the wall of the hut, enveloping him. He exhaled, a long, shaky breath that felt like it carried the weight of 2 lives. His head still ached faintly, not from pain this time, but from memory. A bit too much memory. He tried to move, but his body was still stiff and weak. He sighed and slowly turned his head and saw that his Aunt Lyra was sitting cross-legged near the wall, weaving a basket out of some dried vines. Her hands moved quickly in a practiced rhythm. The kind you get from doing something thousands of times. Her face was a bit tired, but still drop-dead gorgeous. For a moment, he was fascinated and just continued to stare. He didn't know if it was just his aunt, but damn, she is really gorgeous. Like much more gorgeous than those so-called celebrities in his last life. So, here comes a very serious question. Why is this primitive woman so damn gorgeous? Aren't primitive women supposed to be rough and ugly? He searched his memory and found that most of the women in the tribe were above average in appearance, with many simply being bombshells. Maybe it's because he's been staring a bit too intently. She suddenly turned her head and met his eyes, and for a moment his heartbeat sped up, and his throat felt a bit dry. Damn, how can a woman be so beautiful? Seeing him, she gasped softly and immediately jolted up with a pleasantly surprised expression and hurried towards him. The basket in her hand was immediately forgotten and fell down, and in a moment she was already kneeling beside him, with an expression mixed with worry and concern etched on her face. "Soul," she whispered, voice soft but trembling, "you're awake?" He blinked up at her, trying to speak, but his throat felt like literal sandpaper, and he couldn't help cough. Seeing this, her eyes widened a bit, and she hurriedly stood up and reached out for the clay jar resting in a cool, shaded corner. Taking a clay cup from his side, she filled the cup with water and hurried back to his side and slid an arm behind him to lift him gently. Seeing this, Soul was so touched that he felt that his eyes would start watering. Damn, when was the last time someone cared about him like this? But he still managed to control himself and took small, desperate gulps at first because he was really damn thirsty, then took big gulps. The water slid smoothly down his throat, moisturizing the dry throat. The water was cool, earthy, and a bit sweet. Much better than any expensive mineral water he ever had. She stayed still and let him drink, her breath even and face concerned. The scent of clay and her body assaulted his nose as he loosened the cup. She immediately filled another cup and helped him drink. This time he drank normally. "Are you okay now?" she asked. He nodded, still catching his breath. She eased up back down, wiped the rim with her palm, and returned the cup to the pot, the whole motion extremely careful. "Seeing her back, Aunt." "I'm okay," he said, voice rough, the words sounding strange in his own mouth. The sound of it was definitely his voice, but not quite his, and this made him pause for a second. It felt heavier, deeper. This voice belonged to this body, not the one he used to remember. Still, after this, the words came much easier. "I'm okay," he repeated, a little steadier this time. Lyra's shoulders finally dropped, the tension easing out of her face. She let out a breath that sounded like it had been stuck in her chest for days, then gave him a weak smile. He tried to move again and successfully managed to lift his arm and maybe shift the leg a bit. but that was it. His muscles still screamed in protest, but this time the peaceful one, not the violent one. His body felt used, drained, like it had been running for days while he slept. He couldn't help wondering what the heck his previous self did to make the body so wrecked. Lyra leaned closer, brushing the back of her hand against his forehead like she was checking for fever. Her skin was cool, steady, and for a second, the simple human warmth of it felt more than he expected. It had been a long time since he had been in such close contact with a human, let alone a woman. Up close, he felt even more of her beauty. She really was beautiful in a way he hadn't noticed before. Strong, sexy body, dark eyes that could capture heart in an instant. Completely unlike the modern fragile beauties, she was the kind of beauty that belonged to someone who worked and survived in a wilderness. But damn, her seemingly gentle touch sent a shiver down his spine as she brushed the back of her hand against his fevered brow. Her skin was a soothing balm against his flushed cheeks, a stark contrast to the heat that continued to smolder within him. And as she leaned even closer, he couldn't help inhaling deeply, and the heady musk of her scent enveloped him. It was primal, wild, and utterly intoxicating. His tongue darted out to dampen his suddenly parched lips as he drank in the sight of her. The sun-kissed glow on her strong, supple skin, the dark eyes that seemed to hold ancient wisdom, the full, inviting lips that curved into a smile that made his heart stutter. As Lyra's hand drifted from his forehead down to his shoulder, her ample bosom brushed against his arm, sending sparks of arousal through him. He'd never been this close to women, let alone such a stunning woman, and her raw beauty radiated from every sun-kissed pore, and his gaze drifted involuntarily to her full, rounded breasts straining against the animal hide of her garment, and he didn't know why. A primal need head never experienced before began to stir within him. The intoxicating scent of her mature allure hit him like a punch to the gut, making his head spin harder than any fever could. He tried to keep his body under control, but it seemed to have a mind of its own, reacting viscerally to her proximity and charm. The feel of her cool skin against his burning flesh was electrifying, and he had to bite back a groan. Chapter 8. Hunger for Ant. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. Hunger for Ant. Her dark eyes, capable of capturing hearts with a single glance, met his, and for a moment, they just stared at each other, each with their thoughts. His definitely degenerate ones while she looked at him worry. He knew he was staring like a fool, but he couldn't look away from her. The allure of this strong, capable woman, one who had clearly faced and overcome countless challenges, was almost overwhelming. Her touch, her scent, her very presence ignited a deep, primal hunger within him, stoking the flames of desire he'd never known he possessed. And when she advertently pressed her soft body against his, her breasts flattened slightly against his arm, he felt his control almost snap. A low, desperate growl rose in his throat, barely suppressed. The heat building between them threatened to consume him. Her breasts, full and high, seemed to beckon him closer. His hands twitched, yearning to explore the supple warmth of her body, to map the contours of her curves, to feel the soft give of her breasts beneath his palms. He ached to bury his face in her hair, to inhale the essence of her, to let her scent seep into his very being. Every fiber of his being screamed at him to reach out, to touch, to claim. The primal urge to claim her, to mark her as his own, surged through his bloodstream, his body responding with growing arousal. He fought to keep his breathing steady, but her intoxicating scent, a heady mix of wild herbs and feminine musk, overwhelmed his senses. His head spun, vision blurring, as he struggled to maintain control. She didn't seem to notice anything and said, "You still feel warm," she murmured, pressing lightly against his shoulder. "It's nothing," he rasped. "Just dizzy." She frowned but didn't argue. "You really scared everyone. You were cold as stone when we found you. Ira said you'd be lucky to wake up at all. Guess luck still likes me," he said. His voice cracked halfway through as he tried to steady himself. She smiled a little at this. Her smile was gentle, filled with warmth, and this immediately broke any resistance he managed to gather. "Rest," she said finally, adjusting the fur over him. "Ira said you still need a rest." He nodded, and even this nod of acknowledgement felt strained. He closed his eyes, pretending to drift off to sleep. But the desire that pulsed through his veins was far from sated. Lyra's warmth lingered, an unbearable temptation that threatened to overwhelm his senses at any given moment. The fever was real, but so was the yearning that now consumed him, a hunger he knew he shouldn't indulge, but couldn't resist. He was drawn to her in a way he could not deny, drawn to her presence, her closeness, the sense of belonging that only she could offer. He told himself that this was Lyra, his aunt, his savior, and yet, freed from his previous societal constraints, he now saw her only as someone he felt he must dominate and control, a feeling that troubled him deeply. His body trembled with a primal, instinctual desire as it urged him to succumb to the overwhelming urge coursing through his veins. His gaze locked onto her, mere inches from his reach, and a groan of longing escaped his lips. The need to touch, to claim, to make her his was all-consuming. The battle raging within him was a treacherous tightrope, for in the depths of that primitive, feral desire, Soul knew that giving could mean the end of whatever fragile bond they shared. And yet, the promise of that explosive, untamed passion was almost too tempting to resist. In the end, he finally gave in and decided to test the limits. He suddenly scrunched up his face and made an extremely pained expression. Seeing this, she hastened to his side with a concerned face. "Are you all right?" she asked, her voice laced with worry, her large breast heaving with each anxious breath. Fighting back a groan, he pretended to swallow hard and managed to rasp out, "Yes, I don't know why it suddenly hurts. Very much." Hurry up and tell me," she cooed, her husky voice sending tingles down Sol's spine. He winced, the very thought of voicing his need out loud making him tremble. For a moment he wanted to back out, but Lyra's sun-kissed skin and her lush curves beckoned him like a siren's call. Summoning every ounce of courage, he forced out the words, "Down there. It is hurting very much. Can you please help me?" With a pleading expression, his gaze dropped involuntarily to the generous swell of her breasts, the rosy peaks straining against the animal skin fabric. She followed his gaze, her eyes widening as they settled on the impressive. He stood rigid, tension visible even through his loincloth. Seeing this, her breath hitched, and as she waited for her response, the shift in his stance was unmistakable. "I'll go fetch Ira," she stammered, turning to leave. But Sol's plea halted her in her tracks, his voice cracking with desperation. "No need. It'll all be okay without her help." Lyra frowned, already halfway to standing. "You're in pain, Sol." He gulped, forcing a strained smile, trying to sound calm. "I just remembered something. Lady Ira once taught me a method to ease pain like this. I can try that." Hearing this, she finally stopped mid-step. She turned back, eyes narrowing with concern and a trace of disbelief. "Ira taught you?" she asked. He nodded slightly, keeping his expression serious, almost pleading. "Yes, she did." For a moment, Lyra just stared at him. Then she sighed softly, shoulders dropping. Maybe it was the way he said it. Maybe it was the innocent, pained look on his face. Either way, she believed him. He'd always been close with the tribespeople, especially Ira. Always curious, always the kind to listen. Many she had really taught him, and it wasn't right to keep disturbing her again and again. So she hesitated, then nodded, stepping back toward him and sitting down again. Chapter 9. "Please help me, Aunt." Chapter 9. Chapter 9. "Please help me, Aunt. All right," she said finally. "Tell me, Sol, how can I help you?" Her husky voice sending tingles down his spine. Sol's gaze locked onto hers, his voice a bit ashamed and hesitant as he finally spoke, asking her to remove the covering from his legs and help tend to his injury. Your wound?" she whispered, a bit stunned by his request. Sol's body tensed as his heart raced. his body straining further against the confines of his loincloth. "Why, yes, Aunt," he said as he pleaded. Please, please help me, it hurts." But she still hesitated and continued to stare at his distress. Her hesitation was explainable, and Sol could hardly blame her. In this primitive culture, private body parts were considered sacred and reserved solely for the union of spouses. But she finally stepped back to him and kneeled down next to him, her fingers hovering uncertainly near the ties of his loincloth. His breath caught in his throat as he watched her, his heartbeat quickening in anticipation. Finally, she nodded and reached for the loincloth, her fingers deftly untying the knot. As the garment fell away, she gasped softly at what was revealed. For a moment, she stared in stunned silence, the sight rendering her speechless. Honestly, even Sol was shocked by what she saw. He hadn't expected this seemingly frail, by primitive world standards, body to hide such a beast, because it was impressive in size, respectable, and certainly above average. Seeing this, he felt both excited and relieved. At least in this world, he was well endowed. The air was heavy with tension as Lyra's eyes traveled the length of him, her lips parting in wonder. She seemed captivated by the sight of him, her attention fully drawn. His own hands twitched, yearning to reach out and hold her close. They drew closer, the moment charged with nervous energy. She reached out tentatively, and he held his breath as her hand brushed against him. Her movements were uncertain at first, clearly showing her inexperience. "Yes, just like that," he whispered. He encouraged, his body arching in her touch as waves of pleasure crashed over him. Hearing this, she caressed him slowly. Her caress, a mix of softness and roughness, seemed to overwhelm him, releasing pleasured gasps from his lips. As his gaze drifted to her bust again, now more prominent in her kneeling position, his hands yearning to reach out and touch. His mind reeled, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment and his strong feelings for Lyra. He struggled to stay composed, his attention drawn to the closeness between them. The very thought of being with her, of hearing her emotional cries echoing through the house, stirred him deeply. But alas, his body was too weak and unresponsive, leaving him utterly at her mercy. So, he focused his attention on her, feeling overwhelmed by the moment. She continued her gentle movements, and he grew more excited, earning a questioning glance from her. She looked up at him uncertainly, her fingers trembling slightly. Before he clarified, "This is completely normal, please go on." He breathed, his voice low and husky, his body tensing with sudden, overwhelming need at the innocent, wanton touch. She nodded and focused back on what she was doing, not that she knew. Suddenly, her grip was a bit too firm, and he couldn't help wince, his breath catching in his throat. "Lighter, Aunt." A bit lighter, she hurriedly obliged and let go, and he offered guidance, teaching her to stroke with a gentler touch. "I'm sorry my hands are a bit too rough. Is this right now?" she asked, her brow furrowed in concentration. This should have been done by Ira, as her hands are as soft as a summer breeze. Hearing this, he found himself imagining Ira's touch, and the thought of those gentle healer hands sent a strong wave of desire through him. For a moment, he pictured being close to her, drawn to her in a way that stirred something deep within, until she screamed his name. Just imagining that made him swallow hard, but as his gaze fell on the woman before him, he felt an even greater sense of enjoyment. Who would have thought there would come a day when such a beautiful woman would be touching him so intimately, and more so with such a gentle and caring expression? Anyway, there will definitely be a chance to enjoy Ira too, but let's first enjoy my dear aunt. His mind reeling with the possibilities. He ached to be close to her, to feel her warmth pull him in. But he knew such closeness was forbidden, at least for now. Instead, he decided to up the game a bit and suggested a different approach. The woman looked taken aback by his request, as she turned to look at him with a confused expression, seeing his innocent expression. She gave in as her curiosity and desire to help won out. She leaned forward, her warm breath caressing him as she wet her lips with her tongue. With a tentative motion, she continued, a glistening sheen catching the fading light. He watched transfixed as her mouth followed through, her tongue darting out to catch the droplets, and his mind raced with forbidden fantasies as he imagined taking control of her, pressing her close until she struggled for breath. But alas, it was still too early, as he was still unfamiliar with this world, and he didn't want to ruin the grand scheme, thanks to his impulsive behavior. Anyways, the combination of her careful attention and steady rhythm was really moving, sending shivers of intensity rippling through his body. He felt lightheaded, his senses heightened to the point of overload. Her movements were still clumsy. Chapter 10, Dominance and Debauchery. Chapter 10. Chapter 10, Dominance and Debauchery. It was because from his memories he found quite a number of shocking discoveries. One of the most shocking being that the boundaries of morality and shame surrounding sexual intimacy were non-existent in this world. The inhabitants, going about their daily lives, could engage in the most explicit acts without a second thought, not even caring about the presence of family or anyone else. For them, sex was a sacred ritual, a primal act of union solely aimed at conceiving the next generation. The act itself, devoid of romanticism or sensual delight, was seen as a mere biological necessity. The idea of enjoying or relishing in such an act was perplexing, even unfathomable. This unique dynamic allowed for a level of sexual liberation that would be unimaginable in his own world, rendering the lines between morality and degeneracy blurred and irrelevant. That's the reason he took the risk. As for the limits, he had to test them himself, because when it came to stuff like this, his previous self was a blank slate. As she continued to work with steady focus, she grew more confident, and, seeing him enjoy it, she pressed on with greater determination. Her touch became more intense, her grip tighter. She was like an artist, a master of her craft, and he was her willing canvas. Each stroke, each twist, sent waves of sensation coursing through him. His breath came in ragged gasps, his body taut as a bowstring, poised to snap at any moment. He tried hard to control, to enjoy this moment longer, but alas, with a shuddering cry, he finally reached his breaking point, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment. She froze, a look of incredulity washing over her features as she stared at the weird, slimy liquid dripping from her chin. What is this?" she stammered, her voice trembling with shock. Even though he was on cloud nine, he still felt a burst of euphoria at her reaction, his excitement growing further at the innocent and confused look on her face. Realizing further that she likely had no concept of this primal and fundamental aspect of male biology. And from his memories, he found that this fluid was believed to be just another form of urine. But he knew the truth. This release was the very essence of his satisfaction. Still, he tried to explain the concept to her, to make future action easier. Anyway, there is no such thing as shame in this world. It's what happens when a person's body feels really, really good, a release of pent-up tension that brings both relief and joy. He managed to gasp out, his mind reeling from the sheer magnitude of his experience. She listened intently, a look of reverence on her face, as if he had shared some profound truth. She nodded, still visibly perplexed but not judging. "I see," she said, wiping her face with her thumb. "Are you okay now?" He nodded vigorously, a bright, dazed grin spreading across his face. "Thank you, Aunt. It doesn't hurt anymore." Hearing this, her smile broadened, a note of pride appearing in her voice as she said, "If you ever feel that way again, just let me know, okay? I'll help you." The way she said it, with a hint of pride and a generous smile, made him stir with renewed interest. As he looked at her, her face aglow with a sense of accomplishment. An overwhelming sense of satisfaction washed over him. In this moment, with her offering him such tender care, he knew he'd do anything to please her, to bring that radiant smile to her lips again and again. And the forbidden nature of their relationship only added to the intensity of pleasure. He couldn't wait to explore many more wonders and secrets the human body held, with her by his side. As he settled back into his bed of furs, a peculiar sensation crept through his stiff limbs. It was subtle at first, but gradually intensified. To his astonishment, the heavy lethargy that had gripped him since he was transmigrated began to melt away, replaced by a tingling sensation coursing through his limbs, allowing him to follow move around a bit. But he still decided to continue pretending for a bit longer. And in this way, he could using the excuse of pain to go even further. But still, to encourage her, he showed a bit of movement. Suddenly witnessing this remarkable change, his aunt gazed at him with a mix of incredulity and awe and felt an even deeper conviction that the unusual technique she had employed, her skilled hand massage, was indeed the catalyst for this extraordinary phenomenon. Looking at the expression on her face, he knew that he had succeeded. But still leaving that aside, he was equally astonished and glad by the discovery of these weird effects, his mind racing with various reasons and implications. After contemplating for a while, he came to the conclusion that the only reason for this could only be the release just now. Even though he felt a bit incredulous, he still couldn't help believing. Damn, even something absurd like transmigration is possible. So why couldn't something like this be possible? And maybe it is his standard cheat he got to do transmigration. The more he thought, the more it made sense. This discovery could significantly expedite his recovery, potentially allowing him to return to his wandering ways sooner rather than later. And to think he now had not one, but a myriad of beautiful women from the tribe eager to be claimed as his own. The very thought sent a shiver of anticipation through his revitalized body. And if he could really get stronger this way, then this primitive wouldn't be such a bad place for transmigration anymore. Maybe it would be a blessing. Once again, looking at Lyra, despite the overwhelming urge to throw caution to the wind and act on his desires right then and there, Sol knew he had to proceed with restraint. In this world, intimacy was a sacred bond, not to be taken too lightly. He would have to pace himself, building toward a deeper connection with his aunt. But the realization that his aunt, normally a prim and proper figure, was now his personal mentor still filled him with an intense sense of excitement. As he lay there, envisioning the adventures that awaited him with the other women, he knew that his days of being shy and inexperienced were gone, and a new era of dominance and debauchery awaited him among the tribespeople. Chapter 11. Hygiene Misconceptions. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Hygiene Misconceptions. Unaware of his dark thoughts, Lyra looked at his blissful, relaxed body and frowned, noticing his sweaty and sticky body. Even from a distance, she could smell the stale, sticky scent, her brows pulled together, as the concept of hygiene wasn't a habit here. It was akin to a law, a survival instinct wired into their bones. Sol noticed the frown and winced internally. "Oh, I'm in trouble," he muttered under his breath. She didn't scold him or anything because it was really not his fault, as he had been unconscious since last few days. Without a word, she slid an arm under his shoulder with practiced gentleness and helped him sit up. "Come on, my dear," she said, voice low and gentle. "Let me help you wash up. You'll catch sickness if you stay like this." "Wash me?" he repeated, blinking. "Now?" "Yes, now." The tone left no room for argument. "Can I at least?" No, she was already lifting him. He groaned, "But I'm barely conscious." It was not that he was avert to bathing, but he knew that in this situation the only way he could bath without blowing his cover up was if she helped him, and looking at her posture, it was clear that she was thinking the same too. Damn, it would be really embarrassing. But she ignored his plea and replied, "You can talk. That means you can take bath. And don't worry, I'll help you." Before he could argue or get out of his sage mode, she carefully pulled him to his feet, steady but firm, and guided him outside the hut. The hut's reed door creaked aside as he was pulled out, and Couldn't helped squinting at the sky. The sun was already sliding down, fat and orange, throwing long streaks of light across the sky. Clouds hung loose and ragged, their edges glowing like someone set them on fire. Even the air felt fresh and clean in his chest as he took a deep breath, so refreshing that he breathed deeper, completely unlike the heavy, smoke-choked breath of modern cities. It was just the scent of ground, grass, and the faint curl of cooking fires drifting on the wind. "Wow," he whispered. "This is actually nice." By now, evening was close, but still felt clear, almost new, as if the whole world was rinsed clear. She led him towards the backyard. Behind the hut, there was a small washing area fenced by woven reeds. A few clay jars lined the edge, filled with clear water from the nearby stream. The floor was made of stone, smoothened by years of use. Soul blinked. "This is actually way cleaner than my apartment back home." "You're what?" "Nothing. Primitive, sure, but neat, organized, and functional." And that's the thing most people always get wrong. Most people imagine tribal life as filthy, savage, crawling with stink and grime. But that's because they don't know shit about how people actually lived. The truth? These people were human too. They had noses. They had eyes. They knew what filth was. They knew when something smelled wrong, looked wrong, felt wrong. They understood filth and disease in the way instinct understands fire, not as science, but as survival. They knew that if you didn't clean yourself, things rotted, wounds, food, even people. And also knew that filth meant sickness, and sickness obviously meant death in this world. That's why washing wasn't just hygiene here. It was akin to a ritual. In fact, they were even more hygienic than many people, especially of our otaku buddies back home, who would go weeks without touching the water and left sacred ritual of bathing for only special occasions. He would definitely not admit that he was also part of that circle. Never. Anyways, here, in their culture, to be clean was to be protected. Dirt wasn't just dirt. It was seen as the home of sickness, evil, and dark energy. A way to scrub away not only dirt, but whatever darkness clung to the soul. Evil, bad omens, the weight of death. All of it was believed to stick to the body like invisible mud. That's why before any important event, like hunt, birth, meal, or sacred gatherings, they wash from head to toe and become squeaking clean. They called it cleansing the spirits and getting nature's blessings. The place he was right now was called Southern Wilderness, and despite being called the Southern Wilderness, the land wasn't barren at all. It was lush, with rivers crisscrossed like veins under the skin of the world. Big ones, small ones, clear ones, and muddy ones. All were available. You just have to be really brave to venture into them, especially the muddy ones. Wherever you looked, water shimmered somewhere nearby. And people used it constantly, too. They bathed in rivers, washed their tools, their food, their kids, and probably their sins, too. Men would scrub themselves raw before hunts. They used river water, ash, sand, leaves, whatever nature gave, to clean themselves and get spirit's blessing and to remove scent and sweat, so prey couldn't smell them. And after every hunt, they rubbed their skin with rough bark or sand to remove blood and sweat. Women, always being extra, didn't just contended with water. They mixed scented oils from tree resin, crushed petals, and grinded herbs to keep their skin soft, refreshed, and ward off insects. Heck, they even used charcoal paste for their teeth, black, gritty, but effective. Primitive, yes. Stupid? Not even close. Clean meant safe. Clean meant alive. In a world this wild, that was common sense. In fact, they seemed borderline obsessed with cleanliness. Even their rituals reflected it. They believed clean bodies kept the tribe's spirit strong and untainted. For a so-called primitive world, they sure looked like they had their shit together. Anyways, back to topic. Lyra helped him sit on a raised stone slab. He hissed due to sudden coldness on his butt cheeks. She skillfully filled the clay basin and poured a jug of water over his head without warning. It was cool, shocking, and exactly what he needed. The water ran down his neck and back, carrying away dirt, dried sweat, and the faint smell of herbs. "Gah, Lyra. A warning would been nice." "Hold still," she said, taking a cloth and wiping his arms and chest with firm, practiced motions. "You reek." "Thanks for the compliment," he muttered. She didn't smile and continued. "You mustn't let the pain freeze your body," she murmured. "Still water turns foul. Still flesh turns weak." What he could do, he could only nod obediently. Otherwise, he knew that a lecture was on his way. She continued working in silence for a moment, water dripping rhythmically against the stone floor. Sol watched her expression soften into something calmer, almost ritualistic. He swallowed. Aunt Lyra. HM? Thank you. Really? Her hand paused on his arm. Your family, Sol. He didn't know what to say to that, so he looked away. After washing the upper side, finally it was the time for his groins, and the one he was most curious about, as to what she would do, because until now his previous self had always bathed alone, or with his mother. It was first time being bathed by his aunt. She soon finished cleaning his upper body and rinsed the cloth again. All right, now for the rest. Sol blinked, even though he knew what she was referring to, but he still pretended otherwise and wanted to test the limits. The rest, as in? The rest. She repeated calmly. He stared at her. She stared back. Lyra, he said slowly, I am a grown man. Yes, so I can handle the rest myself. She raised an eyebrow. You could barely stand. Okay, valid point, but listen, in this tribe, she said, voice steady, the caretaker washes the weak. There is no shame. I am full of shame. Not enough to survive, she replied. He opened his mouth to argue, as if he was really against it. Seeing her expression, he obediently shut it, fearing that she would really take his act seriously. Chapter 12. Weird Coincidence? Chapter 12. Weird Coincidence. She washed his entire body with care, paying gentle attention to every part of him. Her soft hands glided over his skin, soothing his weary frame. As she finished washing him, she made sure he was thoroughly clean and comfortable from head to toe. As her gentle hands wrapped around him, he let out a contented sigh, the warm water and her tender touch easing the tension from his body. She lavished attention on every moment, her delicate fingers gliding with practiced care along his skin, bringing a sense of calm and closeness between them. And the delicate crown. It was an intimate, calming experience, like a gentle massage that prolonged a soothing sense of relief and built a quiet tension without needing a resolution. Despite the tender undertones, her actions remained pure and selfless, focused solely on his comfort and well-being. Even though he was mentally ready for another round, but alas, his exhausted body, still reeling from recent escapades, lacked the strength for another encounter. Despite the disappointment, he savored the gentle caress, grateful for her attentiveness and the unspoken promise of future pleasures once his strength returned. In that moment, the simple act of washing felt like a sensual dance, a tender demonstration of affection that nourished both his body and soul. With a satisfied smile, she tenderly rinsed him clean, her touch a soothing balm to the aching muscles and ragged breath of his. When she felt that he was finally clean, or at least less of a walking biohazard, Lyra gave a short, satisfied nod of approval, the kind that seemed to say, all right, now you look human again. Or maybe it was just his imagination. Without saying much, she reached to the side and picked up a small wooden flask resting on a flat stone. The container looked worn but polished from years of use, its cap sealed with a twist of fiber cord. She uncorked it with a quiet pop. Immediately, a rich, earthy smell drifted out, soft, natural, almost comforting. He leaned forward slightly, peering inside. The liquid inside was thick, golden brown, and slow-moving, clinging to the sides as it caught the light. His nose twitched. What is that? He asked, curious. Seeing him look curiously, she gave him a sideways glance and snorted oil. She said simply, it keeps the skin strong. I doubt you would ever have used it yourself. He smiled awkwardly, because she was right. From the memories he had found that his previous self wasn't too much keen on using oil, saying, men don't need fancy oils, and that as for the women. A classic case of ignorance wrapped in pride. Lyra poured a little of the oil into her palms, then rubbed her hands together slowly. The liquid spread into a sheen across her fingers, catching the afternoon light. It was thick but smooth, leaving behind a faint scent of herbs, resin, and wood smoke. This keeps the wind from cracking the skin, she said. Her tone softer now, and it wards off insects. As she spoke, her voice lowered a little, that calm, motherly cadence she slipped into when she was commanding the world. Ira makes this from root and sap. She says it keeps the body's warmth inside. She held her hands out. Here. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Her palms pressed gently against his shoulders as she spread the oil across his skin, warm, steady, and methodical. It wasn't too much sensual like most of the study material videos he used to watch. It was care pure and practiced. The scent filled the air, mixing with the faint breeze and the sound of trickling water. For a moment, everything around him blurred. The pain, the exhaustion, the memories. All that remained was her touch, the rhythm of her hands, and the feeling of being tended to. Lyra didn't speak again until she was done. Then, wiping her palms on a small cloth, she glanced at him. Her eyes softened, the hard edges of her expression melting away. There, she said quietly. That's better. He looked at her bright, satisfied smile and involuntarily said, yeah, it definitely is better. Hearing this, Lyra capped the flask back, tied the cord neatly, and set it aside on the flat stone. Then she stood, dusting her palms together, quick and neat, with a hint of pride that came from his praise and from helping him with the oil. He sat there for a moment, half-dazed by her bright smile, his skin still tingling faintly where her hands had passed. Stay a while, let the oil sink in, she said, her tone softer than the breeze. The warm, earthy scent of the oil lingered in the air, reminiscent of the forest after a refreshing rain. He nodded automatically, watching her graceful movements as she walked toward the door, each step deliberate and unhurried, as if she commanded even gravity to yield to her pace. When she was finally out of his sight, he exhaled and leaned over the water basin beside him. The surface was calm, reflecting the dying gold of the afternoon light. And for the first time since waking up in this strange, unfamiliar world, he really looked at his visage. Despite the subtle differences, the face staring back was unmistakably his own. Same general shape, same eyes, same nose, same dark hair, albeit thicker and cleaner than he recalled. The jawline was sharper, the eyes clearer, giving the impression of a man who truly lived a life, not just rot in a room. A crooked smile slowly spread across his lips as he traced the reflection with his eyes. Well, definitely not the lazy, sleepless wreck from the old world. He leaned closer, tracing the reflection with his eyes. His lips curled into a crooked grin. Damn, he muttered. Guess I really did win the genetics lottery this time. And thank God. It isn't some stranger-ass face, otherwise it would have been awkward. The water rippled as he dipped his fingers in, sending his reflection scattering. When it settled again, he couldn't help noticing the subtle strength in his features. The faint scar near his temple, which he clearly remembered, came from a day he fell off his bike, as he was too stubborn to wait for training wheels. It healed quickly, but the mark stayed. Now, seeing that same scar again, he felt pretty ridiculous for a second. I mean, there's no way there could be such a coincidence in the world that he, in the body he had been transmigrated, had the same face, and even the same scar, right? For a brief second, he wondered if this body wasn't just coincidence. Or this whole transmigration wasn't something random. Maybe this was him, from some alternate version from another timeline. Same soul, different skin. A cosmic joke, maybe. He sat back, staring up at the golden sky. The lingering sunlight hit his face again, warm and soft. He exhaled a long breath, and relaxed. Anyways, whatever the truth was, he was here now, and if there really was some conspiracy he will eventually find out, no need to fuss over something out of his control. Chapter 13. Sweat-Drenched Primal Beauty. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. Sweat-Drenched Primal Beauty. Soon, Aunt Lyra came back holding a folded set of fresh loincloths. They were simple, rough-spun, uneven, dyed with crushed bark, but clean, tidy, and smelling faintly of smoke and herbs. Here, she said, kneeling beside him. You still can't move much, so I'll help you. He gave a small, embarrassed nod. There wasn't much pride left in pretending he could do it himself. His body felt like it belonged to someone else, weak, clumsy, heavy. Lyra worked quickly, her movements gentle and soft. They looked rustic, sure, but when he slipped them on, they were surprisingly soft against his skin, warm and comfortable. The fabric had been washed in river water and rubbed with oil, the fibers smoothed by use. As I've said before, primitive or not, they were still humans who had common sense, and finding comfort is in the genes of humans. When she was finished, she stepped back and gave him an approving look. Better. You look like someone alive now. He managed a faint smile. Yeah, better. She slipped an arm around him again and helped him stand. He leaned on her soft and mature body as she helped him inside. Feeling his arms sandwiched between two soft mounts, he couldn't help thinking, it's not too bad being like this. Together, they crossed the short yard back toward the hut. The air was filled with even more scent of smoke and damp clay. Birds called somewhere in the distance. Inside, the hut was simple but alive. The main hall was wide, a space meant for both living and sleeping. Dying sunlight entered through small windows like openings in the walls, falling over woven baskets, clay pots, and neatly stacked hides. For small rooms branched off, a kitchen corner with stored roots and dried meat, one filled with pottery and tools, a sleeping room for the head of the house, and another smaller one lined with woven mats that must have belonged to children. She eased him down onto a soft pile of woven grass and fur in the main hall. It wasn't a bed by modern standards, but compared to the ground outside and the inside of his skull an hour ago, it felt like a luxury mattress. Lie down, my dear, she said, smoothing the cloth over his legs. Your strength will return, but not if you fight your breath. He nodded, sinking into the bedding with a long, shaky exhale. Every muscle complained, but at least they were his muscles now. At least he was alive enough to feel them. Then she turned to the low table near the wall and picked up a half-shaped lump of clay. Without ceremony, she began working, shaping wet clay with both hands moving slow, steady, sure. Press, turn, smooth. Press, turn, smooth. The dim, dying sun cast shadows that danced across his sweat-slick skin like restless spirits. As she set to work at her pottery wheel, the rhythmic spinning sending her body swaying in a sensual dance. And her sweat-drenched body glistened with a primal beauty. Her long, dark hair was tied back in a haphazard braid, wisps clinging to her flushed skin. He drank in the sight, his gaze roaming over her curves as if branding each contour into his memory. The soft clacking of her tools against the pottery served as a tantalizing counterpoint to the rhythmic thrum of his own heartbeat. As he watched, transfixed, a droplet of sweat trickled down her collarbone, pausing to glimmer like a precious gem before continuing its seductive path toward the valley of her breasts, barely contained by a deerskin loincloth. He imagined tracing the lines of her sweat-sheen skin with his tongue, tasting the salt and musk that clung to her, his longing for her rekindled by the sight of her flushed, rounded form. He sat up, his interest clear beneath the loincloth, as the captivating scent of her wafted through the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of the hall. Every movement she made the flex of her legs. The bounce of her breasts as she leaned forward seemed like a deliberate tease, a flirtation designed to stir his passion once more. His eyes wandered over her sweat-slick skin as he watched her shape the clay into bold, sensual forms that echoed the intensity of their own desires. Soul's eyes never left her straining body as he watched, captivated by the intense scene before him. Finally, he closed his eyes, savoring the lingering scent of her, a heady mix of earth and rain that stirred him deeply. After some time, he finally managed to steady his breath. By continuously telling himself that she would be his soon, then he could be with her and savor every single pore of her body as much as he wanted. He heaved and opened his eyes again to look at her beautiful body one last time, before laying back down, so as not to be continuously tormented by her striking beauty. He closed his eyes and focused his attention back on the fragments of memories, waiting to be organized. The air was filled with the soft, rhythmic sound of clay meeting palm, the faint crackle of fire, and the distant voices of other villagers outside. This was her world, the quiet labor between hunts, the endless work that kept people alive when everything else was falling apart. This was her normal and of most women in the primitive era. From the fragments of memory he carried, he knew her husband had died years ago, during a hunt that went wrong, one of the many hunters who never came back. A completely normal story here. Went out one morning with the others, chasing something through the forest, and the forest chased back. One moment you were the hunter, and the other a hunt. That was how it went in this world. You didn't get heroic deaths or final words, just silence and a body that never made it home. Chapter 14. Die trying. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. Die trying. Since then, she done what every survivor did. Kept going. The tribe didn't really have jobs. Everyone did whatever the hell needed to be done. The men hunted or made tools. The women also hunted, although some of them, and only occasionally, tanned hides, wove cloth, shaped pottery, crushed herbs, watched the kids. If something broke, someone fixed it. If food ran short, everyone went hungry. Lyra was the kind who filled every gap she could. She shaped clay into pots and bowls, wove baskets from reed, stitched animal hide into pouches, anything that could be traded, and bartered for fruits, roots, and other edible plants, and scraps of meat. There was no currency here, no shiny coins or tokens. Everything was barter. Recently she hadn't gone hunting. She stayed home, taking care of him, working, keeping the fire burning, working the clay with quiet focus. Every move was practiced, mechanical, born from repetition. Going through the memories, he understood that they weren't just poor, they were dirt poor. The Osari tribe had nothing stable left. They weren't really starving, at least not yet, but they were close. The men were too few, no real hunters, no real warriors, no safety net. The strong ones were gone. The young ones were learning too slow. Real meat was a rarity, shared and divided by the chief, but only when a successful hunt blessed the village, which wasn't often anymore. The number of hunters was dropping every season, and the ones left came back more often empty-handed than not. Most days they lived on fruits, dried roots, nuts, or whatever nature felt generous enough to drop their way. The rare bits of meat were treasured like relics, sealed in clay jars and ash to keep rot at bay, save for when the cold came crawling down from the mountains. And when winter arrived, it never came alone. It brought hunger, silence, the slow kind of death that didn't scream, didn't fight, just waited quietly. People died quietly too. The old, the weak, the unlucky. There were no funerals, no crying fits, just a body wrapped, burned, or buried, and the living kept moving. Because stopping too long meant joining them. Winter didn't care who you were. It didn't care if you were good, brave, strong, or kind. It just thinned the herd and moved on. Reaching here, he took a deep breath and opened his eyes because it was too heavy. Looking around, he could see it now. The patched walls, the worn tools, the thin smoke curling from a dying fire. They were poor, painfully poor, yet everything in this place was maintained with quiet care. Every object had purpose, every movement a meaning. He looked at Lyra's hands, the faint cracks, the calluses skin, at the small frown that formed between her brows when the clay didn't shape the way she wanted. She wasn't shaping pots. She was shaping time, buying them both another sunrise, another chance to breathe, another bowl of something warm. This was life here, simple, harsh, but stubbornly alive. And for the first time, he felt the weight of what he stepped into, not just a new world, but a dying one. A place where every small comfort was earned, every full belly borrowed from tomorrow. He looked at Lyra again, her back straight but shoulders tired. That quiet dignity she carried even when her world had clearly kicked her down a few times. Something twisted inside him. Not pity, not guilt, but a kind of low, burning frustration that he couldn't name, especially because he had carried almost all the memories of previous self. This feeling was even more intense. He really hated this feeling of weakness. Just lying here, watching her work, while she carried everything alone. She shouldn't have to. He knew this was a primitive world, and stuff like this was totally normal, but he still refused to accept it. He didn't wanted to live a worthless life again. This time he wanted to live fully and feely. No matter how fucked up the world, he will dictate his own fate. He promised himself right then, no vowed. He'd get better. He'd protect her. And he'd fix this whole damn food mess somehow. With his knowledge from the future, it couldn't be that hard, right? Okay, maybe that was him being cocky again, but honestly, what choice did he have? Starve quietly? Not happening. He had something no one else here did. Modern knowledge, at least in theory. Sure, he wasn't some survivalist alpha who built cabins with bare hands, but just like any other male, he'd read enough to fake it till he made it. Novels, documentaries, random articles, you name it. Back in the old world, before succumbing to the dark side of the world, known as smut novels, he was the type of guy who'd fall down random rabbit holes at 3 in the morning, watching survival videos, reading about ancient building techniques, wondering how cavemen made fire in the rain. He was the kind of guy who'd watch a 40-minute video on how to make fire from bamboo friction while eating cup noodles. He knew way too much about water filtration using charcoal and sand, or how to smoke meat in a pit. Not because he planned to use it, just because he had to know. I think almost any male, biological, will relate to it. He didn't know why, like any other men, he also had this weird paranoia of getting stranded in a jungle, on sea, and stuff like that. That's why he took extra time to study stuff like these. And he'd always been that guy. The type who couldn't rest until he understood how stuff worked. Why soap cleaned? How fire burned brighter with airflow? How to find drinkable water in the wild? Why clay didn't crack when mixed with the right ratio of ash? How salt preserved meat? He knew basic principles like these. So it shouldn't be hard to survive in this primitive world. He smiled faintly to himself. Back home, that knowledge made him a bored nerd with too much screen time. Here, it might make him a goddamn lifesaver. Yeah, he'd never actually done any of it. Never left his room long enough to test it out. But hell, if there was ever a time for useless trivia to pay off, this was it. He leaned back against the wall, closing his eyes for a moment. His body was still all over, but there was a strange lightness in his chest, that small flicker of purpose he hadn't felt in years. It had been easy to rot in a room when food came in plastic and warmth came from a switch. But here, there were no shortcuts, no takeouts, no heating systems. Just raw nature and the people trying to survive it. He started running through the possibilities in his head, practical, small things first. Traps for rabbits, if there were any in this world. Drying racks for meat. Better ways to store food for winter. Maybe simple farming. They had water nearby, right? He'd seen plenty of fertile soil on the way in those borrowed memories. If they could grow something basic, even tubers or grains, it'd change everything. He thought of the old documentaries he'd watched about the earliest humans, how one small trick like smoking meat or fermenting food had changed entire tribes. Hell, maybe he could even build a crude granary with mud walls and thatch insulation. It wasn't rocket science, just logic, patience, and hard work. He chuckled to himself. Great. The guy who couldn't cook rice without a rice cooker is now planning agriculture. Perfect. Still, a grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. He wasn't hopeless. Not anymore. Whatever it took, he'd figure it out. And for the first time in a long while, the idea of doing something, anything, didn't feel pointless. He wasn't just going to survive this world and enjoy all the beauties. He was going to change it, or at least die trying. Chapter 15. Aunt S. Hot Daughters? Chapter 15. Aunt S. Hot Daughters? Time passed like it always did here, slow, heavy, and rude. The sun crawled off behind the horizon, left a mess of orange and gray, and then finally dipped below the horizon. Darkness came quickly, swallowing the whole damn place without even a warning. Aunt got up and quickly lit up the central hearth in the middle of the hut. It crackled wildly, and its orange glow licking the walls in a wild dance. Smoke curled up and escaped through a hole in thatched roof. She smiled softly at him and said, "Wait a bit for them to come, and then we'll eat together." He nodded. She went further and lit up a hollowed clay cradle filled with melted fat. A twisted plant fiber wick burns with a steady yellow flame. Unlike the hearth-ass wild dance, The lamp's glow was calm and soft. Finally out the house, she lit up 2 resin-soaked sticks leaning against the wall, their flames sputtering and spitting. Fire was the most essential thing for humans in the primitive times. It was the deciding factor whether they would live or die, as it helps them keep warm, cook food, and deter the wild beasts. After that, she went back to her small corner and continued to work, but this time instead of pottering, she started weaving baskets. He looked outside, and it was damn pitch black, without a flicker of light. Even the moon and stars seemed to be hiding today. And with the dark came the sounds. Not some peaceful jungle playlist, but goddamn howls, growls, and that faint whistle of wind through trees that sounded way too much like whispers of something unseen. Here the wilderness had its own soundtrack, and it definitely wasn't calming or shit like that. Well, it could scare you shitless. A distant howl that didn't quite sound like a wolf, but close enough to make his neck stiffen. Something else growled. Something else answered back. Yeah, fun times. The wilderness had a way of making a man honest, stripping away that fake confidence city lights used to give. He'd be lying if he said he wasn't scared. He was fucking terrified. It was wilderness, man. The real deal. Not your forest park with signboards and benches. Here it was pitch dark, and anything with teeth could be out there right now, sniffing around, and no one would even know your name. Humans weren't top of the food chain here. They instead were just pieces of delicious walking and talking meat. The thought of that thing from before, that nightmare from the Bloodstone raid, flashed in his head. That walking tank of a monster with claws the size of knives and a mouth like a wood chipper. The monster that tore through men like they were toys. And he gulped. Yeah, if that bastard showed up again, all his grand plans about building civilization would end up in a beast-esque shit pile by morning. Right? Civilization building my ass, he muttered. I'm gonna die in the next chapter at this rate. So yeah, maybe it was smart to stay real quiet and not end up as a late-night protein snack. He gulped, pulling the fur tighter around himself. One random beast walks in, and that's it. End of my epic saga. Here lies Soul, eaten before the prologue even finished. Real inspirational. He sighed, trying to convince his heartbeat to calm the fuck down. Just as he started thinking he'd die of stress before sleep. Suddenly, the door curtain rustled, a soft rustle of hide and reed. He suddenly froze and almost had a mini heart attack. But soon, various familiar voices drifted. Hearing them, he breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, scared me, he muttered indignantly, hearing the voices, and also stopped her work and looked towards the source of voices. Lyra's daughters had returned. Yes, did I mention she had 3 ravishing daughters? I didn't Maybe I had forgotten. Damn, so many memories to organize. He sat up, adjusting his earlier scared, shitless self against the wall. As they entered one after another, the flickering firelight painted their faces with shades of amber and shadow. The first was Aurelia, 22 years old, tall, composed, with that same calm expression Lyra had. Honestly, she was spitting copy of Lyra, only younger and less mature, but still had her own younger charm. She was the eldest sister responsible for everything type. She carried a basket slung against her hip, filled with fruits, wild greens, and what looked like herbs. Her dark hair was braided neatly, feathers and beads swaying softly as she moved. Her eyes found him instantly, scanning, assessing, and softening. You're finally awake, she said gently, setting the basket down near the fire, and hurried to his side. That's good. I was really afraid. Thanks, Mother Ossuaria. Her voice was warm, measured, like she was talking to both him and herself. The kind of tone that could calm even the forest outside and the restless thoughts roaming in his mind. Before he could respond, a scoff cut through the air. Vera, the second daughter, 20 years old, stepped in right behind her, tossing her short black hair back and letting out a small huff. Awake and already lying around again, she said, dropping her bundle of firewood with a loud thud. Guess near death didn't teach you much about pulling your weight. Soul blinked at her, caught somewhere between confusion and amusement. Nice to see you too, he said dryly. Her lips twitched, almost forming a smirk before she rolled her eyes instead, because apparently eye-rolling was her main form of cardio. Try not to pass out again. He couldn't tell if that was actual concern or sarcasm disguised as concern. Maybe both. And then came the youngest, Leora, 18 years old. She slipped in quietly, smaller than the other two, wide-eyed, still looking like she hadn't figured out the world was cruel yet. Her arms full of berries wrapped in a leaf bundle. Her hair was messy, strands falling into her wide hazel eyes as she glanced at him, then froze. Chapter 16. Warm Dinner. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. Warm dinner, soul. She gasped softly, and before anyone could stop her, she rushed to his side, nearly tripping over the mat in the process. You're really awake. I thought you wouldn't wake up again. Her voice trembled, soft and breathless, every word spilling over the next. She knelt beside him, holding the berry bundle against her chest like a forgotten thought. I'm fine, he said, though the way her eyes glistened made him feel like a liar. She sniffed, nodding too quickly. Really? You're sure? You don't look fine. He chuckled weakly. Well, I look better than dead, right? I got a small laugh out of her, shaky but still cute. She sniffed and nodded, hair falling in her face. You promise you won't disappear again? He laughed under his breath. I'll try. Meanwhile, Aurelia just smiled faintly, shaking her head. You see, Leora, I told you he was strong enough. The river always finds its way. Vera snorted. More like he tripped and drowned first. Aurelia just sighed. You should try kindness sometime. Kindness doesn't keep you alive, Vera muttered. Vera, Aurelia said, her voice still calm but firmer now. Enough. What? I'm just saying, Vera muttered, crossing her arms, but she didn't push it further. Lyra, who had been tending the fire silently, finally spoke. You three should rest. Tomorrow will be long. The forest doesn't feed those who wake late. Her tone carried quiet authority, and even Vera didn't argue this time. The daughters nodded, setting down their foraged goods and moving around the room in a smooth, familiar rhythm. For the first time since waking in this world, he saw what life looked like here. The routine, the rhythm, the unspoken coordination between them. The three girls started sorting their stuff, moving around the firelight like they'd done it forever. It was messy, but in a good way. Real. Aurelia put the fruits aside, started cutting leaves with a bone knife. Vera stacked wood and fed the flames, shooting side eyes at the door every few seconds. Leora just sat near him, too close maybe, quietly humming some random tune that didn't sound like anything, but somehow felt safe. He just simply sat there, watching quietly. This was life here. No tech, no bullshit, no background music. Just people who worked all day so they didn't starve tomorrow. And they didn't just live together, they survived together. Yeah, it was chaos out there. Monsters, cold, hunger, death waiting with open arms. But in here, for a few moments at least, it felt like a home. And somehow, sitting there watching them, Soul felt both like an outsider and strangely at home. After finally sorting everything out, they sat together and it started eating. Dinner wasn't anything fancy. No roasted cartoon tomahawk meat. No stew bubbling in a pot. Just fruit. While ones they brought back, different shapes, different colors, some bright, some dull, but nevertheless, none he could actually recognize. They didn't look like the ones back home, either. No perfect supermarket gloss, no stickers or names. Just raw, uneven things ripped straight from trees. Some were too sour, some too sweet, some had this weird smoky aftertaste that was actually kind of addictive. He took a bite and blinked. This one tastes different, he muttered, chewing slowly. Can't even explain it. Just weird. Lyra smiled faintly, seated cross-legged near the fire, slicing another fruit open with a bone knife. The orange glow hit her cheekbones just right, softening the weariness in her face. You'll get used to it, she said quietly. Our trees feed us well, if we respect them. He nodded, not sure what that meant, but too hungry to question philosophy. Lyra passed him the largest share, a small pile of the sweetest ones, the kind that left a faint honey taste on his tongue. Eat, she said. You need strength more than anyone. He looked down at the bowl, then at the others. The girls had smaller shares, noticeably smaller. Before he could say anything, Vera's voice cut in, sharp as always. Why does he get the best ones? She said, narrowing her eyes. He didn't even worked. Lyra wasn't surprised. It was almost a daily routine by now. So she didn't even look up from cutting. Because he is hurt, she said simply. He needs energy. You're strong enough to last a night. Vera scoffed, crossing her arms. Hurt or not, he has got both hands, doesn't he? Can still chew. Aurelia gave her a small look. Not angry, not scolding, just tired. Let him eat. Vera, we can find more tomorrow. The forest always gives back what it takes. Yeah, unless it decides to eat us instead, Vera muttered, but she went quiet, tearing a piece of fruit with her teeth. Aurelia leaned over and placed one extra fruit near him, her expression soft. You need this more than I do, she said gently. You've lost more than just strength. He wanted to say something, a thank you, maybe, but the words didn't fit. He just nodded awkwardly. Leora, meanwhile, was quiet the whole time, sitting beside him, nibbling on her fruit like a squirrel, eyes flicking between everyone. She kept glancing at his pile. He caught her once, then again, and realized what was coming. Sure enough, the moment the others turned away, she snuck her hand out, grabbed one of the smaller fruits from his bowl, and popped it into her own with lightning speed. He stared. She froze mid-chew as their eyes met. Her expression said don't tell, wide and innocent and slightly filled with mischief. He couldn't help it. He laughed, quietly under his breath, shaking his head. You little thief, he whispered. She stuck out her tongue, trying not to smile. You had too many anyway, she whispered back, voice soft and breathy. Lyra's voice cut through from across the fire. Leora, eat slowly. Yes, mother, she said quickly, cheeks puffed full of stolen fruit. They fell into a strange, quiet rhythm after that. The sound of chewing, the crackle of fire, the occasional distant howl outside. Simple, warm, human. Chapter 17. Hidden Treasure Chapter 17. Chapter 17. Hidden Treasure dinner went on quietly for a while. Just soft chewing, the crackle of fire, and the occasional pop of a fruit skin bursting between someone's fingers. The air smelled of earth and sweet pulp. It was simple and peaceful. He was just about to take a bite when something caught his eye. Across the fire, Vera suddenly leaned forward. The crackling flames danced across her face, casting flickering shadows on her features as she leaned forward. Her usual scowl softened just enough to look human. The heat from the fire mingled with the sweat on her skin, causing stray strands of her dark hair to cling to her neck. As she reached for another fruit, her neckline shifted, treating Soul to a tantalizing glimpse of the curves hidden beneath her tunic. His gaze drifted lower, captivated by the small, pert breasts and the delicate pink bud beckoning him from beneath the fabric. The firelight seemed to caress that hidden treasure, making it glow with an almost otherworldly allure. His eyes lingered on the tantalizing sight, his mind racing with forbidden thoughts. He could almost imagine the tender, pebbled skin of her nipple, the gentle pink of the areola, and the way it would pucker as it was grazed by the warm evening air. His gaze drifted to the gap where her fur tunic dipped, revealing the tantalizing curve of her cleavage. His palms itched to trace the soft, feminine contours, to feel the heat of her body radiating through the thin animal hide. As if sensing his gaze, or maybe not, Vera shifted slightly, inadvertently pressing her chest forward. The firelight danced across her skin, casting flickering shadows that made her appear even more alluring. Soul caught his breath as his imagination drifted to a romantic moment with her. A warm flush spread through him, quickening his pulse as day-drowsed feelings stirred within. He pictured himself standing close beside her. Her usual bitchy face turned into a soft, charming smile, the firelight casting a golden glow over her features as he leaned in close and pressed a tender kiss to her forehead. She let out a quiet, contented sigh as he held her gently, the warmth of the moment drawing her closer to him. feminine taste. His hand twitched, his fingers curling into a fist as he fought the urge to reach out and touch, to explore the forbidden territory of her body. Swallowing the fruit, suddenly he choked mid-bite because he was too busy imagining. The sound was loud enough to make everyone look. Lyra glanced up instantly. "So, are you all right?" He coughed, his embarrassment mingling with arousal. "Yeah, just swallowed air." His voice emerged gravelly, strained. Vera's raised brow and smirk made it clear she didn't believe him, her tongue darting out to moisten her lips in a slow, deliberate movement. "Fruit too strong for you, then?" When his breath returned, it came in ragged gasps, his face burning with a mix of embarrassment and arousal. Vera's smirk, her knowing gaze, only heightened his discomfort and desire. Sol coughed again, half from embarrassment, half from the sheer, overwhelming need coursing through him. He knew he shouldn't be ogling her like this, but he couldn't help himself. The fire to press his lips to her newly exposed skin, to taste the salt of her sweat and the sweetness of her flesh. "Nah, just swallowed air," he managed, his voice hoarse. The lie tasted bitter on his tongue, but he couldn't bring himself to admit the truth. Vera's laughter, low and mocking, curled through the air like a caress. "Figures," she drawled. "You'd probably choke on a droplet of dew if you weren't too busy gawking at the sky." Aurelia leaned over, patting his back gently. "Slow down, Sol. The body needs patience, not haste." "Yeah," he muttered, still red-faced. "We'll keep that in mind." As Aurelia's gentle hand patted his back, Sol couldn't help but imagine her touch elsewhere, on his heated skin, tracing the lines of his body. He shifted uncomfortably, trying to hide his growing excitement, but Vera's giggles and sideways glances only intensified his interest. His face reddened due to embarrassment, his own laughter strangled in his throat. He knew she was right, knew had been caught in a blatant stare, but he couldn't look away, his gaze helplessly drawn back to that enticing nipple, to the soft swell of her breast. He tried to act normal again, focusing on the fruit like it was suddenly the most interesting thing in the world. But as they continued eating, he struggled to maintain his composure, his focus on the food before him wavering. He could still feel the heat of Vera's gaze, the unspoken challenge in her eyes. And every time his eyes drifted back to that tantalizing curve, he felt a jolt of desire, a vivid daydream he had to push aside. "You really did choke," she suddenly whispered. Her berry-stained lips curled into a sly, teasing smile. He shot her a glare, but it lacked any real heat, his attention already back on Vera. She stood in the firelight, quiet and defiant, a challenge waiting to be answered. But he couldn't just stare. Couldn't he let her think of him as some lecherous pervert fixated on her chest? Even though there was the concept of any leecher or pervert here yet. But still, he couldn't risk leaving a bad impression if he later wanted to taste that tantalizing bud. So he bit his tongue, forced himself to focus on his food, even as his imagination painted vivid scenarios of tasteful exploration, an image that lingered like a tantalizing ember that refused to die. He could almost sense Vera's presence across the fire, the warmth of the flames reflecting between them. His throat still burned, his body aching with the unfulfilled need to close the distance between him and the woman who sat opposite. Slowly, deliberately, he let his gaze drift back to that forbidden fruit, the rosy bud that seemed to beckon him closer with each passing second. His hands clenched into fists at his sides, his breath coming in short, ragged pants as he fought the urge to abandon all restraint and claim Vera as his own. To lose himself in the primal pleasure of her body under the unforgiving glow of the tribal fires. But still his imagination continued to run wild, painting vivid mental images of his fingers exploring Vera's curves, of his mouth devouring her flesh. He could almost taste the subtle saltiness of her skin, feel the soft give of her shoulders as he touched them, her fingers curling in response. His pulse throbbed in time with his racing heart, aching with the weight of the moment. Unaware of the conflict warring within his mind, Vera leaned back, stretching languidly with a low sigh. The firelight danced across her skin, highlighting the supple lines of her form. Her tunic rode up, exposing a seductive glimpse of taut flesh. Soul's gaze was drawn to the slight sheen of sweat on her abdomen, the delicate hollow of her navel. He swallowed hard, trying to bring his errant thoughts back under control. It was no use. His imagination continued to run rampant, painting lurid scenes of forbidden desire. He pictured himself trailing kisses down Vera's chest, over the swell of her breasts, until he reached the enticing bud at the center of her cleavage. His tongue would swirl around the sensitive peak, drawing out soft gasps and whimpers as she writhed beneath him. Chapter 18. Giving in to desires. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. Giving in to desires. The fantasies were vivid, almost overwhelming in their intensity. Soul's breath came in short, ragged pants, his body slick with sweat despite the cool evening air. His hands itched to touch, to explore, to claim. But he knew he couldn't give in to the primal urges coursing through his veins. Not yet, at least. The fire crackled and spat, casting flickering shadows on the faces of the others around the campfire. Lyra and Aurelia chatted softly, their voices a gentle counterpoint to the pulsing heat building inside Soul. He knew he should join in their conversation, offer some witty remark, or just to lighten the mood. But he couldn't seem to form the words, his mind too consumed by the tantalizing visions dancing behind his eyelids. As the night wore on, Soul found himself stealing glances at Vera, drinking in the sight of her like a man parched in the desert. Her expression was closed off, a mask of haughty indifference masking the desires that simmered just beneath the surface. He knew she felt it too, his attraction, the tension, his primal need to mate. The sounds of the conversations and crackle of fire faded into the background, replaced by the frantic pounding of Soul's pulse and the primal growl of desire in his throat. He felt the primal urge to claim Vera, to bind her to him through the mating dance, to stake his claim and make her his own. Vera's eyes gleamed with challenge, her tongue darting out to moisten her lips in a slow, deliberate movement that sent a jolt of heat through Soul. She leaned in closer, pressing against his arm as she whispered, "Want something, Soul?" Her breath was warm against his ear, sending shivers down his spine as he struggled to form a coherent response. I want you," he admitted, his voice rough with emotion. Vera's smile grew, her fingers tracing the edge of his garment in a teasing caress. "You have me, pet," she whispered. "Why don't you show me how much?" Soul's eyes flashed with possessive heat, his grip on her wrist tightening as he pulled her closer. The fire crackled and spat, the shadows cast by the flames dancing across their faces in a primal, erotic display as he claimed Vera's mouth in a searing kiss, his tongue plundering the sweetness of her lips with a hunger that bordered on feral. As their bodies pressed together, Soul felt the world narrow to nothing but the sensation of Vera's curves against his, the taste of her on his tongue, the maddening rhythm of her heartbeat echoing his own. He knew in that moment, lost in the heat of their passion, that he would stop at nothing to claim her, to make her his in every way possible. His gaze hovered just above Vera's exposed nipple. Her skin was warm and soft to the touch, smooth like the petals of a ripe flower. He could smell the earthy scent of her sweat mingling with the heady aroma of ripe fruit, a potent aphrodisiac that made his head spin. With a trembling hand, he reached out, his fingers grazing the delicate curve of her breast. Vera's breath hitched, her eyes snapping to his, a silent plea for restraint warring with the hunger burning in their depths. But Soul was beyond reason, consumed by the primal urges coursing through his veins. His thumb brushed against the stiff peak, coaxing it to aching hardness. Vera's responded by arching into his touch, a low moan escaping her parted lips. The sound was like music to Soul's ears, a siren's call that drew him closer. Emboldened, he closed the distance and pressed a tender kiss to her skin. Vera let out a soft, surprised breath, and Soul lingered there, savoring the quiet closeness between them, drawing out a sweet taste. The flavor was intoxicating, a heady mix of salt and woman that made his head spin. As he held her close, his hands slid down the curves of her body, tracing the indentation of her waist, the flare of her hip. Vera's skin was hot to the touch. Her muscles trembled beneath his fingers. Sol's other hand moved through the fur tunic, resting against the warmth of her stomach. He stroked gently, his touch quiet and steady. Vera shifted closer to him. Her hands gripped his shoulders as they moved together in passionate rhythm. The fire crackled and spat, casting flickering shadows around them. But Sol barely noticed, too lost in the intensity of the moment. With a low sound, he pulled her close, his lips trailing down her chest, over the ridges of her abdomen. He paused there, his breath warm against her skin, and Vera's cry echoed through the night. A primal scream of excitement that seemed to shake the very earth beneath them. Sol's body tensed in response, straining against the confines of his loincloth, yearning to close the distance between them and hold her fully. Finally, he pulled aside the last of her loincloth and embraced her completely. Suddenly, with a jerk, he blinked, and just like that he snapped back to reality and found that it was all his horny imagination. He was still sitting there, half-chewed fruit in his mouth, while everyone else was busy chatting and eating like normal human beings. Lyra was speaking softly to Aurelia about storing the leftovers. Vera was rolling her eyes at something Leora said, and the fire crackled like it hadn't just been the backdrop to his horny little hallucination. He exhaled sharply through his nose and sighed, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, heart still beating a bit too fast. Maybe it was the hunger, or maybe the fact that he hadn't fully accepted this was his life, now sitting in a mud hut, sharing fruit with multiple extremely alluring and sultry women, something he hadn't ever imagined in a dream. He leaned back again, eyes on the fire, pretending he was relaxed. Inside, though, his brain was still replaying that intense scene. He could still feel the taste of her ripe bud. "Man, gotta stop imagining stuff," he thought, dragging a hand down his face. "Next thing I know, I'll be seeing ghosts too." The chatter continued around him, soft, warm, domestic. Aurelia's calm voice, Lyra's quiet hum of approval, Leora's giggles blending into Vera's sighs of annoyance. Eventually, the meal came to an end, and the tribe began to disperse, seeking their furs and sleeping platforms. Sol lingered by the fire, his body still thrumming with anticipation. Vera caught his eye, a knowing smile playing on her lips. "Night, Sol," she called out, her voice husky with promise. "Night, Vera," he replied, his own voice low and rough with barely restrained desire. The darkness gathered around him, but it was no match for the intense, all-consuming desires that swirled within his mind. Tantalizing and forbidden. As sleep finally claimed him, Sol's dreams were filled with vivid images of Vera, lingering on his mind and leaving him restless and yearning. Chapter 19. What the fuck? Chapter 19. What the fuck? Next day, he was woken up by the bright sunlight, stabbing through the cracks in the roof like a dozen nosy fingers poking his face. He tried to ignore it and sleep again, but it was like a nosy neighbor that didn't understand the concept of privacy. He groaned, rolling onto his side, eyes half open. He groaned, rubbed his eyes, and sat up slowly. The makeshift fur and hay bed creaked under him. He suddenly noticed that this place was quiet, like a bit too quiet. He looked around and found that Aurelia, Veria, and Leora weren't here, and Lyra herself was crouched by the doorway, tying a bundle of woven vines around her waist, as if ready to leave too. She looked up when she noticed him awake. "You're up," she said, voice soft but hurried. "Where are others?" he asked. "Oh, they've already gone foraging. There's fruit in the bowl. Eat something before it spoils. I have to go. The others are waiting." He nodded. Her lips curved into her signature, faint, gentle smile before she disappeared through the doorway, the sound of her footsteps fading into the distance. There was a bowl of fruit sitting on the floor near his bead, left for him Small yellowish orbs, soft-skinned and slightly sticky, a few with tiny bite marks. Breakfast, huh? He muttered, grabbing one. He bit into it, and instantly juice exploded across his tongue. Sweet, but not like anything from Earth. There was a faint spice under the sweetness, almost smoky, and the texture was strange, fleshy like a mango, but fibrous like sugarcane. But it was good, really good. Damn, he said to himself, chewing slowly. Nature still got it. He sat there eating for a while, watching dust specks float in the sunbeam. The silence was loud enough to make his ears ring. For the first time since waking up in this strange world, he felt the weight of it. No phone, no hum of a fridge, no background noise, no civilization. Just quiet, and only quiet. Honestly, he would be lying if he said he wasn't missing the modern life, phones, internet, and delicious foods, but there was no use thinking about it now. He had been reborn into a new world. It was new beginning. He leaned back against the wall, chewing slowly, letting his eyes wander across the room. The walls were plastered with a mix of mud and grass. A few bone hooks stuck out, holding dried herbs, necklaces, and a clay knife. No furniture, no luxuries, just what you needed to survive. He finished his fruit and tossed the seed aside. The dull thunk it made on the floor echoed weirdly. He sat there for a bit, staring at it, then sighed. After finishing his third fruit, he tried to push himself to stand because his body felt weird, lighter. So he wanted to try, and his legs didn't wobble this time. He took a deep breath, rolling his shoulders. The muscles stretched tight, but the pain was almost gone. "What the fuck?" he whispered. "I was half dead yesterday." He felt around his body. The weakness had faded faster than it should have. He frowned, rolling his shoulders. "That's weird," he muttered. "Bodies don't just fix themselves like that. At least not this fast." It was like the body had skipped the recovery stage and jumped straight to ready to fight bears again. In fact, his body felt light. Not perfect, but too good considering he was supposed to be half dead a few days ago. The stiffness was gone. The dizziness, too. He rolled his shoulders, stretched his arms, even squatted a little. The pain that had been gnawing at his side was gone, replaced by a weird warmth under his skin. And that brought up the question he'd been avoiding. What the hell even injured the old him? Like, really, what the heck happened that day? Because his memory of that day was still fragmented, he remembered going outside looking for some small prey. But afterwards he doesn't remember what happened, how he was inured, or even how even injured him. And that fucking injury was because he didn't had scar or anything like that. It didn't make sense. Unless this body had some serious mutant DNA, or something else was helping him, he didn't like either option. And what the hell was this world, anyway? Sure, it looked primitive. The huts, the clothes, the stone tools. But which primitive? Caveman? Tribal? Ancient civilization knockoff? He couldn't tell. And that monster from his memory. Thornamo, that thing with teeth like daggers and a body that looked ripped straight from a paleontology fever dream. He didn't remember Earth ever having something like that. Unless he missed a Discovery Channel special titled When Evolution Gave Up and Made Nightmares. Either this was a different world, or the timeline was so far back it had gone full prehistoric DLC mode. He rubbed his temples. The more he thought about it, the less sense it made. He had too many damn questions. Where was he? What time was this? What rules did this world play by? And, most importantly, how the hell was he supposed to survive here without ending up as monster lunch? Still, sitting around wouldn't give him answers. So he decided to go out, get a feel for the place. Maybe catch a clue or two about what kind of prehistoric mess he landed in. Before that, though, he noticed the empty water jars near the door. Right? Water first. Always water. Before his injury, fetching water had been his morning duty. Everyone in the tribe had one. The men hunted, the women gathered, the older ones crafted, and the unlucky bastards who were neither strong nor experienced, like him, got stuck with chores. After he'd been injured, Lyra had taken over that too, fetching water after dusk once she was done foraging. Dangerous as hell, but what choice did she have? They needed water. Chapter 20. Exploring the surroundings. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. Exploring the surroundings. He frowned just thinking about it. The nights here weren't peaceful. They were fucking alive. crawling, howling, hunting. The idea of Lyra walking out in that darkness, jar in hand, surrounded by who knows what? Yeah, it didn't sit right with him. So, now that he could walk around calmly again, he decided to fetch water first. He headed toward the back of the hut, stretching a little as he went. The morning air slapped him awake, cool and damp, with that earthy, heavy smell of wet soil and ash. The ground outside was uneven, a patchwork of trampled dirt, scattered bones, and drying herbs hanging from sticks. A few clay jars sat stacked near the wall, lined up neatly under a bit of shade. His eyes landed on the smallest one. It was old, chipped at the rim, handle half-cracked, but still good enough for water. He crouched, grabbed it by the neck, and lifted, expecting it to weigh like a small planet, but no, it was a bit too light for his good. The jar came up smooth, almost light. He blinked, surprised. The thing barely felt like anything. He muttered. Either I'm on steroids, or this jar's on a diet. He tested again, bouncing it lightly in his hand. Nope, still light. He grinned, shaking his head. Either I got jacked overnight, or the laws of physics are screwed. Maybe gravity is on leave today. He didn't delve on it longer. Anyways, no use trying to understand stuff like this for now. There's plenty of time to explore later. He slung the jar under his arm and stepped out. The path to the river was carved into his memory, the old soul's memory. His feet moved on their own, tracing the same dirt trail through the uneven grass. He took one last glance back at the hut, simple, small, held together by mud, straw, and effort, and stepped out toward the trail that led down to the river. Their house sat near the edge of the village or settlement, whatever it is. Not the pretty center area where the chief's family and hunters lived, but closer to the outskirts, the side where the huts leaned a little more. The roofs were patched too many times, and the firelight from the village didn't quite reach at night. That's what poverty looked like here. You lived close enough to count as part of the tribe, but far enough that if something came crawling out of the dark, you'd be the first to go missing. He kicked a rock absently as he walked, muttering, "Perfect spot for the weak ones, huh? Poor and expendable front-row seats for extinction." He sighed, then smirked a little. "Guess that's me now." Still, part of him didn't mind it. The edge of the village meant more peace, fewer eyes watching. He could move, think, plan without being under someone else's thumb. He slowed down as he walked, seeing the surroundings properly for the first time. The road wasn't really a road, just flattened earth, packed by countless bare feet. Huts of straw, wood, and bone lined either side. The path stretched out ahead of him, a rough, beaten trail of dry earth, packed hard by countless bare feet. Every few steps, he saw faint prints in the dirt, human, animal both. It wasn't a huge village, not compared to what he was used to, but it stretched wider than it looked from the hut. Their home sat near the outer ring, the poor people's zone, if he had to name it. Houses here were simpler, smaller, built from woven reeds and mud instead of proper wooden beams. You could tell they had power by how much smoke rose from their roof. Every few huts, he'd see someone, mostly women, grinding something in stone bowls, or men squatting, scraping animal hides with sharpened bone tools. Kids ran around half-naked, kicking a round lump of stitched hide that barely counted as a ball. Primitive, yeah, but not dirty like documentaries made it look. The air was clean, crisp, rich with smoke and wildflowers. People weren't filthy, either. Their skin glowed from sun and oil, their clothes rough but clearly washed. He realized how lazy modern humans had become. Out here, everything was done by hand, and everyone actually moved. He passed by a few older men squatting by a fire pit, roasting something that smelled halfway between fish and snake. They nodded at him, murmuring softly in greeting. He nodded back. A few women by the huts smiled faintly, whispering to each other. He caught bits of it. Lyra's boy? Didn't he almost die? Spirit must favor him. He pretended not to hear, just kept walking, muttering something like mourning that probably didn't exist in their language. He passed a group of older men squatting near a fire, roasting something long and shiny, a fish or maybe a lizard. One of them looked up and grinned, toothless. Alive after all, huh? Barely, Sol replied, giving a tired salute. The man laughed, shaking his head. The further he walked, the more the huts thinned out until trees began to replace walls. The path curved downward, eventually opening into a clearing following the sound of rushing water. And then finally the river. By the time he reached the river, his jar arm was starting to ache a little. The path dipped down into a wide clearing where sunlight spilled across the water. The river was clear, shockingly clear, like liquid glass, weaving between smooth stones. Wide, calm, clear enough to see the pebbles glittering at the bottom. Sunlight bounced off the surface in ripples. Birds circled overhead, crying out in high, clean notes. The smell of fresh water impacted his senses. He just stood there for a moment, watching. As it washed over him all at once, the smell of water and wet soil, the coolness on his skin, and the shimmer of sunlight on the water surface. The air here was cooler, wetter. A few birds called out somewhere upstream. On the upper bank, people filled jars and pots. On the lower, women scrubbed clothes, laughing between splashes. Children splashed and laughed in the shallows, their laughter echoing. Chapter 21. Taru in Classified News. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. Taru in Classified News. He stood there for a moment, watching it all. The laughter, the rhythm, the strange beauty of it. Not bad, he muttered. For the middle of nowhere. He crouched down to fill his jar. The cool water rushed over his fingers. Clean and soft. It's the cleanest water he had ever seen, even better than that sold for thousands of dollars. Well, being in primitive world also has its own merit. At least he doesn't have to worry about pollution. Suddenly, behind him, someone called his name. Sol. He turned to see a tall young man waving. Broad shoulders, rough clothes, easy grin. The memory about him rushed forward, and he remembered who he was. Taru, the only guy in the tribe the original soul actually got along with. Closest thing to a friend here. Skinny, wiry, looked like he and T slept properly in months. But had that annoying grin like life couldn't kill him even if it tried. You're walking around already? Taro said, grinning wide as he jogged over. Thought you'd end up with the ancestors by now. Spirits really like you, huh? Yeah. Disappointing everyone as usual, Soul said, shaking his head. Taru grinned wider. Good. Stay like that, or else Viewrock and those pissheads will think they won. Them. He remembers those piss heads in his mouth. By a novel-esque standards, they are the minor villains of everyday life. The kind who didn't kill you, but always wish they could. In simple terms, loud, arrogant. Useless pricks living off their family's reputations. And if he remembered correctly, they always made fun of him and ostracized him as as possible, and they were the ones who instigated his previous self to take the hunting right without even training. And just by the extent of haters these memories carried, he knew how much those fuckers tormented the previous self, even though all he wanted to skin those fucker alive and toss them in wilderness for monsters to eat. The last shred of rationality forced him to calm down, as he had just transmigrated, and even though he had almost all the memories, they were still from the previous self's point of view, not necessarily the reality. So there was great risk of bias, and there was even more of the stuff he didn't know, which required him to explore himself. So he just snorted. They can eat shit. I'm not in the mood. As for taking revenge and stuff, there will definitely be, but not yet. Taru clicked his tongue, lowering his voice. Well, don't give them attention. But did you hear they're already sniffing around, bragging about how they're going to get first pick today? Solfros. First pick of what? Taru leaned closer, eyes darting around like he was passing classified intel. Hunters. They're coming back today. Sol raised a brow. Really? Yeah. Heard it from Koru's wife. Taru whispered, very seriously, as if Koru's wife was some kind of oracle. She said she saw the smoke signal from the ridge. Means they return before soon. Sol no dead slowly. And you should be ready, Taru added, voice dipping even lower. You know how they are? They pretend nothing else left again. Hearing this, a few more memories flashed in his mind, and instantly anger rose in his chest. He remembered the original Soul's memories, standing in line for the meat distribution, stomach empty, watching those bastards laugh as they took the best cuts and left the smallest pieces for them. Even now, just thinking about it made his jaw tighten. Taru noticed and jabbed his shoulder lightly. Hey, don't look like that. They're waiting for you to make a scene. Solufa abitelo. Make a scene? If they try that shit again, I'll shove a bone down. Yeah, Taru cut in quickly. Just be careful. The chief is in a good mood whenever hunters return. Don't get thrown out or something. Sol smirked. Relax. I'm not stupid. Taru raised both brows. You say that, but last week you got angry by them and went for the hunting right and came back half dead. Well, he was speechless. He couldn't say that it was previous soul not him. So, he kept his mouth shut. Anyways, remember, you fight, you die. You stay quiet, you eat another day. That's the way things work. Soul looked down at the water again, watching how his reflection distorted every time he moved. The river flowed steady calm, not caring who starved or who feasted. They stood there for a moment, watching villagers pass by. A woman carrying a basket gave Soul a warm smile. A kid stared at the clay jar like it was some legendary artifact. A pair of young eyes gave him that up-and-down look, the why aren't you dead yet kind. Taru shoved his hands into his ragged waistcloth and exhaled. Anyway, good to see you well. Sol no dead. Good to be well. Don't get killed. No promises. Taru barked a laugh and slapped his back before heading off, probably to flirt with a girl who'd pretend she didn't see him. Sol sigid. Lifting the jar again. Hunters returning meant food. Meat. Real food that wasn't tea, just some weird fruits, and even weird roots and wild vegetables. But it also meant conflict, and those pricks weren't going to let him just stand in line and walk away with a fair share. He already felt that simmering frustration building in his chest, that raw, burning sense of injustice. How much his aunt and the girls suffered, how this tribe treated the weak like trash, how powerless the previous soul had been. Well, he was the same soul now. He tightened his grip on the jar. Come, he muttered to himself. Let us see if today is the day I break someone's teeth. He turned to leave, his mind still chewing on the earlier conversation, the sound of the rushing water fading behind him. Something deep in his gut told him that quiet life this tribe had, it wasn't going to stay quiet for long. Chapter 22. Sudden Chaos. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. Sudden chaos. The walk back felt longer than before. Well, of course it did. Probably because he decided to wander through the village instead of taking the straight path. So, yeah, obviously it's going to take long, no shit. Anyways, the first thing he noticed was obviously the people. Honestly, it's hard to notice them unless you're blind or something. They were literally everywhere. Women doing various chores, such as weaving grass mats, baskets, etc. Kids happily running barefoot without a care, leaving behind the dust. And finally men. The ratio of men to women was pitifully low, like maybe 1 or 2 men for every 10 women, and even they were just mostly young. But what really caught his attention wasn't what they were doing. It was how they looked. In one simple word, beautiful, wild, sun-kissed, lean and muscular, with clear, streamlined body shapes. They had that wild, untamed aura to them like coming straight from an aesthetic video game, where creators spent years just making them look pleasing. It's not that there were not many ugly people, but they were absolutely a minority. Heck then, they were more beautiful than many so-called internet influencers with dozens of layers of makeup. Even the older women had this raw, earthy charm to them, their faces carved with lines that spoke of storms weathered and fires tended. They moved with purpose, every gesture balanced and confident. Their hair, black or brown or even pale gold, was braided with feathers, beads, or strips of bark that shimmered when sunlight hit them. The younger ones? Yeah, they were walking chaos. Barefoot, wild-haired, wearing animal hide skirts that clung to their hips, skin glistening from oil and sweat. It was obviously not perfumes, just natural raw scents of smoke, berries, wildflowers, and something distinctly human. Nearby, a trio of big-breasted girls haul water jars, their hips swaying rhythmically as they giggle. One of them particularly catches your eye, tall with dark skin and thick streamlined thighs glistening with sweat. She looks at him and flashes a curious smile before turning away. He had to force himself not to stare too long. "All right," he muttered, "calm down, caveman brain." But honestly, it was impossible not to. They were beautiful in a way that made your heart speed up and throat dry up. Raw, untamed, unpolished. Like beauty wasn't something they tried for. It was just how they existed. Maybe it's the genes, maybe it's the environment, or maybe all people in this world are so fucking beautiful, as they had this wild, untamed vibe to them. And yet, even among them, the one who stood out the most was undisputedly him. From the memories, he knew that he was handsome, but damn, he really didn't expect this fucking much attention. It was like he was walking on a fashion runaway. Eyes followed him when he walked past, as if he was carrying a Kohinoor in his hands. Whispered voices trailed in his wake. Of course, the men didn't seem as entertained. A few frowned openly. One spat on the ground. Another glared at him like he just declared himself chief. So did Sigid. Great. New world, same jealous assholes. But of course, he wouldn't pay attention to these barely kids. He had more important stuff to do, and that was looking at the beauties. Reaching home, he carefully placed the clay jar gently in a corner, even though he had filled it to the brim, but he still didn't feel even a little bit tired. Maybe it's because tribal people are just much stranger than the modern ones. He couldn't help muttering as he stepped back outside. He couldn't help it. The village, or more importantly beauties, pulled at his curiosity like a magnet. He wanted to see it properly this time. At least understand what kind of damn place he'd woken up in. The Osari tribe. Well, his tribe now stretched wider than it first looked. It's made of straw mud, and wooden frames dotted the open plains like scattered nests. No two were the same. Some were round, some long and narrow, others built half into the ground to stay cool. Paths obviously weren't paved. They were just dirt tracks beaten flat by countless feet. But even then, there was a strange rhythm to them. The further he got into the tribe, the denser the house became. And even though they were seemingly scattered around, they all were in a rough, round shape, with the most important places in the village located in the center. Just as he was admiring the primitive aesthetics, suddenly a deep, guttural horn echoed across the whole tribe like a beast had just roared over. For a second, everyone and everything seemed to just freeze. Conversations cut off mid-laugh. Hands froze mid-work, heads snapped up. You could almost feel the pause, like the hush that comes before chaos. Then suddenly, it was like someone threw a bucket of cold water into pouring hot oil. The whole place exploded into motion. People started shouting, women dropped what they were doing, kids tripped over each other. The men who had been half asleep suddenly looked like they'd been struck by lightning. The calm hum of the village twisted into a frenzy of voices, shouting, laughter, the scuff of bare feet against packed dirt. And without doubt, everyone was moving toward the same direction, the big wooden gate that sealed the tribe from the wilderness. Soul blinked, jarred by the sudden chaos. What the hell, Dash? Then, he suddenly remembered and finally knew what was happening. He calmly looked up, watching the wave of excitement ripple through the crowd. Every person, young or old, suddenly had somewhere to be. He tilted his head, looking thoughtfully. Let's see what happens. He tucked his hands behind his head and started walking with the flow, not rushing like the rest, just following the current of bodies and noise. The dust kicked up around his feet as people ran past him, shouting things he'd barely caught. Chapter 23. Embodiment of Cruelty. Chapter 23. Chapter 23. Embodiment of Cruelty. Hey, do you think they brought anything back this time? How the heck would I know? I've been right here with you. Did you see them? Over by the ridge. Look. Are they carrying anything? Hard to tell. They're too far. Maybe they caught something this time. Or maybe they didn't What if they didn't again? Don't say that, hush. But last time they came back empty, remember? Shoo, keep your voice down. Let us just hope all the hunters are back this time. Hope that the spirits were kind. Well, that was the conversation he had heard all along the way. Snippets tumbling over each other, carried on quick steps and hurried breaths. Some voices were sharp with worry, whispering about whether they'd make it back whole. Others were bright, almost giddy, imagining meat roasting, fires burning stronger. A few were anxious, words tripping over themselves, afraid of silence, afraid of disappointment. The hunters were finally coming back, but unlike other people, he wasn't as much excited. Anyways, the whole air smelled of dust, sweat, and excitement. Everyone seemed to carry that restless spark in their eyes. Hope, hunger, relief. For most of them, this wasn't just about welcoming people home. This was survival returning through the gates. Food, proof they'd live a little longer. By the time he reached the square before the wooden gate, the crowd was thick. People were packed together, shoulder to shoulder, craning their necks, standing on stones, tiptoeing just to get a glimpse of what was coming. Some of them even climbed on small rocks or logs to get a better view. There was this raw, primitive kind of joy that rippled through the people, loud and real. You could tell that in this world, nothing was guaranteed. So every small victory, every returning hunter felt like a damn miracle. The gates were still shut, but even then it made everyone restless. He squeezed through, half annoyed, half curious. Faces all around him glowed with excitement. The hunters' wives whispering near the front, the kids bouncing, elders mumbling prayers under their breath. And yeah, he couldn't help but get caught up in it too. He smiled faintly, trying to blend in, when suddenly a discordant voice stabbed through the noise. Well, look who out his hole. The words slid into his ear like sandpaper. It was sharp, mocking, and too damn familiar. Sol Isha Nikwisha. His good mood immediately souring. He turned his head slowly, already annoyed and knowing it wasn't going to be anything good. A small group of teenagers stood off to the side, muscular, shirtless, cocky little bastards, all trying too hard to look tough. You could tell right away they weren't happy to see him. Their expressions were a mess, some sneering, some smirking, but the same thread ran through all of them: jealousy. And something else, like they'd just seen a ghost crawl out of the dirt. And right in the center stood the biggest asshole of them all. Burok, broad-shouldered, a bit muscular than others, with a smug look on his face, with that permanent "my brother a hunter, so I can act like a king" face. He stared back, frowning, his body tensed, not out of fear, but old irritation bubbling up from memories that weren't fully his, but still burned like they were. The one in the center stepped forward. Up close, he was tall, had a sharp chin and eyes like a lizard. Burok. Yeah, the name slid into his head from those half-digested memories of the previous soul. And with the name came the dirt in his mouth again, the shove in the dirt, laughter ringing in his ears. The stolen food, not eaten, but ground into the dirt under Burok's heel, just to watch him starve. The bruises that weren't his, but still throbbed in his bones. The sneer across his face when he said, "Even your dead parents knew you were useless. That's why they're gone. They couldn't stand you." The laughter when he stumbled, the deliberate trip, the crowd watching and doing nothing, just because Burok's brother was a hunter, and that made him untouchable. Each memory jagged, incomplete, but sharp enough to sting. And now, standing here, they all came clawing back as if the humiliation had been carved into his own skin. Mockery, hunger, grief desecrated, so much that Burok's grin wasn't just a face in front of him, but the embodiment of every cruelty he'd ever endured. Unaware of all of this. "Well," Burok said with that little shit-eating grin of his, the cripple walking again. "Guess the gods aren't picky about who they save." He made a clawing gesture with his hand, mimicking a beast's swipe. His little gang laughed, loud and stupid, like it was the funniest thing ever said. But he didn't say anything and just stared in silence, with his jaws clenched together, lips pressed tight, and eyes flat devoid of any emotion, so as to not give him any satisfaction. That kind of silence that isn't obviously weak, but the kind that makes people shift uncomfortably without knowing why. Burok frowned. "What? Nothing to say?" Burok pressed, grin twitching a bit now. "Or did you lose your tongue along with your balls?" That got an even louder laugh. The laughter went on, awkward and forced, but Soul still didn't flinch. He tilted his head, cracked his neck slightly, remembering his and his aunt's situation, exhaled and finally said, in a low, almost bored voice, "You done talking? Or do you need a script next time?" Vurok's smirk twitched, and the laughter behind him faltered. As always, a few of the nearby tribesmen glanced over, whispers starting to ripple, before turning away. Vurok took a step forward, eyes narrowing. "Careful, cripple. Your tongue might work again, but your luck's still shit." "Yeah?" Sol tilted his head, still smiling. "So is your face. Guess the gods are fair after all." The words hit harder than any punch could, because he had always been insecure due to his face. And the reason he detested Sol so much, aside from other deeper reasons, was because of his handsome face. For a second, the world seemed to hold its breath. The nearby chatter quieted, just enough for people to notice the shift in air, that sudden tension, the kind that makes you stop mid-sentence because they knew someone else about to get wrecked again. Vurok's face twisted, all color draining before fury rushed back in. He was already angry enough that this fucking bastard dared to talk back to him, but hearing this, his jaw tightened, his knuckles cracked, and that thin thread of restraint snapped clean in half. And without caring about the crowd, he lunged forward with a snarl. Dash! His fist tore through the air, fast and ugly. The crowd gasped, half in shock, half in sick excitement. But before the punch could land, Sol was already moving. He'd seen that motion before, not just once, but a dozen times in the fragmented memories left behind by the body as previous owner. That same wild swing, that same dumb arrogance. His predecessor may have been scared, but he wasn't, and he was ready this time. He shifted, knees bending, body leaning just enough. The punch missed by a hair. And then, Chapter 24. Ain't dying a coward again, Chapter 24. Chapter 24. Ain't dying a coward again, boom. The loud, guttural horn blew again. The sound rolled through the air, echoing through the village. It felt like the sound rushing through their skulls, shocking everyone present. And as if on cue, everyone turned their head towards the gate, not caring about children's fight anymore. "The hunters!" Someone yelled. That one word flipped the mood like a switch. Even Vurok stopped mid-swing, blinking in surprise. The fight, the anger, the insults, all forgotten in a single heartbeat. But so wasn't he done. Oh no, not even close. Before Vurok could even react, Sol moved and crouched down a bit with a swift twist of his hips, and his fist slammed right into Vurok's gut with a solid, satisfying thud. Varric instantly felt the air escaping with a single choking gasp. His face paled and beads of sweat appeared on his face. Seeing this, Sol flashed a satisfied smile and leaned closer and said in a voice only they could hear, "This is just the start. From now on, I'll make your life worse than death." Without waiting for his reaction, he flashed a cruel grin and slipped away, mixing between people in a flash. Vurok stayed frozen, bent over, mouth open but no sound coming out. His face went pale, sweat popping out on his forehead as pain rolled through his stomach in waves. A couple of his lackeys turned around, confused. Did he miss the whole thing? Too busy gawking at the gates like idiots. "A boss?" One of them asked. "You good? Why you clutching your belly? Wasn't he the one about to punch him? Where'd that bastard go?" Vurok's eyes twitched. He took a shaky breath, trying to look normal, but failing miserably. I suddenly got a shit," he managed, voice cracking halfway through. They blinked in confusion. "And that bastard?" Vurok forced a grin, an ugly twisted kind that looked like his face couldn't decide whether to cry or fart. Of course, ran off with his tail between his legs, that slippery bastard, he wheezed out, voice still shaking from that punch to the gut. His crew nodded right away, not questioning a thing. They already had their script for Sol, well, the old Sol, that quiet pushover who always slipped out of reach just fast enough to avoid a real beating. Even though they still always managed to find him and always gave him a good beating to vent their anger and jealousy. Yeah, a roach. That's what he'd been. The unkillable kind, but still a damn roach. They bought Vurok's bullshit story without blinking. Even patted his shoulder like he was some big man for chasing off the cripple. They didn't question why Vurock was folded over slightly. They didn't question where Soul went. They didn't question why he sounded like every word scraped his stomach raw. Thinking wasn't he their strength anyway? Meanwhile, Soul had already disappeared into the river of cheering villagers, the horns still echoing into his ears. Everyone was feverishly looking toward the gates, all smiles and laughter, voices mixing together like a drunk song. And in that chaos, Soul just kept walking, blending in like smoke. His heart was still thudding hard, though, that kind of hard you get after a fight, that messy, shaky rush when the anger is still buzzing in your blood. And in 2 lifetimes, it was his first real fight. Except getting beaten, he didn't know why his body just moved instinctively, and more importantly, the easy he wanted. And from the various memories, he knew that it was a stupid move, maybe even suicidal, something he should have never done. But fuck it, he'd do it again. The second that bastard threw that punch, something inside him snapped. Maybe it was the leftover memories from a body, the bruises, the beatings, the humiliation. Or maybe it was just him, as his old life wasn't any better, even though he wanted to learn fighting and be like those heroes in movies. But alas, life wasn't a movie. Every time something happened, he would always be the one to get beaten, even though he really tried to fight back. But life is just a shit show, not caring about your efforts or whims. When he trained enough to fight one bastard, they would bring 2, and when he somehow trained to face off 2, those motherfuckers would bring a whole gang. Man, he really tried, but he really wasn't some main character and didn't awaken any power mid-fight. So, in the end, the result always remained the same, him getting beaten up. Slowly as he grew up, he made peace with the fact that he was just extra in this world. So he was always quiet, always shrinking, always hoping someone else would step in and fix the shit. But no more. If this world wanted to test him, he'd hit back. If this place wanted to kill him, he'd bite its throat first. He didn't care if it was stupid. He didn't care if Vurock came swinging tomorrow with his whole family behind him. He was living like a coward again. He didn't care what the reason was anymore. He'd been through that whole cycle already. The quiet humiliation, the swallowing of anger, the pretending it didn't bother him. And for what? To keep peace? To avoid trouble? Yeah, screw that. Trouble always comes anyway. Might as well swing first. So yeah, maybe it wasn't smart to hit Vurock. Maybe it was the dumbest thing he could done right now. But he felt alive. Really alive. And that alone made it worth it. He spat to the side, still half grinning, half fuming. Whatever happens, happens, he muttered under his breath. Anyway, I'm dying a coward again. The horn blasted again, this time much longer and deeper. The kind of sound that crawled in a bone and made everyone freeze for a heartbeat before exploding into cheers. Faint sound of footsteps and something being dragged was heard. All of the tribe looked towards the gate with a mix of hope and dread as the guards rushed forward to open the gate. The hunters were finally back. He also paused and looked toward the massive wooden gate ahead, its logs carved with the tribe as old scars and victories, and the same one that kept the wilderness out and their fragile little world safe. Chapter 25. Hunters return. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. Hunters return with a dull thud. The massive wooden gate was slowly yanked open by 4 strong men, and the first thing that came to view was a carcass. Massive carcass, like about 12 to 15 feet tall, its jaw gaping like a split boulder. Blood trailed in dark threads, teeth like knives glinting coldly in the sunlight. The visual spectacle of blood, gore, and its massive jaw was really overwhelming. Then almost immediately the smell of iron, damp fur, and something unexplainable but disgusting hit the nose. The smell was so overwhelming that for a moment he wanted to retch, but seeing the people around him not caring much about it, he managed to control it. Looking down from the massive carcass, a dozen men came into view, probably hunters. Their bodies lean and muscles popping out, and faces were smeared with something red and dust. Look at the size of it. By the spirits, its head alone could feed us for days. The hunters are finally back. See the teeth. They are definitely sharper than stone blades. They dragged the carcass with makeshift vine ropes, lashed around the beast's body as its legs flopped on one side, guts half exposed, with various innards popping out. Its whole body was riddled with small and large wounds and spears. Even though the hunters also had various levels of injuries and exhaustion etched on their face, but it still couldn't conceal the feeling of pride. For a moment, silence blanketed the tribe. Then, ahhhh. Then a moment later people broke out in overwhelming cheers. Some even cried out on the spot. As the crowd moved forward to see the body closer, some even touched the beast, as if to feel if it was real. What is that thing? But he was still focused on a massive carcass. He tried hard, but still didn't recognize this massive beast. Just then the sound of horn came again, but this one was clearly different. If the one before was loud and warning, then this one was low but majestic. Hearing this, the crowd suddenly went silent, and almost simultaneously turned their heads behind him. What now? Seul murmure. He naturally turned around and saw a somewhat handsome and majestic middle-aged man walking with a few strong men. Contrary to common people, their bodies taut with thick muscles, wearing only beast hides around their bodies. But in front of that handsome middle age, they paled in comparison, like comparing a common man to a bodybuilder. The difference was staggering. He almost instantly recognized the man. He was the chief of Osari tribe, Thrun, and undoubtedly the one strongest. The whole damn place folding around him like a shadow. He walked like he owned gravity. Tall, wide, bones that looked like they were carved from raw timber. Tattoos curled up his arms and across his chest, some marks white with age, others fresh. His face was neutral, with no smile and no fanfare. Just that presence that made you stand straighter without even trying. What the hell? Why do I seem to hate him? But he didn't know what's seeing him. An intense feeling of disgust rose in his heart, as if he wanted to punch his smug face hard. He searched his memories and soon found out the reason, as his eyes glinted with intense hatred. But he took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Meanwhile, seeing the tribal chief, the crowd parted in two sides as he strode forward, dull echo of his feet the only sound in whole tribe at this moment. His eyes lingered on the carcass, the torn hide, the shattered jaw, the spears jutting like thorns, and a slow smile spread across his weathered face. He raised his hand high, the carved bone bracelet on his hand catching the light. "Hunters," he said, voice carrying above the noise. "You have done what few could dream. You have brought down a beast that will feed us, clothe us, and remind our children of your courage. Tonight, the tribe will remember your names." The hunters bowed their heads, pride burning through exhaustion. The chief turned to the gathered villagers, his voice swelling into command. "Prepare the fires, bring out the drums, salt the meat, hang the teeth, and let the blood mark our victory. Tonight, we celebrate not only the hunt, but the strength of our people." A roar of approval surged through the crowd. Women rushed to fetch pots and spices. Children darted to gather wood, and elders began chanting the old songs. The air shifted from awe to frenzy, laughter, tears, and the pounding rhythm of drums echoing against the walls. The beast lay heavy in the dust, but already it was becoming more than flesh. It was a story, a triumph, a promise. The chief's command rippled through the crowd like fire through dry grass. At once, the village moved. Children raced to gather wood, their laughter sharp against the heavy silence that had hung moments before. Women hauled out clay pots, filling them with water and herbs. Elders struck flint, coaxing sparks into flame. Soon, smoke curled upward, carrying the promise of feast. Drums began, first a single beat, steady as a heartbeat, then more joined, weaving rhythm into frenzy. The sound pulled bodies into motion, feet stamping, hands clapping, voices rising. The hunters, though weary, were lifted by the crowd. Children touched their arms, elders pressed hands to their shoulders, and the chief himself raised his staff again. Tonight, he declared, we dance until the stars burn low. Tonight, we honor the hunt, the fallen, and the living. Even though the whole tribe was celebrating around him, Sol remained silent as he watched everything around him with a calm look, as if the whole thing didn't have much to do with him. Suddenly something, no more like someone, caught his eyes. It was a girl. He had seen her from a distance before and thought pretty. But seeing her up close, he immediately discarded that because she wasn't just pretty. She was simply breathtaking. Unlike the people in whole tribe with tan skin, her skin was pale, so pale that it seemed to suck the color out of nearby things. White hair braided with tiny bones and silver eyes that looked at everything around her with indifference, as if the whole triad didn't matter to her. Her face was cold and indifferent. Chapter 26. Contempt Meat Distribution. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. Contempt Meat Distribution. Her cold gaze passed across the crowd, and it landed on him. A single look, contempt so casual it could have been a tick. No dramáticas ner, no y la verdad disgust. Just that tiny, dismissive flick, as if he were staying on her dress. The sting dug into him harder than the punch from Vierock. He wanted to say something. He wanted to spit back a line that would twist her head. He wanted to rip off her flawless face like a mask and show what she really was. But before he could do or say anything, she turned and left, leaving him standing there confused. What the heck was that? Then, as if some deeper memory fragments clicked in, and he remembered who she was. She was Salon, the literal moon of Osari and Chief Tharun's daughter. The White Swan, the one even elders whispered about with that weird mix of respect and caution. The girl blessed by the shamans at birth. The tribe's so-called future. Their pride. Their untouchable treasure and whatever title they slapped on her. A flood of specific memories washed over him. Of course not his own, but belonging to the body he now inhabited. Going through the memories. God, you sad bastard, he muttered, and couldn't help shaking his head. As for what they were, well, in simple terms, the previous soul had been simply pathetic. As one of the most handsome men in the village, he didn't have any shortage of suitors, but he had only been infatuated with her. He had been the toad, gazing up at the white swan, worshipping the ground she walked on. And that look she just gave him, it wasn't new. It was the same look she had given him 3 years ago when he had foolishly tried to offer her a polished river stone, a token of affection. She and even rejected him verbally. She had simply walked around him, careful not to let her furs brush against his skin, as if he carried a plague. Great, Sol muttered, rubbing his temples. Not only am I weak, but I'm also the village stalker. No wonder she looked at me like I was fresh dung. He shook his head, forcibly dispelling the lingering emotions of the previous owner. Shame wasn't useful. Anger was better, but right now, hunger was the strongest of all. By now, the atmosphere in the tribe had shifted from chaotic excitement to organized festivity. The massive carcass was already being dismantled. Skilled butchers were slicing through the thick hide. Mostly older women with arms like knotted wood, and men who had retired from the hunt, but knew the anatomy of a beast better than their own wives. They didn't hack mindlessly. They worked with surgical precision, using tools of chipped obsidian and sharpened bone. Sol watched in fascination as 2 men climbed onto the ribcage. One grunted, "Push harder, let go." "I am pushing." They jammed wedges into the sternum. With a wet, tearing sound that made the crowd shiver in anticipation, the thick hide was peeled back like a heavy rug, exposing steaming layers of dark red muscle and thick slabs of yellow fat. The heat radiating from the open body was visible, rising in faint misty columns against the cooling evening air. Nothing was wasted, not even a single drop. Younger women moved in a coordinated rhythm, shoving large clay pots under the severance points to catch the thick, dark blood before it could hit the dust. It would be boiled into a soup or mixed with meal for the warriors. Others grabbed the spilled intestines, dragging the glistening, gray ropes, yards long, toward the river to be emptied and washed for casings. Then came the cracking of bones. Men with heavy stone mallets smashed the massive thigh bones, splitting them open to reveal the rich, gelatinous marrow inside, a delicacy reserved for the elders and pregnant women. The smell of raw iron was replaced by the mouth-watering scent of fresh meat as they cut open the beast in different parts, Just by looking at it, he couldn't help gulp. How long had it been since he last had the meat? He watched as the best cuts, the liver, the heart, and the tenderloin, were carried ceremoniously toward the chief's elevated platform. The hunters received large, bone-in slabs, laughing as they tore into the remaining flesh, grease running down their chins. The elders and the women were given the neck shares, decent cuts of flank and shoulder. But as the meat was distributed down the line, the portions grew smaller and the quality dropped. By the time it was the turn of those living on the outer edge, the dregs of the tribe, there was little left but tough neck meat and a few more chunks. Sol watched it with a tight jaw, his chest buzzing like someone had kicked a hive inside his ribs. People around him, the other outcasts, tried to make peace with their lot, murmuring soft platitudes to comfort themselves. That is how it's always been. We need the hunters strong. They protect us. Don't complain. At least we get something. Better than starving. Sol hated this defeatist shit. It was the mantra of the weak, the lullaby they sang to themselves to accept their place in the dirt. He waited in line, but every time he stepped forward, he was deliberately stalled. Wait, the distributor would grunt, waving a family past him. Not yet. He was pushed to the very last, forced to watch the pile dwindle until the fires were dying down and the celebration was quieting. Even though anger simmered in his gut, he endured it, his face a mask of stone. Suddenly, the murmuring around him changed. People stepped back, their voices dropping to fearful whispers. Sol looked up from the dust, and that S when he saw them. Vurak and his lackeys were standing right in front of the remaining meat pile, acting as if they were the ones who had brought the beast down single-handedly. Vurak seemed completely fine from the punch Sol had landed earlier. In fact, he looked energized by spite. He was scanning the thinning crowd, eyes hunting, until they locked onto Sol. A grin spread across his face. A real greasy one. The kind that said, I'm going to enjoy this. Well, here comes the trouble. Sol muttered helplessly, but he didn't flinch. He folded his arms and stared right back. Chapter 27. I am here for my share. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. I am here for my share. Everyone in the village had a right to meat. It was the oldest rule of the tribe. If you were part of the Osari, you ate. No one could deny it, not even the tribal chief, let alone a petty bully. Otherwise, there would be no reason for tribe to exist. Everyone did their own share of work for tribe, and in exchange they got food and safety. That is how the system worked in this savage world, so Sol didn't feel anxious. He just stared ahead with cold, calculating eyes, waiting to see what kind of shit they were going to stir. When his turn finally came, most of the crowd had dispersed to their huts to feast. The group of boys who hung around Vurak like flies on a wound had already secured the best remaining chunks. The old man in charge of distributing, a withered elder with cloudy eyes, waved Sol forward with a dismissive hand. Your turn, he muttered, tired and done with this day. Sol stepped up, ignoring the fatigue on the old man's face, though his chest was already burning with a low, steady anger. Immediately, Vurak stepped in front of him, blocking the path to the meat. He stood with a heavy hand on his chest, smirking like a dog sniffing something rotten. Well, Vurak drawled, his voice loud enough for the lingering crowd to hear. Look who crawled out of bed to beg. Snickers erupted from the lackeys standing in the shadows behind him. Sol didn't move the hand off his chest. He didn't shove back. He just looked at the hand, then slowly lifted his gaze to Vurak's face. He stared him dead in the eyes with an intense, silent warning. A look that didn't belong to a crippled boy, but to a predator. Seeing this look, Vurak couldn't help but flinch. The memory of that earlier punch flashed through his mind, the shock, the pain. He coughed awkwardly and instinctively removed his hand himself, stepping back half an inch. But the moment he did, he realized what he had done. His face flushed red. He remembered his status, his size, and his audience. Anger surged back, hotter than before. He couldn't believe he had just been scared by a cripple. Sol didn't care much about his internal conflict. He had already died once. He didn't give a damn about dying again. I'm here for my share, Sol said coldly. Share? Vurak barked out an angry laugh, desperate to regain face, looking around at his friends. What share? There's nothing left. Sol shifted his gaze to the old distributor, expecting the elder to intervene and uphold the law. But the old man just coughed awkwardly and turned his gaze away, pretending to be suddenly fascinated by the edge of his obsidian knife. Sol lifta bro. He pointed a stiff finger past Vurak's shoulder, directly at the pile of remaining flesh. Then what is that? Oh, those are for storage. Vurak snapped immediately, the lie coming out smooth as if he de-rehearsed it. Winter is coming. Everyone knows that. We have to stock up. Sol stared at the pile. There were still decent chunks there, leg muscles, some ribs with fat still clinging to them. Nothing huge, but definitely meat. And he didn't buy the excuse for a second. Winter was still months away. The tribe never started preserving this early in the season. Everyone in the tribe has a right to meat, Sol said, his voice dropping an octave, pronouncing every syllable like a hammer hitting stone. It is the law. Oh, is there? Vurak tapped his chin, feigning deep thought. Let me think. Oh, now that I think about it, you're right. There really is. Vurak's face suddenly twisted into a sneer. But what can we do? You have to think about the tribe. The hunters hunted with so much effort, risking their lives. We can't waste good meat on waste like you. Hearing this, the lackeys behind him started laughing loudly, making various mocking noises. They chimed in, eager to please their leader. Yeah, right? One shouted, My father almost died hunting that beast. Why should you eat his kill? Go eat grass, just like the bastard you are, cripple. Another jeered. Feeding him is like throwing meat into a swamp. Useless. You can't even lift a spear. Why do you need muscle? Sol turned to look at them one by one. They were all the children of hunters or elders, young men being trained as the next generation of warriors. They reeked of arrogance and unearned pride. He then turned around to look at the few remaining villagers still hovering nearby. Wherever his gaze went, they turned their heads away, suddenly interested in the dust or the sky, acting as if they hadn't seen or heard any of this injustice. Seeing this, Sol couldn't help but laugh. A short, cold sound. He knew from the previous Sol's memories that he was ostracized, but he didn't expect the rot to be this deep. The whole tribe was complicit. Were you laughing like a madman? The laugh ticked Vurak's nerves. He stepped forward aggressively, raising a fist, but then the phantom pain of his jaw stopped him. He awkwardly stepped back again, unsure. Sol stopped laughing. His face went deadpan. I am here for my share. He didn't shout. He just stated it as an absolute fact. Then he looked at the old man again. This time, the intensity in Sol's eyes was too much to ignore. The old man, feeling the pressure of that gaze, couldn't help but cough loudly toward Vurak's direction, a subtle signal to just end this. Vurak understood the signal. Give him something to make him leave. Okay, Vurak sneered. You want to share? I will give you your share. Saying this, he bent down, rummaging through the dirt near the bottom of the pile. He bypassed the good meat, digging until his hand found something discarded. He stood back up, grinning, and shoved something wet and slimy into Sol's hand. It was a piece of connective tissue attached to a shattered shard of bone. Gray tough, covered in dust and hair. It was barely edible even for the dogs. There, Vurak said smugly, wiping his greasy hands on his furs. Your share. Now get lost. Chapter 28. Eating shit. Chapter 28. Chapter 28. Eating shit. Sol looked at the pathetic scrap in his hand, then at Vurak's smug grin, and finally at the old man who was actively avoiding eye contact. He laughed, a low, cold sound that started in his chest and scraped its way up his throat. It wasn't a laugh of humor. It was the sound of a dam breaking. But instead of shouting, he calmly extended his hand and took the piece of meat. Seeing this, the old man breathed an audible sigh of relief. His shoulders slumped. As long as Sol took the piece, the transaction was complete. The law was technically upheld. He got his share, so no one could blame him now. Vurak and his lackeys burst into laughter, slapping their thighs. Yeah, Yeah, that is how it should be. Good dog, take the bone. Take it like the bastard you are and scram. Sol didn't move. He stood perfectly still, calmly weighing the piece of meat in his hand like a stone. Then, without a flicker of warning, he suddenly lunged. He moved with a speed that belied his lean frame, instantly closing the distance with Vurak and slammed that wet, heavy chunk of bone and gristle directly into the dead center of Vurak's face. Thwack! The sound was sickeningly wet, a mix of slap and crunch. Vurak didn't just stumble. He was lifted off his feet. He flew backward as if kicked by a mule, his arms flailing uselessly in the air. He landed squarely on his back in the butchery pit, a patch of ground churned into a slurry of mud, blood, and discarded entrails. He hit the slime with a wet splat that echoed through the sudden silence, sliding a few feet due to slipperiness before coming to a halt, his face coated in the filth. Everyone froze. The laughter died instantly, choked off in the throats of the lackeys. They stared, eyes wide, at their leader sprawled in the filth. Sol didn't even breathe hard. He just calmly dusted his hands, wiping the grease onto his trousers. Under the shocked gaze of the crowd, he spoke, his voice calm, but carrying a weight that drilled into everyone's ears. Shove it up your ass. If this trash is so good, I'll hunt my own food. Saying that, he turned and walked away coolly, his stride steady, as if the violence that just occurred had absolutely nothing to do with him. Vurak's lackeys looked from Sol to Vurak and back again. Some shifted their weight, wanting to rush forward and stop him, but they hesitated. There was something terrifying about Sol's calmness, a dark, heavy aura that pinned their feet to the ground. They didn't dare take a step. On the ground, Vurak lay dazed, staring up at the darkening sky. His brain was swimming in a thick fog. What happened? I was standing just now. Why is the ground wet? Why is the sky spinning? Did the moon fall on me? The world felt tilted. He blinked, trying to clear the red haze from his vision, seeing Sol walk away. The lackeys finally snapped out of their trance. They scrambled toward the mud pit, panic on their faces. Boss, are you okay? Vurak, can you hear me? Damn it, help him up. The shouting pulled Vurak back to reality. The pain in his nose registered first, followed by the cold slime soaking his back. He remembered. Sol, the meat, the wet slap. He struggled to sit up, his face twisting into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. He opened his mouth to roar a curse, but just then he felt something in his mouth. A small, gritty lump. Instinctively, like a reflex, he bit down and swallowed. Crunch. Gulp. A bitter, foul taste exploded on his tongue. A taste of rot and half-digested grass. He froze. His eyes bulged. He finally realized what he had just swallowed. The scrap Sol had hit him with wasn't just muscle. It was a piece of the beast's lower intestine, the part where the dung was stored. And he had just eaten it. The smell hit him a second later. Vurak's face turned green. Around him, the crowd gasped. Even his own lackeys recoiled, stepping back and covering their noses, looking at him with undisguised disgust. It was as if they were fighting the urge to retch just by looking at him. Dash. Vurak doubled over, his hands clawing into the mud, and puked. He vomited violently, emptying his stomach onto the ground he was sitting on. After finally retching everything he had eaten since yesterday, he wiped his mouth, tears of shame and rage stinging his eyes. He looked up at the retreating figure of Sol, now far in the distance. Sol! He screamed, his voice cracking, trembling with humiliation. You just wait. I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you. Even though Sol could hear the angry curses fading at his back, he didn't care. He continued walking forward, his steps lighter than they had been since he woke up in this body. He felt a profound, vibrating sense of satisfaction, as if years of stored farts had finally been released all at once. Ahem. Okay, that example is a bit too disgusting. Let us try again. It felt as if years of accumulated anger and suppression were finally washing away, leaving his mind clear and sharp. Once the initial rush of adrenaline and satisfaction faded, the cold air hit his face, bringing him back to reality. His pace slowed slightly as he began to calculate the fallout of this little saga. One thing was absolute. Vurok was not the type to let this rest. The man was a petty, vindictive bully who thrived on fear. Sol had just shattered that fear in front of the entire village. He is going to want blood, Sol muttered to himself, kicking a loose stone. Probably a lot of it. However, he was overly worried about the official channels, even though his actions were excessive. Remembering Vurok's shit-eating expression, perhaps a little too excessive, Sol knew the tribal politics. It was Vurok who had broken the law of distribution first. More importantly, Vurok was proud. Would the son of a lead hunter run, crying to the chief or the elders? Would he admit that a cripple had slapped him to the ground and force-fed him a piece of dung-filled intestine? Not a chance, Sol smirked. He'd rather die than publicize that he ate shit. If that story gets out, he'll never lead a hunting party in his life. He'll be the laughingstock of the Osari until the day he dies. So, the elders wouldn't be coming for him. The chief wouldn't bother with a squabble between children. That left only one real threat: Vurok and his lackeys taking matters into their own hands. They would come for him in the dark, away from prying eyes, looking to break a few bones to restore their lost honor. It will be difficult, Sol admitted, looking down at his own lean, malnourished arms. In a fair fight, right now he would lose. But his eyes didn't hold fear. Instead, a dangerous glint appeared in them, sharp as obsidian. If I can manage to raise my strength through that method, he whispered, his mind drifting toward the memory of a recent intimate encounter, then I want you to be afraid of them. In fact, they should be the ones afraid of me. Chapter 29. What is this power? Chapter 29. Chapter 29. What is this power? As he navigated the winding dirt paths leading away from the butchering area as Sol walked, his thoughts drifted to his aunt and cousins. The satisfaction of hitting Vurok began to sour into a heavy lump in his throat. Even though, in the past, the distribution wasn't usually this catastrophic. Sure, they were always last, and they always got the worst cuts, tough flank, neck meat, or scraps of fat, but it was usually edible. The previous Sol had been a master of invisibility. He would keep his head down, hunch his shoulders, and swallow every insult Vurok threw at him just to secure a few strips of protein for his cousins. It's because of me, Sol realized, his jaw tightening. It's because I punched Vurok this morning. But as the guilt flickered, a hotter, heavier anger surged to replace it. He finally realized why they hadn't been at the distribution. It wasn't that they didn't know the hunters were back. The horns were loud enough to wake the dead. The ground had practically shaken with the tribe's cheers. There was no way they didn't know. They knew, Sol muttered, kicking a stone into the darkness. They knew the hunters were back, and they chose not to come. He understood why. It was the shame. To stand in that line, surrounded by the sneers of the strong, holding out a bowl like a beggar only to receive pity or scorn. It was a soul-crushing ritual. His aunt, a woman who had once held her head high, likely didn't come knowing that they definitely wouldn't receive something edible. And it wasn't just them, it was the same for all the people living in the outer edges of the tribe. So where were they? The answer hit him with the force of a physical blow. Foraging. They had likely gone foraging in the outer jungle. While the tribe feasted safely within the walls, his family had likely slipped out the back gates to scour the fringe of the jungle for roots, berries, or perhaps, if the spirits were kind, a small rabbit or rodent. The thought made Sol's blood run cold, then boil. The outer jungle wasn't a garden. It was a death trap. It was the domain of prowlers, poisonous insects, and carnivorous flora. It was a place where grown men with spears walked cautiously, especially for women and children without warrior protection. They were risking their lives for berries and roots because the tribe they belonged to treated them like parasites. Damn them, he hissed, kicking up a cloud of dust. My aunt has to scrape through the dirt while these bastards glut themselves on meat. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The injustice was a physical weight on his shoulders. Just then, a coarse sound snapped him out of his thoughts. the sound of rustling fabric and heavy, panting breath. He snapped his head toward the noise, irritation flashing in his eyes. In the shadow cast by a mud-walled hut, where the afternoon sun fell in harsh slants across the packed earth, he saw a couple. It was one of the newly returned hunters, a man Soul recognized instantly just because of one particular reason, because it had a face like a flattened yam, with a squashed nose and uneven teeth and square face. And this bastard was tearing the clothes off a woman. Soul's eyes widened, not because of their action, because it was extremely common. It was because the woman was extremely stunning. Even in the dim light, her beauty was undeniable. She had the wild, raw allure of the primitive era. Skin the color of burnished copper, long, tangled dark hair that flowed down her back, and a body that was ripe and full. Her curves were barely contained by the rough hide she wore, her legs long and powerful. She seemed to be struggling, pushing at the hunter's chest, but not hard enough to stop him. It was the struggle of someone who had resigned herself to this. Damn, Soul muttered, his face twisting in disgust. These people are really shameless. Not even caring about the place or time. Just running like beasts in the street. He wanted to look away, but his eyes were glued to the scene. The hunter's rough hands were mauling her delicate skin, his ugly face trying to bury itself in her neck. Despite his anger, a jolt of heat shot through Soul's lower belly. He was a young man, and since waking up in this world, he had continuously been triggered, and even though Ant had helped him relieve his tension, what he wanted was to push her down and make her his. And now, seeing the sight of her exposed skin, the curve of her breast, as the hunter tried to yank her top down, it ignited a fire in him that conflicted violently with his rage. This ugly bastard gets to touch her? Soul thought, his jaw tightening. And I'm supposed to just walk by? Seeing that he couldn't get his way, that bastard decided to escalate things first. Soul's rage mixed with his frustration until he couldn't distinguish one from the other. The unfairness of it all, the meat, the power, the women, it all belonged to the strong, while the weak were expected to disappear. Enough, Soul barked out, almost without thinking. The anger boiled over, and he shouted at the hunter, his voice lacing with a strange, vibrating intensity. Stop! Get the hell out of here! He expected the hunter to curse him, maybe even attack him. But what happened next made Soul freeze. The hunter stopped instantly. His hands dropped from the woman's body as if he had been burned. His lust-filled eyes suddenly went blank, then fearful. Without saying a word, he pulled his furs back up, turned around, and walked away into the darkness. He just left. Soul stood there, mouth slightly agape. The beautiful woman was left standing against the wall of the hut, her clothes in disarray, looking completely bewildered. She blinked, looking at the retreating hunter, then at Soul. Soul gulped, staring at his own hands. What is this? Is this me? He needed to confirm it. His heart was pounding against his ribs like a trapped bird. The arousal was still there, now mixed with a darker, intoxicating curiosity. He looked at the woman. Her breathing was ragged, her skin flushed. You, Soul said, his voice trembling slightly before he steadied it. Lift your arms up. Chapter 30. Absolute Obedience. Chapter 30. Chapter 30. Absolute Obedience. He looked at the woman. Her breathing was ragged, her skin flushed. You, Soul said, his voice trembling slightly before he steadied it. Lift your arms up. To his utter surprise, the woman didn't argue. She didn't ask who he was. She simply smiled, a vacuous, compliant smile, and lifted her arms high, exposing her smooth, pale armpits to the cool air. Soul felt a rush of blood to his head that made him dizzy. It worked. She was listening. He took a step closer, the darkness in his eyes growing. The inhibition that usually held a man back was crumbling under this newfound power. Show me, he commanded, his voice dropping to a husky whisper. Show me everything. Take it off. The woman nodded as she playfully winked at him. Slowly and deliberately, her hands moved to the final fastenings of her skirt, a rough band of cured leather. With a simple tug, the knot came loose. Gravity did the rest. The hide skirt slid down her hips and hit the dust with a soft whomp. Sol stopped breathing. The soft afternoon light spilled across the courtyard, dancing across skin that was smooth and rich, the color of burnished copper. She wasn't tea like the starving, withered women on the outskirts of the tribe. She was full-bodied, healthy, a prize of the tribe. Her breasts were heavy and round, spilling out with a natural, unsupported weight, tipped with dark, large nipples that hardened visibly in the cool afternoon air. Her waist dipped inward before flaring out into wide, fertile hips and strong, muscular thighs, legs that were powerful, built for survival, yet maddeningly feminine. She stood there, completely unclothed, her hands resting idly by her sides. Her expression placid, waiting for his next command. Sol felt a dryness in his throat that had nothing to do with thirst. His heart hammered against his ribs, threatening to crack them. He had seen women before in his previous life, on screens, in magazines. But this raw, unfiltered, primitive nudity standing inches away from him was something else entirely. The smell of her, a mix of wild herbs, sweat, and woman, filled his nose, clouding his judgment. He took a step closer, the arousal in his veins now mixing with a terrifying sense of omnipotence. "Real," he muttered, his voice hoarse. He reached out, his hand trembling slightly, and brushed his fingertips against the side of her breast. It was warm, soft, incredibly elastic. She didn't flinch. She didn't scream or slap his hand away. She just let out a soft, breathy sigh and leaned slightly into his touch, her silver eyes fixed on him with total submission. Like a trained pet, the realization crashed down on Sol harder than the beast's carcass. The hunter hadn't left because he was scared. The woman wasn't stripping because she liked him. They were obeying. Odishit, Sol whispered, his hand gripping her soft flesh a little firmer, watching her reaction. "I can do anything." His fingers slowly moved down, tracing the curve of her sensual hips, digging slightly into the plush flesh. She felt solid, warm, and incredibly alive under his touch. It wasn't a dream. The rough texture of goosebumps rising on her skin from the cold air was real. The rapid pulse fluttering in her neck was real. "Kneel," Sol whispered, the words slipping out before he could even process it. Without a second of hesitation, the woman's knees hit the dirt. She sank down before him, her heavy breasts swaying slightly with the movement, her silver eyes looking up at him with that same eerie, blank adoration. She looked like a devotee before an altar, and he was the god she was praying to. A dark, twisted grin spread across Sol's face. The humiliation of the meat distribution, Vurok's sneer. The cold arrogance of the chief's daughter. It all seemed to shrink in the face of this absolute control. Here, in this shadow, he wasn't the cripple. He wasn't the waste. He was the master. He reached down, tangling his hand in her thick, dark hair, pulling her head back to expose the long line of her throat. He could overpower her here and now. He could compel this hunter's woman to submit to him on the ground, and she might even thank him for it. The thought sent a rush of dark desire through him, sharp and insistent. He leaned in, his face inches from hers, catching the scent of her skin. "Do as I say," he commanded. She parted her lips instantly, her tongue resting wet and pink against her teeth. Sol stared into that open mouth, his heart pounding like a war drum. He was on the edge, ready to unfold his fur clothes and lose himself in this newfound power. But just as his hand moved to his waist cord, a sudden rustling came from the bushes nearby. "Arg!" He flinched, stumbling back a step, hand tightening around his loincloth. The world seemed to tilt for a fraction of a second, shadows shifting, black spots dancing in his vision. The sound cut through his lust-fueled trance like a blade. The cold afternoon air rushed back in, cooling his heated skin. He blinked, shaking his head, forcing the dizziness away, ears straining for another hint of movement. As he looked around quickly, paranoia suddenly replacing the arousal. They were in an alley between huts, but they weren't invisible. The sounds of the feast were loud, but people were moving around. If anyone, walked by and saw the village cripple standing over a naked woman, the spell might not matter. A spear through the back would kill him just the same. He was physically weak. If the mind control broke, or if the hunter returned with friends, he was dead meat. Not here, he muttered, breathing heavily, pulling his hand away from his belt. Too risky. Not yet. He looked down at the woman, who was still kneeling nearby, looking up at him, unaware of the conflict he was wrestling with inside. The sight was pathetic and terrifying all at once. He needed to get out of here. Get up, Soul hissed, as he gulped looking at her exposed body. She stood up immediately, the spell apparently unbroken by his moment of weakness. Soul watched her, his mind racing. He had a weapon, a terrifying weapon, but he didn't know its limits. How long did it last? Did it wear off? Would she remember this? He couldn't risk her running to her hunter husband, crying about the boy who had cornered her, but he also couldn't let go of this chance. No, Soul whispered, the word lost in the heavy, charged air between them. I'm not stopping. He didn't pull back. The darkness that had been festering in him, fed by Vurok's scraps, by the chief's indifference, by the sheer brutality of this world, finally snapped the leash of his restraint. He looked down at the woman, at her seducing, silver eyes that held no judgment, only absolute, terrifying obedience. Come on, he breathed, his hand moving from her hair to the back of her neck, guiding her inside the house. Chapter 31. Crossing the Threshold. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. Crossing the threshold. The moment they crossed the threshold into the dim, earthy interior of the hut, he didn't even wait for the door to fully close as he rushed toward her, the impact driving the air from his own lungs. Compared to outside, it was a bit dark inside, as the windows were half closed, sealing them into the semi-darkness of the hut. The air inside was stagnant and thick, instantly heating up with the presence of their bodies. It smelled of dried furs, old wood, and now the overpowering, dizzying scent of aroused musk. But he didn't need light. The heat radiating from her body was a beacon, pulling him in like a moth to a consuming flame. No words were spoken, as there was no need for words when the air itself quivered, charging with a hunger that felt almost violent and raw enough to consume them both. His arms wrapped around her body tightly, iron clasps of possession, pulling her back flush against his chest. The sensation was absolutely heavenly. A primitive satisfaction that no other thing could ever compare, with skin against skin, the softness of her buttocks pressing against his groin, the firmness of her flat, toned stomach under his palms. Mine, he growled, the sound tearing from his throat, raw and starving. He buried his face in the crook of her neck, inhaling the intoxicating scent of her sweat, wild herbs, and the raw, feminine musk that almost drove him insane. He didn't just kiss her, he devoured her. His tongue dragged wet, hot stripes up the sensitive column of her throat, lapping at her nape like a starving animal tasting its first kill. He bit down on her nape, a possessive graze that made her shudder and arch into him. She shuddered in his arms, a soft, involuntary whimper escaping her lips, her head drooping back onto his shoulder. Even under his control, her body reacted to the sheer, chaotic intensity of his touch. It was really a dam-breaking. Years of being a virgin, all the pin-up desires, all the fantasies, the desires finally exploded outward. There was no technique, no hesitation, only a frantic, starving need to explore, to own, to consume. He felt like a man who had been wandering a desert for 20 years, finally stumbling upon an oasis. The hunger in him wasn't just sexual. It was a deep, spiritual starvation. For years, in his past life, and in this miserable new one, he had been the background character, the nice guy, the cripple, the waste. But not now. Now, he held a goddess in his arms, and she was completely, utterly at his mercy. His hands roamed wildly, desperate to feel every inch of the prize he had stolen. His fingers dug into her stomach, tracing the lines of her soft, hot skin, her toned muscle, before sliding up to grip her soft boobs, kneading the plush flesh until his knuckles turned white. He felt like he couldn't get close enough. He wanted to be close to her, drawn to her copper skin in the low light. Restless, he said softly, "Turn around." She turned in his arms, her movements smooth, her silver eyes shimmering in the dim glow. Wide and sexy, yet fixed on him with a terrifying adoration. Seeing this, he felt even more out of control and didn't even give her a moment to breathe. He crashed his lips onto hers. It wasn't a gentle kiss by any means. It was a collision of teeth and tongue. He pried her lips apart, invading her mouth, wrestling with her. He kissed her with a messy, feverish passion, drinking her in, exchanging breath and saliva until he was dizzy with it. He bit her lower lip, tasting the metallic tang of iron, and she only moaned into his mouth, her arms winding around his neck, her body pressing into his so tightly he could feel the frantic thumping of her heart against his own ribs. But one taste was far from enough. He needed to consume her. He broke the kiss, gasping, but didn't pull away. His mouth moved frantically over her face, dropping wet, open-mouthed kisses on her eyelids, her temples, the high curve of her cheekbones. He licked the sheen of sweat from her skin, leaving a trail of friction burn that made her shiver, his tongue tracing the sharp line of her jaw before his teeth clamped down gently on her chin, earning a sharp intake of breath from her. "You taste incredible," he murmured against her skin, his teeth grazing it bruised. He moved lower, burying his face in the curve of her neck again. He inhaled deeply, filling his lungs with her scent, the musky scent of a woman. He didn't just kiss her neck. He sucked hard on the tender skin over her pulse point, his lips creating a vacuum, pulling the blood to the surface. He nipped and bit at the cords of muscle, marking her, branding her with bruises that would last for days, marking her for everyone to see. She arched back, her fingers digging into his scalp, pulling his hair, silently begging for more. His hands dropped from feeling her back muscles to her wide, fertile hips. He didn't just touch them. He lavished them with a starving man's attention. His hands molded the soft flesh, lifting the weight of them, squeezing, kneading them into various shapes, hard enough to leave bruises. Slowly he moved a bit lower, leaving trails of heat on her skin, gripping her waist to hold her steady as he worshipped her body with a frantic intensity. He pressed his face between her heavy breasts, inhaling deeply, rubbing his cheeks against the soft, burnished copper skin, the softness of her boobs, feeling the heat radiating from her body. He let out a low sound as he pressed close to her. He trailed kisses along her collarbone, his jaw grazing her skin and drawing out a soft hiss. He leaned in, his breath warm against her, his touch teasing and intentional, as he lingered near her, fully present in the moment. Chapter 32. Exploring the Body. Chapter 32. Chapter 32. Exploring the body. He held her close, treating her with devoted tenderness, gently exploring her comfort and responses. Before clamping down with his teeth, not enough to draw blood, but enough to mark her, enough to claim her as his possession. The woman gasped, her fingers tangling in his hair, her back arching as she thrust her chest further into his mouth, offering herself up to him. Meanwhile, his hands continued gripping her firmly, pressing into the soft skin with the force of his hold, leaving behind red marks. Honestly, his mind was a haze of intensity and adrenaline. The closeness of their contact, the sound of her ragged breathing, the way her body trembled under his attention, it was really intoxicating. Even though his desire was surging beneath his clothing, he didn't rush to the end. He wanted to savor this moment. He wanted to own every scent, every texture, every inch of her before he finally closed the distance. In fact, intimacy was all about foreplay. He believed there was an essential difference between humans and animals, so he didn't act blindly. He suddenly grabbed her wrists, his grip firm but not painful, and guided her arms up over her head, pinning them against the rough wooden wall. The movement exposed the pale, vulnerable hollows of her armpits to the cool air and his hungry gaze. To his surprise, they were devoid of hair, truly smooth, pale skin that glistened with a light sheen of perspiration. So, without a moment of hesitation, he buried his face there, inhaling deeply. The scent hit him like a drug, a concentrated, earthy fragrance that was uniquely hers, warm and captivating. It was the smell of a woman who had caught his full attention. He let out a low sound, vibrating against her ribs. His lips brushed her skin, gentle at first, then more assured. He licked the smooth, concave hollow, savoring the salty, metallic taste of her sweat. He kissed the tender skin, feeling the pulse beating frantically beneath the surface, before biting gently on the tendon, making her gasp and writhe against him. "You really smell." Intoxicating, he murmured against her skin, his breath hot and husky. She whimpered, freeing one hand from the wall to reach for him. Her fingers traced his lips, trembling slightly. He caught them without hesitation, taking her index and middle fingers into his mouth. He sucked on them hard, his eyes locked on hers. Swirling his tongue around her boneless finger, tasting her skin, wetting them thoroughly. He bit down gently on the pads of her fingers, watching her pupils dilate in the dim light, before releasing them with a wet pop. He lavished attention on her breasts once again, no matter how much he enjoyed them. He just couldn't get enough of her, gently teasing her skin until she trembled beneath him. But of course, he wasn't going to stop there. There was still so much to enjoy, so much to explore. So, he continued his descent, his fingers tracing a slow path down her body. Every inch of her felt electric. He kissed the underside of her ribs, his tongue tracing the dip of her navel. He reached the flare of her hips, his breath ghosting over the heat radiating from her skin. She bucked her hips forward, silently begging him to stop there, to finish it. But he pulled back. Not yet. He reprimanded her. Honestly, it wasn't he wrong to say that he was losing control. The rational world outside, the tribe, the hunters, the laws ceased to exist. There was only this room, this smell, and this woman who was burning just as hot as he was. He moved lower, pressing his face against her thighs. To his surprise, the scent changed here. Beneath the musk, there was the faint, sweet fragrance of crushed wildflowers. Her legs were smooth, the skin taut and clean. It was a stark contrast to the raw musk of her upper body. Perhaps she had scrubbed herself with river flowers in anticipation of the hunteress' return. Or perhaps she was just obsessed with cleanliness. It didn't matter. The mix of floral sweetness and her natural body heat was maddening. The thought that she had prepared herself so carefully, only for him to be the one there beside her, sent a fresh wave of dark satisfaction through him. He kissed his way down the strong muscles of her quadriceps, inhaling the floral sweetness mixed with her body heat. His hands kneaded her calves, his thumbs digging into the muscle. He licked the back of her knee, a sensitive spot that made her leg buckle slightly, forcing her to lean back against the wall for support. He moved lower still, reaching her ankles, until he was crouched at her feet. They were small, soft, and beautifully shaped, seemingly untouched by the harshness of the jungle floor. He took one foot into his hands, massaging the arch with his thumbs. He pressed a kiss to the top of her foot, tasting the lingering scent of the river water, then bit gently on her toe, worshipping every part of her, leaving no inch of her unclaimed. She was trembling violently now, her hands tangling in his hair, pulling him upward with a desperation that clawed at his scalp. She couldn't take the teasing anymore. She was unraveling a mess of raw nerves and need, begging him with her body to finish what he started. Seeing her reaction, this powerful, beautiful woman reduced to a shivering, whimpering mess, Soul felt a twist of dark amusement. It was cute, in a pathetic, broken sort of way. He couldn't help want to play with her a little longer. He stood up fully, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Then, without warning, he stepped back. The sudden loss of contact was physical. She almost fell forward, letting out a sharp, high-pitched whimper of protest as the heat suddenly vanished. Impatient, he tooted, a smirk playing on his lips. Author S. Note: Guys send some golden tickets. It's embarrassing to not have a single one. Chapter 33. Breaking her. Chapter 33. Chapter 33. Breaking her, he didn't give her time to recover. He grabbed her waist and guided her backward, pushing her down until she collapsed onto the soft pile of furs in the corner. He followed her down immediately, laying his body flat against hers, his weight crushing the air from her lungs in a way that made her gasp. He hovered over her, his face inches from hers, savoring the panic and desire warring in her silver eyes. Then he began to kiss her, but not like before. This wasn't the ravaging hunger of a starving man. This was calculated, slow, and deliberate. He brushed his lips against hers, light as a feather, barely making contact. When she surged up to capture his mouth, he pulled back just enough to evade her, kissing the corner of her mouth instead. He moved to her jaw, then her ear, then back to her lips, establishing a maddening rhythm. Fast, slow, hard, soft. He alternated between bruising, possessive bites that drew a gasp and agonizingly slow. His gentle attention made her arch her back in frustration. He might not have had the personal experience in past life. Not that he had in this life too, as Soul had been a cripple, an outcast too, but that didn't mean he was ignorant. In his previous life, he had consumed enough theory. He had read countless stories, watched various videos, researched the human anatomy with the obsession of a lonely man in the spirit of a true degenerate otaku. So, he knew exactly where things were. He also knew that anticipation was a sharper blade than fulfillment. So, he put that research to use now as a way to verify the truth. He drew closer to her in a slow, deliberate motion, letting her feel the tension building between them, but holding back. He kissed the sensitive spot just below her ear, humming against the skin, feeling her shiver violently beneath him. "You want it?" He whispered against her neck, his voice a low vibration. She nodded frantically, her hands roaming over his back, her nails digging into his skin. "Yes, please." Sol dakli. He kissed her throat, feeling the quick rhythm of her pulse. He was enjoying this far too much, the sense of absolute control, the way he could guide the moment exactly as he pleased. It was almost irresistible. "What should I do next?" he asked softly, his breath warm against her skin. Reddened ear. She hurriedly rattled her head like a captive bird beating its wings against a cage, nodding frantically, her eyes wide and pleading. She shifted closer to him, drawn to his warmth. Seeing this, he smiled brightly, a pure bright smile. Seeing this, she felt hopeful and moved closer to him. "But too bad, I don't want to," he whispered with that same bright smile, even pulled further back, until her body couldn't reach his. The loss of his warmth on her torso made her cry out, a sound of pure frustration. She tried to sit up, to reach for him, but he shot her a look that pinned her back to the furs. "Lie back," he commanded. She collapsed back, her chest heaving, eyes filled with tears of grievance, and surrendered herself to him. Seeing this, he smiled, satisfied, but didn't move to claim her just yet. The darkness in him demanded a slow, deliberate conquest, a slow and deliberate exploration of the connection between them. He wanted to know her, not just the shape of her, but the depth of her, the way she responded under his touch. So, he began another approach. He lowered himself closer and began to move against hers in a slow, heavy rhythm, letting her feel his body pressed against hers again through the friction, tantalizingly close, but still refusing to bridge the gap. He then continued to kiss the underside of her jaw, his lips tracing the bone, before gently nuzzling the soft skin of her neck. "Please," she whispered, her hips shifting upward, trying to capture the friction she needed, trying to force him to take her. He ignored her plea, physically pinning her down with his weight. He moved his hands down her body, tracing the curve of her ribs, the dip of her waist. He kneaded her flesh, his thumbs pressing deep into her muscles, making her gasp. He kissed her collarbone, licking the salt from the hollow of her throat, then moved to her ear, his breath hot and heavy. "Begging already?" he whispered, his voice a low, rough caress. But we haven't even started yet. He drew her closer, the tension between them building, driving her to the brink of madness. He kissed her eyelids, her nose, her lips, teasing her with quick, fleeting touches that promised everything but gave nothing. She was a mess of raw nerves, her head thrashing from side to side on the furs, her hands clutching at his back, her nails digging in. She was no longer the composed hunter's wife. She was trembling, stripped bare. "Please," she gasped, the name tearing from her throat. "Please, I can't. I need it." She lay back against the furs, her body rigid with tension, her toes curling. She was shaking so hard that her teeth chattered, her silver eyes wide and swimming with unshed tears of frustration. Sol looked down at her, his eyes dark with quiet triumph. The sight of her so shaken, unraveling under his presence, fed the hunger in him more than any meal ever could. "All right," he murmured, pulling back slightly, watching her eyes fly open in surprise at the loss of contact. "I think you're ready now." He slid down beside her, his chest brushing against hers, his gaze locked on her flushed face, kissing her toned stomach on the way, feeling the muscles quiver beneath his hands. He wiped a drop of sweat from her navel, the salt sharp on his fingers, before pausing to look at the moment he had prepared so thoroughly, looking up at her one last time to see her head thrown back, her chest heaving, her body tense with anticipation. He smiled. Now, he would push her to her limit. His hands slid down towards the sides of her thighs, gripping the soft flesh firmly, holding her steady as she braced herself for what came next. The scent here was overwhelming, a dizzying, concentrated mix of crushed flowers and something warm and intimate. It was a captivating fragrance that made his heart race. He leaned close to her, breathing in deeply. She sighed softly above him, her hands tangling in his hair, her fingers tightening painfully. Seeing her body literally trembling due to intense arousal, he finally leaned in, his hot breath brushing over her sensitive skin. She couldn't even handle that level of sensation and suddenly twitched, her hips jerking forward involuntarily, a ragged gasp tearing from her throat. Chapter 34. Chaotic Broken Mess. Chapter 34. Chapter 34. Chaotic broken mess. He used his hands to part her legs further, opening her completely to his gaze and his touch. The heat radiating from her was palpable, a physical wave that washed over his face. He looked at her, seeing the way she was completely exposed, vulnerable, and waiting. His hands rested on her hips and thighs, gently holding her, feeling the tension in her muscles. He traced the lines of her body with his thumbs, exploring her form. She was breathing deeply above him. Her breath came in short, sharp hitches. Her hips moved involuntarily, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment. She was no longer the composed, arrogant woman of the tribe. She was lost in pure sensation, reacting to his every move. He didn't hold back further, his desire now urgent and consuming. So, he buried his face against her. The touch sparked like fire between them. He groaned, the sound vibrating against her skin as he inhaled the warmth of her. Then, he found a sensitive spot and focused his attention there, his mouth gentle and attentive, working with a steady, deliberate rhythm. Above him, she cried out, her hands tangling in his hair, her nails digging into his scalp. Her knees buckled, but he held her up, his grip on her waist like iron. He worked with a starving intensity, pulling her close as the moment swept over her and she fell apart in his arms. He was relentless, a man possessed, determined to bring her to the edge of pleasure. His hand moved gently between her legs, and he pressed 2 fingers against her, feeling the warmth and tension. The closeness between them sent a wave of excitement through both their bodies. The moment felt electric and charged. He moved in a steady, deliberate rhythm, working in tandem with the motion above. He shifted upward, gently seeking the sensitive area. He found a sensitive spot and pressed it firmly. She cried out sharply, her back arching and her body trembling with intense sensation. "There," he murmured against her skin. It was a two-pronged assault designed to overload her senses completely, to strip away her name, her status, her very identity until she was nothing but nerves and need. And from her reaction, he knew that he was succeeding, as she was clearly losing her mind. Her head thrashed from side to side on the furs, her breath coming in short, high-pitched keens that sounded like sobbing. Her legs were shaking so hard he had to support almost her entire weight, her muscles fluttering under his grip. "Please, please, I can't," she begged, her voice breaking, lost in a haze of pure, overwhelming sensation that teetered on the edge of pain. He didn't stop. Instead, he increased the pressure, pressing harder, pushing deeper and faster, stirring the intense heat within her. He felt her body tense, the muscles in her thighs turning to stone, her breath catching in her chest as the tension built to an unbearable peak. And finally she broke, not literally but emotionally. A deep wave rolled through her body, starting in her core and radiating out to her fingertips. She trembled, her muscles tightening in a powerful, rhythmic release. She trembled, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment, her body shaking as waves of emotion crashed over her. Soul stayed close, holding her gently, his hands soothing, his presence steady and unwavering. She rode out the storm until the last tremor faded, lost in the aftermath of exhaustion. The silence that followed was heavy, broken only by the sound of her ragged breathing. She collapsed onto the furs as if her strings had been cut. Her body was limp. She lay there overwhelmed, her eyes unfocused in the dim room. Her skin was flushed and glistening with sweat that cooled rapidly in the stale air. She lay there trembling, violent aftershocks racking her frame every few seconds. Her chest heaved, gasping for air as if she had just surfaced from drowning, her mouth falling open as she struggled to catch her breath. Soul finally pulled back, running a hand through his hair. He sat up, resting his forearms on his knees, and just watched her. A dark sense of satisfaction settled in his chest, warmer than any fire. He looked at the person before him, the hunter's trophy, the pristine wife, now undone and trembling on the floor because of him, because of the power he held over her. He watched the way her fingers twitched against the furs, unable to make a fist. He watched the glaze over her eyes. "She mine," he thought, the realization settling like stone. After this, she won't be able to go back. She'll look at her husband and feel nothing. She'll crave this. She'll crave my heat, my touch, my control for eternity. He had planted a seed of addiction deep inside her, one that would grow every time she closed her eyes. Author S. No, damn. This chapter was so intense. Even I needed a rest for a long time afterwards to relax myself. Phew. Anyways, if you're enjoying this and want it to continue to be even more excited, more sensual, and for me to release more and more chapters, consider giving some gifts, especially big ones. Because such support is intensively crucial in the beginning, and that's how marketing team and algorithm will decide whether to give this book some boost, and this boost will decide how long this book will continue and how much enthusiasm and time I will invest in this project. Thank you for your attention and enjoy the torture. Chapter 35. Good Girl. Chapter 35. Chapter 35. Good girl. He had planted a seed of addiction deep inside her, one that would grow every time she closed her eyes. He moved beside her, shifting his weight on the furs. The predator receded, replaced by a calculated, gentle lover. He reached out, his hand hovering for a moment before descending to brush a wet, tangled lock of dark hair away from her face. He tucked the strand behind her ear, like a gentle lover, his fingers lingering on her damp cheek. He patted her shoulder gently, a rhythmic, soothing motion, calming the tremors that still rattled her bones. "Shoo," he whispered, his voice low and hypnotic. "Just breathe." He continued to stroke her hair and her arm until her breathing hitched and began to slow, until the violent trembling faded into a soft, exhausted shivering. Seeing her eyes finally flutter open, dazed and silver, Finding his face in the darkness, Soul smiled. He lay down beside her, pulling her warmth against his side. He leaned in and kissed her, not with the starving hunger of before, but with a slow, deliberate tenderness. He kissed her forehead, her eyelids, the tip of her nose. He kissed her lips softly, tasting the salt of her sweat and the lingering taste of her own pleasure. While his lips soothed her, his hand drifted down. It moved over the curve of her ribs and rested at her side. He held her close, his thumb tracing slow, comforting circles against her skin with a steady, tender rhythm. She let out a long, shaky sigh against his mouth, her body melting into his touch, surrendering completely to the afterglow. The tenderness of the afterglow was intoxicating, a soft lullaby in the dim hut. But for Soul, the storm hadn't passed. It had only changed direction. The tenderness of the afterglow was a sweet indulgence, but the darkness that had awoken inside him demanded something more visceral. It wanted a seal on this conquest, a final act of total submission that would burn his image into her mind forever. He pulled back from the kiss, his hands lingering on the curve of her waist, feeling the damp heat of her skin. The air in the hut was stifling, thick with the scent of sweat, a heavy atmosphere that blurred the edges of reality. "Stand up," he whispered. The command was soft, barely a breath, but it carried the weight of absolute authority. She obeyed instantly. There was no hesitation in her movements, only a fluid, dreamlike grace as she rose from the furs. She stood before him, flushed and disheveled, her dark hair a chaotic curtain around her shoulders, her lips swollen and red from his attentive care. Soul stood with her, towering over her slightly. He looked into her eyes, seeing the hazy, drug-like devotion swimming in the silver irises, and felt a surge of affection mixed with a darker, possessive desire. He placed his heavy hands on her bare shoulders and pressed down. She understood. It was as if his will was bypassing her conscious thought and speaking directly to her muscles. Her knees hit the soft furs with a muffled thud, and she settled back on her heels, looking up at him through her dark, heavy lashes. The visual was devastatingly erotic. The contrast between her innocent, upturned face, eyes wide and trusting, skin glowing in the slivers of afternoon light, and the raw, primal submission of her posture was enough to make Soul's breath hitch in his throat. She looked like a devotee kneeling before a forgotten idol, waiting for a blessing or a curse. He looked down at her, at the curve of her throat, the curve of her shoulders, and the way she waited for him. The air between them felt charged with total surrender. Every instinct in his body pushed him forward, desperate to close the distance with the same fierce intensity he had carried into their clash. He wanted to break past her defenses, to hear her cry out his name. But he stopped himself. There was a sweeter prize to be found in patience. The predator in him wanted to devour, but the master in him wanted to teach. He wanted to break her down slowly. He stepped closer until he was looming right in front of her face. He didn't force her. He didn't want fear. He wanted her to learn, to understand that this feeling, this closeness, came from him and him alone. "Reach out," he murmured, taking her wrist and guiding her hand. She hesitated for a fraction of a second, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her face. This wasn't the rough, utilitarian coupling of the tribe hunters. To them, sex was quick and functional. This was something else. This was slow, deliberate, intimate in a way that likely frightened her as much as it aroused her. But the command in his eyes was clear. Tentatively, she reached out. Her fingers brushed against him, light as a feather, like a kitten batting at a curiosity. Soul hissed in a sharp breath through his teeth, his head falling back slightly. Firmer, he instructed, his voice rough. He covered her small, copper hand with his own larger one. "Wrap your fingers around." Like this, he instructed, his voice rough with strain. "Don't be afraid to press down firmly." She obeyed, her grip tightening. She looked at her own hand, fascinated by the tension beneath her palm, by the way his pulse pressed against her skin. She began to move, hesitant at first, but Soul's hand remained over hers, guiding the pace. up and down, slow and heavy. Soul threw his head back, gritting his teeth against the sensation. The sight of her hand on him was almost too much. The pressure was steady, intense, but lacking the smoothness he wanted. He looked down at her, his eyes dark with a new idea. "It's not enough," he murmured. She looked up, confusion clouding her eyes, her hand pausing. "Just hold still," Soul said quietly. She blinked, clearly taken aback. "Hold still?" "Yes. Trust me." She hesitated only for a heartbeat before the calm settled over her. She leaned forward, letting her hair fall loosely around his shoulders. She gathered moisture in her mouth, her cheeks hollowing slightly, and then let it fall. It was an intimate, charged moment. A clear thread of saliva landed on the head of him, glistening in the low light. She used her hand to spread it, the sound becoming wet and slick, the tension building, replaced by a glorious, rushing warmth. Soul let out a low, satisfied sigh. "Well done," he said warmly, watching her confidence grow. She watched his face, gauging his reaction with an intense focus. When she saw him nod approvingly, a proud smile touched her bruised lips. She began to move her hand on her own, exploring the strange texture and warmth. Fascinated by the power she held in her grasp, fascinated by the way this strange, powerful boy responded to her touch. "Good," Soul exhaled, the sound rumbling in his chest. "So good." He savored the closeness for a moment before the urge for more overtook him. The sight of her there was too compelling to look away from. Chapter 36. Open your heart. Chapter 36. Chapter 36. Open your heart. He couldn't contain himself much longer. He needed her near. "Stop," he gasped, grabbing her wrist. She froze, looking up at him with wide, questioning eyes. He leaned closer, whispering something in her ear. She pulled back slightly, a flicker of shock crossing her face. His hand found its way into her hair, his fingers weaving through the strands, gently but firmly guiding her forward. "Taste me," he breathed. "Try a sip," he encouraged. She finally leaned in, her resistance crumbling under his will. She approached him as if he were a dangerous animal. She didn't tee open her mouth immediately. Instead, she reached out with a tentative touch, curious and exploring. The contact sent a shiver through her. He drew a sharp breath, his stance unsteady for a moment. She continued, cautious but growing more confident by the second. "More," Soul said quietly, his hands resting gently in her hair. Everywhere, encouraged, she became bolder in her exploration. She leaned in close, her pulse quickening under the warmth of his praise, and drew him into a slow, tender embrace as her reservations gave way to the moment. She explored him with a thorough, curious attention that felt intensely charged. She continued to follow his quiet guidance, learning the rhythms of what he enjoyed as if it were something precious. Soul visibly trembled, his hands finding her hair, weaving his fingers through the thick, tangled strands, gripping her scalp gently to anchor himself. "More," he urged, his voice straining. "Taste everything." She nodded and moved lower, following his whispered instruction, tasting and savoring each new flavor. She tentatively tried one item at a time first. He encouraged her with his eyes. Before she knelt between his legs and took him in her mouth, Soul's control was fraying. The sensation of her closeness, the gentle attention she lavished on him, the sight of the hunter's wife serving him with such absolute focus. It was overloading his senses. But oblivious to this, she continued before returning to him, gently tracing a soft path. She was tending to him all over again, devoted and earnest, and she didn't even realize she was being drawn deeper under his influence. Soul couldn't wait any longer. The sight, the closeness, the warmth of her breath. It utterly snapped his restraint. "Come here," he commanded, his voice straining. He pulled her to him with both hands on her head, watching her cheeks stretch as she took him in deeper, until he reached the back of her throat and her eyes widened. Her eyes watered, a tear tracking through the dust on her cheek, but she didn't pull away. She accepted him, her throat working as she struggled to take all of him. The sensation was overwhelming as a warm rush enveloped him completely. She was inexperienced, her movements hesitant, but that only added to the intensity of the moment. Soul groaned, his hands resting gently in her hair. He led her with his body, moving slowly. She focused on relaxing, finding her rhythm, and letting her eagerness guide her. Her initial hesitation faded as she grew more confident. Soul watched her with quiet admiration, appreciating her dedication and the grace she brought to the moment. He saw the way her dark hair spilt over him, the way her eyes rolled back slightly. More, he requested, his voice strained. He continued moving against her in an intimate moment until it reached its peak. She reacted slightly, her eyes responding instantly. She trembled, visibly struggling with the intensity of the moment. But she didn't pull away. Instead, she let out a muffled sound that resonated straight to his core. She leaned in closer, pulling him deeper into the shared experience. Seeing her struggle, he didn't rush. He just held her there for a long, tense moment, and she made a muffled, desperate sound, half whimper, half gasp as she fought to breathe through her nose, her hands clutching at his leg for support. Unable to be swallowed, and spilled over her lips, slicking his skin and dripping onto his legs. It was the most visceral, degrading, and erotic sight Soul had ever seen, but he thoroughly enjoyed it nevertheless. When he felt her throat relax slightly, accepting his presence, he began to move. It wasn't the gentle, tentative exploration of before. This was possession. He established a rhythm that was intense and overwhelming, pulling back briefly before pressing forward again, over and over. She couldn't keep up. She bent forward quickly, her expression strained as the moment overwhelmed her. The muted sounds of her breathing filled the small hut, drowning out the distant drums of the festival. Soul looked down, watching the way her features tightened, the way her silver eyes drifted shut, trying to focus on him through the haze of tears and emotion. She looked wrecked. She looked beautiful. He steadied the pace again, his hand resting gently in her hair. It wasn't just physical, it was a moment charged with meaning. With every careful movement, with every desperate noise she made against him, Soul felt the old, weak version of himself dying a little more. The boy who begged for scraps was gone, replaced by this man who took what he wanted. Chapter 37. Releasing. Chapter 37. Chapter 37. Releasing with every drag of her lips. With every desperate noise she made against him, Soul felt the old, weak version of himself dying a little more. The boy who begged for scraps was gone, replaced by this man who took what he wanted. "Look at me," Soul commanded, his voice scraped like stone dragged across stone. She strained to look up without breaking her rhythm, her silver eyes wide, glistening with tears of exertion and a hazy, drug-like devotion. The sight sent a spike of adrenaline through Soul's veins that was sharper than the lust. She was completely undone. Her cheeks were flushed a deep crimson, her hair sticking to her sweat-dampened forehead. He leaned down, his free hand tracing the line of her jaw, his thumb pressing against her cheekbone. He felt the movement of her jaw, the heat radiating from her skin. He was the conductor, and she was the instrument playing a song of absolute submission. The sensation was overwhelming, a tidal wave of heat that threatened to pull him under. She was enthusiastic, almost frantic in her need to please him, her hands gripping his thighs, her nails digging in as if she were afraid he would pull away. Soul gritted his teeth, his head falling back as he stared at the rough wooden ceiling of the hut. He focused on the sensation, letting it fuel the fire in his gut. He thought of Vurok's face when he hit the mud. He thought of the chief's daughter's dismissive gaze. This moment was the antithesis of all that coldness. It was fire. It was life. He felt the pressure building, a tight, coiling tension low in his belly. It would be so easy to let go, to let her finish him right here, to surrender to her and unleash all his fury into the enemy's wife. But the predator in him wanted more. He didn't just want release, he wanted conquest. He wanted to possess her completely, to claim every part of her. The moment was a tribute, but he wanted everything. He pulled back slightly, just enough to breathe. Use your hand too, he instructed breathlessly. Twist. She obeyed, her hand moving with his guidance while she leaned in closer. As the pleasure built, spiraling tighter and hotter in his belly, Sol looked down at her. He saw the way her cheeks hollowed, the way she moved, the complete surrender in her body language. He couldn't resist and pulled her closer in earnest. His hips snapped forward in a jagged rhythm. He pressed closer, the intensity building between them. She moved with him in desperate rhythm, her breath ragged, her hands gripping his thighs tighter to anchor herself. Her lips trembled, her whole body trembling with the effort of it all. She stared up at him, her eyes wide and terrified and adoring. Tears streaming down her face from the exertion. She was overwhelmed completely at his mercy. You belong to me, he hissed. He increased the pace, the intensity becoming unbearable. He moved against her with jarring intensity, his body snapping forward. He pushed forward again and again with mounting intensity. He felt tension coiling deep within him, a tight, burning pressure that threatened to overwhelm his control. But he held back. He gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead, forcing himself to stay in control. He wanted her to surrender before he did. He had intended to pace himself, to enjoy the moment for a bit longer. He had intended to be the cold, detached one in control, drawing things out until she was overwhelmed while he remained an unshakable statue of stone. But the intensity of her closeness was unraveling that plan with every breath. He pulled back, his breath hitching, trying to reset the rhythm. He needed a moment to clear the haze encroaching on his vision. But she didn't let him go. She pressed closer, refusing to let the moment break, drawing a strained sound from his chest. Slow down, he commanded himself, his fingers digging into her scalp. Make it last. He forced himself to stop moving, holding himself still. He gritted his teeth so hard his jaw ached, forcing his hips to lock. He would wait. He would let the sensation subside. But she hummed. It was a vibration he felt everywhere, a low, involuntary sound from deep in her chest. That sensation traveled straight up his spine, overwhelming him. His composure finally broke. He moved forward instinctively before he could stop himself. The feeling surged suddenly, sharp and overwhelming. He tried to pull back again to regain the upper hand, but his body was no longer following his instincts. The strain was too intense, the grip too sure. He was shaking now, a fine tremor starting in his legs and working its way up. The sweat on his forehead ran into his eyes, stinging, but he didn't blink. He couldn't look away. He pushed forward again, but the steady, controlled pace was gone. It was replaced by something frantic, desperate. He was fighting to hold on, unable to stop himself. Faster. Harder. I can't, he gasped, the words fragmenting. He felt the pressure building up on his stomach, a tidal wave rising higher and higher. He tried to hold it back one last time, squeezing his eyes shut, throwing his head back to stare at the ceiling, trying to think of anything else, the cold, the mud, the hunger. But alas, it didn't work. The sudden sensation around him consumed every thought. He felt a tightening, an involuntary reflex, and that final squeeze pushed him over the edge. Something inside him didn't just break. It completely gave way. He groaned, a raw, animalistic sound that tore from his throat. He held her tight against him one last time, pressing as close as he could, and held her there, refusing to let her pull away. He clung to her, his body shaking violently, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment, his vision going white as emotion flooded through him. He held her tight against him, feeling her submit to him instinctively, her body trembling against his legs, bound by his will. She made a high, keen sound in her nose, but she yielded completely to him. He stayed there until the last tremor faded from his limbs, his breathing ragged and harsh in the silence. Slowly, the world came back into focus. The sound of their ragged breathing filled the hut. Sol pulled away, his legs trembling. She slumped forward, coughing, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. She looked wrecked, her hair a mess, her face flushed and wet with tears and saliva, her body shaking. But when she looked up at him, there was no anger. There was no regret. There was only a hollow, desperate need. She crawled forward, wrapping her arms around his legs, resting her cheek against his thigh like a faithful hound. Chapter 38. Why You Arg. Demon. Chapter 38. Chapter 38. Why You Are, Demon. Of course, he wasn't finished. The moment had cleared his mind, but it hadn't extinguished the fire. If anything, it had only stoked the coals. That was just the beginning. The real game was just about to start. He didn't pull away. Instead, he pulled her down with him, collapsing onto the soft furs in a tangle of limbs. He arranged them spoon fashion, molding his chest against her sweat-drenched back, fitting them together like two puzzle pieces carved from the same heat. He lay there for a while, just breathing. He nestled his face into the crook of her neck, inhaling the scent of her damp skin, a mix of salt, musk, and the lingering sweetness of the wildflowers. He closed his eyes, enjoying the sheer weight of her in his arms, the way her heart rate slowly synced with his own. His hand rested possessively on her hip, his thumb tracing the curve of her bone, while his other arm wrapped tight around her waist, holding her prisoner in the most gentle way possible. It was a moment of deceptive peace. He felt the warmth radiating from her, the solid reality of her body against his. He felt the soft valley between her cheeks pressing against him. It was really intoxicating. Slowly, inevitably, the blood began to rush south again. He hardened against her, the recovery time non-existent in the face of such proximity. He felt her shift slightly, a small intake of breath indicating she felt his renewed arousal pressing against her. Soul didn't speak. He just began to move. It started as a subtle, rhythmic pressure. He pressed himself slowly against her, seeking warmth and closeness. The moment felt charged and electric. The slide of skin on skin, the slickness of their mingled sweat, but it wasn't enough. The tension between them was undeniable. He shifted his hips, drawing closer to her. He pressed against her, seeking the warmth of her embrace. A jolt went through both of them. She trembled against him, her pulse racing, her skin warm where it met his. Soul groaned softly into her hair, his arm tightening around her waist. He paused, holding himself close, pressing close against her, moving together in a slow, circular motion. The reaction was instant. She had come down from her high, but the contact drew her back in. She let out a low, soft sound and began to move with him. She rocked her hips, keeping the steady rhythm between them. Hungry? Soul whispered against her nape, his breath warm against her skin. She didn't answer with words. She leaned into him, silently asking him to close the distance between them. But Soul had no intention of complying. He wasn't in a hurry to end this. He wanted to savor the moment, to tease her until she broke, to enjoy her slowly, like a fine meal. He continued pressing himself against her, sliding along her, but staying just outside, refusing to cross the line. As he pressed close to her, a low groan tore from his throat, and he held her tighter, his arm pressing her ribs against his forearm. Her back arched as he leaned in, warmth spreading across her trembling thighs. Up dash! She hissed through clenched teeth, her nails digging frantically into the furs beneath her, tearing at the hide. Every shift sent electric jolts up Soul's spine. The heat between them was urgent and overwhelming, her body trembling against his. The air in the hut grew thick, overwhelmed by heat and exertion as she pushed harder against him. But he was merciless. He held back every single time. Her desperate cry was pure, stirring music. Outside, the distant drums echoed the rhythm of her anguish. "Please," she gasped, twisting her neck to glare over her shoulder, her pupils blown black with need, swallowing the silver. "Ilke die like this." A desperate plea escaped her mouth, her whole body trembling against the furs. Soul chuckled against the damp skin of her nape, letting his teeth graze her earlobe. "Don't worry," he whispered, the vibration running through her skull. "I'm still here." I won't let you die so easily. He pressed closer to her, the edge of something sharp or cold just grazing her before he pulled back instantly. She screamed, her legs trembling, trying to pull him closer, refusing to let go. But catching only air, upping the game, Soul lowered his head and sank his teeth into her shoulder like a predator claiming prey. She arched with a guttural moan, her body trembling against his. Her shoulder flesh gave under his teeth like ripe fruit, a metallic taste flooded his tongue as she arched violently, not to escape, but driven by the intensity of the moment. His hands moved from her waist, grabbing and squeezing hard. She braced against the pain. She was literally sobbing now, a continuous, broken sound, her whole body trembling as primal spit strung from her mouth onto the furs. "Why you on, demon?" She wailed, her back bowing violently as wave after wave of overwhelming sensation crashed through her. She trembled visibly with each rough movement as he pressed against her. "Ah!" She cried out, her body swaying in frantic circles as the hut echoed with rhythmic sounds. The small room grew heavy with sweat as her body reacted completely, her breath coming in broken, animal pants. Under his relentless grip, her expression hardened, her face darkening like storm clouds. Outside, the tribe continued with their celebration. Distant drums rumbling in time with her choked sobs, as if the world itself was bearing witness to her unraveling. Finally, he responded to her desperation with a single, brutal advance, just enough to make her shriek and convulse, her body trembling like a dying bird. "More dash!" She snarled, her voice ragged as she clawed at the furs beneath her, her body writhing in desperate, frantic circles, reaching for what he withheld. But he denied her. He pulled back again, retreating fully, leaving her trembling and hollow in the cold air. Her scream shook the hut's flimsy rafters. Her body was drenched in sweat as she twisted to glare at him. Her eyes wild, her lips peeled back in a snarl of pure, unadulterated frustration. "You bastard dash." Chapter 39. Filling her completely. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. Filling her completely, her curse hung in the stagnant, musk-heavy air of the hut, a ragged, desperate thing that bounced off the wooden walls. But Soul didn't recoil. He didn't offer comfort or retreat. Instead, he used the venom in her voice as the signal. The teasing was over. The time for games, for the cruel dance of denial and approach, had passed. The hunger inside him, a beast fed by years of neglect and ignited by the sudden acquisition of power, had grown too large, too violent, to be contained by the flimsy leash of patience any longer. He adjusted his grip on her hips, his fingers digging deep into the soft, yielding flesh to anchor her firmly against the pile of furs. He could feel the tremors racking her frame, the way her body betrayed her defiance. Her body was trembling against his, moisture gathering on heated skin that slid against his own. "Please," she begged again, her head thrashing to the side, her voice breaking into shards of pure need. Her hips bucked uselessly against him, seeking a friction he wouldn't give, a phantom fullness she was desperate to make real. I can't take it." Soul chuckled darkly, the vibration running through her spine as he leaned down, his teeth grazing the sensitive shell of her earlobe. "Then die," he whispered, the words cold and teasing. He pulled back one last time, letting the cool air settle between them. She reached for him at the loss, her body arching back toward his. Then, with a grunt of exertion and a snap of his hips, he slammed into her. There was no hesitation this time, no cruel retreat, no testing the waters. He drove past the tight resistance of her guard, forcing through her defenses, and drove her back in a mat in a single, heavy, brutal motion. She gasped sharply, her breath catching as the moment finally arrived. Her body tensed and arched instinctively in response. A tremor ran through her, overwhelming and intense. Chaotic attempt to brace against the impact. Her head threw back, hitting his shoulder with a dull thud, her body going rigid against his chest as the sudden, overwhelming force pushed her to her absolute limit. She whimpered a high, broken sound, her entire body trembling violently. Sweat ran down her back in rivulets, mixing with his own as they struggled together. "You!" She gasped, struggling to form words through the haze of exertion, her breath quick and shallow. Sol couldn't help but smirk against her damp shoulder, his lips brushing her warm skin, tasting the salt. "Relax," he murmured, though his own voice was rough, thick with a tension he could barely hide. "Trust me, you can do this." But she couldn't relax. Her body tensed instinctively beneath him, clenching tight in a rush of overwhelming feeling. Sol groaned, his teeth grinding together, his fingers gripping her hips until he surely left bruises in the shape of his hold. He had to fight the urge to move too quickly, to push the moment further until it overwhelmed him, but the feeling was too intense. "Damn," he hissed, the word forcing its way out of his lungs. "You're so damn strong." Her back convulsed violently, her muscles gripping him like a python suffocating prey, locking him down with involuntary, crushing spasms that made her cry out in a mix of straining pain and blinding madness. A guttural sob tore from her throat as her nails shredded the fur beneath her, clutching at the hide as if it were the only thing keeping her tethered to the earth. Her body trembled with conflicting sensations, overwhelmed by the closeness of another. The hut was heavy with the scent of sweat and animals now, primitive scent that clogged the throat. Her thighs trembled with each movement, her body pressed against his as the intensity of the moment built. Outside, the tribe's drums seemed to falter, the rhythmic beating fading into the background, as if the world itself was holding its breath to watch this conquest. Unable to endure the intensity of the moment, Sol stopped there, holding himself perfectly still. He squeezed his eyes shut, a harsh groan vibrating in his chest as the wave of emotion hit him. It was blindingly intense. The moment enveloped him completely, a rush of sensation that flooded his senses. He felt his heart pounding, the way she clung to him, the way her pulse hammered against him. "Breathe," he rasped in her ear, pressing his face against the soft skin of her neck to ground himself. His fingers traced circles over her hip bone, teasing the damp skin there as he held her close, waiting for the initial shyness to fade, waiting for her to relax against him. He could feel her heart hammering against his forearm like a trapped bird. She let out a long, shuddering exhale, her body softening, melting against him, the tension easing as she relaxed into his arms. "Ah," she whimpered softly, a quiet sound of need. Her hips gave a small shift, a silent signal. Sensing her acceptance, Sol finally began to move, drawing closer to her in a slow, tender rhythm. She felt a wave of tension ripple through her as she pressed close to him, holding on tight. His first deliberate movement drew a sharp, breathless sound from her lips. Her body slowly adjusted as he eased back, a fleeting moment of cool air before they came together again. Deeper this time, reaching a new intensity she hadn't known existed. Her nails raked the furs beneath her, her body pressing back against his as she whimpered, "Why, you're going too far, Dash. It's overwhelming." A soft, rhythmic sound filled the small space with each measured push. A soft sound that underscored the reality of the intense moment between them. She trembled beneath him, her body finally relaxing against his as he held her close. Sweat dripped from his chin onto her arched back as she let go of her tension, pulling him closer in a long, quiet embrace. It was a slow, deliberate rhythm at first, an intimate closeness that focused on the depth and the connection. He coaxed her, his hands soothing over her stomach, feeling the warmth between them, encouraging her to open up to him. Her breath caught as he drew nearer. The tightness nearly unbearable, she gasped as he pressed deeper, her body straining against his. Every sensation flooded through her, a rush of intensity that sent sparks dancing behind Sol's eyes. "G God's yes, Dash." She choked, her head rolling back on his shoulder, overwhelmed. Her fingers clawed at his forearm where it gripped her waist, her nails drawing blood, marking him as hers even as he held her close. Seeing this, Sol upped the pace. The slow rhythm shifted into something more urgent. His intensity left her overwhelmed, breath catching as she struggled to keep up. While her body tensed beneath him, she pressed back against him, urging him forward. "That's it," Sol growled, driving the moment with renewed intensity. "Be a good girl." With every movement, the energy between them only intensified. The heat grew more intense as their passion took over, the small hut echoing with the sound of their ragged breathing. She began to move with him in time, her initial surprise melting into an urgent, overwhelming need. Her identity as the hunter's wife dissolving until she was nothing more than this. A woman unraveled, possessed, and utterly conquered. Chapter 40. Finally breaking free. Chapter 40. Chapter 40. Finally breaking free. Too much. "Why, you're overwhelming me," she gasped, her fingers gripping his thigh, her body arching in a futile attempt to escape his overwhelming hold. He laughed darkly against her nape, biting the tendon there until she whimpered. "No." He pressed forward fractionally just to hear her shriek. "You begged for this," he reminded her, his hands gripping her hips as he drew her close, holding her tightly against him. "You didn't mean it." Completely. Her breath caught, a soft sound escaping her lips as overwhelming emotion washed through her, her body trembling in response. The intensity of the moment left them both breathless, soaking the furs beneath her knees. Hearing this, he chuckled against her nape, rolling his hips in a cruel circle that made her shudder. "Tell me," you growl, your breath hot in her ear. "Tell me how full you feel." Her reply is a garbled sob as he pulls almost all the way out. She trembles around him, before driving back in completely. Her body jolted at the sudden impact, her scream cracking into a broken wail. Slow," she begged, though her hips rocked back instinctively, pulling him deeper. "I can't." Think when you're in NGH like this. Sol shook darkly. He gripped her hip tighter as he drew back, then leaned in close, his voice low. "You don't need to think," he murmured, brushing her earlobe with his lips. "Just feel." Her soft sigh pleased him, her body tensing in response. And her hips buck violently as he thrusts against her, her body tensing and quivering beneath him. "GNNH-." She gasps, her fingers grasping at the furs as her back arches impossibly further. The slow, grinding rhythm sends shockwaves through her, every withdrawal leaving her twitching and breathless, every reentry punching a ragged moan from her throat. Sweat pools between his chest and her back, his skin sticking together like hot tar as her body trembles in erratic waves. "You like that?" he mutters against her neck, punctuating the question with a sudden, sharp movement that makes her gasp. Her reply is garbled and breathless as her trembling hand reaches back to grip his thigh. The heavy, humid air closes in around them, her body trembling violently. He grinned, his fingers digging into already bruised hips as he began to move at a relentless pace, each movement knocking the air from her lungs, her body swaying with every brutal motion. The sound of skin on skin drowned out her whimpers, her muscles tightening around him, as a powerful sensation surges up her spine. "Dash! I'm gonna." Her warning cuts off with a sharp gasp as her back bows like a drawn bowstring, her body tightening around him with overwhelming force. He groans from the intensity, his vision whitening at the edges as her release overwhelms him completely. She gasps, clinging to him as he pulls her closer. "Hold on," he grunts, moving with urgent intensity, their bodies pressing together as the moment reaches its peak. Finally, she shudders against him, overcome by the surge of emotion. Violent convulsions rippling through her like a speared fish as her scream shatters into wordless, animal shrieks. Her body trembles and hot, shuddering waves beneath her thrashing form as her back arches impossibly, her nails carving furrows into the dirt floor. Her thighs clamp around him like a drowning woman clinging to driftwood, her body trembling with frantic, uneven spasms. Ah, dash! She howls, her voice raw and raspy as her hips move backward involuntarily, her body pressing hard against his with sharp, rhythmic impacts. The air is thick with intensity, coppery from her nails drawing blood on his forearm, musky from the heat of the moment. He holds still, savoring the intensity of her response, every tremor pulling him closer. Her breath comes in shattered gasps. Her body twitched erratically beneath him as aftershocks ran through her frame. Seeing her so vulnerable, he couldn't help but start moving again. The tight, pulsing pressure pulled at him like a riptide, every spasm threatening to drag the release out of him. He grit his teeth, muscles trembling as he fought to hold back, his body drawing up tight against hers. NNGH stopped too sensitive dash. She sobs, her back arching as he presses deeper, feeling her tremble around him. He smirks against her shoulder, biting the same spot again to watch her jolt. No, he growled, his voice low and rough. Take it. Her body obeys despite her protests, her hips rocking backward in slow circles as her breath comes in sharp hitches, her fingers weakly clutching at his forearm. She continued to wail, her body trembling as lingering waves of emotion continued to course through her. For a moment, he couldn't help thinking, is this her first time? Because her reaction was too intense. But he instantly denies it. She already has a husband. There's no way she could be a virgin. His grip on her hips turns brutal, nails biting into flesh as he holds. NNGH. Fucking hell, he snarls, his vision blurring at the edges as her intensity overwhelms his resolve. But her trembling grip pushes him to his limit, holding on with fierce determination as he presses his face in her shoulder, trying to hold steady. But unfortunately, this stand didn't last for long, as finally, he could not take any longer, and with a ragged groan, he held her close, his body shuddering as he pressed deep into her. Each wave of tension triggered another tremor from her, and she buried her head into the furs to muffle her cries, her body trembling beneath him as they cling to each other. He shifts closer, pressing against her as she lets out a soft sound. Her legs quiver slightly as they finally settle, resting together in the quiet aftermath. Her body dripping with sweat, the hut heavy with heat and the musk of exertion, furs soaked through as she whimpers weakly. And an inch so, tired now her fingers twitch against his forearm, where she clawed him bloody, her breathing ragged as tremors ripple through her spent, trembling body. She collapses forward, her breath wheezing through slack lips, her body trembling as she sinks down onto the ruined furs. Chapter 41. What is this strange power? Chapter 41. Chapter 41. What is this strange power? He stayed close to her for a long moment, both drenched in sweat. Her back rose and fell with unsteady breaths. Her fingers weakly clutched at his forearm, which was still wrapped tightly around her waist. Soul let out a low, dark chuckle as he nipped gently at her earlobe, a soft pop echoing in the silence as he pulled away. A thin stream of liquid trickled down her legs, pooling beneath her. She whimpered at the sudden emptiness, her body twitching on the furs. He turned to look at the aftermath. Her limbs were sprawled in total disarray, her skin flushed and marked, her expression one of absolute, decimated bliss. A part of him wanted to do so much more. His mind raced with images of other possibilities, each one more daring than the last. Every scenario pulling him further from restraint. But alas, reality crashed down on him. He was completely spent. His chest heaved, and his legs felt like jelly. 2 rounds had drained him entirely. This body was still weak, malnourished, and recovering from a beating. The spirit was willing, but the flesh was trembling with exhaustion. He collapsed onto the furs beside her, staring up at the dark, thatched roof of the hut. "Hey," he whispered, nudging her shoulder slightly. "What is your name?" There was no answer. "Sodfoned." He nudged her again, harder. I asked you a question. She remained limp, her head lolloping to the side. Panic flared for a split second. Had he really broken her for real? He hurriedly reached out, pressing 2 fingers against her neck to check her pulse, then placing his hand under her nose. He let out a relieved breath when he felt the steady, strong beat of her heart and the warm puff of air against his skin. She wasn't dead. She was just fast all asleep, passed out from the sheer intensity of the pleasure and exhaustion. He flopped back down, wiping sweat from his forehead. He stared into the gloom, trying to process the chaotic storm of information in his head. Even though he had inherited the memories of the previous soul, they weren't like a well-organized library. They were a messy, chaotic jumble. He didn't have photographic recall. He couldn't just pull up a map of the village or a genealogy of the tribe at will. Memories only surfaced when triggered by a face, a smell, or a word, often mixed up with his own modern knowledge, creating a disorienting fog. But amidst that fog, one thing was becoming crystal clear: this power. He lay there, analyzing what had just happened. He had read tons of fantasy novels and comics in his past life, so he had a framework to understand supernatural phenomena, even if this was reality. He looked at the woman sleeping beside him. She had obeyed him perfectly, but it wasn't the robotic, glazed-over obedience of traditional mind control. She hadn't been a zombie. She had retained her personality, her sanity, her fears, and her desires. It's definitely not domination, Soul mused silently. It's more like rewriting. When he gave a command, it didn't feel like he was forcing her against her will. It felt like he was changing her common sense. It was as if he altered the fundamental laws of her reality. In her mind, stripping for him wasn't strange. It was as natural as breathing. Giving him that kind of pleasure wasn't a taboo act for a married woman. It was the logical, obvious thing to do. He realized his power was closer to manipulating the truth or the axioms of the world for a specific target. He made his words the new law of nature for the listener. If this is really true, then this is really terrifying, he whispered, a grin spreading across his face. And perfect. Just as he reached that conclusion, a sudden sensation interrupted his thoughts. It started as a spark in the center of his chest. The same warm current he had felt briefly that morning. But this time, the sensation wasn't a trickle. It was a flood. It felt like a dam had broken inside his ribcage. A thick, potent heat surged outward from his sternum. It didn't hurt. It felt incredible, like bathing in hot spring water after freezing in the snow. The energy washed over him, flowing into his tired arms, down his trembling legs, and wrapping around his spine. Every muscle fiber it touched seemed to vibrate, knitting together, shedding the fatigue and the soreness instantly. Then, the current rushed upward. It hit his brain like a hammer wrapped in velvet. His mind went blank. For a second, there was nothing but white noise. Then, he regained his clarity. The world suddenly seemed to sharpen. The darkness of the hut wasn't so dark anymore. He could make out the individual strands of straw in the thatched roof, the grain of the wood in the support beams. The muffled sounds of the night became distinct layers of audio. The chirp of a cricket 3 huts away, the rustle of wind in the trees, the steady heartbeat of the woman beside him. Even the smell of the air separated into components. Musk, dust, distant smoke, crushed grass, the metallic tang of blood from a distant butchery. He gasped, sitting up, looking at his hands. They had stopped trembling. He clenched his fist, and the grip felt solid, tighter than it had ever been. His body felt lighter, as if the gravity holding him down had lessened. But unlike before, the surge of energy slowly receded, but it didn't disappear into the void. Instead, Soul felt the remaining warmth retract, coiling back like a serpent until it settled into a specific, hollow cavity right in the middle of his chest. It sat there, a reservoir of warm, humming power, waiting to be tapped again. What is this? Vitality absorption? Mana? Soul wondered, touching his chest. Or maybe cultivation? Chapter 42. Prismatic Chaos. Chapter 42. Chapter 42. Prismatic Chaos. Soul sat there in the dim silence of the hut. The heavy musk of their sexual encounter slowly dissipating into the cool air. The woman lay beside him, a beautiful, ruined heap of copper skin and exhaustion, but Sol's attention had shifted inward. He placed a hand over his heart, his fingers splayed across his sternum. It really was there, a strange, thrumming vibration beneath his skin that he had never felt before. It definitely wasn't the beat of his heart. That was a rhythmic thump-thump, but this was a continuous, high-frequency hum, like a trapped insect buzzing against the cage of his ribs. It felt alien, yet intimately connected to him, as if a new organ had suddenly grown in the darkness of his chest cavity. "What the hell is this?" he whispered, bewildered, pressing his palm harder against the bone, as if he could physically push through and grab whatever it was. He couldn't see it, but he could definitely feel it. It sat in that hollow space in the center of his chest, a dense knot of something foreign there. All the remaining fatigue was instantly swept away by curiosity. He needed to see what the hell it was. So, thinking of something, he shifted his legs, crossing them beneath him on the furs. Assuming a meditative posture he had read 1,000 times in novels and cultivation manhuas, but never practiced. Well, he did practice a few times, wanting to see if cultivation and mana was real. "Okay, focus," he muttered to himself. "Don't be an idiot. You've read enough Isekai trash to know how this works. Visualize. Breathe." He closed his eyes, shutting out the thatched roof and the sleeping woman. Initially, there was nothing but the swirling phosphenes of the dark, reds and blacks dancing behind his eyelids. But Sol wasn't discouraged. He knew, with the instinct of someone who had consumed a library's worth of fantasy novels, that magic, or whatever this was, wouldn't yield to a casual glance. "Come on," he hissed mentally. "Show me the cheat code." He focused. He turned his internal gaze toward that hollow cavity, visualizing the sensation. "Breathe," he told himself. He decided to try the random, relaxing breathing technique he read about on some wellness blog. The 4-7-8 rhythm. Inhale for 4 seconds through the nose. Hold for 7. Exhale for 8 through the mouth. Inhale 1, 2, 3 for hold. "I feel ridiculous," he thought. "If someone walked in right now, I'd look like I'm trying to lay an egg." "Okay, enough joking. Let us focus seriously." He removed the distracting thoughts and focused seriously. The buzzing in his chest seemed to grow louder in the silence of his held breath. "Exhale." He repeated the cycle, forcing his racing mind to settle, pushing away the thoughts of the meat distribution, the punch, the hunter's wife, and the nagging question of what the fuck am I doing? He cleared the slate until he was just a consciousness floating in the dark. Slowly, the darkness really began to shift. He sensed something waiting in the abyss of his own body. He exerted all his attention, bearing down on that single point of vibration with the force of a mental drill. He pushed past the veil of biological noise, past the blood and the bone, deeper into the metaphysical space. And then he saw it. Holy shit, it wasn't TA light. It was a goddamn storm going there. It was prismatic chaos. A swirling, violent nebula of colors that had no names, rotating in the center of his being. It was a maelstrom of conflicting energies, crimson clashing with neon violets, deep abyss blacks warring with blinding golds. Every color seemed to be fighting for dominance, crashing into one another with cataclysmic force, yet they held together. It was a paradox, a storm of absolute instability that created a perfect, terrifying sphere. They mutually supported and restrained each other, a delicate, volatile equilibrium that looked like it could birth a star or swallow a galaxy. Sol stared at it with his mind's eye mesmerized. It felt ancient. It felt like watching the true cosmic chaos, as if someone had trapped the universe's first scream inside a glass bottle and shoved it into his chest. The raw power radiating from it was suffocating. Beautiful, he thought, his mental voice trembling. He tried to focus closer, to touch a strand of that swirling color with his will, just a little poke to see what it did. Snap! The moment his intent touched the chaos, the equilibrium shattered. His mind felt like it was torn into hundreds of millions of pieces at once. It wasn't a headache, it was soul-tearing pain. It felt as if a serrated blade had been dragged across his very consciousness, shredding his ego, his memories, and his sense of self in a microsecond. Act dash. Sorgesped. His body convulsing violently on the furs. His eyes snapped open, dragging him back to the physical world. Fuck dash. He heaved heavily, clutching his head, his lungs gasping for air as if he had been drowning. The pain lingered, albeit much endurable, a dull, throbbing ache behind his eyes that made him want to vomit. Okay, note to self, he wheezed, clutching his temples. Do not poke the cosmic blender or whatever the fuck it is. But as he blinked, trying to clear the tears from his vision, he realized the darkness of the hut had changed. He didn't know it, but deep within his pupils, a faint, prismatic brilliance was swirling. A reflection of the chaos he had just witnessed. He looked down at his body and froze. What the am I glowing? A faint, prismatic energy enveloped his limbs like a second skin, shimmering with the same chaotic colors he had seen inside. It rippled over his muscles, casting strange, dancing shadows on his skin. It looked like he was covered in gasoline and set on fire with a rainbow. What the fuck is going on? Chapter 43. I'm invincible. Chapter 43. Chapter 43. I'm invincible. He watched, stunned, as a tendril of this prismatic smoke drifted away from his arm. It didn't dissipate. It extended outward, moving with a purpose, stretching across the furs, touching the sleeping woman. Soul held his breath. Don't kill her, don't kill her. The energy didn't hurt her. It was sunk into her skin. He watched with a mix of horror and fascination as the prismatic strand seeped into her pores, diving deep into her flesh. And as he continued staring, he found that most of the energy radiating from her began to recede, evaporating into the air, but that specific strand, it stayed. He looked carefully, squinting in the gloom. The energy wasn't just touching her. It was merging with her. It twisted and curled, knitting itself into her aura, becoming a permanent part of her existence. It looked like a root taking hold in soil, or a brand searing in a hide. He sat back, his heart pounding against his ribs. He didn't know the mechanics. He didn't have a manual. But as a veteran, cultured man of the modern world who had spent way too much time reading web novels, his instincts screamed the answer at him. Connection. It's related. He whispered, his voice trembling with excitement. It has to be. The sex, the earlier power, the glow, all of this has to be connected. Maybe this energy, this prismatic chaos, was the source of the power he had used earlier. It was the fuel for his ability to rewrite common sense. And that strand, that was like the tether, like he had literally plugged himself into her. A shockwave of pure, unadulterated dopamine hit his brain. If this was true, if he really carried the primordial chaos of the universe in his chest. I'm invincible, he murmured, the grin stretching his lips until it hurt. I'm literally the protagonist. He could almost imagine his future. He was just a guy with a bit of modern knowledge. He was a king in waiting. He could walk into the chieftain's hut and rewrite the laws of the tribe. He could turn Vurok into his loyal dog. He could have the finest women of the Osari lining up to warm his bed, believing it was their divine purpose. He looked at the hunter-s wife, his first conquest, his first subject. She was proof. World domination. He chuckled, the sound wet and giddy. A harem. An empire. It's all right here. I'm going to be a god. He shuddered, gulping down the saliva pooling in his mouth. The possibilities were endless. He could already imagine himself on a throne of skulls and furs, surrounded by beauties feeding him grapes. Did they have grapes here? That S when reality slapped him right in the face. He suddenly noticed that the prismatic glow was fading. He hurriedly looked down at his chest. Wait, Soul said, blinking. Hold on. The shimmering aura that enveloped his skin was dimming rapidly, retracting back into his pores. He hurriedly closed his eyes, diving back into his internal vision, ignoring the lingering pain in his head. He looked for the hollow cavity. The prismatic chaos really was vanishing. It wasn't tea, just fading. It was seeping away. The swirling storm of colors was draining out of the cavity, soaking into the surrounding flesh and bone of his body like water into a dry sponge. The reservoir was emptying. No, Soul whispered, panic clawing at his throat. No, no, no. He tried to mentally grab it, to hold the chaos in place. But it slipped through his grasp like smoke. It was dissolving, being absorbed. Don't go, he hissed, his eyes flying open, clutching his chest frantically. I just got you. Come back. My power. My invincibility. My harem. He felt the last of the vibration fade. The hum in his chest died. The hollow cavity was just hollow. The energy was gone, absorbed by his starving cells, used up to repair his weak body and merge with his body. For a long second, he just sat there in the darkness, clutching his silent chest, the dreams of empire crumbling into dust around him. He was back to being just Soul, a boy in a mud hut with a stolen wife and no gas in the tank. Ag, he groaned, laying there like a corpse, the frustration burning hotter than the lust ever had. For a long, agonizing minute, Soul lay there slack-jawed, staring at the thatched roof like a fish thrown onto a riverbank. The silence in his chest was deafening. Great, he thought bitterly. Just great. I finally get the cheat code, the golden finger, the ultimate power, and it's a one-shot disposable item? What kind of crappy game design is this? He was ready to mourn the death of his empire before it even began. He was ready to accept his fate as a permanent side character. But then, a tiny flicker caught his attention. It was a subtle sensation, like a phantom itch deep inside his ribcage, right where the hollow cavity sat. He froze and hurriedly closed his eyes, focusing with the intensity of a man trying to hear a pin drop in a thunderstorm. But it was empty. Hello. He projected his thought inward. But believing his intuition, he focused deeply and slowly. He really sensed it. It really was there. Further found that the energy was slowly recovering. A wave of relief, so potent it nearly made him dizzy, washed over him. He let out a long, shaky breath, his entire body relaxing into the furs. Oh, thank God, he whispered, a giddy grin returning to his face. I'm not completely spent after all, so it regenerates. But as he scrutinized the recovering energy with his inner eye, he realized something was different. It wasn't the violent, eye-searing prismatic chaos from before. That storm of clashing neon colors and cosmic screaming was gone. In its place, rising slowly from the bottom of the cavity like smoke, was a single, stable strand of ash-gray energy. Chapter 44. Innocent. Chapter 44. Chapter 44. Innocent, it was quiet. It was heavy. Compared to the volatile chaos of before, this gray energy felt incredibly stable, almost solid. The cosmic violation feeling, that sense that he was holding a grenade with the pin pulled, was completely gone. Ou seul mused. So the chaos was the raw material. And this gray stuff is the refined product? Or is that chaos the product? Or maybe it's just sleeping. He didn't have a manual, and there was no tutorial fairy popping up to explain the mechanics. He was clueless about the source or the rate of recovery. Was it passive? Did he need to mediate? Did he need to, conquer more territory? Got experiment later, he decided, opening his eyes. But at least I'm back in business. I'm still the protagonist. Feeling energized and ridiculously happy. Hal pushed himself off the furs. He didn't struggle to stand. In fact, he practically floated up. His body felt light, insanely light. The lingering aches in his joints were erased. He rolled his shoulders and felt a snap of power in his muscles that definitely hadn't been there yesterday. He clenched his fist, looking at the calloused knuckles. I feel like I could punch a hole through a tree, he muttered, flexing his bicep. He looked down at his arm. It was still lean, bordering on scrawny. There were no bulging veins or ripped muscles. Okay, he corrected himself, chuckling. Maybe not a tree. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. I'm not One Punch Man yet. But as he scanned his internal state, the difference was undeniable. This body was stronger than the frail vessel he had woken up in. Hell, it felt stronger than the original Soul had ever been, even on his best day. The prismatic energy seemed to have reinforced his foundation, repairing the hidden damage of malnutrition and abuse. Vurock, Soul grinned, the expression sharp and cold. If you come for me again, you're in for a nasty surprise. I'm done being the punching bag. He glanced toward the door. The light filtering through the cracks had shifted to a deep, bruised purple. Dusk, he realized. Shit, people are coming back home. He immediately scrambled to find his clothes. His loincloth was scattered in 3 different places, evidence of his earlier haste. He grabbed the pieces, wrapping the rough fabric around his waist and upper body, securing it with practiced efficiency. Once dressed, he paused. He turned back to look at the woman sleeping on the furs. She was still out cold, her chest rising and falling in a deep, restorative rhythm. Even in the dim light, she was stunning. The urge to climb back onto those furs, to wake her up and test this new ash-gray durability, was strong. Damn, Soul sighed, scratching the back of his head. There is so much more I want to try. I didn't even get to the... He stopped himself, shaking his head. He was completely spent. He was running on fumes. Staying here was just asking to be gutted by a jealous hunter with a spear. He took a long, lingering look, memorizing the curve of her hip and the peaceful expression on her face. Later, he promised silently, "There will definitely be a next time. You're not going anywhere." He turned resolutely toward the door. He cracked it open just an inch, peering out into the alleyway like a thief. His heart hammered against his ribs, not from fear, but from the thrill. This feeling, the danger, the power, the secret, it was addicting. It was a rush better than any drug. After observing for a solid minute and seeing no one coming or going yet, he quickly slipped out. He closed the door behind him with his leg, catching the latch silently with his heel, smooth as silk. He stepped into the alley, adjusted his tunic, and instantly shifted his demeanor. The predator vanished. In his place was Soul, the quiet, harmless outcast. He walked with a nonchalant, slightly bored gait, hands clasped behind his back as if he were just taking a leisurely evening stroll to admire the sunset. Just a nice evening walk, Soul thought, whistling a tune from a world long gone as he navigated the maze of mud huts. Nothing to see here, just an innocent, handsome boy minding his own business. Definitely not sneaking around with someone's wife, especially the wife of an ugly hunter. Definitely not. He touched his cheek, smoothing out his expression into one of benign confusion. Just look at this innocent, handsome face, he muttered to the darkening sky. Does this look like the kind of person who would steal a man's wife and his dignity in one afternoon? Absolutely not. He walked with a spring in his step that hadn't been there before. The ash-gray energy coiled in his chest was quiet, but he could feel its passive influence. His legs didn't ache. His breath came easy. The world felt sharper, more vibrant, as if someone had turned up the contrast settings on reality. However, as he approached the outskirts of the village, the high of his conquest began to fade, replaced by the grim reality of his station. The huts here were little more than lean-tos made of rotting wood and dried mud. The smell of roasting meat from the square didn't reach this far. Here, the air smelled of damp earth and fruits. He reached his home, a dilapidated shack that looked like a strong wind might knock it over, and pushed the creaky door open. Inside, the dim light of a small fire illuminated 3 figures. Lyra and the 3 girls were back. Lyra was kneeling by the fire, scraping the dirt off a pile of gnarly, pitiful-looking tubers. Her hands were raw, her face smudged with soil and exhaustion. When the door opened, her head snapped up, fear flashing in her eyes before settling into relief. So she dropped the tuber and hurried over to him, her eyes scanning him for injuries. The girls also looked at him curiously as they huddled in the corner, cleaning up a few sour berries, looking up with wide, anxious eyes. Chapter 45. Resolve. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. Resolve your walking? Lyra asked, her voice trembling. I was so worried. When we came back and saw you were gone, I thought. When I woke up, Soul said gently, allowing her to fuss over him. I found I could walk around again. I'm okay. Maybe this is the effect of that weird medicine of healer. Lyra let out a breath she seemed to have been holding for days. She hugged him tight, burying her face in his chest. She smelled of earth and sweat. The smell of survival, not the musk of pleasure he was covered in earlier. It made a pang of guilt strike his chest, but he shoved it down quickly. Where were you? She asked, pulling back to look at him. The sun is down. Sol hésitated. He looked at the meager pile of roots by the fire, barely enough to fill their stomach. Then he thought of the feast happening in the square, the grease dripping into the fire, the waste. I went to the square, Sol said, deciding to rip the bandage off. To the distribution. Lyra's face paled. Sol, you didn't tea. I did, he said, his voice firm. And I ran into Vurock. He told her everything. He didn't tea embellish it, but he didn't tea hide it either. He told her about the mockery, the scraps of waste Vurock tried to feed him, and finally, the slap. He told her how he had knocked the hunter's son into the mud in front of everyone. He braced himself for her anger. He expected her to scold him for being reckless, for endangering the family, for making enemies they couldn't afford. But even waiting for a while, Lyra didn't yell. She just stared at him, her shoulders slumping as if the weight of the world had just gotten heavier. Then, she pulled him into a hug again. Tighter this time. You foolish boy, she whispered, her voice cracking. I should have told you. I should have warned you not to go. Warn me? Sol pulled back, frowning. It's the law, Aunt. Everyone gets a share. Lyra looked at him, her eyes filled with a sad, weary wisdom that made her look 10 years older than she was. She reached up and cupped his face, her rough thumb brushing his cheek. Sol, you're still young. You don't understand, she said softly. The law, the rules, those things only work if you are strong enough to enforce them. They are not for people like us. She gestured around the miserable hut. For the weak, there is no law. There's only what the strong allow us to have. It's already good that they don't bother us, that they let us live on the edge. Isn't it good enough to just survive? To live a life like this? Quiet and safe? Sol looked at her, at the resignation etched into her beautiful features. She had obviously been beaten down by this world hard. No, he said. The word hung in the air, heavy and determined. No, isn't good enough, he said, his voice gaining strength. We are eating roots while they eat delicious meat. I want to live like this. I want to let you live like this. He took her hands in his. They were trembling. I'm healthy now, Aunt. I can feel it. The sickness is gone. I'm going to go hunting. I'll get us meat. Real meat. Lyra's eyes went wide. She gripped his hands tightly, shaking her head. No, absolutely not. Her voice rose in panic. It's okay, Sol. We have roots. We have berries. Take it slow. Hunting it's not a game. It is death. I'm not playing, Sol insisted. You haven't even passed the right. She argued, desperation creeping in. The hunting teams want to take you. They want to let an uninitiated boy join the formation. You can't go. Then I'll go alone, Sol said calmly. No, Lyra shouted, fear making her fierce. Never. Do you remember what happened last time? You almost died. You were in a coma for 3 days. I want to lose you again. Sol fell silent, but he didn't look away. He remembered the memories of his predecessor, the fear, the clumsy attempt to spear a boar-like animal, then running for his life. The previous Sol had been weak, clumsy, afraid, but he wasn't that Sol. He could feel the ash-gray energy humming in his chest, a dormant volcano waiting to erupt. He felt the strength in his limbs. He knew that if he stayed here, hiding in this hut, eating dirt, he would eventually die anyway, either from starvation or because some beast broke through the perimeter. Aunt, he said, his voice lowering, becoming steady and intense. Listen to me. He stepped closer, his presence filling the small room. I can't just stay holed up in this village. We're sitting ducks. There are things out there. Thormas, shadow stalkers, beasts that could crush this hut in a second. I saw the carcass today. I saw what's out there. Exactly, Lyra cried. That is why you stay inside the walls. The walls want to save us if we are weak. Sol countered. To survive in this world, it's not a choice. We must become strong, at least strong enough to not be prey. He looked at the little girls, who were watching them with wide eyes. I want to waste my second chance at life living in constant fear, he declared. I want to let Vurak look down on us. I want to let us starve. Lyra looked at him, really looked at him, and faltered. There was something different in his eyes. The cloudy, fearful look of her nephew was gone. In its place was a sharp, burning intelligence, an ash-gray brilliance that seemed to pierce right through her arguments. I'm not a fool, Sol softened his tone. I know I can't wrestle a beast. I know I'm not a warrior yet. He tapped his temple. But I have this. I know things they don't. I want to hunt with a spear. I'll hunt with traps. I'll use my head. He thought of his past life, the documentaries, the survival guides, the countless hours spent absorbing knowledge. He thought of the simple physics of levers, pulleys, and pits. The primitives hunted with brute force. He would hunt with leverage. I have to go out, he said, his voice final. I have to see what this world is. Is it just a primitive jungle? Or is there more? I need to know. As a man, especially a cultured one who had spent a lifetime dreaming of adventure through screens. He felt the pull of the unknown. He wanted to explore. He wanted to face the challenge. He wanted to write a saga that would make Vurak as petty bullying look like a joke. I am going out, Sol stated clearly, leaving no room for argument. No matter what. Lyra opened her mouth to argue, to forbid him to cry. But she saw the resolve in his posture. She saw the man standing where the boy used to be. She realized, with a sinking heart, that she couldn't stop him. If she forbade him, he would just sneak out. She slumped, the fight draining out of her. Okay, she whispered, her voice trembling. Okay. She looked up at him, tears gathering in her eyes. But promise me you will be careful. If you see a beast you can't handle, you run. You don't be a hero. You run home. Sol nodded, a small, genuine smile touching his lips. I promise, he said. I'll be the fastest runner in the world. Chapter 46. Wilderness is no place for heroes. Chapter 46. Chapter 46. Wilderness is no place for heroes. Lyra, as concession hung in the air, a fragile agreement born of desperation. But before Sol could say another word, the silence in the corner of the hut broke. So, Leora, the youngest, scrambled up from the dirt floor. She didn't hold back. She threw herself at him, clinging to his arm like a desperate vine, her small hands clutching his tunic so tight her knuckles turned white. Her wide hazel eyes, framed by a mess of tangled hair that fell constantly into her face, were swimming with unshed tears. She looked up at him, her lower lip trembling. Are you really going? Really sure? She breathed, her voice breathless and rapid. It's so dangerous out there. The beasts, they have teeth as big as knives, and they are bigger than trees and jungle. What if you get hurt again? What if you don't come back? I can't. She buried her face in his shoulder, shaking. Sol looked down at her. Leora was the same age as him. Technically an adult by tribal standards, but she possessed a fragile, innocent charm that made everyone want to shield her. She was soft, petite, and clung to him as if he were the only solid thing in a spinning world. Sol patted her head awkwardly, feeling the warmth of her dependency. I'll be fine, Leora. I promise. I'm not the same weakling I was yesterday. Huh. A sharp, derisive scoff cut through the tender moment like a serrated blade. Varys sat by the fire, not even bothering to stand. She was 20, lean and angular, with a beauty that was as severe as a weapon. Her gray eyes were piercing, filled with a defensive disdain, and her short, dark hair was pinned back aggressively with sharp bone shards. She didn't look at Sol. She looked at the fire, stabbing a stick into the embers. Listen to him, Varys spat, her voice dripping with sarcasm. He stand up to Vurak once, probably because Vurak slipped on shit and now he thinks he is a predator. She turned her gaze on him then, rolling her eyes. You? Hunting? She laughed, a short, biting sound. Don't make me laugh. You trip over your own feet gathering firewood. You think you can outsmart a Thornmaw? Pathetic. You'll be dead before noon, and we'll be the ones crying over an empty grave. Vera, Lyra scolded, but the middle sister just shrugged, her jaw set in a stubborn, defensive line. She was the thorn of the family, prickly, proud, and hiding her fear behind a wall of scorn. Sol didn't get angry. With his new perception, he could see the tension in her shoulders, the way her hand gripped the stick too tightly. She was terrified for him, but she would rather die than admit it. "I might surprise you, Vera," Sol said calmly, meeting her icy gaze with a warm smile. Vera blinked, clearly expecting him to cower or snap back. She scoffed again, looking away, but the tips of her ears turned pink. "Whatever. Just don't bleed on the good furs when they drag your body back." "Enough." A third voice joined the fray, calm, measured, and undeniably commanding in its gentleness. Aurelia, the oldest, rose from the shadows where she had been tending to a small pile of herbs. She moved with a natural, flowing grace, her long dark hair braided intricately with wooden beads and feathers clicking softly as she walked. She was the anchor. While Vera was the storm and Leora was the rain, Aurelia was the earth. Her sun-kissed skin glowed in the firelight, and her soft brown eyes held a maternal depth that instantly lowered the temperature in the room. She gently peeled Leora off Sol's arm, murmuring a soft reassurance to the younger girl. Before turning to Vera, "Vera speaks from fear," Aurelia said, her voice steady. "The river creates rapids when the rocks are sharpest. She does not wish to lose you, Sol. None of us do." She stepped closer to Sol, placing a warm, calloused hand on his cheek. Her touch was grounding. "The jungle is not a place for heroes, Sol," she said, using that metaphorical style she loved. "The tall tree breaks in the wind. The grass survives because it bends. If you go out there, do not try to be the tree. Be the grass. Be the wind." Sol looked at the three of them. Aurelia, the nurturer, serene and dignified. Vera, the warrior spirit, sharp and striking. Leora, the innocent, soft and endearing. Damn, Sol thought, his cultured mind momentarily overriding his survival instincts. How did such incredible genes survive in this mud hut? They're all stunning. It reinforced his resolve. He wasn't just fighting for himself anymore. He was fighting for this. He wouldn't let these women rot in poverty, afraid of the world, eating dirt while the hunters feasted. He would build a world where Aurelia could rest, where Vera didn't need to be sharp to survive, and where Leora could smile without fear. "I will be careful," Sol said, looking at each of them in turn. "I will be the grass. I will be the wind. And I will bring back meat." He gently removed Aurelia's hand from his face, though he lingered for a second longer than necessary. Seeing his resolve, the tension in Lyra's shoulders finally unknotted. A small, weary smile touched her lips. "Okay," she sighed, relenting. "You came back a good time, actually. The spirits were kind to us today." She gestured to the woven basket sitting by the fire pit. Sol looked inside. It was filled with a chaotic assortment of foraging goods. Gnarled purple tubers that looked like bruised fingers, leafy greens that smelled faintly of sulfur, and various weirdly shaped wild fruits. "And look," Lyra said, her voice dropping to a whisper of excitement. "We caught these near the snare traps." She pulled back a large leaf to reveal two small, furry carcasses. They looked like rabbits, but with 6 ears and slightly longer hind legs. Chapter 47. Who are you? Chapter 47. Chapter 47. Who are you? Meat, Sol thought, his stomach giving a treacherous growl. He didn't know how long has it been since this body tasted meat. "I'll get the pot," Lyra said, moving efficiently. "I'll cook them up right away. A good stew will help you heal earlier." Sol nodded absent-mindedly, but immediately a memory surfaced from the depths of his predecessor's brain. He recalled the stew. It wasn't a stew, it was a fucking culinary crime. Lyra, bless her heart, had only one method of cooking. Throw everything, skin, roots, and bitter greens, into a pot of water and boil it until it turned into a gray, flavorless sludge that tasted like hot mud and despair. Sol shuddered just thinking about it. But when he thought of everyone eating happily, he understood that to the people of this primitive era, food was just fuel. Taste was a luxury they didn't understand. But Sol? He was a man from the modern era. His palate had been refined by centuries of culinary evolution, by flavor science, by the glorious excess of spices and MSG. The idea of eating that gray sludge made his soul wither. Wait. Sol hurriedly stepped in front of her, blocking the path to the cooking pot. No, he said, perhaps a little too forcefully. I will cook today. Lyra blinked, confused. The girls looked up, surprised. While there weren't strict gender roles about cooking in the tribe, everyone did what was needed to survive. Sol had never once offered to touch a cooking utensil in his life. Like all glorious males of the modern era, he was usually the one waiting to be fed. No need, Lyra said, trying to step around him. You are recovering. Sit down. I can cook. No, really, Sol insisted, gently taking the rabbit creatures from her hands. You've been working all day in the jungle. You rest. Let me handle this. I also want to contribute. Seeing his persistence, and perhaps too tired to argue, Lyra hesitated. Okay, but do you know how? It's just fire and water. I'll figure it out, Sol said with a confident grin. Trust me. He turned to the fire, inspecting the ingredients. In his mind, he was already categorizing them. The purple tubers needed roasting to caramelize the sugars. The rabbit things needed to be skinned, gutted, and seared, definitely not boiled alive. He spotted some wild herbs in Aurelia S. pile that smelled like wild garlic and lemongrass. Jackpot. All right, he thought, cracking his knuckles. Let us see what we're working with. He scanned the small prep area Lyra used. There was a clay pot for boiling water, a stone bowl, the obsidian knife, and that was it. Salt? He muttered, rummaging through a small pouch hanging near the fire. Empty. Herbs? He picked up the leaf Aurelia had been grinding. They smelled medicinal, like bitter antiseptic. Not exactly oregano. He searched the woven basket frantically, hoping for anything: a wild onion, a ginger root, a peppercorn. But there was nothing, just bland, starchy roots and bitter greens. Dumb? Sol sigue dans. This world really is in the Stone Age. No spices, no seasoning, just raw calories. As he stared at the bland ingredients, a memory from his predecessor flickered in his mind like a warning beacon. He remembered walking near the edge of the thorny thicket a few months ago. He had seen a bush covered in small, bright red, curved berries. They looked juicy. The previous Sol, being hungry and stupid, had popped one into his mouth and chewed. The burning. It felt like he had swallowed a coal. His mouth had swelled. His eyes watered. And he had spent the next hour dunking his head in the river, screaming that he was dying. The elders had slapped him when he got back, warning him never to touch the fire devil S droppings again. They said it was a deadly poison that burned the stomach lining and rotted the gut. Sol's eyes lit up in the dim hut. Capsaicin, he whispered, a grin threatening to split his face. It wasn't tea poison. It was a chili pepper, a glorious, spicy, tongue-numbing chili. The tribe thought it was death, but of course he knew it was life. Tomorrow, he promised himself, I'm finding that bush. But for tonight, technique will have to do. He couldn't make it flavorful, but he could at least make it edible. He ignored the clay pot of water Lyra had already prepped. Instead, he took the crude bone knife and expertly skinned the rabbits. He carefully sliced off the thick layers of yellow fat clinging to the kidneys and the back. What are you doing? Lyra asked, peeking over his shoulder, her nose wrinkling. You were supposed to put the fat in the water to make the broth thick. Not today, Sol said mysteriously. You've been acting weird since you woke up. Suddenly, the voice cut through the hut, sharp and suspicious. Sol froze, his hand hovering over the rabbit. He didn't look up immediately, as his heart skipped a beat. He turned slowly. Vera was staring at him across the fire, her eyes narrowed into skeptical slits. She was leaning back against the wall, arms crossed, studying him like he was a puzzle she didn't like. Weird how? Sol asked, keeping his voice steady. Everything, Vera said, ticking points off on her fingers. You talk different. You walk different. You stood up to Virok. You talked back to Ant. You volunteered to go into the jungle. And now this. She pointed at the food. You've never cooked a day in your life. You used to cry if smoke got in your eyes. Now you're skinning rabbits like a skilled and talking about flavor. She leaned forward, the firelight casting sharp shadows on her angular face. Who are you trying to fool? The room seems to go silent, or maybe it was just his imagination. Anyways, it looked like Leora looked between them nervously and Aurelia paused in her grinding of herbs. Sol's heart hammered against his ribs. Sharp, he thought. She is too damn sharp. Chapter 48. Philosophical Nonsense. Chapter 48. Chapter 48. Philosophical nonsense. He forced himself to relax, letting his shoulders slump slightly, and put on a mask of weary, philosophical vulnerability. Well, he began, his voice dropping to a low, contemplative murmur, letting his shoulders slump even further as if the weight of his existence was too heavy to bear. After getting injured and almost dying, seeing the darkness, it changes a man, Vera. He looked into the crackling fire, his eyes distant and misty, as if seeing something far beyond the mud walls of the hut. I realized that life is fragile, like a leaf in the wind. One moment you're here, the next you're some beast-s poop. I realized I've been a burden. I realized that the flavor of a boiled root is the flavor of sadness, and I don't want to die sad. I want to live. He took a deep breath, channeling every ounce of drama he had ever seen in movies. And I realized that I have wasted my years being afraid, hiding behind Anna's skirt. While I was in that coma, I saw things. Shadows. Ancestors. They whispered to me. They said, Soul, why do you live like a worm when you could be a bird? And I thought, yes. Why indeed? I realized that I should live better from now on. I should contribute. I should taste the meat before I return to the mud. I decided that every sunrise is a gift, and every meal should be a celebration of survival. I want to be the rock that shields you, the fire that warms you, okay. Vera groaned, covering her ears. By the spirits, stop talking. She looked up, her suspicion replaced by sheer irritation. I understand. You had a revelation. You saw the ancestors. Just stop with the speeches. You sound like an elder who's been chewing on too much hallucinogenic bark. She glared at the ingredients in his hand. Just don't burn the food. She added, You are still that annoying soul, she muttered, settling back down. Only you can talk this much nonsense. Soul breathed a quiet sigh of relief, turning back to the fire. Annoying, maybe he grilled internally, but about to make the best damn dinner this hut has ever seen. The others just smiled at the banter, the tension in the room dissolving into the comfortable rhythm of family. Soul picked up the knife and, with the precision of a surgeon, or at least a guy who watched a lot of cooking shows, began to work. He placed the strips of fat directly onto a flat, wide stone he had positioned over the hottest part of the fire. As the stone heated up, the fat began to hiss. Then it began to melt. Sizzle. The fat rendered down into a pool of hot, clear oil. The smell of frying grease filled the hut. A rich, savory scent that was miles better than the usual smell of boiling hair. Others watched nervously, trying to stop him countless times, but ultimately didn't as to dampen his confidence. Next, he took the purple tubers. Instead of boiling them whole into a mush, he sliced them into thin discs, and then tossed them onto the stone, letting them fry in the rabbit fat. Sizzle. The sound was music to his ears. The sugars in the tubers began to caramelize, turning golden brown and crispy at the edges. Finally, he took the rabbit meat, which he had cut into bite-sized chunks, and seared them in the remaining fat. He didn't cook them until they were gray leather. He just browned the outside to lock in the juices and pulled them off while they were still tender. Dinner is served, Sol announced, scooping the fried tubers and seared meat onto large leaves. The four women stared at the food. It didn't look like the gray soup they were used to. It wasn't wet. It looked dry and brown. Is it burnt? Vera asked, poking a crispy tuber with a stick. Just try it, Sol urged, handing a portion to Lyra first. Lyra hesitated, looking at the strange meal, then at Sol's hopeful face. She took a slice of the fried tuber and gingerly placed it in her mouth. Crunch. Immediately, her eyes went wide. Sol Yuchit had curiosity. If there were special effects like in Food Wars in this world, by now her clothes would have shredded into pieces, letting him feast his dog eyes. But alas, there weren't any. She didn't speak for a long moment. She chewed, a look of confusion crossing her face. It wasn't mushy. It had a texture. The outside was crisp, the inside was soft and sweet. And the rabbit fat coated her tongue in a way water never did. Lyra swallowed, looking at the remaining piece in her hand with wonder. It's good. Let me try. Leora grabbed a piece of meat. She popped in her mouth and squealed. It's juicy. It's not tough like before. Even Aurelia, usually composed, took a bite and hummed in appreciation. The fire, it stayed inside the meat. It warms you differently than the stew. Vera was the last to try. She eyed the burnt food suspiciously, took a small bite, and chewed slowly. Her scowl didn't disappear, but she reached out and grabbed another piece, then another, eating quickly. It's edible, she grunted, which from Vera was high praise. Better than drinking mud water, I guess. Sol watched them eat with a satisfied smile, grabbing a portion for himself. He took a bite. Bland. It was texture-rich, sure. The sear was decent, but there was no salt, no pepper, no garlic, just the taste of plain meat and grease. To his modern palate, MSG, and complex sauces, accustomed to flavor explosions, it was barely a step up from cardboard. He chewed mechanically, forcing it down. Enjoy it while you can, Sol thought, watching his family lick the grease from their fingers. Because tomorrow, I'm bringing the fire. Literally. He looked at the door, his mind already mapping out the path to the poison bush. The tribe might fear the heat, but Sol was going to make them addicted to it. Chapter 49. Hot MILF Neighbor. Chapter 49. Chapter 49. Hot MILF Neighbor as they ate. The initial silence of the hut was replaced by the sounds of enthusiastic crunching and satisfied hums. The shock of the texture gave way to pure, unadulterated amazement. The crispiness of the tubers, the juicy tenderness of the meat, it was unlike anything they had ever put in their mouths. Sol, Lyra mumbled, her cheeks stuffed like a chipmunk, grease staining her chin. Where did you learn this? You've never touched a cooking stone in your life. You used to say the smoke made your eyes water. Yeah, Vera added, though she was reaching for a third piece with shameless speed, abandoning her earlier skepticism. You barely knew which end of the knife to hold yesterday. Now you're suddenly able to cook such delicious food? Sol paused, stumped for a second. He froze mid-chew, his mind racing. He couldn't exactly say he watched hours of cooking shows and survival videos in a past life where people flew in metal birds, argued on the internet, and even got caught up in questionable reading material. I don't know. He lied smoothly, putting on a confused, distant expression, tapping his temple. When I was unconscious, floating in that dark place, all this weird information was just floating in my mind. Like I don't know how to tell. I just knew what to do. It felt like hands guiding mine. Hearing this, Lyra's eyes lit up with devout awe. She clasped her hands together, looking toward the soot-stained roof of the hut as if the heavens had opened. It must be a blessing, she exclaimed, her voice trembling with gratitude. The spirits returned you to us with a gift to help us survive. Oh, praise the ancestors. They watched over you in the dark and taught you the ways of the flame. Sol instantly breathed a quiet sigh of relief, internally thanking Lyra for such a good excuse, while nodding earnestly. Yes, it must be the ancestors. Good old ancestors. It must be their blessing. Hearing this, everyone had a dawn of realization and nodded in understanding. Thoroughly convinced, in this era spirits and ancestors were most scared, and people didn't doubt anything related to them. It was the perfect excuse for his change. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief and went back to eating. But just then, a shadow fell across the doorway, blocking the dying light of dusk. It was followed by a voice rich with amusement and a heavy, alluring scent of wildflowers and mature musk that instantly seemed to overpower the smell of the cooking grease. Something smells sinful in here. Are you lot hiding a feast from your favorite neighbor? Sol looked up and nearly choked on his rabbit meat. Damn, he thought, his eyes widening as they swept over the figure leaning against the doorframe. Another bombshell. Standing there was Evra. She was their neighbor, a childless widow whose husband had died years ago during a hunt. In a tribe that valued lineage and reproduction above all else, a widow who had borne no children was often viewed with pity or superstition, shunned as unlucky or barren. Most women withered under that kind of treatment, shrinking away from the village gaze. But Evra? She seemed to thrive on it. She walked with her head high, free and easy, completely unbothered by the petty gossip of the village. And she was ripe. That was the only word Sol could find for her. She was older than Aurelia, perhaps in her late 40s, with a body that was a masterpiece of soft, heavy curves that the rough furs struggled to contain. Her high drap was tied loosely, exposing the deep, creamy valley of massive, heavy breasts that swayed with her every movement. Her hips were wide, her thighs thick and powerful, and her face, framed by loose, wavy chestnut hair, held a lazy, sensual smile that was enough to arouse any able man. She radiated a heat that was entirely different from the young girl's. This was the heat of a woman in her prime who had been lonely for too long. Evra, Lyra smiled, waving her in warmly. Come in. Sol made dinner. It's, well, very delicious, more than anything I have ever had. It's a blessing from the spirits. Evra sauntered in, her hips swaying hypnotically. She eyed the food, then looked at Sol with a raised eyebrow, her lips curling into a tease. Little Sol, cooked? The boy who faints at the sight of a blood? He has changed, Aunt Lyra said proudly, puffing out her chest. You know that he had an accident a few days ago, but due to the blessing of spirits, he survived and received blessings from spirits. Evra nodded. She also knew about his accident and came to visit him when he was unconscious and almost on deathbed, and felt pity for him. But now seeing him fully healthy, she believed in Lyra's words. It must be the spirit's blessing. Here, try some. There is plenty, Lyra offered. Evra refused at first, waving her hand with feigned politeness. No, I couldn't take your food, Lyra. You have mouths to feed, and I have my own jerky at home. But the savory smell of rendered fat and caramelized sugar hit her nose, overpowering her resolve. Her stomach betrayed her with a loud, demanding growl. Just a taste, Lyra insisted, pushing the leaf platter toward her. Sol had made enough. Evra finally relented with a grin. Licking her lips, she moved closer, bringing that intoxicating floral scent with her. She picked up a piece of the seared meat, blew on it gently, and popped it into her mouth, and immediately froze. Her eyes fluttered shut, her head tipping back slightly. A low, throaty moan escaped her lips, a sound so erotic it made Sol shift uncomfortably in his seat and cross his legs. Oh my! Evra swallowed, opening her eyes to look at the leaf platter as if it were solid gold. This is, by the mother, this is the best thing I have ever eaten. In my entire life. It's not chewy, it melts. Chapter 50. Grand Erotic Plan Chapter 50. Chapter 50. Grand Erotic Plan. She turned to Sol, her eyes gleaming with a mix of hunger and delight. Before he could react, she lunged forward. You genius boy. She laughed. Sol suddenly found his face buried in a valley of soft, warm flesh as she wrapped him in a crushing hug. He struggled feebly under the assault of her massive breasts, which were pressing against his face with suffocating softness. His nose was filled with her scent, mature, musky, and floral. It was overwhelming. It was suffocating. I can't breathe, Sol thought, his hands hovering awkwardly in the air before settling tentatively on her waist to steady himself. But if I die, I die. It's not a loss to die this way. He secretly enjoyed the contact, the sheer, overwhelming softness of her body pressing against his lean frame. He could feel the heat radiating off her skin, the heavy weight of her chest against his face. A stray, vivid thought about pulling her close right there on the furs flashed through his mind, unbidden. But of course, it was just a thought, but thinking about that weird power, he knew that it wasn't impossible. Before he could drift further, she finally released him. though she didn't move far. Her face was flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling. She sat down right beside him, leaning her hot body against his. She draped one arm casually around his shoulder, constantly praising him between bites, ruffling his hair like he was a favorite pet. "You're full of surprises, aren't you?" She purred, her thigh pressing against his. "If you can cook like this," Evra purred, looking him up and down with new appreciation, "you're going to have every woman in the tribe knocking on your door." Sol maintained his innocent smile, but internally, hearing the word "every woman knocking on door's" mind was racing at a speed that would have made a cheetah jealous. "I couldn't ask for anything better," he thought, a dark thrill shooting through him. But when he really thought about it, it didn't seem impossible. The gears in his head began to turn, grinding out a plan that was as brilliant as it was lewd. In this world, they have no concept of flavor. To them, salt and fat are miracles. And I hold the keys to the kingdom of taste. He looked at Evra's heaving chest, then at the way Leora was practically drooling over the rabbit meat. I can use this, he realized. I can use teaching as an excuse. A clever idea bloomed in his mind, vivid and detailed. He could offer cooking lessons to the women of the tribe. In this primitive era, there were no strict societal boundaries like in his old world, no complicated cultural taboos. Gratitude was expressed physically. Cooking lessons, he mused. Just me and a hot tribal woman in a small, heated hut. "Here, let me guide your hand." "No, you have to squeeze the meat tenderly. Taste this sauce off my finger." It didn't seem impossible. In fact, it seemed inevitable. If he planned it carefully, using flavor as the bait and his new ash-gray influence as the hook, it wasn't impossible to win them all over. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He could build a following not through force, but through gastronomy. He would be the one providing, and they would be drawn to his cooking and eventually to his next meal. He'll test it out tomorrow. He decided, his throat going dry. He'll start with Evra. If I can win over the most admired widow in the tribe with a grilled steak, the rest will fall like dominoes. He swallowed hard, steadying himself. On his other side, Leora, feeling threatened by the intruder, leaned heavily against his other arm. Sol could feel the contrast. Leora's firm, youthful softness on the left, Evra's heavy, mature curves on the right. "Damn," Sol groaned internally, staring straight ahead with a strained expression. "This is definitely pushing my limits." He awkwardly adjusted his loincloth, using one hand to adjust himself, praying the firelight was too dim for them to notice. Thankfully, his discomfort didn't last long. Lyra suddenly gasped, slapping her forehead and attracting everyone's attention. "Water!" she cried. "I was so worried about Sol. I forgot to go to the river today. We have nothing to drink." Vera let out a sharp sigh, ready to scold, but Sol cleared his throat. "I got it," he said casually. "I filled the jar this morning before I went out." Lyra blinked, stunned. "You did?" Vera narrowed her eyes, her skepticism returning instantly. "You? Carrying the heavy clay jar all the way from the river?" "Yeah, right." She stood up and marched over to the large storage jar in the corner. She lifted the lid, ready to call his bluff. She froze. It was full to the brim with clear, fresh water. Vera stared at the water, then back at Sol. Sol just smirked at her, raising an eyebrow in a silent, challenging "told you so." "Well?" Sol asked innocently. "Humph." Vera slammed the lid back on and sat down, crossing her arms. She refused to look at him, but her ears were pink. "Such a good man," Evra cooed, squeezing Sol's shoulder again. "Strong, can cook, thinks ahead. Lyra, you're hiding a treasure." Dinner wrapped up soon after. As Evra stood to leave, her hips swaying hypnotically, she paused at the door. She looked back at Sol with a sultry, heavy-lidded smile. "Sol, sweetie," she said, her voice dropping a notch that he thought she was trying to seduce him. "Since you're such a good cook, why don't you come over and cook for me sometime? I have plenty of meat stored up, but I'm all alone. I can't finish it all myself. And don't worry, I'll give you a good share in exchange." His heart skipped a beat. The plan was already working by itself. I'd be happy to, he said, perhaps a little too readily, before calming himself down. Neighbors should help each other. Good, she winked. Come by tomorrow. Others didn't care about their exchange. In this era, it is normal for people to help each other. She left, swaying into the night. He watched her leave, his imagination running wild. Even if there was no compensation, he would still rush to go there just for a chance to be alone with such a hot MILF. He knew what happened when a vigorous young man and a hot, lonely widow were alone in a hut. There would inevitably be sparks, and those sparks would eventually burn them both with lust. He gulped just thinking about it, and couldn't wait for the next day to come. Afterward, everyone cleaned up and settled onto the furs for the night. The sounds of the jungle, the howling of wolves, and the roars of strange beasts drifted through the walls, a constant reminder of the danger outside. Sol lay down near the makeshift window. He looked out at the sky. A massive, pale moon, countless times bigger than the one from his old world, dominated the horizon, casting a silver glow over the savage land. He closed his eyes and focused inward, checking the hollow cavity in his chest. The ash-gray energy was swirling lazily. It was about 1/3 full. He calculated quickly. It's regenerating. It will be full in almost 2 days. He smiled in the dark. 2 days to full power. Tomorrow, chili peppers. Then Evera. Then the hunt. Dreaming of a bright future filled with conquest, empire, and various encounters, he drifted into a deep, satisfied sleep. Chapter 51. Free use. Chapter 51. Chapter 51. Free use. The next day arrived with the soft, golden rays of sunrise filtering through the cracks in the wooden walls, painting stripes of light across Sol's face. He didn't care. He burrowed deeper into the furs, intending to sleep until noon. His body felt heavy in a good way, satiated and relaxed. But peace was a luxury in the primitive world. His newly sensitive ears twitched. The sound of rustling fabric, the clinking of stone tools, and hushed whispers cut through his sleep like a knife. Sol frowned and sat up, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. He saw the silhouettes of Lyra and the 3 girls bustling around, preparing baskets and sharpening digging sticks. You're leaving? Sol asked, his voice rough with sleep. Lyra turned, startled. Go back to sleep, Sol. We're just going foraging near the perimeter. Sol threw the furs off, standing up. I'll go too. I told you, I need to know, Lyra said firmly, stepping in front of him. Her hand pressed against his chest, pushing him back gently. I have accepted your choice to hunt, Sol. I want to stop you from exploring. But not these few days. Aunt, I'm fine, Sol argued, though he didn't push past her. The healer said to rest, she insisted, crossing her arms. Even if you feel okay, the spirit shock takes time to settle. Give it 2 days. If you're still strong then, I'll want to say a word. But for now, you rest. Sol looked at her determined face, then at Vera, who was actually looking at him with a hint of concern instead of her usual scorn. He sighed. Arguing with Lyra when she was in mother hen mode was useless. Fine, he relented, raising his hands in surrender. 2 days. But I'm going stir-crazy in here. Eat some fruit, Leora chirped, shoving a handful of berries into his hand before following her sisters out the door. Bye, Sol. They left, leaving Sol alone in the quiet hut. He ate the sour berries mechanically, his mind drifting inward. He closed his eyes and focused on the hollow cavity in his chest. The ash-gray energy was swirling lazily, thicker than the night before. It was almost half-filled now. Regeneration is steady, he noted with satisfaction. But I need to understand this better. He thought about the nature of the power. It wasn't T-mind control that implied zombie-like obedience. It wasn't T-hypnosis that required a trance state. This was reconfiguration. He could look a woman in the eye and tell her that the sky was green or that she belonged to him, and her mind wouldn't just accept it. It would rewrite her entire logic system to make it true. It made the unnatural natural. It made the forbidden permissible. It needs a name, Sol mused, tapping his chin. He thought back to his cultured life before the transfer. He remembered the tags, the categories, the specific genres of literature he had consumed. There was one term that fit this ability perfectly, a term for when boundaries dissolved, when anyone became available, when logic bowed to desire. Absolute dominion, Soul whispered, a wicked grin spreading across his face. He nodded to himself. It was perfect. It encapsulated everything he wanted to achieve. He wasn't a tyrant forcing slaves. He was simply creating a world of absolute dominion, where he alone held all power. Absolute Dominion cultivation. He chuckled. If the ancestors heard that, they'd spin in their graves. Feeling restless, he grabbed the large clay jar from the corner. Might as well make myself useful. He stepped out of the hut. The morning air was humid, carrying the scent of cooking fires and jungle rot. As he walked toward the stream, he noticed the change immediately. People were looking at him. Usually, Soul was invisible, a piece of background scenery. Today, heads turned. Whispers trailed in his wake like smoke. Thanks to his heightened senses, the hushed gossip reached his ears with crystal clarity. Is that him? The cripple? Heard he thrashed Vurock yesterday. No way, Vurock must have slipped. Saw it myself, slapped him right into the mud. Soul hummed a tune, walking with a straight back, ignoring the stares. Inside, he was laughing. Let them talk. However, a question nagged at him. Where is Vurock? He had mentally prepared himself for a confrontation today. He expected Vurock and his lackeys to jump him in an alley, looking for revenge. Soul was actually hoping for it would be a great chance to test his new strength. But the bully was nowhere to be seen. Maybe he has some brain after all. Sol muteur, disappointed. He reached the stream, dipping the jar into the cool, clear water. Sol, a familiar voice called out. Soul turned to see Teru, a young man about his age, jogging over with a grin plastered on his face. Teru, Soul greeted, lifting the heavy jar with surprising ease. You crazy bastard. Teru laughed, slapping Soul on the shoulder. You actually did it. Everyone is talking about it. You put Vurock in the dirt. Teru looked around, then leaned in closer, his eyes shining with vicarious victory. You have no idea how good that felt to watch. So many of us wanted to do that for years, but no one dared. You let out our anger, man. Good job. Sol smiled modestly. I just did what I had to. That bastard was asking for it. Teru's smile faltered slightly. He looked over his shoulder, checking for eavesdroppers, then leaned in until their heads were almost touching. But hey, Teru whispered, his voice dropping to a serious tone. You need to be careful. I heard things. What things? Soul asked, feigning ignorance. Vurock was planning to hit you today. He was gathering his guys this morning, screaming about breaking your legs. Soul raised an eyebrow. I don't see him. That's the thing, Teru said grimly. Yesterday's event, it reached his brother's ear. Soul paused. Vurock's brother. Torek, one of the tribe's elite hunters. Chapter 52. Business idea to get women. Chapter 52. Chapter 52. Business idea to get women. Vurock's brother. Torek, one of the tribe's elite hunters. Torek scolded him. Soul guessed. Publicly. Teru confirmed. Scolded him in front of everyone for shaming the family by hoarding meat and getting beaten by you. He ordered Vurock to stand down. Teru hesitated, biting his lip. But don't be fooled, Soul. It's all fake. I've heard the rumors about Torek. He's even pettier than Vurock. He just cares about his image. He won't let this slide. He just stopped Vurock because it looks bad to attack you right after the distribution scandal. He's waiting for the heat to die down. Teru gripped Soul's arm. No one knows what these bastards are up to. They only flex their power on common people like us. If they're so powerful, they should go hunt more, not terrorize the village. Just watch your back, okay? Soul looked at Teru's worried face and nodded dismissively. Don't worry, Teru. I'll be fine. Internally, Soul was calculating. So, the big bad brother had stepped in. It made sense. Vurock was a thug. Torek was a politician. Soul wasn't afraid. In fact, this delay was perfect. Let them wait, Soul thought, hoisting the jar onto his shoulder. Let them scheme. It just gives me more time. If Vurock had attacked today, Soul would have won, but it would have been a brawl. But if they waited a few days, Sol would have full energy. He would have Evera. Maybe he would have tasted a few more women. By the time Torg decided to make his move, Sol wouldn't he just be a boy who got lucky with a punch. He would be the one in control. Let them come, Sol muttered, a cold light flickering in his black pupils. I'll fuck them up too, in every sense of the word. Okay, just take care of yourself. As usual, Taru came with the wind and left with the wind. He was a good source of intel, but he didn't stick around. Sol didn't mind. He had work to do. He filled the clay jar to the brim, his new strength making the heavy vessel feel like a feather, and walked home. But his mind was already miles away, constructing a master plan. The goal was simple: influence, women, power. The method? Culinary domination. I need to capture their stomachs, to capture their hearts. And other parts, Sol mused. He needed a dish that was simple, scalable, and could turn the garbage ingredients of this era into gold. It had to be something he could make in bulk, something that smelled amazing to draw a crowd, and something that could hide the questionable quality of the base ingredients. He thought about it, analyzing the tribe's dietary habits. They ate roasted meat, often burnt or raw, boiled roots, flavorless, and raw fruits. There was no cuisine. There was only feeding. The answer was self-evident. Soup, Sol whispered, a visionary gleam in his eyes. It was the only thing that ticked all the boxes. He could boil down bones for marrow, soften tough root vegetables, and stretch a small amount of meat into a feast for many. But how to attract people? He muttered, lost in thought. How do I make them stop? How about setting up a stall? The idea took root instantly. A street food stall. It was a staple of civilization for a reason. But immediately, the primitive economy slapped him in the face. Problem, Sol murmured, rubbing his chin. No money. This world had no currency. No coins. No credits, just the barter system. People traded furs for spearheads or meat for labor. And honestly, most commoners didn't have much to exchange. Household stuff, woven mats, stone tools. Useless. Lyra and the girls could weave mats and baskets better than anyone. He didn't need more junk cluttering the hut. That left food, but food was scarce. Would a family really trade their hard-earned rations for a bowl of unknown liquid made by the village outcast? He sat at the door of his hut, resting his chin in his hands, watching the village traffic flow by. It was mostly women at this hour. He watched them come and go. Wives returning from the river, daughters carrying firewood, widows gathering to gossip. He watched them with a critical, appreciative eye. They came in all types, tall and willowy like reeds, short and stacked with muscle, dark skin glistening with sweat, pale skin flushed with exertion. But without a doubt, they were all fit, their bodies sculpted by the harsh reality of survival. Customers, Sol corrected himself, a dark smirk playing on his lips. They're all potential customers. He remembered his primary goal. He wasn't trying to become the richest man in Babylon. He was trying to attract as many women as possible, get close to them, and overwhelm them. For that, he needed contact. He needed gratitude. He needed them to owe him. I don't need profit, Sol realized. I need access. So, he didn't need to care too much about fair trade. But here came another problem: supply. Even though Lyra had forged some roots and they had the rabbit meat, it definitely wasn't enough to run a stall for more than an hour. If he wanted to hook the whole village, he needed bulk. Where to get the materials? He thought about the carcass from yesterday's hunt. He remembered the bloody ground. He remembered what happened to the parts the hunters didn't want. They were mostly given to common people who didn't particularly enjoy them too, like the heads, the hooves, the intestines, the cracked bones. Sol's eyes lit up. Trash, he whispered. To them, it's trash. To me, it's liquid gold. He immediately had a plan. He could simply exchange his soup for the inedible parts. He could take the trash, the organs, the bones, the bitter greens, and using his modern knowledge and proper prep, turn them into a rich, savory broth. He would trade his labor and secret recipe for their raw materials. And he needed raw materials to keep the business running. Chapter 53. Sneaking out. Chapter 53. Chapter 53. Sneaking out, he would set up a stall. He would accept payment in the form of raw ingredients. You want a bowl of this heavenly, life-changing soup? Bring me that ugly tuber you dug up. Bring me the bones you stripped the meat off. Bring me the intestines you don't know how to clean. Bring me the tough neck meat you can't chew. It solves everything. Soul grinned, rubbing his hands together. I feed my family for free. I get unlimited supplies for the stall. And most importantly, I become the most popular man among the women. It's a perfect loop, Soul grinned. I turn their garbage into their addiction. The plan crystallized in his mind. He stood up, excitedly dusting off his hands. The logistics were solid, but there was one final piece missing. The soul of the dish. Flavor. He could make do with some of the aromatic herbs collected by Aurelia to kill the gamey smell, but to truly hook them, to make them crave his soup like a drug, he needed a kick. He needed something that released endorphins. He needed the one thing the tribe feared. Chili, he whispered reverently. He remembered the fire devil-esque droppings. The tribe thought it was poison because it burned. Soul knew it was just capsaicin, the chemical of the gods. If he could introduce that heat in a controlled, savory way, they wouldn't know what hit them. Because he knew the power of the pepper. It stimulated the appetite. It made the body sweat, which was oddly cooling in the jungle heat, and it was addictive. Once he got used to the spice, bland food became unbearable. I need those peppers at all costs. He accessed the chaotic jumble of his predecessor's memories. He remembered seeing a bush with bright red, curved berries, which tribe avoided like a plague. Thankfully, the plant wasn't too far from the tribe. He recalled the location. A thorny patch near the southwest perimeter, close to a secluded, overgrown path that the hunters rarely used because nothing edible grew there. Time to go shopping. Without wasting much time, he grabbed a small empty sack and hurried toward a secluded road he recalled from his memories. He knew that the main gate was guarded, and they might stop him, asking why an invalid was leaving the safety zone. But there was a secret passage, a small gap in the natural rock wall that the kids used to use for hide and seek. The passage was small, overgrown with thorns, but still manageable. He moved casually, keeping to the shadows, avoiding eye contact with the few villagers still lingering about. He reached the dead end. A massive pile of boulders blocked the path, overgrown with thick, scratching vines. To anyone else, it was a wall. To Soul, it was a door. He pushed aside a heavy curtain of thorny vines, revealing a small, jagged hole near the ground. Here goes nothing, he muttered. He crouched down, checking for snakes or spiders. Finding none, he took a deep breath and got in, legs first. It was a bit too tight, the rough stone scraping his hips. It was claustrophobic. The rough stone scraped against his skin, and the smell of damp earth filled his nose. For a second, he got stuck at the shoulders, panic flaring in his chest. Note to self, getting stronger also means getting broader. He grunted, struggling to shimmy through. He held his breath, sucked in his stomach, and with a final undignified shove, he popped out the other side, tumbling onto soft grass. He scrambled up, dusting himself off, and finally had a good look at the world outside for the first time. His breath caught in his throat. Whoa! He was standing on the edge of a vast, primitive plain. It was a world of green, an ocean of tall, swaying grass that stretched as far as his eyes could see, rippling in the wind like water. In the distance, a colossal jungle rose up like a dark green wall, the trees so massive their canopies seemed to brush the clouds. This must be the place where the villagers went to forage, the edge of the true wilderness. Looking up, the sky was a piercing, impossible blue, vast and unbroken by smog or contrails, with only a few fluffy clouds drifting lazily. It was populated by strange, four-winged birds that circled lazily on the thermals, their cries echoing like distant flutes. The scale of it all was humbling. Everything here was bigger, wilder, more vibrant than the world he had left behind. This is heaven, Soul muttered, his lungs expanding to take in the incredibly fresh air, rich with the scent of crushed grass and blooming wildflowers. He felt small, but also exhilarated. This was the world outside the cage. This was where the monsters lived, yes, but it was also where the power lay. Okay, focus, he told himself. shaking off the awe. Southwest. Find a spicy bush. Don't get eaten. Following the path in his memories, he began to move through the tall grass, his new ash-gray, enhanced eyes scanning every shadow, every rustle. The hunters cleared the area near the tribe regularly, so it should be safe. But Sol knew better than to trust should in a world where the rabbits had 6 ears. He moved through the tall grass like a ghost. Or at least, what he hoped was a ghost. In reality, he was a sweaty, paranoid mess crouched low to the ground. His new ash-gray senses were a double-edged sword. The moment he stepped into the tall grass, the volume of reality cranked up to a deafening 11. The buzzing of insects sounded like power drills. The scent of blooming flowers was so thick it tasted like perfume on his tongue. Sure, he could hear a beetle fart from 10 yards away, but that also meant every rustle of a leaf sounded like a footstep. Every snap of a twig sounded like a gunshot. He crept forward, his eyes darting around like a nervous prey animal. There was no protagonist swagger here, because life was most important. Chapter 54. The World Outside the Walls. Chapter 54. Chapter 54. The world outside the walls. He thought that since villagers, including his aunt, regularly go for foraging, it should be safe, but damn. The atmosphere was oppressive, heavy with humidity and the unseen presence of things watching him. It felt like the suspenseful buildup of a horror movie. That moment when the protagonist walks down a dark hallway and the audience screams at the screen, "Don't go in there, you idiot." Russell. He froze, one foot hovering awkwardly in the air. Thump, thump. The hair on his arms stood up. Something was moving to his left. He could swear that he felt the vibration in the ground. Heavy, rhythmic thuds. Thud, thud, thud. His heart hammered against his ribs like a trapped bird. He held his breath, his eyes widening as the tall grass parted violently just 10 feet away. Fuck, he thought, panic seizing his throat. This is it. First day out and I'm lunch. Scree. A dark shape suddenly burst from the greenery, shrieking like a banshee. He didn't even have time to think and instantly went into panic mode as he let out a very not manly strangled yelpwa dash and scrambled backwards, tripping over his own feet and landing hard on his ass. Scrambling away on his hands and feet like a crab, kicking dirt, waiting for the jaws. But strangely nothing attacked him. He blinked, staring at the monster. It was a fucking rodent, a rat-like thing, but calling it a rat was an insult to the ones in the sewers of his old world. This thing was the size of a corgi, with matted gray fur, beady black eyes, and 2 front teeth that looked like yellow chisels, stained with green sap. The giant rat stared at him, twitched its nose, and chittered aggressively. And then, realizing Sol wasn't food, or perhaps thinking he was too pathetic to eat, it turned and scampered away into the undergrowth with a speed that blurred the eyes. Sol sat there in the dirt, clutching his chest, his heart trying to bruise his ribs. A rat, he wheezed, his face burning with humiliation. I almost pissed myself over a rat. A giant, ugly, steroid-pumped rat, but still. He stood up, brushing the dirt off his loincloth, trying to regain some dignity. Damn, it seems I'm being too careful. Calm down, Sol. It's just a fucking rat. Don't be a coward. Remember you are a predator. Remember all the motivational speeches of those alpha males. Remember. He somehow calmed his pounding heart and continued moving. As he pushed deeper into the plain, the tall grass began to thin out a bit, and for the first time, the claustrophobia vanished, replaced by something far more overwhelming, a sight that stole the air from his lungs. Sol stopped dead in his tracks. Whoa! It was cinematic. It was grand. It was terrifyingly epic. He was standing on the edge of a ridge overlooking the true wild. To his right, a few meters away, a dragonfly the size of a man's palm buzzed past, its iridescent wings shimmering like stained glass, the sound of its flight a low, mechanical hum. The flora was gargantuan, ferns as tall as houses, flowers with petals so vibrant they hurt the eyes, dripping nectar that smelled sickeningly sweet. In the distance, herds of massive, lumbering beasts moved slowly across the horizon, their silhouettes hazy in the heat shimmer. The sky was a canvas of deep, unpolluted azure, scarred only by the flight paths of winged beasts that cast shadows large enough to swallow him whole. This wasn't tea, just a forest. It was a cathedral of life, vibrant and violent. Ok, Sol whispered, un bled. Fuck those, Alpha non-CC. I'm but a speck of dust. He crept forward, careful not to touch the flowers, which looked like they might bite, until he spotted something about 50 yards away. In a small clearing of short grass sat a small, furry creature. It looked like a cross between a rabbit and a squirrel, round, fluffy, with big, innocent eyes. It was holding a large nut in its paws, munching away happily, its nose twitching. Ah, Sol thought, his guard lowering slightly. Finally, something cute. Maybe this world isn't all whoosh. There was no warning. No escriech. Just the sudden displacement of air. A shadow fell over the clearing. A massive, feathered shape plummeted from the sky like a meteor. Crunch. The sound was sickeningly wet, like stepping on a ripe melon. A bird with a wingspan of 20 feet and a beak like a pickaxe slammed into the ground. In a split second, the cute furry creature was gone, erased from the world. The bird threw its head back and swallowed the animal whole, screeched a sound that rattled Sol's teeth, with blood dripping from its beak onto the vibrant green grass. Sol froze. His brain short-circuited. Instantly, without a conscious thought, he fell backward. He didn't crouch. He didn't kneel. He went rigid and toppled over like a felled tree, landing flat on his back in the tall grass, playing dead. He lay there, staring up at the blue sky, holding his breath until his lungs burned. He became a rock. He became dirt. He prayed to every god he didn't believe in that he looked like a log. His heart was hammering a frantic rhythm against the dirt thump-thump, thump-thump. He lay there for a long minute, staring at the indifferent blue sky, waiting for his pulse to drop below triple digits. Flap, flap, flap. The heavy sound of wings beating against the air grew louder, then slowly faded into the distance. He let out a long, shaky exhale, tears of stress pricking his eyes. Okay, note to self. Cute equals bait. Sky equals death. He lay there for a moment longer, waiting for his heart rate to drop below triple digits. I'm safe, he told himself. It's gone. He turned his head to the side, preparing to get up, and found himself staring directly into a pair of vertical slit eyes. Hovering in the grass, not 2 feet from his face, was a snake. But not a normal snake. It looked like someone had dipped a cobra in neon paint. This thing was bright neon blue with electric yellow rings, and fangs that were already dripping a clear, viscous fluid. Chapter 55. I'm King of Jungle. Chapter 55. Chapter 55. I'm King of Jungle. It was T, even slithering on the ground, its head raised, weaving back and forth in the air as if it were swimming toward him. It flicked its tongue out. Sol stared at the snake. The snake stared at Sol. Oh, fuck me, he finally squeaked. The snake suddenly lunged. He rolled instinctively and threw himself to the right, just as the blue blur struck the spot where his head had been a second ago. He scrambled backward on his hands and heels, kicked a cloud of dirt into the snake's face, and scrambled to his feet. He ran. He ran like he had never run in his life. He ran with his arms flailing, his dignity completely abandoned, screaming internally, and maybe a little externally. He didn't know or care. He tore through the grass, leaping over roots, dodging thorns. He didn't look back, but he could hear it. The terrifyingly fast swish, swish, swish of the predator closing the gap. It was faster than him. Much faster. It was gliding over the top of the grass like a blue arrow, closing the distance with unnatural speed. He vaulted a log, crashed through a thorny bush that tore at his skin, and skidded down a muddy embankment. But he was no athlete in his past life, so he hit the bottom and scrambled up, but his foot caught on a root. And he went down hard. He sprawled face first into the dirt, the air knocked out of his lungs. He scrambled to turn over, elbows digging into the grit, panic turning his blood to ice. Just in time to see the blue blur launch itself from a rock. It landed a few feet away, coiling instantly, rearing its head back. The neon rings pulsed. The fangs dripped. It was the kind of biological weapon that didn't just kill you. It melted you. There was nowhere to run, and even if there was, he couldn't. The snake hissed, a sound like steam escaping a high-pressure valve. It drew its head back, preparing for the kill strike. Move! Soul screamed in his head, but his body was frozen. Soul squeezed his eyes shut, throwing his hands up in a futile gesture of defense. Think! Do something! His mind screamed. Just as the snake opened its jaws, flashing white fangs, a memory slammed into Soul's mind. The hunt, the woman, the command. Free use. He didn't have time to think. He didn't have time to doubt. He poured every ounce of his terror and willpower into his chest, activating the hollow cavity. He felt the ash-gray energy surge up his throat like bile. Scram! He roared, thrusting his hand forward, his voice cracking with pure terror. The air seemed to ripple. He squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for the bite, for the burning poison, for the end. 1 second passed. 2 seconds. Silence. There was no pain. Soul heard a sharp hiss, followed by the frantic rustling of grass moving away from him. He cracked one eye open. The neon blue snake had stopped mid-air, twisted violently, as if it had hit an invisible wall, and was now slithering away in the opposite direction at full speed. It looked terrified. It was fleeing as if Soul were the predator and it was the prey. Soul slumped back against the dirt, his chest heaving. He stared at his trembling hand. It worked, he whispered, his voice cracking. I told it to leave, and it left. He stared at his trembling palm. He realized then that he may had fundamentally misunderstood his power. It wasn't just about persuasion or seduction. It was command. He could impose his will on living things. If he told a beast he wasn't food, the beast believed it. Holy shit, Soul breathed, a manic grin stretching across his lips despite the fear. I can command beasts. He lay there, his chest puffing out, watching the deadly neon snake slither away in terror. He felt invincible. He felt like the king of the jungle. The rush of the ash-gray energy was intoxicating, a high better than any drug. He was the master of reality. He was the grunt. Suddenly, there was a low, wet, guttural vibration that came from directly behind him. It sounded like 2 boulders grinding together inside a stomach full of gravel. His smug smile instantly froze. The hairs on his arms, which had just settled down, shot back up like electrified wire. The air temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees. He realized 2 things instantly. That grunt definitely didn't come from a snake, that came from something that made the ground shake when it shifted its weight. Fuck. He didn't even look back to see what the hell it was. He didn't try to use his power, because he had used all fucking power on that snake earlier. He just sprinted. He launched himself forward, his legs pumping like pistons, his lungs burning as he sucked in the humid air. He was fueled by pure, unadulterated terror. He vaulted a rotting log with a scream trapped in his throat, crashed through a thorny bush without feeling the sting, and nearly slid down a muddy embankment. Nope. He was also in tears by now. Actual tears of injustice leaked from his eyes, mixing with the dirt on his face. The kind you shed when you've been chased by everything from squirrels to beasts, and you're starting to suspect nature has a personal vendetta against you specifically. But he still didn't stop running, and thankfully whatever it was, it definitely wasn't fast. Or maybe it just didn't care enough to chase a skinny appetizer. He didn't stop until his legs gave out. He didn't even know whatever the fuck was behind him left. He burst into a rocky clearing, tripped over again, and sprawled face first into a patch of soft dirt between 2 large boulders. He lay there gasping, heaving, drenched in cold sweat. His legs were trembling so hard they were vibrating against the ground like tuning forks. I wheeze, hate, gasp, nature. He rolled onto his back, staring up at the vast, indifferent blue sky, waiting for his vision to stop spinning. He checked his limbs. He was alive. He hadn't been eaten, crushed, or poisoned. Breathe in, breathe out. Finally, the panic began to recede, leaving him exhausted and covered in dirt. He sat up slowly, wiping the grime and tears from his face. Okay, okay, alive. He looked around the quiet clearing to get his bearings. It was a small, secluded spot surrounded by sharp rocks. And there, growing out of a crack in the stone right next to his hand, was a scraggly, unassuming bush. He blinked, his vision finally clearing. Hanging from the branches were small, curved, bright red berries. He sniffed the air. Sharp, acrid, pungent, but still. Just to be sure, he reached out with a trembling hand and plucked one, threw it in his mouth and cried out, half from surviving back-to-back chase and half from merciless sting of chili. A broken, hysterical laugh escaped his lips. The chili, he said, still chewing them. As if to take revenge for his sufferings, I almost fucking died for you. Chapter 56. Fuck you, Wilderness. Chapter 56. Chapter 56. Fuck you, Wilderness. Soul wasted no time. He knew that whatever had made that grunt, be it a dinosaur, a giant boar, or just a really angry rock, wasn't he going to stay gone forever? He stripped the bush with frantic efficiency, shoving handfuls of the bright red chilies into his sack until it bulged. He even managed to uproot a small sapling, wrapping the roots in a large leaf to replant later. This was his golden goose. He wasn't going to leave it to chance in the wild. Got it, he whispered, tying the sack to his waist. For the way outside, he didn't walk or stop to appreciate the primitive beauty. He ran. He ran like a madman, without stopping once. Thanks to his improved physical health due to the recent cultivation sessions, he didn't feel much exhaustion, and even if he did, he didn't dare to stop. The fear of being turned into a snack kept his legs pumping like pistons. He just continued his sprint, tearing through the tall grass, vaulting roots, and dodging thorns, only stopping when the familiar, comforting silhouette of the tribe's wooden palisade walls came into view. By now it was noon, the sun shining brightly overhead, baking the sweat onto his skin. He gasped for air, hands on his knees. He didn't expect it would take so long to get chilies, and more so, suffering so much terror for a bit of spice. Even now, just thinking about the snake and the grunt, he felt wronged. He stood up, turned around, and glared at the wilderness. He raised both middle fingers high in the air. "Fuck you, wilderness," he shouted, his voice cracking with indignation. "Just you wait, LL gets stronger and come back to fuck you up. I'll eat your ancestors." Roar. The words had barely left his mouth when a thunderous, ground-shaking roar rolled back from the distant tree line. It sounded like a challenge. "So, esa bravado shatterat instantly." He yelped, crouched low like a guilty child caught stealing sweets, and scuttled backward toward the tribe. "I was joking," he muttered frantically, eyes darting around. "I swear, don't take it seriously. Just a prank." Reaching near the tribe's perimeter, he stayed low, moving carefully toward the hidden entrance in the rock formation. He checked left, checked right, and squeezed himself into the narrow gap. He shimmied through the dark, tight tunnel, holding his breath as the stone scraped against his ribs. When he popped out on the other side, the safe, boring village side, he let out a breath that rattled his entire frame. Civilization, he almost kissed the dirt. "I love you. I will never take walls for granted again." He sat there for a moment, hugging the ground. Then, remembering his prize, he carefully unwrapped the sapling. He couldn't bring the plant into the village. If the elders saw him cultivating fire devil-esque droppings, they'd burn it and probably him along with it. Looking around, he found a good spot near the hidden entrance, a patch of soil shielded by 2 large rocks and a curtain of hanging vines. He dug down with his hands, planting the chili bush carefully. "Grow strong," he whispered, patting the dirt down. "Papa needs your children's." From his memories, he knew no one came this way. Even when he used to hide here in childhood, he doubted anyone other than him knew about this place. It was a sheer coincidence that he had found this spot while playing hide-and-seek years ago. It was the perfect secret garden, with the saplings safe and the harvested chilies hidden deep in his sack. He stood up. He dusted himself off, adjusted his loincloth to hide the scratches on his legs, and smoothed his hair. He took a deep breath, letting the panic drain out of his face, replacing it with a vacant, harmless expression. He assumed his persona of the innocent, slightly eccentric invalid. Shoulders slumped slightly, gait relaxed. He walked out of the secluded area and back onto the main path leading to his hut. To anyone passing by, he was just Sol, the weak boy returning from a short, tiring walk. But inside the sack at his waist, the fire was waiting. After finally slipping back into his hut, the adrenaline of the chase finally fading into a dull ache in his muscles. He was covered in dirt, sweat, and the lingering musk of fear. He looked like he had wrestled a mud beast and lost. He carefully hid chilies in the makeshift utility room. First things first, he muttered, peeling off his grimy loincloth. Hygiene. He used the water from the clay jar he had filled earlier. Thankfully, he had brought enough for a bath. He soaked a rough cloth and scrubbed himself down, washing away the evidence of his terrified sprint through the wilderness. As the cool water hit his skin, he felt the ash-gray energy inside him hum contentedly, seemingly pleased that its host was no longer caked in filth. He dried off and changed into a fresh set of clothes. Well, as fresh as a primitive wardrobe allowed. It was another loincloth and a simple tunic made of cured hide. But it was clean and didn't smell like swamp water. He ran a hand through his damp hair, trying to tame it into something resembling a style. He caught his reflection in the surface of the water jar. The face looking back was still young, a bit too pretty for a rugged tribesman. But there was a new sharpness in the eyes. The fear that used to haunt his predecessor's gaze was gone, replaced by a calculating, hungry glint. Not bad. He winked at his reflection. Cleaned up nicely. He stepped out of the hut, squinting against the midday sun, hanging high in the sky, in its full power. Remembering about his promise to Evra last night, he looked towards the direction of her hut, gulping in anticipation as he hurried towards it. As for his genius business plan to capture tribal women, tomorrow, he decided, the business empire starts tomorrow. Chapter 57, Widow Esten Chapter 57, Chapter 57. Widow Esten, as for his genius business plan to capture tribal women, tomorrow, he decided, the business empire starts tomorrow. Now, a cynic might say he was postponing his genius business plan just because he couldn't wait to get into Evra's furs. They might say he was thinking with his lower brain, abandoning his grand ambitions for a taste of the widow next door. Don't slander me, Sol muttered to the invisible audience in his head, adjusting his tunic self-righteously. Do I look like that kind of person? A man ruled by his lust? He paused. I do. Well, then you are absolutely right. Ahem. Enough joking. He corrected himself, shaking his head. While the Evra factor was indeed significant, massive, really, there were practical reasons for the delay. The soup plan required raw materials. He needed bones, innards, meat, various wild vegetables, etc. But he didn't have any of that yet. He needed to wait for Lyra and the girls to return from foraging to see what they had scrounged up, and more importantly, he needed to pitch the idea to his aunt. Lyra was protective. If he just started setting up a stall in the middle of the square without telling her, she'd probably have a heart attack thinking he had gone insane or something. He needed to get her on board, maybe even recruit the girls as his sous chefs. Logistics first, he nodded sagely. Then empire. But right now, the logistics pointed in one direction, adjacent. He turned toward the slightly larger, better-maintained hut next door. Evra's hut. It stood a little apart from the others, much like its owner. The thatch was thicker, the wood sturdier, likely remnants of the work her late husband had put in before his death. It had an air of comfortable solitude about it. He stopped a few paces from the door, smoothing his hands over his hips. He didn't know if she was home or not, but accessing the memories of the previous soul gave him a pretty good clue. Evra was known in the tribe for being efficient, or if you asked the envious wives, plain lazy. She was the type to fish for one day and then hang her net to dry for 3. She lived by the philosophy of minimum effort for maximum comfort. Since she was all alone, she didn't have hungry mouths feeding off her labor. She gathered enough to fill her own belly and then spent the rest of her time lounging, weaving, or or simply enjoying the sun. Carefree. Sol corrected the mental description. She is not lazy. She is just carefree Sol. If she wasn't at the river gossiping, she was definitely inside, likely napping or waiting for the sun to go down. His throat went dry. He remembered the way she had looked at him the previous night, the hunger in her eyes, the way she had practically purred when she tasted the food. He couldn't wait to hear that moan when he pinned her down. He took a deep breath, steeling his nerves. He walked up to the wooden door, raised his hand, and knocked. Top! Top! The sound echoed in the quiet noon. He waited nervously, his heart doing a traitorous double beat against his ribs. Come in, a sultry voice called out instantly, as if she had been waiting right by the door, counting the seconds. Sol took a breath to steady his nerves, pushed the wooden door open, and stepped in. The transition from the blinding midday sun to the dim interior took a moment for his eyes to adjust. The hut was warm, heated by a central fire pit that cast a soft, flickering glow against the walls. But as his vision cleared, the first thing that struck him wasn't the warmth. It was the absolute chaos. Chaotic was putting it mildly. Unlike his Aunt Lyra's home, where every tool had a place and every fur was folded with military precision, Evra's hut looked like a storm had recently passed through it and decided to stay. Furs were scattered in heaps rather than piles. Half-finished woven baskets sat abandoned in corners, spilling their reeds onto the dirt floor. Clay pots were stacked precariously, and dried herbs hung from the ceiling in tangled, haphazard bunches. It was a nest of disorder, a physical manifestation of her carefree, I'll get to it later philosophy. And there, in the center of her comfortable mess, sat Evra. She had clearly just freshened up. Her chestnut hair was damp and combed, flowing over her shoulders in loose, heavy waves that framed her face. She wasn't wearing the rough furs of the outdoors. Instead, she wore a simple wrap made of soft, beaten tree fiber, a fabric so light and thin it left nothing to the imagination. It was tied loosely at her waist, a single tug away from unraveling completely. The material clung to her ample curves like a second skin, leaving her smooth shoulders and arms completely bare. The neckline dipped dangerously low in the front, struggling to contain the heavy swell of her breasts and offering him a deep, unobstructed view of her cleavage. She looked up from where she was reclining on a pile of skins, her posture languid and open, like a cat stretching in a sunbeam. Her caramel eyes crinkled at the corners, scanning him from head to toe with a look that felt like a physical caress. You came, she smiled, a slow, languid expression that made the air in the room feel heavier. She patted the fur beside her. I was worried you might have forgotten a lonely widow. I never break a promise, Sol said, his voice sounding rougher than he intended. He navigated the clutter on the floor to sit down beside her, the space suddenly feeling very small. He was instantly hyper-aware of her scent. In the open air, it was pleasant. In the enclosed space of the hut, that floral musk was overwhelming. It wrapped around him, intoxicating and thick, filling his lungs with every breath. It smelled of crushed petals, warm skin, and a deep, womanly scent that tempted him to do something forbidden. As he settled in, his thigh brushed against her, and it definitely wasn't an accident. The contact sent a jolt of electricity through him, searing through the fabric of his loincloth. Through the thin fiber of her wrap, he could feel the scorching heat of her skin. The texture was incredibly soft, yielding under the pressure of his leg. The realization hit him hard that under that flimsy piece of cloth, she was warm, soft, and completely naked. He couldn't help but gulp. Evra didn't care about such contact and leaned in, invading his personal space. Her caramel brown eyes scanned his face, lingering on his lips before dropping to his hands. So, she purred, her voice dropping to a husky whisper that seemed to curl around the firelight. Are you really going to cook for me? Or did you come here for something else? Her eyes glinted with mischief, daring him to answer. For a heartbeat, the air hung heavy, the crackle of the flames the only sound between them. Chapter 58. How to Treat a Good Meat, Chapter 58. Chapter 58. How to Treat a Good Meat I Am. Soul said, his voice steady despite the pounding of his heart. But I warn you, once you taste my cooking, you might not want anyone else's. Evra laughed a low, throaty sound. She shifted closer, her breast pressing against his arm. Is that a threat, little soul? She teased, her eyes gleaming in the firelight. Or a promise? Then, with a sudden shift, she pulled back, her expression breaking into something lighter, almost teasing. She gestured toward the slab of meat resting on a stone platter near the fire. It was a fine-cut, thick marble with fat, the kind of thigh meat taken from a herbivore that promised both strength and flavor. Her smile widened, half challenge, half invitation. Well, show me if you can tame it. Both, Soul replied, his voice dropping to match hers. He didn't know if she knew what she is doing or not. But he didn't care and didn't back away from her invasion. He leaned into it, his nose grazing her jawline, inhaling that maddening floral scent. A man needs to eat, but a man also enjoys seeing a woman satisfied. Evra let out a breathy laugh, the sound rippling against his chest. Then feed me, Soul. Show me what you can do. She pulled back just enough to let him move, but her eyes never left his face. They were heavy-lidded, dilated, swimming with a mix of curiosity and a hunger that had very little to do with the meat he was cooking. Soul cleared his throat, forcing his brain to switch gears from ravage to roast. He moved toward the central fire pit, kneeling on the woven mat. Evra followed him, not walking, but crawling on her hands and knees across the furs like a large, lazy cat, or maybe like a predator stalking her prey. The movement caused the neckline of her loose wrap to gape further, giving Soul a front row seat to the heavy sway of her unbound breasts. He gritted his teeth, focusing on the stone platter. He had decided not to bring the chilies. It was too risky to introduce the poison here privately without setting the stage first. If he wanted to change the tribe's perception, he needed a public spectacle at the stall. Here, he would rely on technique and charm. Fire, he commanded softly. He stoked the embers, adding small twigs until the flames licked high. He placed a flat cooking stone over the heat. Watch closely, Soul murmured. This is how you treat good meat. He took the slab of herbivore thigh. Instead of hacking it apart, he used a bone knife to slice it with long, smooth strokes against the grain. Everest settled beside him, her hip pressing into his kidney, her chin resting on his shoulder. Her hot breath fanned against his ear as she watched his hands work. You have very skillful fingers, she whispered, her hand sliding up his arm, tracing the veins. Soul's hand slipped, nearly slicing his thumb. Technique is everything. The secret isn't just the fire. It's how you handle the flesh. Most people will just hack it apart like they're still killing it. You have to respect it to fully enjoy. He placed the strips of fat he had trimmed onto the hot stone. They sizzled instantly, spitting hot grease. The smell of rendering fat filled the small hut, rich and savory. You have to let the stone heat up first, he instructed, his voice thick. If you rush it, the meat sticks. You have to be patient. Wait for the right moment. Evra hummed, a low vibration that went straight to Soul's groin, leaning her chin on his shoulder to get a better look. Her breath was hot against his ear, smelling of sweet berries. Patience, she echoed softly. I can be patient if the reward is worth it. And it really smells different. Better. It will be, he promised. And that's the flavor being released. He further explained, though his mind was foggy due to heat. He tossed the meat onto the stone. You have to let it cook slowly, Soul said, his voice thick. You can't rush it. You have to let the juices flow naturally. Sizzle. The hut warmed up rapidly, between the fire and Evra's body heat. Soul felt sweat trickling down his spine, and the heat from fire was definitely not the reason. He focused on the meat, searing it quickly to keep it tender. Evra hummed, leaning her chin on his shoulder, her breath hot against his ear. Is that so? I always thought you just shoved in the fire. No, Soul corrected, tossing the meat onto the stone. Sizzle. If you shove it in too fast, you ruin the texture. You have to be gentle. Firm, but gentle. Sizzle the sound filled the silence in the hut. Sol worked quickly, flipping the pieces just as they browned, ensuring they didn't overcook. He explained every step, the searing to lock in juices, the resting period to let the meat relax. Evera listened intently, or at least pretended to, her eyes tracing the movement of his hands, the flex of his forearms. Now, Sol said, picking up a perfectly seared piece with the tip of his knife. The fat glistened in the firelight. He blew on it gently to cool it down. Taste. He turned to her. Evera didn't use her hands. She leaned forward, opening her mouth, her pink tongue darting out to wet her lips. She took the meat directly from the knife, her lips brushing the cold stone blade, her eyes locked on his. She chewed slowly. Her reaction was immediate. Her eyes rolled back, her head falling onto his shoulder. Minin. It wasn't just a hum of appreciation. It was a sound of pure, gluttonous ecstasy, a moan that started deep in her throat and vibrated through her entire body. So juicy, she moaned, swallowing. She licked the grease from her lips. Looking at him, it practically melts in my mouth. Oh, Sol, you really are blessed by spirits. I've never tasted anything this rich. It's like eating a cloud of meat. Chapter 59. Giving massage to a widow. Chapter 59. Chapter 59. Giving massage to a widow. I'm glad it pleases you, Sol said, watching the way her throat moved as she swallowed. He reached out, wiping away a smear of oil from her chin with his thumb, lingering for a moment on her lower lip. The skin was incredibly soft and moist. He did that because he knew people in this era didn't mind stuff like this. Evera sighed, leaning into his touch, closing her eyes to savor the contact. But then a shadow crossed her face. She winced, rolling her neck with a small grimace of pain, her hand reaching up to rub at her shoulder blade. Ah, damn this weaving, she complained softly, the pleasure momentarily forgotten. Pain? Sol asked with concern, withdrawing his hand. My shoulders, she muttered, kneading the muscle. They get stiff as old wood after sitting and working all day. Being alone means doing everything yourself. Gathering, weaving, fixing the roof. It can take a toll. She let out a tired laugh. Sometimes I feel like a young woman in an old body. Hearing this, Sol knew that it was opening. I can help with that, he said softly. Evera looked at him, surprised. Help? How? Unless you can weave baskets with your toes, the work still needs doing. Not the work, Sol corrected. The pain. I know a technique, a way of using hands to release the tension in the body, to untie the knots in the muscle. It's called massage. The word sounded foreign and exotic in this era, like a spell. Evera hesitated, a flicker of skepticism crossing her face. She pulled her shoulder back slightly, rubbing the sore spot. Massage? She repeated, the word rolling awkwardly off her tongue. I've never heard of it. And, no, I couldn't ask that of you. You've already cooked for me, and you're still recovering yourself. I can't turn you into my servant just because my back aches. I am used to the pain. Sol knew this was the critical moment. He needed to bypass her logic and appeal to something she couldn't argue with. He put on his most innocent, devout expression. He widened his eyes, letting the firelight catch them to make them look earnest and watery. He transformed from the confident chef into a young man who simply wanted to serve the community, a martyr for the greater good. It's not a burden, Evera, he said passionately, placing a hand over his heart as if swearing an oath. It is a calling. When I was unconscious in the darkness, the ancestors showed me many things. They showed me how the body flows like a river and how knots block the water, causing pain. They taught me how to clear them. They told me, Sol, heal those who suffer. He took her hand, pressing it between his own warm palms. His touch was firm but gentle, conveying a sense of safety. Please, he urged gently, looking deep into her silver eyes. Let me do this for you. Consider it gratitude for being such a good neighbor to my aunt all these years. It would make the spirits happy to see me using their gift. To deny the gift is to deny them. Evera looked at him, her skepticism melting under the heat of his gaze and the mention of the ancestors. In this era, the ancestors were absolute. No one would ever lie by mentioning them. It was taboo. And truth be told, she really was exhausted. Her back hurt more and more these days, a dull ache that never really went away, and this handsome young man was offering to help her so sincerely. She felt bad rejecting his good intentions. Well, she bit her lip, looking at his hands, then at his earnest face. If the ancestors insist, who am I to say no to the spirits? Exactly. Soul smiled warmly, a beam of pure, helpful sunshine. The spirits know best. Now, she asked, her voice softening, tell me what to do. Just lie down, Soul instructed, his voice dropping to a soothing, hypnotic way. On your stomach. Let yourself go completely limp. Trust me. Evra nodded. She stood up and moved to the pile of furs, adjusting them to make a soft, even bed near the fire. Then, she lowered herself down. She lay on her front, resting her cheek on her folded arms, closing her eyes with a sigh. The sight nearly stopped Soulless heart. Lying prone, the thin fiber wrap she wore pulled tight against her body. It left nothing to the imagination. It merely colored it in. The fabric highlighted everything. The deep, elegant dip of her spine, the wide, fertile flare of her hips, and the magnificent, heart-stopping curve of her firm, round buttocks. Because she was lying down, the wrap hiked up slightly, exposing the entirety of her toned legs built from years of walking the wilderness, smooth and powerful. The firelight danced over her skin, turning her into a landscape of copper hills and shadowed valleys waiting to be explored. Sol gulped. He felt a strange pressure building rapidly, and it definitely wasn't the shield hero. Something pressed against his loincloth with an unsettling vigor that had nothing to do with spiritual healing. Okay, Soul croaked, shaking his hands out to steady them and forcing his breathing to remain even. Relax, Evra. I'm going to start now. He shuffled forward on his knees until he was positioned right beside her hip. The heat radiating from her body was almost a tangible physical wave that washed over him. He took a deep breath, trying to control himself, trying to recall the techniques he had seen in countless educational videos from his past life. Even though those videos usually skipped the actual massage part after about 30 seconds, but after watching them countless times, he still remembered the basics. Thumbs, circles, pressure, and straight into him. No, focus straight into the pressure point. He reached out and placed his hands on her bare shoulders. Her skin was incredibly smooth, hot to the touch, and slick with a sheen of perspiration from the earlier meal. But beneath that softness, he could feel the tension. Her muscles were coiled tight as bowstrings, knotted from years of hard labor. Weaving, gathering, carrying water. He didn't start gently. He dug his thumbs into the trapezius muscles at the base of her neck and pressed down hard. Evra let out a sharp, pained cry that was half moan, half yelp. She flinched violently, twisting her head to look back at him, her silver eyes wide and watery. Sol, she gasped, her voice trembling. That hurts. Is this right? It feels like you're bruising the bone. Sol didn't stop. He kept the pressure consistent, his face a mask of serene, professional focus. It's okay, he soothed, his voice calm and authoritative. You feel the pain because the knots are fighting back. The bad energy is trapped in the muscle, Evra. It has to be pushed out. He leaned his weight into his hands, using his body leverage to drive his thumbs deeper. Just endure it, he whispered, meeting her gaze. The first time always hurts, but if you breathe through it, the pleasure that follows will be worth it. Chapter 60, Special Massage. Chapter 60. Chapter 60. Special Massage. Evra looked at him, biting her lower lip. The strange taste of food showed that he really was blessed, and this made her hesitate. She whimpered, but she turned her head back around, burying her face in her folded arms. Okay, she muffled into her arm. I trust you. Get out. Sol smiled. Good girl. He resumed the work. At first, his movements were clumsy, purely amateurish mimicry. But as he worked, he began to feel the rhythm of her body. He felt where the muscles were hard as stone and focused there, grinding his thumbs in slow, deliberate circles. "Breathe," he instructed. Evra let out a long, shuddering exhale. And then the magic happened. Under his relentless pressure, the first knot in her shoulder gave way. The muscle suddenly went slack, softening like wax under a flame. Evra let out a sound that was entirely different from her earlier cry. Oh! It was a long, drawn-out sigh of relief that started in her chest and vibrated through the floor. Her shoulders dropped inches. Her toes curled into the furs. "That," she mumbled, her voice slurring slightly. "That feels strange. Good. Like fire melting ice." "That is the blessing," Sol lied smoothly, but internally breathing a sigh of relief. "Seems like this massage is really working," as he moved his hands down to her shoulder blades and continued his nonsense. "The ancestors call it deep tissue." She just moaned in response, not understanding the word, but still felt that it was something great. To a woman of the primitive era, who had only ever known rough, sleeping mats and hard labor, this was a revelation. No one touched each other like this. Touch was for mating or fighting. This calculated. He was so overwhelmed by the closeness that it felt transformative. Seeing her reaction, he leaned closer, carefully keeping his weight balanced so he wouldn't hurt her, to get a better view. The position was unexpectedly close, and she felt her heart race as round buttocks were pressed against his shins. Her back was a canvas spread out before him. He used the heel of his hands now, pushing down along either side of her spine. He could feel everything. The strong, ropey muscles of her back, the incredible heat of her skin, the way she twitched and melted under his touch. The scent of her, that intoxicating floral musk intensified by the heat, filled his nose. "Lower," Evra whispered, almost unconsciously. "A bit lower." "Cela peut obliger." His hands glided down the curve of her spine, past the dip of her waist, and rested on the swell of her hips. Through the thin fiber wrap, he pressed firmly into the muscle there, his fingers working the tension away. "MNNGH." Evra sighed, shifting slightly on the furs beneath her. "Yes, there. Sol, by the spirits, that feels incredible." Sol steadied his focus. For him, the work demanded patience and care. His hands moved carefully, working along the line of her back. The softness, the strength, the way she responded to him. Every sound she made only deepened the moment between them. He looked down at her, the way the firelight danced on her skin, the way the thin fabric clung to her form, and felt a strange tension settling over the room. This was no longer just a massage. It was an intimate moment disguised as medicine, and the patient was growing uncomfortable. Even though his hands worked rhythmically across her shoulders, his mind was no longer focused on knots or tension. It was entirely focused on the texture of her skin, softer than the finest silk, yet resilient and firm under his palms. The heat radiating from her was infectious, seeping into his own blood, making his pulse hammer in his ears. Not controlling any longer, he decided to test the limits and leaned forward, ostensibly to apply more pressure to her lower back, but the movement brought his body flush against hers. He couldn't help it. He let his hips sink lower. Through the rough fabric of his loincloth, his body pressed against the soft, yielding curve of her buttocks. It was a subtle contact at first, a grazing friction with the rhythm of his massage strokes. Evra stiffened for a fraction of a second. Her breath hitched in her throat. Sol froze, waiting for a reprimand, ready to pull back and apologize for his clumsiness. But the reprimand never came. Instead, Evra let out a shaky exhale and shifted slightly toward the contact. That small movement seemed to change the atmosphere in the room. He let out a low sound, barely audible over the crackle of the fire, and continued, though the nature of the moment had clearly shifted. He was no longer just using his hands. He was using his whole body. With every downward motion, he leaned in closer, the closeness undeniable. It was maddeningly good. The contact was muted by the fabric, but the warmth between them was unmistakable. Is this part of the technique? Evra asked, her voice strained. Yes, Sol replied, his voice rough. I have to use my body weight to apply the right pressure. More pressure, she murmured into her arms. He hummed in approval as his hands continued working carefully. They wandered away from the safe zones of the spine and shoulders. His thumbs traced the dimples of her lower back, then slid outward, gripping the full, heavy sides of her waist. His fingers dug in, claiming the soft flesh, molding her like clay. He slid his hands lower, over the soft swell of her ass, kneading the powerful muscles there under the pretense of releasing tension. He felt her tremble beneath him, her legs shifting restlessly on the furs. Not noticing any resistance, he slowly slid his hands higher. He moved up her ribcage, his thumbs grazing the sides of her breasts where they pressed against the furs. Chapter 61. Sacred Rod of Healing. Chapter 61. Chapter 61. Sacred Rod of Healing. Evra didn't stop him. She couldn't. She had surrendered completely to the ancestral technique, her cheek resting on the soft fur, her eyes half open and glazed with a heavy, intoxicating lethargy. She looked at him, sweaty, intense, looming over her in the flickering firelight, and saw only a healer fighting a battle against her pain. It hurts, she slurred, her voice thick and syrupy. But it feels like the pain is melting into something else. Sol leaned down until his chest brushed against her back, his mouth hovering right next to her ear, his breath hot against her damp skin. That is the energy releasing, he lied, his voice a rough murmur. I have to chase the knots down. They hide in the deepest parts of you. His hand slid down her flank, fingers trailing fire, and slipped beneath her. His fingertips brushed against the soft skin of her stomach. To her, he was searching for tension. To him, he was mapping the territory he intended to explore. Evra, he breathed, his body tensing forward sharply against her. The treatment, it's about to get intense. Do it, she mumbled into the fur, trusting him implicitly. Get it out. The air in the hut had thickened into a humid, heavy atmosphere. The fire pit hissed and popped, but neither of them heard it. The only sound that mattered was the ragged rhythm of Evra's breathing and the blood rushing in Sol's ears like a torrential river. The treatment, Sol repeated, his voice a wrecked growl. I need to work the deep tension. He didn't wait for permission, as he felt that he didn't need it anymore. Evra's body was a pliable, eager instrument under his hands, arching into his touch, silently begging for more pressure, more friction, more heat. He shifted his weight, abandoning the pretense of proper posture. He leaned his entire upper body over her, his chest pressing flat against her sweat-slicked BC, crushing her breasts into the furs. The thin fiber of her wrap was soaked through, offering zero barrier between his skin and hers. He could feel the thudding of her heart against his ribs, a frantic beat that matched his own. His hands, once methodical, became voracious. They swept down her sides, gripping her waist with a possession that left white marks on her copper skin. He didn't just knead the muscle. He molded her. He treated her flesh like clay that needed to be shaped by his will. He slid his hands lower, past the curve of her hips, digging his fingers into the tops of her thighs. He squeezed, feeling the powerful muscles bunch and tremble under his grip. Is the knot here? He whispered, near the sensitive cord of her neck. Yes, Evra gasped, her head thrashing against her folded arms. There, everywhere. It seems like the tension pools here, Sol whispered, his voice ragged. In the legs. I have to drain it. Sodgrund. He shifted his weight, a slow, rolling motion as he pressed closer to her. The sensation was overwhelming. Through the rough fabric of his loincloth, he could feel the searing heat of her body pressing close against him, the softness that yielded and then pushed back. He brushed against the edge of her, teasing the warmth there without touching it directly. Evra gasped, her legs falling open reflexively. It feels strange there. Huh, like lightning. That means it's working, Sol growled. He moved his hands inward, his thumbs finding the dimples at the base of her spine and pushing down, while his fingers spread wide to cup the full, heavy weight of her ass. He squeezed, lifting the flesh, kneading it with growing urgency. Evra cried out, a muffled, broken sound. She shifted on the furs, an instinctive movement that nearly shattered Soul's sanity. Please, Soul murmured, leaning closer now. There's so much tension stored here, he said, working his hands firmly along her sides and lower back. I have to help you release it. He increased the pace of the massage, pressing more deeply into the tight muscles. The session had become less professional and more intimate, though he kept his hands moving as though he were still focused on her body. He could feel her closeness pressing against his clothes. His hands wandered cautiously. One hand left her hip and slid down the inside of her thigh, his fingertips brushing against the sensitive skin near the edge of her shorts. She flinched, a sharp intake of breath hissing through her teeth, but she didn't pull away. She moved restlessly, pressing back toward him. Soul, she murmured, her voice tight with urgency. It's too much. Stay with it. It will be better this way, he said firmly. He shifted his hold, sliding his hands up beneath her arms, exploring the side of her breast where it pressed against the fur. He thumbed the side of the swell, feeling the heaviness of it. He wanted to flip her over. He wanted to tear the thin wrap aside and pull her close. He wanted to see her face when he finally held her. The ash-gray energy in his chest was pulsing violently, feeding on the lust in the room, amplifying his stamina, sharpening his senses until every touch felt like an explosion of nerves. He was losing control. The rational part of his brain, the part that worried about plans and inhibitions, was overwhelmed by her feelings. She was so attentive, so trusting, so incredibly warm. Evra, he murmured, resting his hand gently over her abdomen. I need to take more care to ease the last of the discomfort. It requires a careful approach. Okay, she cried out, her body arching with intensity. Whatever you need. Don't stop. Please. That was it. The final moment. Soul sat up on his knees, his breath coming in harsh, animalistic pants. His hands were shaking as they reached for the next step. He couldn't wait another second. He was unpressed the matter right now. Right here, ancestors be damned. He would present it to her as the sacred rod of healing or some similar pretense. He doubted she would push back in this state. She would believe anything right now. He fumbled with the leather cord, his vision narrowing to a tunnel focused entirely on the curve of her hips waiting for him. He tugged the knot loose. The fabric began to slide down. Knock, knock. The sound was like a thunderclap in the small space. Solfros. His hand clutching his loosening waistband, his heart stopping mid-beat. The silence that followed was deafening. Sol? A familiar, weary voice drifted through the wooden door. Sol, are you in there? It was Aunt Lyra. The bucket of ice water couldn't have been more effective if it had been real. The haze of lust shattered instantly, replaced by a spike of pure, cold adrenaline. Shit. Chapter 62. Aunt is back. Chapter 62. Chapter 62. Aunt is back. Sol didn't think. His survival instincts kicked in faster than his conscious thought. He yanked his waistband back up, tying the knot with a speed that blurred his fingers. He scrambled backward, putting a respectable distance between himself and Evra, smoothing down his tunic and running a hand through his disheveled hair. Instantly, inside the hut, the tension slowly bled out, replaced by the heavy, languid atmosphere of a predator's den after a meal. He looked at Evra, expecting confusion or panic. Evra blinked, her caramel eyes slowly regaining their focus as she came down from the dizzying high of the treatment. She pushed herself up on her elbows, stretching like a satisfied cat, her joints popping. She didn't seem to care that her wrap was hanging precariously low, almost falling off one shoulder, exposing creamy skin, or that her hair was a bird-esque nest of tangles. She was looking completely unbothered and slightly dazed. Is that Lyra? She asked lazily, her voice thick with satisfaction. Why did you stop? The treatment, was it over? Soul stared at her. She truly had no idea. She thought he was just a very intense chiropractor. Yes, he hissed, wiping sweat from his upper lip. The treatment is done. So? Lyra called again, sounding concerned. Coming, Aunt. Soul cracked, his voice an octave too high. Just wait a minute. As he was moving towards the door, he took deep, silent gulps of air, forcing his heart rate to decelerate from devouring prey to innocent nephew. He smoothed his hair, wiped the sheen of sweat from his forehead, and adjusted his tunic one last time. Time for me to channel all the bad acting I've seen in those educational videos, he whispered. He pulled the wooden door open and stepped out into the cool evening air. The contrast was startling. The air outside was fresh, carrying the scent of damp earth, a sharp relief from the musk-filled oven he had just exited. He put on his best smile, serene, helpful, slightly tired, and turned to face the figure waiting in the twilight. Aunt, he greeted, his voice only slightly breathless. You're back early. Lyra stood there, looking exhausted, her shoulders slumped under the weight of a long day. She was carrying a large, dripping woven basket filled with fruits and wild vegetables. Early? The sun is down, Soul, she said, shaking her head with a fond, tired smile. I was starting to worry you'd fallen asleep somewhere. Oh, Soul blinked, feigning surprise as he looked at the darkening sky. I didn't notice. Time flies when you're focused. Lyra stepped closer, her eyes narrowing slightly as she inspected him in the fading light. Leave that, she said, tilting her head. What were you doing inside? And why are you so messy? You're sweating like you ran from a thorma. Soul froze for a microsecond. He looked down at himself. His tunic was rumpled, his skin was glistening, and he probably smelled like Evera's floral musk, mixed with intense exertion. Oh, this, he laughed nervously, rubbing the back of his neck. Why, you know that Aunt Evera asked for me to cook for her. So, I was here to cook. The fire was very hot, and, well, cooking a feast for a hungry woman is hard work. You know, keeping the temperature steady for the meat, it takes a lot of physical effort. Lots of vigorous stirring. Oh, Lyra's expression softened into understanding. That makes sense. Her fire pit is deep. It gets very warm in there. Just then, the wooden door creaked open wider. Evera stepped out. She had barely made an effort to tidy up. Her wrap was retied loosely, threatening to slip down. Her hair was still wild, and her skin held a rosy, flushed warmth that made her look radiant in the twilight. She leaned against the doorframe, looking thoroughly boneless. Lyra, Evera greeted, her voice a low, satisfied purr. You're back. Lyra smiled at her neighbor, oblivious to the heavy aura radiating from the woman. Evera, Soul tells me he was cooking for you? He did more than cook. Evera sighed happily, stretching her arms overhead, a movement that lifted her bust prominently. He made me a meal fit for a chief. Lyra, and then, she looked at Soul, her eyes gleaming with a secret amusement. He saw I was in pain. He helped me with my stiff back using that strange technique. What did you call it? Massage? Yes, Soul interjected quickly. Massage. It really worked, Evera continued, rubbing her hip fondly. Her fingers digging into the flesh Soul had been needing moments ago. I'm feeling so much better already. Loose. Relaxed. I feel like every knot in my body has been untied. I'm feeling so much better already. Loose. Relaxed. I feel like I could sleep for a week. She looked directly at Soul, licking her lips. You have magic hands, little Soul. You found spots I didn't even know needed touching. Hearing this, Lyra's face lit up with pride. She set down her heavy basket and walked over to Soul, placing a hand on his cheek. You're a good boy, Soul, she sighed, her eyes shimmering with emotion. Helping a widow when others shun her. Taking care of your neighbors. The ancestors are surely smiling on you right now. Soul choked back a cough, forcing himself to keep a straight face. Smiling? He thought wryly. If the ancestors saw what I was just doing with her, and where my hands almost wandered, they're not smiling. They're probably fuming and jumping around in the graves. I just did what the spirits guided me to do, Soul said modestly, lowering his eyes like a saint. He really has a gift, Evra added, chiming in. She stepped closer to Lyra, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper his hands. They're so strong. He knows exactly where to press. He found knots I didn't even know I had. And when he used his body weight to really push deep into my Chapter 63. Massaging, fooling, and Chapter 63. Chapter 63. Massaging, fooling, and cough. 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 Sol suddenly broke into a violent, hacking cough, covering his mouth with his hand. So? Lyra asked, alarmed. Smoke. Sol wheezed, waving his hand. Inhaled some smoke from the fire earlier. Just tickle in the throat. Evra blinked, then a slow, knowing smirk curled her lips. She shrugged, letting it slide. Anyway, he healed me. That's what matters. I haven't felt this good in years. Lyra beamed, completely missing the subtext. She rubbed her own shoulder, wincing slightly, as the fatigue of the day caught up with her. That sounds wonderful, Lyra admitted, rolling her neck. My back has been killing me lately, hauling these baskets up from the jungle. Maybe, if you aren't too tired, you can help me someday too? Sol looked at his aunt, still young, beautiful in a rugged way, but worn down by the harsh world. He nodded hurriedly, a wicked, hidden smile etching onto his face that he quickly concealed by bowing his head. Of course, Aunt, he said dutifully. I would be honored to treat you, whenever you want. The ancestors would want me to help the family first. I couldn't ask for better, he thought, the ash-gray energy in his chest giving a pulse of anticipation. The soup stall would bring the village women, but the massage parlor seemed to be opening its doors right at home. Well, Evra yawned, turning back to her hut, the fiber wrap slipping dangerously low again. I'm going to sleep like the dead. Thank you, Sol. Come back any time, for cooking and massage. She winked, blatant and teasing, before slipping back inside and closing the door. Sol let out a breath. Safe. Here, Lyra groaned, picking up the heavy basket again and shoving it toward him. Help me with this. By Spirit's blessing, the harvest was great today but heavy. Sol took the basket from her. It was filled with the standard foraging haul. Gnarled purple tubers still caked in dirt, bunches of leafy greens that smelled faintly of sulfur, a few handfuls of wild, bruised fruits, and at the very bottom, 3 small, furry carcasses, seemingly like rock badgers by the look of them. It's not much meat. Lyra sighed, wiping sweat from her forehead. But with the roots, it will keep us fed. He nodded and walked towards their hut. They reached the hut in silence. The heavy woven basket was carried by Sol. As he watched the thumping rhythm of Lyra's hip, she pushed the door open and let out a relieved exhale, wiping a sheen of perspiration from her forehead. Sol looked around the small, dim space. It was empty, and set the burden down with a heavy thud. Where are the girls? He asked, a flicker of surprise in his voice. I thought they would be back by now. Lyra straightened up, arching her back to relieve the stiffness. They stopped at the river to wash the tubers, she explained, her voice thick with fatigue. They'll be back soon. Soon, but not now. The word hung in the air, heavy with implication. Sol looked at his aunt. The day's labor had taken its toll on her, but in the dim light, it only enhanced her raw, earthy beauty. Her tunic was soaked through with sweat, clinging to her back and the curve of her waist like a second skin. Her hair was damp, sticking to the nape of her neck, and she smelled of rich soil, hard work, and a potent, musky womanly scent that hit Sol like a physical blow. His suppressed desire, which had only been teased by Evra, erupted again. The ash-gray energy in his chest pulsed, responding to his arousal, making his blood run hot. He definitely couldn't waste this golden chance. As Lyra bent down to sort through the basket, Sol moved. He stepped up behind her silently, closing the distance until he could feel the heat radiating from her skin. He didn't ask. He just reached out. He wrapped his arms around her from behind, pulling her soft, firm body back against his chest. He buried his face in the crook of her neck, inhaling that dizzying, sweat-soaked musk deeply. Aunt, he murmured, his voice vibrating against her damp skin. Didn't you say that your body was hurting? You were rubbing your shoulder earlier. Lyra stiffened in surprise at the sudden hug, her hands freezing over the tubers. But she didn't push him away. She didn't recoil. Instead, she melted slightly into his embrace, a soft laugh escaping her lips. Soul, she sighed, patting his arm where it crossed her chest. You are too sweet, but no need. You just cooked for us, and you spent so long massaging Evera. You must be exhausted. My pain is old. It can wait for another time. She tried to gently disentangle herself, moving to step out of his grasp. I'm fine, she insisted softly. Really? Soul didn't let go. He tightened his grip, his arms locking around her waist, enveloping her toned stomach. He pulled her flush against him, letting her feel the hardness of his body, the strength he now possessed. No, Sol whispered, his lips grazing her ear. No need to wait. I am all right. I feel strong, stronger than I have ever been. He pressed closer, his hands splaying over her stomach, feeling the muscles contract beneath his touch. Since you are hurting, how can I let go? He asked, his voice dropping to a persuasive, hypnotic timbre. You take care of everyone, Aunt. Let me take care of you. Let me heal you now. Lyra hesitated. But I still need to take a bath, she protested weakly, her resolve crumbling under his warmth and the sheer authority in his voice. I'm dirty from the digging. It doesn't matter, Sol said firmly. The treatment works best when the body is warm. Come, he said gently. Lyra looked at him, searching his face. She saw only concern and a nephew-esque devotion. She sighed, a sound of surrender. You are stubborn, she whispered, a small smile touching her lips. Fine, if you insist. Sol smiled, a wicked glint hidden in the shadows of his eyes. I do. He led her by the hand to her sleeping area, a pile of soft furs in the corner of the hut. Lie down, he instructed. On your stomach. Lyra hesitated for a second, feeling a bit strange about this posture, but she trusted him. She lowered herself onto the furs, stretching out her tired limbs. She lay on her front, resting her chin on her hands, looking up at him with curiosity. So, she asked, watching him roll up his sleeves. What is this massage? Sol knelt beside her. He looked at the landscape of her body, the curve of her back, the flare of her hips, the way her damp tunic molded to her form. It is a technique of the spirits, Sol began, his voice taking on a professorial, yet passionate tone. He reached out, his hands hovering over her shoulders. It uses hands and pressure to speak to the muscles. He gently placed his hands on her shoulders. She was tense, far tighter than ever. Chapter 64. Removing clothes for massage. Chapter 64. Chapter 64. Removing clothes for massage pain is just energy that is stuck, and, he explained, lying with the confidence of a seasoned con artist. By applying the right pressure, in the right rhythm, we release it. We make the body flow again. It makes you stronger. Better. He began to knead her shoulders, digging his thumbs into the tight cords of her neck. It brings pleasure where there was pain, Sol whispered, leaning his weight into her. Just relax. Let me do everything. Lyra let out a long, shuddering breath as his thumbs worked into the stiff muscles of her traps. The pressure was firm, borderline painful, but it was a sweet pain that melted into a dull, throbbing relief. You have carried too much weight, Sol murmured, his voice low and hypnotic. He shifted his position, moving from beside her to kneel directly over her thighs, straddling her legs. The sudden weight on her lower body made her gasp into the furs, but Sol didn't retreat. Stay still, Aunt. I need leverage. He leaned forward, using his body weight to drive his palms down her spine. The damp tunic was an obstacle. The rough fabric created friction against her skin, hindering the slide of his hands. This covering, Sol said, pausing his movements. It blocks the connection. The energy cannot flow through the weave, Aunt. It needs skin-to-skin contact to truly dissolve the pain. Lyra's face was buried in the fur, her voice muffled and hazy. But I am naked underneath. Good, Sol whispered, his heart hammering against his ribs. That makes it easier to heal you. Without waiting for further permission, He gripped the hem of her sweat-soaked tunic. With a slow, deliberate motion, he peeled it upward, bunching the fabric around her neck. The cool air of the hut hit her skin, followed instantly by the searing heat of soulless palms. Her back was a masterpiece of primitive survival, a landscape of toned muscle defined by years of labor, slick with perspiration that made her bronze skin glisten in the dim light. The curve of her spine dipped elegantly into the swell of her lower back, widening out into hips that were broad and fertile. Sol's throat went dry as he looked down at the landscape of her back. He placed his hands flat against her shoulder blades, spreading his fingers wide to cover as much of her slick, bronze skin as possible. He paused, turning his attention inward. The reservoir of that strange, ash-gray energy in his chest was dangerously low, a shallow puddle compared to the raging ocean he had felt earlier in the wilderness. But he needed to know. He needed to understand the mechanics of this gift. Was it a blunt hammer or a scalpel? Could he modulate it, or was it all or nothing? Let us see what a little spark does, he thought, focusing his will with utmost precision. He carefully siphoned a thin, controlled stream of the remaining energy. He didn't try to overwhelm her mind or break her will this time. Instead, he directed the flow straight into her spinal column, visualizing the energy latching onto her nerve endings like a parasite. He pushed the pulse into her. Awaken. It worked instantly. The reaction was visceral. Under his palms, he felt Lyra's muscles spasm, a violent twitch as if she had been touched by a live wire. A visible ripple of goose flesh raced across her back, standing in stark contrast to the sweat and heat of the hut. The ash-gray energy obeyed him perfectly. It didn't just suggest, it rewired. It stripped away the callous of her warrioress endurance, the toughness she had built up over years of hard labor, and flipped a hidden switch deep in her biology. He had dialed her sensitivity up to an excruciating degree. The friction of his calloused palms against her skin, which should have felt soothing, now registered as an overload of sensory input. Lyra gasped, her head snapping up from the furs. Her breath hitched, trembling. Sol, your hands, they feel so strange. Does this feel cold? He asked, sliding his hands slowly down the length of her spine, his thumbs tracing the vertebrae. And no, Lyra stammered. Her body gave an involuntary jerk beneath him. The sensation wasn't just pressure anymore. It was an electric current zipping down her nerves. It burns, but good burning. That is the healing taking root, Sol lied smoothly. His hands reached the dimples of her lower back, lingering there. But the source of your tension isn't in your shoulders, Aunt. It's lower. It settles in the hips, in the foundation. He placed his hands firmly on her lower back, just where the curve began. Lyra let out a sharp, unfamiliar sound, a sound she didn't recognize, a sound that belonged to a woman overwhelmed, not a patient. Sol, she breathed, her body shifting instinctively. She pressed slightly into the furs, her breathing unsteady. That feels strange. Too intense. It has to be intense to work, he said, his voice dropping low and steady. Don't fight it. Let the feeling move through you. He placed his hands against her lower back. She could feel the warmth and strength of his grip through the fabric. He pressed his hands into the tight muscles, working them in slow, steady circles. Try to release the tension here, he said, gently tapping the muscle along her lower back to guide her awareness to the spot. The sound cracked through the silent hut. Lyra gasped, her body stiffening, but the ash-gray energy remaining in her mind twisted the shock into a sudden, overwhelming wave of pain. She stumbled back involuntarily. I am trying, she whimpered, her voice trembling. She felt a strange warmth spreading through her lower body, a sensation she didn't quite understand. So my legs, they feel weak. My stomach is fluttering. That means the energy is moving down, Sol whispered, leaning down so his chest pressed against her bare back. He brushed his lips lightly against her earlobe, his hands moving gently from her lower back to the tops of her thighs, working carefully along the tense muscles. We're almost there, Aunt. I just need to work out the deepest, not to release all of the tension. Trust me, you're going to feel much better. Chapter 65. Take it. Let the friction burn. Chapter 65. Chapter 65. Take it. Let the friction burn. Soul reached toward her, his intentions clear. Lyra's hand shot back, gripping his wrist with unexpected strength. No, she gasped, her body locking up. So, stop. Not here. Soul frowned, tugging again, but she held fast. Aunt, the treatment requires direct contact. The energy cannot flow through this weave. We cannot be naked here, she pleaded, pressing her face into the furs, her voice tight with genuine fear. This is the hearth, the ancestor' soil. To bear one's lower half where we eat is forbidden. The spirits will curse us. Soul grit his teeth hard. Damn superstition. He focused on the ash-gray energy, trying to summon a command strong enough to shatter this primitive taboo, to make her forget the gods and only see him. He pushed, but the reservoir was dry. The earlier exertion in the wilderness and the sensitivity boost he had just burned to awaken her nerves had already drained him. He hit a mental wall, and he felt that if he tried any harder, there would be severe consequences. So he stopped. He couldn't force her mind. Not right now. He let out a sharp, frustrated breath through his nose. He looked at the rough, woven fabric covering her ass. It was a barrier, yes, but with her sensitivity dialed up this high, maybe it didn't matter. Fine, he whispered, releasing her waistband, but not his position. If the barrier remains, then I must apply more pressure to reach through it, he said. He stepped closer to her again, steadying her with a firm grip at her hips. I will work through the cloth, he stated. He pressed his palm flat against her lower stomach, applying steady downward pressure to guide her forward. The weave was coarse, but underneath he could feel the radiating heat of her body. She was burning up. Even through the coarse, woven fabric of her trousers, he could feel the incredible quality of her body. This wasn't the soft, doughy flesh of a noble woman who sat on cushions. This was the result of survival. Her glutes were firm, honed by years of walking the forests and tilling the earth, yet they possessed a delicious, elastic give when he squeezed. He dug his fingers in, kneading the flesh. It yielded under his grip, snapping back with a resilience that drove him mad. It was power wrapped in softness. You are so strong, Aunt, he murmured, his thumbs circling the dimples of her lower back before pressing deep into the meat of her ass. Solid, built to endure. Lyra let out a shaky breath, her face buried in the furs. The praise, combined with the heat of his palms seeping through her clothes, was making her head spin. Soul, you're pressing so hard. I have to, he grunted. He lowered his hips, closing the distance between them. He pressed firmly against her from behind, pulling her close against him. Oh, Lyra gasped. Even though she didn't know what was pressing against her, her body still jolted as she felt the undeniable pressure through the layers of cloth. He also began to move. He pressed against her, moving in a slow, heavy rhythm. The motion was muted by the fabric, but the closeness was unmistakable. He pressed against the base of her spine and trailed downward along the curve of her back, feeling the heat radiating from her skin. Do you feel that? He whispered, exhaling on her neck. That heat? That is the energy trying to transfer. It's a lot, Lyra whimpered, her body instinctively shifting back toward him despite her fear. It feels heavy. It is heavy with the cure, Soul replied, his composure wavering. He pressed close to her one last time, the moment lingering between them. But wasn't he enough? The barrier of the clothes was infuriating, and he needed to get past it. He slid his right hand down from her hip, moving with purpose over the curve of her thigh and lower. His hand pressed against her fully, his palm pressing flat against her through the rough fabric of her trousers. The sensation for Lyra was immediate and overwhelming. Because he had dialed her sensitivity up to an unbearable degree, the rough texture of her own clothing against her skin felt intensely uncomfortable. It wasn't the slick slide of skin on skin. It was raw, abrasive friction that dragged against her with every movement. Soul, she whimpered, her hips shifting beneath his touch. The cloth, Soul, it rubs, it's too rough. It's necessary friction, he lied, pressing harder, using the coarseness of the fabric as a weapon. He began to rub in sharp, circular motions. The roughness scrapes away the stagnation. He could feel the moisture starting to seep through the material. The dampness was soaking through her trousers. "Oh gods!" Lyra cried out, her fingers digging into the furs. The abrasive rub against her sensitive skin was sending jagged bolts of sensation straight to her spine. It was overstimulating, bordering on pain, but she couldn't pull away. "So, it's too much. I feel it everywhere." "Take it," he growled, leaning his weight onto her to pin her down. He increased the speed, his hand a blur against the damp spot forming on her clothes. "Let the friction burn it out." His hand glided with predatory grace from the curve of her hip down between her thighs. The rough weave of her trousers acted as a barrier. But under his influence, it became a torture device of texture. Lyra flinched hard, her muscles clamping tight instinctively, trapping his hand against her bare skin. Chapter 66. Let it burst out. Chapter 66. Chapter 66. "Let it burst out, relax," Soul commanded, his voice a low rumble that vibrated through her chest. A command that bypassed her logic and struck directly at her nervous system. "Open for me. The blockage is deep. I cannot reach it if you fight the friction." Lyra's breath hitched. Under the influence of his power, her will dissolved like mist. Her legs went slack, parting obediently on the furs. "That's it," he whispered softly. He placed his hand firmly against her waist. She trembled, her body responding instinctively to his presence, even if her mind couldn't name the feeling. The dampness had already seeped through the thick fabric, turning the rough material into a hot, clinging second skin. "Aunt," Soul murmured, his voice low with concern as he noticed the wet stain spreading through the weave. "You are leaking. The stress. It has turned into poison inside you." Lyra buried her face in the furs, her knuckles white as she gripped the pelt beneath her. I don't know what is happening," she gasped, her voice laced with panic and a strange, dizzying euphoria. "The cloth. It itches, Soul. It rubs so hard. It feels swollen." "I know," he soothed, his voice dripping with false empathy. He adjusted his position, pressing his hips down so the firm line of his arousal slotted perfectly against her from behind, while his hand worked the front. "That is the stagnation leaving your body. I have to rub it out." He cupped her fully, his large hand covering her chest over the fabric. The heat, radiating from her, was incredible. He began to move his hand in slow, grinding circles, using the heel of his palm to press the coarse fabric against her most sensitive place, while his hips synchronized the rhythm, rubbing against her from behind. Lyra let out a high, broken keen, a sound of pure, unadulterated shock. Her hips bucked upward as she pressed back toward him, caught between his hand and his body. "So," she cried out, her frame trembling violently. "Whatever you're doing, it makes my head spin. The roughness, it stings. Stop. I feel like I'm going to break." "Do not pull away," he ordered, his tone darkening, becoming more authoritative. He increased the speed, his hand becoming a blur of friction against the wet fabric. "This sensation? This is the healing. The fabric acts as a scrub. If you stop now, the pain will return tenfold. You must endure it." He leaned forward, pressing his chest against her back, his mouth hovering right beside her ear. He could smell her scent rising from the damp clothes, pungent and intoxicating. "Feel that?" he whispered, timing his movements against her to the frantic motion of his hand. "That spark? That heat rising in your belly? It wants to come out. Push it out, Aunt." Due to the earlier use of ash-gray energy to amplify her sensitivity to an unbearable degree, every slide of the rough fabric felt like a lightning strike against her most sensitive places. Lyra was truly unraveling. She was a warrior, a woman who dug the earth and hunted beasts, but here, pinned beneath her nephew, she struggled to steady herself, overwhelmed and trembling. She clawed at the furs, her toes curling against the floor. "It's too much," she gasped, shifting her stance as the weight of the moment bore down on her. It's gathering. Something is gathering inside. Let it gather, Sol growled, his own breath ragged as he felt her tremble under his palm. He kept his rhythm relentless, denying her the release, keeping her right on the edge. Let it build until you can't hold it. I'm right here. I'm controlling it. He used his free hand to steady her hip, keeping her close as she shifted nervously. You're so wound up with stress, Aunt, he said softly, noticing her breathing change. Look how much you needed this. Look how soaked you've made this cloth. I can't hold it in, Lyra shouted, her voice cracking, abandoning all composure. The pressure building inside her was no longer a flutter. It was a tidal wave, a terrifying, tightening sensation that she couldn't contain. So it hurts. It's going to burst. Let it burst. He roared and pressed his palm flat against her, driving his weight down with ruthless pressure. Push it out, Lyra. Give it to me. Lyra's back arched so violently her spine bowed. Her fingers ripped tufts of hair from the pelt. Oh, the scream was primal. Her hips locked, suspending her in a moment of agonizing tension. And then she finally collapsed. Her body trembled in powerful, rhythmic shudders. A rush of fluid burst from her, soaking her trousers, soaking the fabric instantly and drenching Sol's hand through the cloth. She shook uncontrollably, her vision going white. Waves of electric pleasure, alien and overwhelming, crashed through her body, leaving her gasping, her mouth open in a silent cry. She felt like she was floating, like her soul was being ripped out and stuffed back in, cleansed by fire. Sol didn't stop immediately. He kept his hand moving, forcing her to endure the pressure until she was sobbing, completely broken and soft beneath him. That's it, he growled, looking at the dark, drenched patch between her legs. Look at all that poison leaving you. Slowly, the spasm subsided into twitching tremors. Lyra collapsed onto the furs, her body limp, her skin flushed a deep, feverish red. Her chest heaved, her breath coming in ragged, wet gasps. The silence in the hut was heavy, filled with a scent that was unmistakable. Sol withdrew his hand slowly. He brought it to his face, inhaling deeply, his eyes never leaving her trembling form. Aunt, he asked softly, his voice returning to that deceptive, caring tone. Lyra couldn't speak. She felt boneless. The tension in her body had drained away, replaced by a heavy, languid warmth that made her feel floaty and dazed. She turned her head slowly, looking at him with wide, glassy eyes. She rasped. I feel light. Sol, I feel so light. She turned her head slowly on the furs, looking up at him with wide, glassy eyes. She looked like a woman who had seen a god. She rasped, licking her dry lips. I feel light. Sol, I feel so light. I told you, Sol said, wiping his hand on her hip. The blockage was deep. You needed a release. He shifted, moving closer against her. He was dangerously close now, the fabric of his trousers the only thing separating them. But we aren't done, Aunt, he whispered, gripping her hair gently to pull her head back. That was just the surface tension. The root of the problem lies deeper inside. Chapter 67. Armpit. Chapter 67. Chapter 67. Armpit, her eyes fluttering. The logic part of her brain was gone, drowned in dopamine. She would agree to anything. She wanted anything he would give her. Steadier? She murmured, shifting closer. Yes, he said, his other hand moving to adjust his belt. To truly heal you, I need to address the source. I need to go closer and seal the energy. He steadied himself. He moved closer, his breath quickening. He pressed himself against the wet fabric of her trousers. The warmth of her soaked clothes reached him through the material. Is that okay, Aunt? He asked, though it wasn't really a question, since he had already made his move. Can I remove this barrier and help you feel better? He pressed close against the damp fabric of her trousers, ready to ease them down. But just as his fingers hooked into her waistband to peel it away, Lyra stiffened. The haze of pleasure in her eyes cleared for a fraction of a second, shattered not by the realization of what he was doing, but by a deep-seated, superstitious fear that overrode even the lust he had instilled in her. "No," she gasped, clamping her thighs together with surprising strength. She tried to scramble forward, dragging her body across the furs away from his touch. "Soul, stop. You cannot remove them." Soul growled, his hand tightening on her hip. "Why?" "The treatment requires skin contact. I need to reach the source." "Not here," she hissed, her voice trembling with genuine spiritual terror. "This is the hearth, the ancestors' soil. To bare oneself where we eat, where the spirits watch, is forbidden. The ancestors will curse the bloodline." He gritted his teeth, his frustration spiking. "Damn superstition. I thought I had given her enough affection to forget this damn superstition. But it seems like it is truly rooted deep." Even though he knew that it was futile, but he still tried again to push a command in her mind, to shatter that primitive taboo with a wave of ash-gray energy, to make her forget the gods and only see him. He reached for the power, but he grasped at air. Empty. He had truly scraped the bottom of his mental reservoir. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough juice to override a core religious belief right now. He let out a sharp, ragged sigh, looking down at her trembling form. She was a mess, flushed, breathless, and visibly overwhelmed. But her fear of the sacred was a wall he couldn't smash without more energy. "Fine," he grunted, pulling back slightly. He wasn't going to fight a ghost story with his bare hands, not when he could improvise. He looked down at her. She was lying on her stomach, clutching her trousers up, terrified of being naked in the sacred space. But her upper body was right there. And surely, the ancestors didn't care about shoulder massage. His eyes traveled up the curve of her spine, past the sweat-slicked shoulder blades, landing on the exquisite junction of her arm and torso. A troubling idea formed. If he couldn't take the path that custom allowed because of her superstition, he would take a different path that required no undressing. It was something he had always fantasized about in his old life, an unusual little craving he had never voiced. "If I cannot take the proper path because of the ancestors," Soul murmured, his voice dropping to a husky whisper as he leaned closer, "then I will relieve the tension elsewhere." He moved upward, his warm body pressing against hers, leaving a faint trace of their mingled warmth along her spine. He positioned himself near her head, kneeling by her shoulder. "Lift your arm, Aunt," he commanded, even without free-use energy. His voice was enough to control her now. "The stress hides in the joints. I need to press it out." Lyra, relieved that he hadn't forced the sacred taboo, nodded glazily. She was still basking in the afterglow, trusting him completely. "My arm?" She slurred, lifting her left arm obediently. "Yes, fix the arm. Sol vasted nucimi." He grabbed her wrist, pulling her arm slightly away from her body to reveal the hollow of her underarm. It was perfect. The area was damp with the honest sweat of her day's labor, glistening in the dim light. And surprisingly, there wasn't even a shadow of hairs. He didn't if it was just her or there was anything special in this world, but he wasn't in the mood to contemplate that. He was drowning in lust now as that hollow, trapping her potent, musky scent, raw pheromones that hit him like a drug. It was truly a pocket of heat, untouched and intimate. "This is where the mark is," he whispered, his voice deep and husky. He didn't need anything extra. Her sweat was enough. He pressed himself against the soft, damp skin of her armpit. The heat there was suffocating, intense. "Clamp down," he ordered, guiding her arm back against her ribs. "Squeeze your arm against your side, Lyra. Tight. I'm going to use a friction tool." She obeyed, pressing her arm inward, oblivious to what the tool actually was. The sensation was exquisite. The soft flesh of her inner arm and the side of her breast created a tight, warm channel that engulfed him. It wasn't the familiar, intimate grip, but it was silky, incredibly warm, and intensely close. "Oh!" Lyra breathed into the furs as she felt the firm. He pressed firmly against her, sliding along her arm and ribs. "Soul, this pressure, it is very strange. It finds the deep nerves. This is what ancestors have taught me." He groaned, grabbing her shoulder with one hand and her hair with the other to anchor himself, and slowly began to move. Chapter 68. The poison is hot. Chapter 68. Chapter 68. The poison is hot. He moved through the narrow hollow, the end emerging near her collarbone before sliding back down into the depths. The scent around her was intense, a concentrated trace of her presence that he inhaled with each motion. The sound was slick and rhythmic, skin against skin in steady, vigorous motion. But to Lyra, dazed and naive, it was just the sound of intense, physical effort. Focus, Soul growled, steadying her shoulder. Hold on tighter, Lyra. Keep your grip firm. Lyra nodded weakly, using her lat muscles to clamp down on the foreign object gliding against her sensitive skin. She had no idea what it was. She just felt a hot, rhythmic pressure working out the stiffness in her shoulder, sending confusing, sharp jolts through her side. It feels warm, she said. It's hot. So, is it working? It's working perfectly, he lied, picking up his pace. He moved against her with fierce urgency, his skin glistening with her sweat as he pressed close against her heaving breast. You're taking the treatment so well, Aunt, he panted, the visual driving him to the edge. Just like that, hold it tight. The sensation was maddening, a searing heat that overwhelmed him completely. He gritted his teeth. He moved with intense, driven energy. The warmth between them was electric, slick with exertion, and pulled at him with every shift. Good, Soul grunted, his breath hot and ragged against the nape of her neck. Just like that. Keep it tight. He wasn't satisfied with just the armpit anymore. He needed to push further. He reached around with his free hand and grabbed her shoulder hard, his fingers digging into the soft flesh. He gripped it ruthlessly, pulling her closer, pressing against him as it slid back and forth. Lyra gasped, her body jolting. So, that is my breast. The chest muscles are connected to the shoulder. He barked, not slowing down. I have to squeeze the stagnation out of the glands too. Take it. She just hummed in response. Now, he was grinding against the space between her inner arm and her crushed breast. With every movement, he pressed against her collarbone, flushed and taut, brushing against the swell of her chest before pulling back down into the soft warmth. The sounds were raw and urgent. Wet skin colliding with wet skin, the heavy impact of his pelvis slamming against her ribs. But to Lyra, lost in the haze of endorphins and trust, it was just the sound of a violent, miraculous cure. It feels strange, she wailed, her head thrashing on the furs. The friction against the sensitive nerves of her side boob was sending confusing, sharp jolts of pleasure radiating through her chest. The heat, it spread into my heart. That's the poison breaking up. Soul lied through clenched teeth, his control fraying. The scent was driving him feral, acrid, salty, and powerfully female. It was the scent of a woman who survived in the wild, undiluted by perfumes. I'm going to extract it now, Aunt. I'm going to pull the sickness out. He grabbed a fistful of her damp hair, yanking her head back so her throat was exposed to the ceiling. He picked up his pace to a blurring, punishing rhythm. He was manhandling her body without restraint, mistreating his aunt under the guise of medicine. Prepare yourself, he roared, driving his weight against her one final time, the force overwhelming him. Here it comes, the breaking point. Stop it, Lyra screamed, thinking he was about to remove a spiritual parasite from her body. Take it out of me. Yes. Soul focused his energy, pressing deeper in concentration as he worked to draw the spiritual corruption out. With a guttural, primal groan, he finally succeeded. A surge, a sudden, forceful rush erupted from the gap between her arm and shoulder. Because of the angle, it didn't just fall. It sprayed heavily, splashing across Lyra's shoulder, running across her collarbone, and streaking down the side of her neck and over the curve of her shoulder. The white fluid stood out starkly against her dark, sweat-sheen skin. Lyra flinched violently at the sudden, scalding heat splashing over her skin. She cried out, her eyes flying open. It burns. Soul, it's hot. The poison is hot. That is the concentrated heat of the sickness leaving you, Soul panted. his legs shaking as he continued to tremble, completely drained. He panted heavily, his chest heaving, watching the sweat drip slowly down her shoulder to pool in her armpit. It was a masterpiece of absolute surrender. There, soul, breathe. His voice dripping with satisfaction. He used his thumb to mark her shoulder with a dark stain, blending it with her sweat. It is thick, dark energy turned to fluid. Lyra lay there, panting, her chest heaving. She felt the warm residue sliding down her skin, pooling in the hollow of her throat. She felt drained, lightheaded, and strangely euphoric. "It is out," she murmured, her voice thick and sleepy, completely unaware of the mess covering her. "I feel so peaceful. The pain is gone." Soul smirked, pulling himself back. It made a loud, wet squelch as it left her armpit. "See?" he whispered, wiping his slick hand on the tunic on her ass. "I told you I could fix you." He stepped back, beginning to adjust his trousers with fumbling hands. He had barely buttoned the first loop when the sound of footsteps crunched on the gravel outside. "Mother?" "So?" Chapter 69. Got caught? Chapter 69. Chapter 69. Got caught? The voice was clear, cheerful, and terrified Soul more than any beast. "Vera, we're back." Another voice chimed in, lighter, younger. "Leora, Surfhose." He looked down at Lyra. She was a disaster. Her trousers were stained darker at the crotch, and her tunic was bunched up. But worst of all, the side of her neck, her collarbone, and her left breast were streaked with a drying mess that left her disheveled and flushed. She was in no state to be seen. "Sheet," Sodi said. "Aunt, snap out of it." "They are here." Lyra blinked, the haze slowly lifting. She looked at Soul, then down at the strange residue smeared on her chest. "The poison," she mumbled, touching it. "It smells strange." The footsteps stopped right at the door. The latch began to lift. "Why is the door closed?" Vera's voice came, muffled by the wood. "Shit, shit, shit," he hissed under his breath. He grabbed Lyra by her unsoiled shoulder, his grip urgent. He scraped the absolute bottom of his mental barrel, squeezing out the last, dying sparks of the ash-gray energy to enforce one final, desperate command. "Aunt," he whispered intensely, staring into her dazed eyes. "The poison, it is volatile. You must wash it off immediately before it sinks back in. Go to the back, to the bathing area. Now." Lyra blinked, the command bypassing her confusion and hitting her motor functions directly. She was still lightheaded, her body weak and trembling, but the authority in his voice and the fear of the poison was absolute. "Vaish," she mumbled, clutching her tunic to her chest. "Yes, wash the sickness away." She scrambled up, stumbling slightly as she navigated the clutter of the hut. She didn't look back, moving like a sleepwalker toward the rear exit, a heavy leather flap that led to the small, enclosed bathing area behind the hut. She slipped through it and vanished just as the latch on the front door began to rattle. "Sol vasted Muchimi." He frantically finished tightening his trousers, pulling them up with clumsy, shaking hands. He sniffed the air and grimaced. The room smelled thick, heavy, strange, and unfamiliar. Sweat and stale musk that hung in the stagnant air like a fog, refusing to go away. It was unmistakable. "Fuck," he cursed silently. He lunged for the small wooden shutter on the side wall, throwing it open to let the evening breeze draft in. He stood in the center of the room, waving his hands frantically, acting like a fucking human fan, trying to disperse the cloud of pheromones, his eyes darting between the door and the window. "Please dissipate. Please dissipate." The door rattled again, harder this time. "So, open up." Vera's voice was sharp, impatient. He took a deep breath, wiped the sheen of sweat from his upper lip, ran a hand through his disheveled hair, and forced his face into a mask of casual boredom. He strode to the door and pulled it open. Standing there, framed by the twilight, were Lyra's 3 daughters. There was Aurelia, the eldest, tall and composed. Leora, the youngest, looking curious. And in the center, arms crossed over her chest, was Vera, the middle child and easily the sharpest of the bunch. Vera's eyes narrowed instantly. She scanned the dim hut, then landed her gaze on Sol. "What were you doing?" she asked, her tone dripping with suspicion. "Why did it take you so long to open the door? And, by the spirits, what is that smell?" She wrinkled her nose, sniffing the air. Sol's heart skipped a beat, but he prayed the draft from the window was doing its job. "Where's Mother?" Vera demanded, stepping forward, invading his personal space. "And why are you sweating so much?" She looked him up and down. Sol's tunic was damp, his hair stuck to his forehead, and his chest was heaving slightly from the exertion of the friction therapy and the subsequent panic. He looked like he had just run a marathon. Sol leaned against the doorframe, trying to look nonchalant despite his racing pulse. His brain spun at 1,000,000 miles an hour. "Aunt Lyra is taking a bath," Sol said, thumbing toward the back of the hut. "She came back covered in dirt from the fields. She wanted to clean up before eating." "And you?" Vera pressed, her eyes flicking to the sweat dripping down his temple. "Did you take a bath in your own sweat? You're glistening." "I was—" Sol stammered for a microsecond before his improvisation kicked in. "I was doing repetitive physical movements." Vera blinked. "Repetitive what?" "Movements," Sol said, gaining confidence in the lie. "To harden the muscles, to strengthen the body. I was lifting heavy stones and moving my limbs rapidly to build heat." He mimed a vague, jerky motion with his arms. The concept of exercise for the sake of fitness was alien here. People got strong by working or fighting, not by moving in place. "It is a technique I remembered from a dream," Sol added quickly. "It is very tiring. That is why I am sweating." Vera stared at him, her expression flat. She clearly thought he was an idiot, and there was definitely something wrong. But she didn't seem to suspect what he had done to her mother. "You are weird, Sol," she muttered while staring dead at him, before pushing past him into the hut. "Whatever. We brought the tubers. Move aside." Sol stepped back, pressing himself against the rough wooden wall to let them pass, his heart slowly descending from his throat back into his chest. As they filed in, the air in the hut seemed to shrink. Aurelia, the eldest, walked in first. She was a taller, younger version of Lyra, with the same broad hips and strong shoulders, though her expression was cooler, more reserved. She carried the heavy basket of washed tubers with effortless grace, smiling helplessly at Sol as she knew that they were always tit for tat, and moved toward the hearth. Chapter 70. Aftermath. Chapter 70. Chapter 70. Aftermath. Leora, the youngest, trailed behind, her eyes wide and curious. She stopped right in front of Sol, tilting her head. "So," she chirped, sniffing the air innocently. "Lifting stones makes the room smell like warm and strange?" Sol forced a stiff smile. "It's a very intense technique, Leora. It heats the blood. The smell is the weakness leaving the body." Vera, who had been the last to enter, snorted derisively as she closed the door behind her. She was the shortest of the three, but packed the most attitude. Lean, wiry, with eyes that seemed to constantly look for a fight. "Weakness leaving the body?" she mocked, dropping a bundle of firewood near the pit. "Sounds like an excuse for not bathing. You smell like a rutting beast, Sol." Sol shrugged, his eyes inadvertently tracking the sway of Vera's waist as she bent down. Even in this primitive clothing, rough leathers and woven fabrics, the shapes of their bodies were undeniable. One down, he thought, his gaze flitting from Vera's sharp curves to Aurelia's stoic, motherly figure. 3 to go. "I was just about to wash up," Sol said smoothly. Once Ann is done, as if summoned, the leather flap at the back of the hut pushed open. Lyra stepped out. The chatter in the room died instantly. She had scrubbed herself raw. Her skin was glowing, wet and rosy from the cold water and the vigorous friction. She had put a new tunic back on, but her hair was damp and loose, cascading over her shoulders. But it wasn't her cleanliness that silenced them. It was her aura. Gone was the weary, hunched woman who had trudged home with a basket of dirt. In her place stood a woman who looked unburdened. Her shoulders were dropped, her posture loose and languid. Her eyes, usually sharp with the stress of survival, were soft, hazy, and littered with a lingering, dopamine-drunk satisfaction. She looked 10 years younger. She looked like a woman who had just been thoroughly ravished. "Mother?" Aurelia asked, pausing with a tuber in her hand. "You look different." Lyra blinked slowly, her gaze drifting across the room. She didn't look at her daughters first. Her eyes went straight to Sol. A shiver of secret intimacy passed between them, a look of shared, dirty knowledge that only they understood. Sol saw the flush rise in her cheeks as she remembered the poison splashing on her neck just moments ago. "I am fine," Lyra murmured, her voice huskier than usual. She walked over to the hearth, moving with a fluid, swaying rhythm that she didn't usually possess. "Better than fine." "Sol, he helped me." Vera's head snapped up. "Helped you? With what?" "My shoulder," Lyra said dreamily, touching the spot where Sol had tended to her skin. She had washed it off, but the phantom warmth clearly remained. "He has powerful hands. He removed a knot that has been plaguing me for seasons." She turned to Sol, a soft, submissive smile playing on her lips, a smile that was entirely out of character for the stern women. "Thank you, Sol," she whispered, the gratitude genuine and laced with a subservient undertone that the ash-gray energy had wired into her. "You are very good at fixing things." Sol leaned back against the wall, crossing his arms to hide the flush of heat stirring in him just watching the change in her. "Just doing my duty, Aunt," he replied, his voice calm, though his eyes gleamed with a predator's satisfaction. "Family helps family." Leora giggled. "Well, whatever you did, Mother looks like she drank a whole jug of berry juice. It feels like it," Lyra admitted, sitting down on the furs near the fire, her movements loose and heavy. "Aurelia, you cook tonight. I just want to rest. My body feels so pleasantly heavy." Aurelia frowned, exchanging a worried glance with Vera. Their mother never skipped chores. She was the hardest worker in the village. For her to sit down and ask to be served was unheard of. "Are you sure you aren't sick?" Vera asked, narrowing her eyes at Sol again. "First Sol is sweating like a pig, acting weird, and now you are melting." "I am not melting," Lyra sighed, stretching her legs out, a movement that caused her wet trousers to cling to her thighs. She didn't seem to care about the impropriety anymore. "I am relaxed, Vera. Let be." Sol watched the scene unfold with dark amusement. The energy cost had been high, leaving him drained, but the result was worth it. He and just gotten off. He had fundamentally altered the power dynamic of the house. Lyra was no longer the sole authority figure. She was his first subject of conquest, and it was working. And as he watched Aurelia bend over the fire to hang the pot, and Leora bouncing on her toes, and Vera glaring at him with that fiery, "challenge me" look, he knew it was only a matter of time before he fixed the rest of them. "I'm going to wash now," Sol announced, pushing off the wall. "Don't start eating without me." He walked past Lyra to get to the back. As he passed her, he let his hand brush seemingly accidentally against her shoulder. Lyra flinched, not away, but into his touch. A small, almost inaudible whimper escaped her throat. A reflex. Sol smirked, broken in perfectly. Sol slipped into the small, enclosed bathing area behind the hut. It was little more than a screened-off patch of gravel with a drainage ditch, but right now, it felt like a sanctuary. He splashed the cold water from the reserve jar over his face and chest, scrubbing away the sweat and the lingering. As the water ran down his skin, he took a moment to assess his internal state. The hollow cavity in his chest was aching, a dull, empty throb that echoed against his ribs. He had pushed the ash-gray energy to its absolute limit to rewrite Lyra's perception during that intense climax. He was running on absolute fumes. A faint dizziness tugged at the back of his skull, warning him that if he pushed even a fraction harder, he would likely faint face first into the mud. "Not that I need it right now," he whispered, wiping his face. "The seed is planted." He leaned against the rough wooden wall, letting the water drip from his hair. His mind drifted back to the day as chaotic events. First, the wilderness. Even though the memory of sprinting away from a snake like a frightened toddler was a bit embarrassing for his ego, the result was undeniable. The moment he had commanded that neon viper, the way its malice had turned to terror, it proved that this energy was far from its final form. It wasn't just about seduction or rewriting logic. It was about imposing his will on reality itself. There's so much potential there, he mused, clenching his fist. If I can control a beast, what else can I control? Then his thoughts drifted to the women. His tryst with Evra, followed immediately by the intense therapy session with Lyra. Even though he hadn't fully succeeded in reaching his goal with them, interrupted by a knock and a superstition, he still felt a deep, vibrating sense of satisfaction. He wasn't in a hurry. He had all the time in the world. He didn't just want to pursue them. He wanted to slowly win over these tribal women, gaining their trust and breaking down their reservations one step at a time. Taking it slow, Soul smirked, just like the soup. Chapter 71. Raveling the Plan Conflict. Chapter 71. Chapter 71. Raveling the plan conflict. Well, it was all worth it, he whispered to the damp air, wiping his face. He could still feel the weight of what had just happened with Lyra, the way her resistance had finally broken under his control. It wasn't just about the outcome, though that had been spectacular. It was about the shift. He had turned the head of the household into his first devotee. He quickly composed himself, adjusted his loincloth, and stepped back into the main room. The atmosphere inside was peaceful, a stark contrast to the charged energy that had filled it minutes ago. Aurelia had tried to mimic his cooking and serve the roasted rock badgers and tuber mash. It wasn't T-Soul-esque cooking. It was bland and slightly dry, but after the day's exertion, everyone ate with gusto. They sat in a circle on the furs. Usually, Lyra would be the one serving, the one directing the conversation, the one worrying about portions. But tonight, she sat cross-legged, her back slumped comfortably against the support beam, staring into the fire with a small, contented smile. Aurelia served the food, shooting concerned glances at her mother. "Mother," Aurelia said softly, handing Lyra a wooden bowl. "You barely spoke while we were washing the vegetables. Are you sure the pain is gone?" Lyra blinked, looking at the bowl as if surprised to see it. "The pain?" She let out a breathy laugh. "Yes, Aurelia. It is gone. Soul." He drained it all away. "I feel empty. In a good way." She looked at Soul across the fire. Her eyes, usually sharp and watchful, were soft and dilated. There was a look of submissive adoration there that she didn't even try to hide. "He has a gift," Lyra murmured, digging into her food with a sudden, ravenous appetite. Vera sat next to Leora, picking at her roasted meat. Her gray eyes darted between her mother and Soul, her brow furrowed in deep suspicion. She chewed slowly, swallowing hard. "It's a miracle," Vera said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "One minute you can barely walk, the next you're floating. What exactly did you do?" "So, beat the pain out of her." Soul took a bite of the tuber mash. It was bland, needing salt desperately, but he chewed it with a look of supreme satisfaction. "It is called deep tissue release," Soul explained calmly, meeting Vera's glare. "It releases endorphins, the body's natural pleasure. It can make you feel lightheaded." "Lightheaded," Vera scoffed. She looked strange. "Vera," Lyra snapped. The command lacked her usual bite, but the authority was still there. "Do not be rude. Soul, help me. You should be grateful we have a man in the house who can finally contribute." Vera's mouth snapped shut. She looked shocked. Lyra never took sides against them whenever they bickered. Leora, oblivious to the undercurrents, scooted closer to Soul. "Can you do it to me?" she asked, her hazel eyes wide. "My feet hurt from walking all day. Can you release my endorphins?" Soul smiled at her, a genuine, brotherly smile that didn't quite reach his predator's eyes. "Of course, Leora. Once I have her cover my energy. The technique takes a lot out of me." "Okay," she chirped, leaning her head on his shoulder. Soul felt a surge of satisfaction. The pieces were falling into place. But he couldn't get distracted by the harem building just yet. He needed to secure the supply line. Soul cleared his throat, setting his empty bowl down with a decisive clack. "Aunt," he said, his voice cutting through the quiet chewing noises. "About tomorrow." Lyra looked at him, her attention snapping to him instantly. Her eyes were still soft, holding that glassy, satisfied sheen from earlier, but she sat up straighter. "Yes, Sol? Do you need a rest?" The treatment was exhausting. "No," Sol said, leaning forward, his eyes gleaming with intensity. "We aren't going foraging tomorrow, and we aren't going hunting." Vera paused, a piece of roasted badger meat halfway to her mouth. She chewed slowly, her brow furrowing. "Then what are we doing? Starving? Praying to your new ancestors?" "We are going to the square," Sol announced, ignoring her sarcasm. "And we're going to set up a stall." Aurelia blinked, her gentle face confused. "A stall? To trade baskets we wove?" "No," Sol grinned, a wide predatory smile. "To trade soup." The silence that followed was profound. It wasn't just confusion. It was the kind of silence that follows a madman claiming he can fly by flapping his arms. In this era, food was the ultimate currency of survival. You hunted it, you gathered it, you ate it immediately to keep it from rotting. The concept of cooking a massive amount of precious food and simply giving it away to strangers in exchange for other items was alien. It was insanity. It went against every instinct of preservation they had. "Soup?" Vera repeated, her face twisting in disbelief. "You want to trade boiled water?" "Sol, did the coma rot your brain? Who trades for cooked food? Everyone has a fire. Everyone can boil water. Why would they give us anything for it? Not just any soup." Sol said confidently, "We're going to make a broth so rich, so flavorful, that they won't be able to resist. It will smell like a feast and taste like life itself." "With what?" Lyra asked, looking at their meager supplies. "Sol, we have 3 badgers and a basket of roots. If we cook it all for others, what do we eat in the winter? We don't trade for tools," Aunt Sol cut in. "And we don't trade for furs." He looked at them, measuring their reaction, preparing to drop the bomb. "We trade for ingredients." "Ingredients?" Leora asked, tilting her head. "Yes, we trade for ingredients, roots, vegetables. Especially to get the bones they throw away. Get the intestines, the heads, the tough neck meat." Vera stood up, so fast her bowl clattered to the floor, spinning noisily. She looked insulted, furious. Her face flushed a deep, angry red. "Trash?" she shrieked. "You want us to trade boiled water for trash? You want us to stand in the square like beggars and cook garbage? We will be the laughingstock of the tribe. Look at the outcast family selling soup made of garbage." Chapter 72. The era of free use is just beginning. Chapter 72. Chapter 72. The era of free use is just beginning. Her reaction was extreme, fueled by the pride she clung to so desperately, even though whole tribes seized them as outcasts. To handle the waste of others was the lowest of the low in tribal hierarchy. "It is humiliating," Vera spat, pointing a trembling finger at him. "We are poor, Sol, but we are not beggars. I want to do it." "It is not garbage," Sol said coolly, his voice hard and unyielding. "It is flavor, and we want to be beggars. We will be merchants." Even though they didn't know what the merchant was, but that wasn't the point right now. As he also stood up, towering Vera's height. "You think it's humiliating?" he asked, stepping closer to her. "What's humiliating is starving in the winter. What's humiliating is hiding in the back of the line during distribution because we have nothing to offer. What's humiliating is eating boiled dirt while those guys eat meat." He pointed to the fire, his eyes burning with conviction. "I can turn those bones into a feast. I can turn those guts into something better than what the chief eats. But I need you to trust me." "Trust you?" Vera laughed, a harsh, brittle sound that bounced off the mud walls. She stepped back from his intensity, her arms crossed defensively over her chest, not out of fear, but out of sheer incredulity. "On a whim?" She spat, her gray eyes flashing. "On a dream you had while you were drooling on the floor in a coma? You want us to bet our winter survival on a hallucination? You think because you woke up with a new attitude, the world suddenly works differently? It doesn't, Sol." Mud is mud. Trash is trash. And we are still outcasts. She pointed a trembling finger at the door. If we stand in that square, boiling bones, they 1T trade with us. They will throw stones at us. And I 1T be there to catch them. It was not a hallucination. The voice was quiet, calm, and utterly immovable. It cut through Vera's tirade like an obsidian blade through tall grass. Vera stopped, her mouth still open. She turned slowly to look at her mother. Lyra hadn't raised her voice. She hadn't moved from her spot beside Sol. She simply stood there, radiating a strange, heavy calmness that felt alien on the usually anxious woman. She was looking at Sol, her eyes soft, dilated, and filled with that unwavering, terrifying devotion he had planted there with his seed and his will. He made delicious food we hadn't eaten before, Lyra said, her voice steady. He took the same bitter roots, the same tough meat we have eaten for years, and he turned into something that made us weep with joy. Was that a hallucination, Vera? Did your tongue lie to you? Vera faltered, her gaze dropping for a second. That was just cooking. Cooking ISNT magic. And today, Lyra continued, ignoring the interruption. He healed me. She lifted her arm, the left one, the one that usually clicked and ached when it rained, the one she rubbed constantly after a day of weaving. She rotated her shoulder in a wide, fluid circle. There was no wince, no stiffness, just smooth, oiled movement. Look at me, Lyra commanded softly. The pain, Lyra murmured, her hand drifting up to touch her shoulder, her fingers brushing the spot where his warmth had marked her skin. A shiver seemed to run through her. It is gone. I have carried a knot in this shoulder for many seasons. It was a stone I carried every day. Tonight, Sol touched it, and it vanished. She looked at Sol, her eyes softening into that hazy, devoted look that made Vera's skin crawl with confusion. It is gone. Completely. She murmured again, he has a gift, Vera. The ancestors speak through him. I felt their power. She stepped closer to Vera, placing a hand on the girl's shoulder. We have lived in fear for too long, Lyra said. Fear of others. Fear of hunger. Fear of the winter. Now Sol is offering us a way out. We will not spit on it because of pride. And if Sol says the bones are wealth, Lyra stated, looking at her daughters with a firmness that brooked no argument, then they are wealth. Vera's mouth fell open. She looked from her mother to Sol, shock written all over her face. Mother, Aurelia started, concerned. Are you sure? I am sure, Lyra said, her eyes locked on Sol's. Tomorrow we follow Sol. The shift in the room was clearly discernible. The matriarch of the house had bowed. The hierarchy had broken and reformed around the young man standing by the fire, with Sol at the peak and Lyra as his shield. Sol kept his expression neutral and full of ambition to change their situation, but inside, he was howling with triumph. Good, Sol said, clapping his hands together. And we should sleep. We have a big day tomorrow. Vera glared at him, her chest heaving, but seeing her mother's absolute stance, she didn't argue further. He moved to his sleeping spot by the window. As he lay down, he watched the women of the house settle in. Aurelia was banking the fire, her movements graceful. Leora curled up next to Vera, who was staring at the ceiling with a frown, clearly trying to figure out how the world had turned upside down in 24 hours. And Lyra slept deeply, a smile on her face, her hand resting on her shoulder where he had marked her. Sol closed his eyes. He checked the cavity in his chest. The energy was trickling back, slow but steady. Tomorrow, he would introduce the tribe to the concept of umami and heat. Tomorrow, he would hook them. And once the village was addicted to his soup, well, a man who controls the food controls the tribe. Sleep well, ladies, Sol thought, drifting off. The free use era is just beginning. Chapter 73. It is an elixir. Chapter 73. Chapter 73. It is an elixir. The next morning arrived with a strange, unfamiliar stillness. Usually, the hut would be a flurry of frantic activity long before the sun breached the horizon. Lyra would be up first, organizing baskets with nervous energy. Vera would be sharpening digging sticks by the dying embers. Leora would be whining about the cold. The fear of hunger usually acted as their alarm clock, driving them to beat the other gatherers to the best spots near the perimeter. But today, the sun rose unchallenged. Golden beams of light filtered through the cracks in the wooden walls, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air, a scene that would have baffled any other family in the tribe. Sol was the first to open his eyes. He didn't feel the usual grogginess of the primitive life. He felt sharp, alert. He lay there for a moment, listening to the rhythmic breathing of the 4 women scattered across the furs. He hadn't been able to sleep last night, not out of worry, but out of sheer, vibrating excitement. Today was the day he launched his business, the day he started his conquest of the tribal women, one bowl of soup at a time. He placed a hand over his chest. The hollow cavity hummed against his palm. The ash-gray energy was swirling lazily, replenishing itself from the ambient atmosphere and his own rest. It was about halfway full now, a comforting weight in his core. Good, he whispered, batteries recharging. He sat up, the furs sliding off his chest. He stretched, his joints popping satisfyingly. He looked around the room. Lyra was sleeping deeply, her face relaxed in a way he had never seen. Her hand was curled loosely near her shoulder, the spot he had treated the night before. Aurelia was curled protectively around Leora. Vera was sprawled out, one arm thrown over her eyes. He stood up and moved to the water jar in the back. He splashed his face, the cold shock waking up his skin. He used a rough twig to clean his teeth, then adjusted his loincloth and tunic, making sure he looked presentable. He wasn't just a scavenger today. He was a proprietor. The noise of his movement finally stirred the house. Lyra's eyes snapped open. For a second, panic flashed across her face, the instinctual panic of a provider who has overslept. The sun, she gasped, scrambling up. Girls, up. We are late. The berry patch will be picked clean. The commotion woke the others. Vera groaned, rolling over and reaching blindly for a digging stick. Aurelia sat up, rubbing her eyes, instantly reaching for a basket. It was a well-oiled machine of survival. But then, her hand froze in midair. The memory of the previous night washed over her. The intense heat, the strange healing, and Sol's manic, confident declaration. We are not scavengers today. We're something called merchants. She let out a breath she didn't know she was holding and lowered her hand. She looked around the room. Aurelia was already sitting up. Leora was still sleeping, albeit reluctantly. Vera was staring at the ceiling, looking torn between relief at sleeping in and anxiety about starving. But Sol's sleeping spot was empty. Where's he? Lyra asked, sitting up, a flicker of worry in her chest. Here, a cheerful voice called out. The leather flap to the bathing area pushed open, and Sol stepped into the room. He was dripping wet, his hair slicked back, a towel scrubbing his chest. He looked annoyingly awake and vibrant, humming a strange tune. Morning, ladies, Sol grinned, tossing the wet rag into the corner. I hope you're hungry. We have work to do. The girls groaned, rubbing sleep from their eyes, but the energy in the room was infectious. They took turns at the water jar, splashing their faces and smoothing their hair. Within minutes, the fog of sleep had lifted, replaced by a burning curiosity. They gathered around the fire pit where Sol was kneeling, arranging kindling with the focus of a man defusing a bomb. So, Vera asked, leaning against a support beam with her arms crossed. What is this soup you were raving about last night? And Leora chirped, squatting beside him, her knees pulled to her chest. What is the work? Of course, we are cooking, Sol corrected, striking the flint. A spark caught the dry moss, and a small flame bloomed. We are making soup. Soup? Vera repeated, raising an eyebrow. You mean hot water with stuff in it? We eat that every winter when the meat runs out and we have to boil tree bark. It tastes like shit, no, Sol said, feeding small twigs to the fire until it crackled nicely. That is slop. Slop is what you eat to keep from dying. What I am making is an elixir. He stood up, gesturing grandly to the empty clay cauldron. This isn't just food. It is a concentration of vitality. It extracts the hidden strength from the bones, the spirit from the earth, and the fire from the plants. It warms the blood, heals the weary, and he looked at Leora. It makes your skin glow like the moon. Leora gasped, touching her cheek. Really? Ancestors guarantee it. Sol lied without blinking. Even Aurelia looked intrigued. It sounds powerful. It is, Sol confirmed. Now, watch and learn. He lifted the heavy clay cauldron and placed it over the growing fire. He filled it with water from the jar, instructing Leora to keep the supply coming. First, the foundation, Sol announced. He grabbed the rock badger carcasses. Instead of throwing them in whole, he used the obsidian knife to separate the meat from the bone. He cracked the leg bones with a heavy stone. Crack, exposing the pink, fatty marrow inside. The flavor lives in the bone, he explained to his captive audience. He tossed the bones into the water. Next came the tubers and the bitter greens. He chopped them with a rhythmic thud-thud-thud against the cutting stone, a technique that looked far more professional than anything they had seen. Chapter 74. Using Fire Devil-S Droppings. Chapter 74. Chapter 74. Using Fire Devil-S Droppings next, Sol announced, getting up and under the curious eyes of girls, grabbing the sack he had hidden the night before. The heat. He reached in and withdrew a handful of the bright red, curved berries. The atmosphere in the hut froze. The comfortable curiosity that had settled over the girls vanished, replaced by instant, primal terror. Fire Devil-S Droppings. Leora squeaked, scrambling backward on her hands and knees until her back hit the wall. No, those make you breathe fire. They kill you. Vera also took a step back, her face paling. Sol, are you mad? Those are poison. If you put those in, the steam alone will blind us. We'll be breathing death. Leora looked ready to cry, hugging her knees. Why do you want to kill us, Sol? I thought we were family. The others also had similar reactions, recoiling as if you were holding a handful of venomous snakes, but Sol was dumbfounded by Leora's reaction. Family? Sol blinked, looking at the teary-eyed girl. Leora, I'm not trying to kill you. I'm just trying to feed you. With death berries, she wailed. Vera also looked at him with wide, horrified eyes. Is this the plan? We poison the tribe? We'll be executed before noon. Sol didn't flinch. Trust me, he said calmly, though his pulse spiked at their intense fear. He realized he had to sell this hard. He held up a single chili to the shaft of sunlight, letting it glow like a ruby. They are not poison. The ancestors told me the secret. The poison is only in the fear. If you conquer the fear, it becomes heat. It becomes life. The ancestors showed me that the fire inside them wakes up the blood and cleanses the spirit. To prove his point, he popped the whole chili into his mouth. He chewed. Crunch. The heat exploded instantly. It was violent. It was a bird-eye chili on steroids, cultivated by a hateful nature to deter herbivores. His tongue felt like he had licked a branding iron. His eyes watered immediately, his nose stung, and a hiccup threatened to escape his throat. Holy shit, his inner voice screamed. That is hot. That is so hot. Why did I eat the whole thing? But outwardly, he kept his face perfectly, stoically straight. He forced a serene smile onto his lips, swallowing the fire. See? He wheezed, his voice only slightly strained, and blinking rapidly to clear the tears. Delicious. Ancestral wisdom. The girl stared at him wide-eyed. He was dead. He wasn't screaming. He was smiling. Okay. Lyra breathed, lowering her hand from her mouth, her fear warring with her absolute faith in him. If you say so. Trust the process. Sol choked out, throwing the rest of the handful into the mortar stone and crushing them into a paste with a vengeance to hide his burning tongue. He scraped the red mash into the pot. The water began to turn a faint, dangerous red. The girl stared at him with a mixture of horror and awe. He had eaten the poison and lived. He really was chosen. Now, for the Earth's blessing, Sol muttered, turning to the pile of forage to distract himself from the magma in his mouth. He dipped a wooden spoon into the simmering pot and tasted it. He frowned. It was spicy. It was savory from the fat, but it was flat. It lacked the soul. It lacked the one thing that made food addictive. Salt, he suddenly whispered. The tribe got their salt from animal blood or rare mineral licks. But being poor, they had neither. Without salt, the soup would just be spicy hot water. It wouldn't hook anyone, and definitely couldn't accept it. He needed to make this absolutely addicting. He looked around the hut, his eyes scanning the baskets. His gaze landed on the pile of rejected wild plants Lyra had gathered yesterday. The stuff deemed inedible or useless, kept only in case of absolute famine. Maybe. Seul mutard. He walked over to the pile. He picked up a fern. Bitter. He picked up a broadleaf. Sour. Then he picked up a handful of succulent, fleshy stalks that looked like thin green fingers. They were marsh plants that grew near the brackish water of the river delta. He bit into one. A burst of intense, briny salinity exploded in his mouth. It wasn't pure salt, but it was sodium-rich, crunchy, and salty like sea asparagus. Jackpot, he grinned. What are you doing? Lyra asked, watching him grab the whole bundle. Soul, put that down. That is tear grass. It is useless. We only eat that when there is absolutely nothing else. It makes you thirsty and tastes like sweat. This, Soul declared, holding up the weed like a scepter, is treasure, Aunt. He instantly chopped the salty succulents into fine pieces and swept them into the boiling pot. No, Vera groaned, burying her face in her hands. He ruined it. He actually ruined it. First the poison berries, now the sweat grass. It's going to taste like spicy bog water. No one will trade for this. We're going to be the laughingstock. Have faith, Soul hummed, stirring the pot vigorously. He watched the succulents dissolve into the heat, releasing their sodium into the broth, seasoning the meat and the vegetables from the inside out. He didn't stop there. The base was set, meat, fat, heat, and salt, but a great soup needed complexity. It needed layers. He turned his attention to the rest of the forage pile Lyra and the girls had dumped in the corner. To them, it was just a heap of random plants. To Soul, it was a chemistry set waiting to be cataloged. He picked up a bunch of wide, fuzzy leaves that smelled faintly of lemon. He tore a small piece off and chewed. Citrusy, astringent, wild balm, he categorized mentally. Good for cutting through the grease. He chopped a handful and threw it in. Chapter 75. Conquer the World with Soup. Chapter 75. Chapter 75. Conquer the World with Soup. Next, he found a cluster of small, pale bulbs still caked in mud. They looked like deformed pearls. He scraped one clean with his thumbnail and sniffed. It made his eyes water in a familiar, comforting way. Allium family. Wild garlic. Jackpot again, he muttered. He crushed the bulbs under the flat of his knife, releasing a pungent, sulfurous aroma that made Leora wrinkle her nose. That smells like feet. She giggled. It smells like flavor, Soul corrected, sweeping the crushed garlic into the pot. It wakes up the nose so the tongue can taste better. He moved through the pile like a man possessed, tasting everything. Some things were failures. A purple berry that tasted like earwax. He spat it out immediately. A vine that numbed his lips unpleasantly. But his modern knowledge gave him an edge. He recognized patterns. The serrated edge of a mint-like leaf, the woody stem of a rosemary equivalent. He gauged their power and taste, building a mental flavor profile of the prehistoric pantry. Then his hand hovered over a bunch of brown, wrinkled roots Lyra had gathered. He picked one up. It was ugly. It looked like a shriveled, severed toe of an old man. It was hard as a rock. He brought it to his nose and scratched the surface. A scent wafted up, warm, nutty, slightly sweet, and deeply earthy. Nutmeg? No, deeper, like mace mixed with cinnamon. Looks aromatic, Soul thought, his chef's intuition tingling. This was the finishing note, the thing that would give his soup that mysterious, I can't tell what this is, but I love it quality. He didn't hesitate. With a look of profound, mystical wisdom, he grabbed the mystery roots. He didn't chop them. He grated them against a rough stone, letting the fine brown dust fall into the bubbling cauldron like magic powder. What was that? Vera asked, watching the brown dust dissolve. Her suspicion was back. It looks like deadwood. Sol paused, holding the shriveled root up to the light. He needed a name that sounded impressive, something that shut down questions. Root of resilience, Sol improvised instantly, his voice grave. It grows only in the shadow of the great trees. It binds the flavors together, essential for the texture of the soul. Vera opened her mouth to argue that she found it growing in a dish, but the smell wafting from the pot stopped her. The nutmeg-like dust hit the hot fat and the chili oil. The aroma bloomed. It tied the sharp spice, the salty brine, and the rich meatiness into a warm, cohesive embrace. It smelled like comfort. It smelled like home. Soul texture. Vera muttered, looking at the pot with a grudging respect. Fine. Whatever. He stirred the pot. The fire crackled, the water rolled, and slowly the magic began to happen. The steam rising from the pot changed. The metallic smell of the raw meat vanished, replaced by the rich, savory scent of rendering fat. The sharp tang of the chili cut through the heaviness, and the salty succulence broke down, seasoning the broth. The mystery root added a strange, earthy sweetness that tied it all together. It didn't smell like wet rag or sadness anymore. It smelled like food, delicious food. The girls sniffed the air. Leora leaned in, her nose twitching, her fear forgotten. Aurelia's posture relaxed. Even Vera uncrossed her arms, a confused look on her face. It smells, Leora whispered. Good? It smells like hunger, Vera admitted grudgingly. Sol dipped the ladle in, stirring the golden-red liquid into gray-hot matter. Not just good, Sol corrected, dipping a spoon in and blowing on it. Perfect. He took a sip, letting the liquid roll over his tongue. Damn, he thought, his eyes widening slightly. It was really tasty. Honestly, even he hadn't expected it to turn out this good. He thought that just a basic broth with some actual salt would be enough to surprise these primitive palates. But unexpectedly, the flavor profile was complex. The gamey richness of the badger meat, the creamy mouth feel of the rendered fat, the sharp, escalating heat of the chili, and the deep, briny undertone of the marsh succulents. It all balanced perfectly. Maybe he really had a talent for cooking, or maybe it was just the raw, untainted quality of the prehistoric ingredients. Either way, it didn't matter. This soup was a weapon. It was enough to make them slaves to his cooking. With this, he could conquer them all, first his family, then the neighbors, then the tribe. He couldn't help thinking wildly, his ambitions spiraling, as if what he was brewing in that clay pot wasn't just soup, but the philosopher's stone itself. He walked over to the women, holding the spoon out to Vera first. She was the skeptic, the barrier. If she broke, the rest would follow. Taste, he commanded. Vera looked at the spoon as if it contained concentrated venom. She looked at the red tint of the liquid, then at Sol's confident, almost arrogant face. If I die, she hissed, I'm haunting you. With a sigh of martyrdom, she leaned forward and took a tentative sip. She froze. For a second, she didn't move. Then, her eyes didn't just widen, they bulged. She blinked rapidly, smacking her lips, trying to process the explosion of sensation on her tongue. It's, Vera stammered, looking from a spoon to the pot. It's salty? But, good salty, rich, and oh. Her hand flew to her mouth as the chili kicked in. It bites. It's hot inside. Is it bad? Lyra asked anxiously. No, Vera gasped, grabbing Sol's wrist to pull the spoon back for another sip. It makes my mouth water. It tastes like meat, but 10 times stronger. Leora couldn't wait any longer. She scrambled forward on her knees. Me. She took a sip and shrieked with delight. It tastes like the best meat, but better. It dances on my tongue. It's spicy. Then, it was Aurelia's turn. The eldest sister moved with her usual grace, brushing a stray lock of hair behind her ear. She approached the spoon not with hunger, but with a careful, studying gaze. She took a small, measured sip, closing her eyes as the broth hit her palate. She stayed silent for a long moment, her brow furrowed in concentration. It is like a storm, Aurelia whispered. opening her soft brown eyes to look at Soul. Her voice was warm, filled with a quiet wonder. The heat strikes like lightning, waking you up, but then the fat and the salt soothe you like the rain that follows. It flows together, Soul. The earth, the beast, and the fire. You made them hold hands. She smiled, a serene, beatific expression that made her look like a forest spirit. It feels like safety, like a warm fire in the winter. Soul felt a twitch in his chest. Damn, she yes poetic. Finally, Lyra stepped forward. She looked at the pile of discarded, useless marsh plants, then at the pot. She took the spoon Soul offered, her hand trembling slightly. She tasted it. A shudder ran through her frame. She didn't speak of storms or flavor profiles. She looked at Soul with eyes that were wet with sudden emotion. The tear grass, she murmured, disbelief coloring her voice. It was bitter. It was useless. We walked past it every day for years, starving, thinking it was nothing. She looked at the pot, then back at Soul, the devotion in her gaze deepening into something frighteningly intense. You changed its nature, she whispered. You took the things we threw away, the bones, the weeds, the poison, and you turned them into this. Only the ancestors have that kind of power. Soul smirked. I told you. Aunt, he said, turning back to the fire to stir the pot, hiding the triumphant glint in his eyes. It's called seasoning. He looked at his 4 converts, their eyes glued to the cauldron. And it's going to make us king. Chapter 76. Breakfast. Chapter 76. Chapter 76. Breakfast, get the bowls, Soul ordered, his eyes gleaming with the reflection of the fire. We're going to be kings. But first they had to eat. Soul ladled the steaming, golden-red broth into wooden bowls for the family. He made sure each serving had a generous chunk of the searingly hot rock badger meat, a piece of the caramelized tuber, and plenty of the glistening, fat-rich liquid. The hut went silent, save for the sounds of frantic slurping and satisfied sighs. The spice warmed them from the inside out, chasing away the morning chill, while the rich fats coated their tongues in a way boiled water never could. Vera was the first to break the silence, though she didn't look up from her bowl. She paused, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand, her eyes wide with a mixture of disbelief and grudging respect. She looked at the empty bowl, scraped clean, then at Soul. It's even better than before. The root of resilience. It adds a sweetness I can't place. It balances the fire. It doesn't just burn, it glows. See? Soul grinned, blowing on his own spoonful before taking a sip. Trust the chef. I know what I'm doing. Leora, on the other hand, had no such reservations. She was practically vibrating. It dances, she squealed, her face flushed a healthy, rosy pink from the capsaicin rush. She licked the rim of her bowl, chasing a stray drop of chili oil. My mouth is tingling, Soul. It feels like little ants made of fire are running around, but in a good way. I feel so awake. She looked at her empty bowl with genuine tragedy. Can I have more? Just a little? The meat. It fell apart on my tongue. Save room, Soul chided gently, though he scooped a small extra ladleful for her. We have to sell this. Remember? Next time I make it, I will give you 2 or even 3 bowls. Aurelia, the anchor, ate with a slow, meditative focus. She closed her eyes after every bite, analyzing the flavors with the seriousness of a healer testing a new poultice. It is complete, Aurelia murmured, opening her soft brown eyes to look at Soul. Usually, our food fights itself. The bitter greens fight the bland meat. But this, the salt from the tear grass holds hands with the fat. The spice lifts the heavy earth taste of the tubers. It is a circle, Soul. It feels like medicine for the spirit. She smiled, a serene, beatific expression. It makes me feel safe, like a full larder in winter. Finally, Lyra lowered her bowl. She hadn't spoken a word since the first sip. She stared into the dregs of the broth, her expression one of profound shock. She looked at the pile of trash ingredients in the corner. The bones, the rejected weeds, the terrifying red berries. Then she looked at Soul. You turned garbage into life, she whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. I have eaten this badger meat 100 times. It is always tough. It always tastes like dust. But this, she shook her head, her eyes shimmering with that intense, devoted light Soul had ignited the night before. The ancestors truly guided your hand, Soul. No mortal could think to mix poison berries with sweatgrass and make it taste like a feast. We were really blind, but you see, Soul felt the ash-gray energy in his chest hum, a warm vibration of satisfaction. He had conquered their palates. The skeptics were now believers. Strength comes from strange places, Aunt, Soul said smoothly, scraping the last bit of marrow from a bone. Now, clean your faces. We have a village to feed. Just then, the heavy, floral scent of a woman wafted through the door, cutting through the savory aroma of the soup like a sweet knife. It was followed by a familiar, sleepy voice that sent a jolt of recognition down Soul's spine. Is that a feast I smell? Or are the ancestors cooking in your hut again? Evra pushed the door open and leaned against the frame. She looked like she had just rolled out of bed, and in the best way possible. Her chestnut hair was tousled and wild, framing a face still flushed with sleep. Her eyes were heavy-lidded, blinking slowly against the morning light. But it was her attire that drew Soul's gaze like a magnet. Her fiber wrap was loose, barely knotted at the waist, slipping down one shoulder to show the deep, creamy valley of her cleavage. Sol gulped. The image of her from last night, flushed, writhing on the furs, begging for his treatment, flashed through his mind with high-definition clarity. He felt a phantom heat in his loins, a heavy throb of memory. He had been this close. Just a few seconds more, and he would have claimed her completely. Soon, he consoled himself, forcing his gaze up to her face, fighting the urge to undress her with his eyes right in front of his aunt. Very soon. Evra, Lyra smiled, gesturing to the pot, completely oblivious to the tension radiating from her nephew. Cool me. Sol has outdone himself again. Try this soup he has just made. Evra drifted in, her hips swaying with that natural, lazy grace. She took the bowl Sol offered, her fingers brushing his. The contact was brief, but it still sent tingles through his whole body. She took a sip. Her reaction was immediate. Her eyes snapped open, the sleepiness vanishing. She didn't just moan. She shivered, a full-body tremor that rippled through her. Oh, she breathed, licking her lips to catch a drop of the spicy oil. She looked at Sol, her pupils dilating. You said it was good yesterday, Sol. But this is dangerous. It's richer. It warms me all the way down to my toes. She took another large gulp, ignoring the heat, savoring the burn. The others watched her with pride. Lyra beamed, validated in her faith. Leora smirked happily. Evra's gaze fell on the massive clay cauldron bubbling over the fire. Why did you make so much? She asked, eyeing the sheer volume of liquid. You can't eat all this, even with 4 mouths. It will spoil. We are selling it, Lyra explained, her voice tinged with a new, fierce pride she and T possessed yesterday. She stood taller, gesturing to the pot. Sol has a plan. We are going to the square to trade. Evra raised an eyebrow, looking at Sol with impressed surprise. A slow smile spread across her face. A stall? In the square? That's bold, little Sol. Most people just hoard what they catch. She took another sip, savoring the flavor as if it were a fine wine. But with this taste, she murmured, it will work. It will definitely work. I de-trade my best flank steak for a pot of this. It makes the dried meat I have at home taste like dust. Why would there be such formality between neighbors? Lyra chided gently, ever the generous Sol. If you want soup, come get it any time. We have plenty. Sol nodded, his eyes meeting Evra's over the rim of her bowl. Yes, he said, his voice dropping just enough for her to hear the subtext. Come anytime, even if you need something more. Evra's lips curled into a knowing, sultry smile. I just might, she whispered, draining her bowl. I just might. Chapter 77. Public Anger. Chapter 77. Chapter 77. Public anger. The sun was fully up when the procession reached the village square. It was the peak of the morning rush. hunters sharpening spears, women gathering water, elders gossiping in the shade. The procession was a strange, almost ceremonial sight. Sol, looking handsome and surprisingly sturdy in his clean tunic, led the way, carrying the heavy, steaming cauldron with ease. Behind him, his three beautiful cousins walked in formation, carrying the various utensils and baskets like temple handmaidens, followed by Lyra, who walked with a new, serene confidence, carrying stacks of bowls made from dried gourds. On the way, people looked at them with strange and curious gazes, wondering what they were doing. "Is that so?" A woman whispered, nudging her companion. "He looks healthy. What are they doing?" A man grunted, eyeing the heavy pot. "Moving house. Why are they carrying hot water across the village?" Mockery rippled through the onlookers. Maybe the fever finally took his mind, a hunter sneered. "Look at them, parading around like they caught a mammoth." Strange and curious gazes followed them. Some were mocking, expecting the outcast family to trip and spill everything. Others were confused, but Sol ignored them all. He walked with a singular purpose, his eyes fixed on the center of the square. Looking around, he found a perfect spot under the massive spirit tree. He set up the cauldron on an empty raised platform that was usually reserved for drying herbs. Vera and Aurelia stood on either side like guards, while Leora arranged the stack of wooden bowls. Sol didn't shout. He didn't hawk his wares like a desperate merchant. He stood with his arms crossed, leaning casually against the rough bark of the spirit tree, his eyes scanning the gathering crowd with a calm, almost arrogant detachment. He knew that in a world of bland boiled roots and charred meat, the nose was the strongest salesman. He waited. He let the murmurs build. He let the mockery ferment. "Look at them," a woman whispered loud enough for her friends to giggle. "The cripple thinks he is a chief now," standing on the platform. "Maybe he is boiling rocks." Hunter scoffed, spitting on the ground. Finally lost his mind completely. "It's sad, really." The ring of onlookers grew, drawn not just by the enticing smell, but by the spectacle of the mad outcast family making a fool of themselves. They expected a show of incompetence. They expected Sol to trip, or the pot to crack, or the water to be nothing but mud. Anything to make fun of. Sol watched the skepticism harden into derision. He waited until the tension was a physical weight in the air. Then he grabbed the lid of the pot. "Behold," he whispered, the single word cutting through the chatter. He lifted the lid. Whoosh! A cloud of thick, white steam billowed out, carrying the weaponized scent of the soup. It hit the cool morning air like a physical force, expanding rapidly outward like a slap to their senses. The smell was indescribable to them. It was savory roasted meat, but richer, deeper. It was the creamy, coating scent of rendered fat. It was the caramelized earthiness of the root of resilience. And cutting through it all was the spicy, tingling undertone of the chili, a scent that tickled the nose, watered the eyes, and woke up salivary glands of anyone within a 50-foot radius. It cut through the usual smells of the village: fruits, raw meat, dust like a hot knife through butter. The effect was immediate and violent. Heads snapped around as if pulled by strings. Conversations died mid-sentence, mouths hanging open. A group of women carrying water jars stopped dead, sniffing the air like hounds, their eyes dilating due to this strange scent. A couple of old men talking paused, their mouths watering uncontrollably, drool pooling at the corners of their lips. Even a few hunters, usually arrogant and aloof, slowed down as they walked past, their nostrils flaring against their will, their stomachs betraying them with loud, traitorous growls. "What? By the spirits, what is that smell?" Someone whispered, their voice thick with sudden, painful hunger. "It smells like meat, but stronger, richer, like the best feast I never had." The crowd began to drift toward the tree, drawn by an invisible hook. The skepticism wasn't gone, but it was being violently assaulted by a primal need. Sol stood behind the pot, arms crossed, wearing his best mysterious chef smile. He grabbed a large wooden ladle, dipped it into the thick, golden-red broth, and poured it back in from height. The liquid glistened in the sunlight. Pearls of red chili oil floating on the surface like jewels. "This is called soup," Sol announced to the gathering crowd, his voice calm, inviting, and utterly confident. "The ancestor S broth, taught by ancestors in my sleep, is guaranteed to warm your blood and lift your spirit." Immediately, there were murmurs around him, discussing this strange thing called soup. Some were skeptical about his claim, some believing him completely, due to their beliefs. Suddenly, a large woman with a necklace of polished shells pushed her way to the front, using her elbows to clear a path. She was the wife of a skilled tanner, wealthy by tribal standards, and used to getting what she wanted. She eyed the pot, licking her lips hungrily. "I want some," she declared, thrusting out a hand full of colorful beads. "I will trade these good beads. River glass. Absolutely rare." Sol didn't even look at the beads. He shook his head smoothly. "No beads." The woman was immediately stunned. It was the first time someone had rejected these precious beads. Otherwise, she was the one always rejecting people. Not caring about her reaction, a man offered a woven mat, holding it up. "For the mat? It is good weave tight, and guaranteed to be comfortable." "No mats," Sol said, his voice flat. Another woman offered fur. "Then what about this soft fur?" "No fur either," Sol said, his voice still flat. "Then what?" the woman demanded, her face flushing with annoyance. The smell was driving her crazy, and his refusal was irritating. "What do you want? Clay vessel? Spearheads? Shells?" No, I don't want any of that useless stuff," he said. "Then what?" shouted someone angrily. Sol leaned forward over the pot, letting the steam frame his face. "Food," he announced, his voice carrying over the murmurs. "I only trade for food." There was an instantly ripple of loud murmurs, as if they couldn't believe their ears. The hunger turned instantly into shock, and then into mocking anger. "Food for food?" A hunter sneered from the back, laughing harshly. "That is stupid. If I had food, why would I want yours? I can boil my own meat." "He is mocking us," another woman shouted. "He wants us to give him our hard-earned meat for his boiled water. Who does he think he is? Greedy waste." Someone yelled. "He thinks because it smells good, he can rob us. You want my meat for a sip of broth? Dream on." The mood turned ugly. They felt tricked. The smell promised heaven, but the price seemed like a scam. They couldn't afford to trade precious protein for soup, no matter how good it smelled. Survival came first. Chapter 78. Exchanging Trash for Elixir. Chapter 78. Chapter 78. Exchanging trash for elixir. "Let us go," the tanner's wife scoffed, turning away. "It's just a trick." The crowd began to turn, the novelty wearing off, replaced by the bitter taste of disappointment. Leora nudged him with confusion in her eyes, and others also looked anxiously. But Sol just gave them an assuring smile and calmly watched them turn. He waited for the tension to peak, for the anger to reach its boiling point. "Wait," he suddenly called out. The command stopped them. They turned back, glaring. "I don't just want meat," Sol shouted, his voice ringing with authority. "I want whatever edible you have, even those you throw away." Hearing this, confusion rippled through the group. Brows furrowed. "Bring me your bones," Sol declared, gesturing grandly to the empty basket next to a terrified Vera. "Bring me the scraps. The intestines you don't want, but cleaned already. The tough roots you can't chew. The bitter herbs. The heads. The hooves. Everything, and get this steaming hot soup in exchange." He looked at them, his eyes challenging. "I will trade this golden elixir for your trash." The villagers stared at him. The silence stretched, heavy and bewildered. Was he crazy? Who traded cooked food for garbage? Was this a joke? "You lie," the tanner's wife spat, narrowing her eyes. "You would give me that," she pointed a trembling finger at the steaming pot, "for bones? For trash?" "Well, not literal trash. I will decide which one is okay and which not. Anyways, try me." "Soldater." The tanner's wife glared at him, her chest heaving with indignation. She looked around at the watching crowd, feeling the pressure of their eyes. She couldn't back down now without looking like coward, but she also didn't want to be made a fool of. "Fine," she spat. She reached into the folds of her heavy fur wrap and pulled out a grease-stained leather sack. She dumped the contents onto the wooden table Vera was guarding. Clatter, clatter. A pile of joints fell out. Knobby, gristly knee joints stripped clean of all good meat, leaving only the connective tissue and the bone. It was the definition of refuse, usually boiled down for glue or thrown out. There, she sneered, crossing her thick arms. There's your trash. Now give me the elixir. The crowd murmured. It was a pathetic offering. If Sol refused, he was a liar. If he accepted, he was a fool. Sol didn't blink. He looked at the pile of dry bones as if they were emeralds. An excellent vintage, he quipped smoothly. He nodded to Vera. Accept it. Vera hesitated, looking at the bones with disgust, but under Sol's gaze, she swept them into the basket. Sol turned to the cauldron. He dipped the ladle deep, scraping the bottom to get the bits. He brought up a steaming serving, golden broth, a slice of caramelized tuber, and a glistening slick of red chili oil on top. He poured it into a gourd bowl and held it out. Here, I would have given you meat too, but since you insulted me, I would only give you this. The tanner's wife snatched the bowl from his hands, slopping a bit of hot liquid onto her thumb. She hissed, licking it off instinctively. Her eyes widened slightly at the taste on her thumb. Salty, fatty, spicy. She brought the bowl to her lips. She blew on the steam. Her expression still twisted in a scowl of anticipation, ready to spit it out and call him a fraud. She took a sip. Time seemed to stop in the square. The scowl didn't just vanish. It shattered. Her eyebrows shot up into her hairline. Her mouth opened, then closed, then opened again as she took a frantic, much larger gulp. Then another. Then another. She drank as if she had been wandering a desert for 40 years. She tipped the bowl back, ignoring the heat that must have been scalding her throat, draining it until only the dregs remained. She licked the rim, her tongue chasing every drop of fat. When she finally lowered the bowl, she was panting. Her face was flushed a vibrant, healthy red. Her eyes were watery, but they were shining with a euphoric glaze. She wheezed, clutching her chest. It burns, but it's spirits. She looked at the crowd, who were waiting with bated breath. It's real, she whispered, her voice trembling. It tastes like the marrow of a god. It's spicy. It wakes up your blood. She turned back to Sol, slamming the empty bowl down on the table. The arrogance was gone, replaced by the desperate, wide-eyed look of an addict. I have more, she gasped, digging frantically into her pouches. I have hooves. I have a stomach lining. I have a tail. The dam broke. The silence of the square shattered into a roar of chaos. Me? Take mine. I have bones. Big bones. So, look here. The crowd surged forward, a tidal wave of desperate, hungry humanity. The skepticism was obliterated, replaced by the primal fear of missing out. If the tanner's wife, the pickiest woman in the tribe, said it was good, it was gold. Line, Sol shouted, his voice booming over the din, enhanced by a pulse of ash-gray energy. Form a line, or no one eats. It was pandemonium, but it was profitable pandemonium. Vera was swamped. She scrambled to accept the barrage of trash being thrust at her. Bloody ribs, gray intestines, cracked skulls, feet, tails. The empty basket filled up in seconds. Then the second basket. Then they had to start piling it on the ground. By the stars, Vera muttered, tossing a liver onto the pile. They're actually doing it. They're trading food for garbage. Sol worked the ladle like a machine. Scoop. Pull. Serve. Enjoy, sister. That gut will make a fine stew next time. Careful, elder. The heat is strong today, and I remember you insulted me before. Your portion is less. What you want more? Then give me more. It's up to you, take it or not. Wise choice, enjoy. He watched their faces. As the chili hit their systems, the square filled with the sounds of gasping, panting, and moaning. The spice made them sweat, cooling them in the midday heat. The salt replenished their electrolytes. The fat gave them energy. They weren't just eating, they were getting high on flavor. And Sol was the dealer. Chapter 79. Taking advantage. Chapter 79. Chapter 79. Taking advantage, the sun climbed higher, but the line didn't shrink. If anything, it grew. Sol was no longer just a cook. He was an arbitrager in a primitive world, running the most profitable exchange rate in history. He was trading water, heat, and trash ingredients for more trash ingredients. To the tribe, it was a miracle trade. To Sol, it was an infinite loop of almost zero-cost production. Vera was drowning in success. Another rib cage. She shouted over the din, tossing the bloody bones onto the growing mountain behind the stall. 2 stomachs. A sack of liver. The pile of raw materials was getting obscene. They had started with a basket. Now they had enough offal and bone to fill 2, even 3. Sol calculated rapidly. He could keep this pot running for days, just adding water and fresh scraps, the flavor deepening into something legendary. But Sol wasn't just harvesting bones. He was harvesting them. He worked the ladle with a hypnotic rhythm. But his focus was on the women standing on the other side of the stone table. He activated the ash-gray energy in his chest. Not a focus beam like he used earlier, but a low, passive pulse that only he could see. It didn't have any logic writing effects as before. Instead, it only made him appear more attractive. Hotter, irresistible, and attractive people can get away with anything. Same logic here. A young mother stepped up, holding out a handful of bitter herbs. She was pretty, with sweat glistening on her collarbone and a stray lock of hair sticking to her cheek. For the broth, she said shyly. A fair trade. Sol purred, his voice dropping to that intimate register he reserved for his customers. He ladled the soup, ensuring a generous piece of fat floated on top. He handed her the bowl, but he didn't let go immediately. His fingers lingered on hers. He brushed his thumb against her palm in a slow, deliberate caress, a touch that lasted 3 seconds, too long to be accidental. Under normal circumstances, she might have pulled away, offended by the boldness or wary of a strange man touching her. But under the influence of the ash-gray mist, her logic twisted. She didn't recoil. She flushed darker, her breath hitching audibly. She looked at his hand, then up at his eyes. She didn't see a lecher trying to cop a feel. She saw a benevolent provider sharing his warmth. The touch felt safe. It felt right. It felt like she belonged to his grip. "Thank you, Sol," she whispered, her voice trembling slightly, her eyes dilating. Sol leaned in across the table, invading her personal space just enough to let her smell the musk of his own exertion. "Come back again," he said, his voice silky, his eyes dropping to her waist as she turned. "I'll save the best portion for you." Sol leaned in across the table, invading her personal space just enough to let her smell the musk of his own exertion. He did it again and again, a brush of his hand against a waist as he leaned over the table to inspect a basket, a thumb tracing the pulse point of a wrist as he accepted a bone, a lingering gaze that made knees weak. They blushed. They giggled. They leaned into his touch, starved for the kind of attention that wasn't just a grunt and a grab in the dark. Sol was seducing the entire female population of the tribe, one touch at a time, and they were thanking him for it. So, a familiar, breathless voice broke his concentration. Sol looked up to see Teru pushing through the crowd, his eyes wide as saucers. "What? By the spirit, Sol, what is this?" Teru gaped, looking at the line, the steam, the pile of meat. "I heard people talking about liquid fire all the way at the river. Is this you?" Teru? Sol grinned, genuinely happy to see his only male ally. "Welcome to the future. You're trading soup for garbage?" Teru asked, looking at the bone pile. "I'm trading flavor for wealth," Sol corrected. He dipped the ladle deep, scraping the bottom for a massive chunk of the badger meat and a generous amount of the precious fat. He filled a bowl to the brim, double the usual portion, and shoved it into Teru's hands. "On the house," Sol said loudly, so others could hear. "For my brother." Teru took the bowl, looking at Sol with gratitude that bordered on hero worship. He took a sip, and his knees actually buckled. "Oh," Teru groaned, wiping his mouth. "Sol, if you need anything at all, you just ask. I'll fight a thorn moth for this." "Just enjoy it," Sol winked. "Stick around. It's already enough." Taru nodded vigorously, moving to the side to guard the flank, slurping noisily. Loyalty, secured. As the pot dwindled to the last few servings, the atmosphere in the square shifted. The chaotic joy dampened slightly, a cold knife cutting through the heat. Sol felt a prickle on the back of his neck. His predator instincts, honed by the ash-gray energy, flared. He looked up slowly. Standing at the very edge of the square, half hidden by the shadow of a warrior-esque hut, was someone— oh, I see it, Vurak. The bully wasn't moving. He stood like a statue carved from hate. His arms were crossed over a chest thick with muscle, his knuckles white with the force of his grip. He was watching the women of the tribe. Women he usually intimidated, ignored, or took for granted, fawning over the waist. He watched them drinking the soup with flushed faces. He watched them looking at Sol with adoring eyes. He saw the mountain of meat scraps that should have been trash, now transformed into a soulless treasure. It was humiliation, pure and simple. The waste of the tribe was becoming its star, and Vurak, the son of a hunter, was standing in the shadows, forgotten. Sol paused, the ladle hovering over the pot. He looked directly at Vurak across the crowd. He didn't smile. He didn't gloat. He simply tilted the ladle, pouring a stream of golden broth back into the cauldron, a visual representation of the wealth flowing through his hands. Their eyes locked. Sol slowly, deliberately, winked. It was a small gesture, but it hit harder than a punch. Vurak's jaw clenched so hard Sol could see the muscle pop from 30 feet away. He spat on the ground, a glob of saliva hitting the dust. He turned on his heel and stormed off into the maze of huts, shoving a young boy out of his path with unnecessary violence. "He's going to be a problem," Aurelia whispered, stepping up beside Sol. She was refilling the water bucket, her face pale. "Torek won't tea like this either. You're disrupting the order. You're making them look small. Let them come," Sol said softly, scraping the bottom of the cauldron for the last customer. "By the time they realize what's happening, who knows who will be the one to—" He didn't continue. Instead, he served the final bowl. "That's it," Sol announced, raising his empty hands to the groans of the crowd. "The pot is dry." He jumped onto the stone platform, looking out at the sea of flushed, satisfied faces. "But fear not," Sol shouted. "My family and I will return at dusk. Bring your bones. Bring your scraps. The ancestors provide for those who trade." He pointed to the mountain of raw ingredients Vera was guarding. "Tonight's batch," he promised, his eyes gleaming, "will be even stronger." Chapter 80. Teaching Chapter 80. Chapter 80. Teaching the walk back to the hut was a victory march. They carried the baskets of waste, not with shame, but with the reverence of pirates carrying chests of Spanish gold. The moment the wooden door latched shut, cutting them off from the prying eyes of the village, for a heartbeat, there was silence. Just the heavy breathing of 5 people staring at the wicker baskets overflowing with trash that was actually treasure. Then the dam broke. The repressed tension of the morning, the fear of humiliation, the adrenaline of the crowd, the sheer audacity of the plan, all erupted into pure, unadulterated joy. "We did it," Leora squealed, dropping her basket and launching herself at Sol. She slammed into his chest, wrapping her arms around his neck and burying her face in his tunic. "Did you see them? They were fighting for it. They were fighting for soup." Sol laughed, bracing himself just in time to catch the small, soft cannonball that slammed into his chest. She wrapped her arms around his neck, burying her face in his tunic, squealing with a joy so pure it vibrated through his ribs. But before he could steady himself, Aurelia joined in, hugging him from the side, her usually composed, stoic face glowing with relief. Her embrace was different, heavier, softer. Sol felt the long, elegant curve of her body press against his body, her forehead resting momentarily against his shoulder. Her face was flushed, glowing with a relief so profound it looked like exhaustion leaving her body. Even Vera, the eternal cynic, didn't stand apart. She grabbed his arm, shaking it with aggressive, pin up excitement. Did you see the tanneress wife? Vera crowed, her eyes shining with a fierce, vindictive light. The way she looked at the soup, she looked like she was going to lick the bowl and the bones. So, we have enough food here to feed us for a month. Sol stood in the center of the warm, chaotic embrace, feeling the press of their bodies against him. Leora's soft, youthful chest crushed against his front. Aurelia's tall, curve-hugging body pressed against his side. Vera's lean strength vibrating with energy. He closed his eyes for a second, inhaling deeply. The air in the hut was thick, a heady cocktail of wood smoke, the savory spice of the soup that still clung to their clothes, and the distinct, intoxicating musk of 4 women. This, he thought, a dark satisfaction curling in his gut. This is how it begins. First, they rely on you for food. Then, they rely on you for joy. I told you, Sol said, opening his eyes, and didn't he pull away. Instead, he boldly slid his free arm around Aurelia's waist, his hand splaying over the curve of her hip. He gave her a squeeze, firm, possessive, lingering just a second too long to be merely familial. They pulled back slowly, breathless and giddy, the adrenaline of the market still coursing through their veins. Leora was beaming, Vera was grinning like a wolf, and Aurelia was smoothing her tunic, her cheeks dusted with a becoming pink. Lyra was standing slightly apart, watching the scene. Her eyes weren't on Sol's face, but on the mountain of raw materials, the bones, the tubers, the scraps. The greed in her eyes wasn't ugly. It was the hunger of a woman who had starved for too long and finally found a feast. She walked over to the baskets, her hips swaying with a loose rhythm that made Sol's heart pound hard. She picked up a massive knuckle bone, weighing it in her hand like a gold bar. "We need more," Lyra declared, her eyes scanning the mountain of raw materials they had just acquired. "The crowd will be back at dusk. We need to double the batch. The smell will have spread to the outer ring by then." She dropped the bone back into the basket with a heavy thud. "Triple it," Sol corrected, moving to the prep area. "We use every pot we have." The afternoon turned into a cooking masterclass. This time, Sol wasn't just the chef, he was the instructor. Since he couldn't always be there to cook personally, he needed time to go out, explore, hunt, that type of hunt, and pursue so much more. So, he decided to teach them as well. After all, it was a pretty simple dish to make. "Aurelia," Sol called out. The eldest sister was struggling to crack a particularly thick femur bone with a stone hammer. "You're using too much arm. You'll tire yourself out." He walked over to her. Instead of taking the hammer, he stepped directly behind her. "Here," he murmured. "Let me show you the stance." He pressed his chest against her back, molding his body to hers. He reached around, his hands covering hers on the handle of the hammer. The contact was electric. Aurelia stiffened for a heartbeat, her breath hitching, but she didn't pull away. "Widen your stance," Sol whispered, his lips grazing the shell of her ear. He used his knee to nudge her legs apart, opening her posture. "Ground yourself." He guided her arms up. His forearms brushed against the sides of her breasts, a friction that was accidental in motion but deliberate in intent. He felt the heat radiating from her, the way her breathing synced with his. "Use the motion," he instructed, his voice low and husky. "Drop your weight." Thud. They brought the hammer down together. The bone cracked perfectly down the middle, revealing the rich pink marrow. "See?" Sol said, not letting go. He stayed there, wrapped around her, his chin resting on her shoulder. Effortless. Aurelia turned her head slightly, her cheek brushing his nose. Her brown eyes were wide, the pupils dilated. She wasn't looking at the bone. "Effortless," she repeated breathlessly. Sol smiled, releasing her slowly, letting his hands trail down her arms as he pulled away. He caught Vera watching them. Her eyes narrowed, not with suspicion, but with a strange, contemplative biting of her lip. Back to work, Sol clapped his hands. Time is meat. By late afternoon, the prep was done. They took a break to assess their earnings. Lyra spread the best cuts on a mat. In the chaos of the trade, they hadn't just received bare bones. There were livers, hearts, kidneys, and chunks of fatty brisket that people had traded for immediate gratification. "Look at this," Lyra whispered, holding up a slab of liver. This is warrior-esque food. We Haven Tea had meat like this since your father was alive." "We are eating better than the chief tonight," Varys said, looking at the pile with hunger. "And tomorrow," Sol added, "we eat even better." They ate a quick, hearty meal, using the reject soup from the bottom of the pot, and then loaded up. This time, it was a caravan. 3 large cauldrons, stacks of gourds, which wasn't difficult to get as they were easily available, and large woven baskets. When they arrived at the square at dusk, the atmosphere had changed. It wasn't curiosity anymore. It was anticipation. A crowd had already gathered under the spirit tree, waiting. The rumor of the magic soup had spread through the tribe like wildfire. People who hadn't come in the morning were there now, clutching their scraps, eyes fixed on the path. When Sol appeared, a cheer went up. He asked back, "The soup maker." Sol set up the cauldrons with practiced ease. He opened the covers. As the soup opened up and the familiar, spicy aroma began to waft through the square, the line formed instantly. It wound around the tree and stretched down the path. But this time, Sol changed the rules. A man stepped up, a lazy gatherer who was known for mooching. He held out a handful of dry, yellow grass. For the soup, the man grunted. Sol looked at the grass. He looked at the bubbling pot of liquid gold. "No," Sol said coldly. The man blinked. "What? You took grass this morning." "I took tear grass," Sol corrected. "That is dry bedding. I'm not an animal." "Next." "What next?" Sol's voice boomed, reinforced by a flash of ash-gray command. The man shrank back, scurrying away under the glare of the crowd. Sol wasn't desperate anymore. He was the monopoly, and now that his reputation has been established, it was time for some rules. "I want quality," Sol announced to the line. "Fresh bones, clean organs, good roots, good vegetables. If you bring me trash, you get nothing." He was ruthless. He rejected rotted meat. He rejected dry twigs. He established a standard. However, there were exceptions. A young woman stepped up. She was stunning, tall, with skin like polished obsidian and eyes like honey. But her hands were empty save for a single, small, pathetic-looking root. I tried to find more," she whispered, looking down, ashamed. "But the digging was hard today." Sol looked at the root. It was worthless. Then he looked at her. He looked at the curve of her neck, the fullness of her lips. He smiled, a slow, charming smile that made her blush. "For you," Sol purred. "I think we can make an exception. That root looks very special." He took the useless root and tossed it in the basket. Then he ladled out a steaming bowl, picking out the choicest piece of meat. He handed it to her, his fingers caressing hers, holding the contact for a long, heavy moment. "Enjoy it," he murmured, his ash-gray energy pulsing a subtle command of attraction and gratitude. "And come back when you're hungry. I'll always have a bowl for you." The woman beamed, her eyes shining with adoration. "Thank you, Sol. You are so kind." She walked away, clutching the bowl like a treasure. Behind her, a burly man with a similar root stepped up hopefully. "No," Sol said flatly. "Next." From the shadows, Vera watched him work. She saw the way he rejected the useless, accepted the valuable, and pampered the beautiful. "He is not just a merchant," she muttered to Aurelia, watching Sol charm another village girl with a wink and a ladle of broth. "He is a wolf in human clothes. He feeds us," Aurelia replied simply, watching Sol's back with a soft, gentle gaze. "Let him hunt." Chapter 81. Chapter 81. She was virgin. The line for soup was moving briskly, a conveyor belt of commerce and craving. Sol was in his element, a king on a throne of bone and broth. But amidst the sea of eager faces, suddenly his eyes caught someone, not like he could ever forget her. She was Nia, the hunter's wife, the first woman he ever loved. She stood near the back of the queue, half hidden behind a large warrior. She was holding a scrap of meat or a bone. Her hands were empty, clenched so tightly at her sides that her knuckles were white. She was trembling a real fine, continuous vibration that rattled her shell necklaces. Sol watched her out of the corner of his eye as he served an elder. She looked wrecked. Her eyes were rimmed with red, dark circles bruising the skin beneath them. She looked like a woman who and T slept in 2 days. She looked like an addict in withdrawal. She stepped forward, fighting her own body with every inch. She would take a step, stop, look like she was about to run, and then take another step, drawn by a gravity she couldn't escape. When she finally reached the front, she didn't look at the soup. She looked at Sol. Her pupils were blown wide, swallowing the silver irises, making her eyes look like black voids of need. She stammered, her voice a dry rasp. I don't have trade. Then you can go get them. We still have plenty. She stiffened and looked at him with wrongful eyes, as if her tears would come out any sound. He looked at her calmly. He didn't even smile or offer her soup. He felt the ash-gray energy in his chest stir, ready to command her, but he paused. He wanted to see something. She looked at him, hesitated, but eventually left. Sol watched her go calmly and continued pouring. Then suddenly he handed the ladle to Aurelia. Take over, Sol said, loudly enough for the line to hear. I need to fetch more water from the reserve. The bottom of the pot is getting thick. Aurelia nodded, happy to be in charge. Okay, Sol grabbed 2 empty water skins. He stepped out from behind the stone table, walking right past Nia. He didn't stop. He didn't touch her. He just caught her gaze for a split second and tilted his head toward the tall grass at the edge of the village perimeter, the shadow of the great stake wall. He walked away, heading into the deepening twilight. He didn't look back. He didn't need to. He could hear the soft, hesitant crunch of footsteps following him. He reached the designated spot, a secluded alcove formed by the roots of a massive tree and the high grass, hidden from the eyes but close enough to hear the distant hum of the crowd. He dropped the water skins and leaned against the rough bark of the tree, waiting. A moment later, Nia burst through the grass. She stopped when she saw him. Her chest was heaving, her breath coming in short, panicked gasps. She looked wild, her hair escaping its braids, her skin flushed with a feverish heat. Sol, I know you're called Sol, she choked out. Sol stood still, his arms crossed. He didn't use the energy. He didn't command her. He just waited. What? Nia took a stumbling step forward, her hands reaching out as if to grab him, then pulling back to clutch her own stomach, as if she was in pain. What did you do to me? I don't know what you mean, Sol said softly, feigning ignorance. Liar, she hissed, tears spilling over. Ever since night, my body, it's not mine anymore. She shuddered violently, her legs shaking so hard she looked like she might collapse. I tried, she sobbed, the words tumbling out in a rush of shame and desperation. But still I felt nothing. I felt nothing. Sol watched her, his expression neutral. What about your husband? He asked calmly. Didn't the hunter, return to take care of his prize? Nia shook her head violently, her eyes wide with confusion and fear. He isn't my husband yet, she whispered, her voice trembling, eyes darting to the side as if afraid someone might hear the scandalous admission. We haven't completed the sacred union yet. We were betrothed, but the ceremony, it hasn't happened. The shaman hasn't blessed us. She hugged herself, looking down at the dirt, shivering despite the warmth of the evening. And I don't know where he is. He never came back. After he ran out of the alley that night, he just vanished, and hasn't come back since. Sol raised an eyebrow. He never came back. He remembered the command he had given the man in the heat of the moment, coated in the raw, uncontrolled prismatic energy. Stop. Get the hell out of here. He and T realized the command was that potent. Had the hunter just kept running? Or had he run blindly into the jungle and been eaten? Either way, the husband was out of the picture. So, Sol said, stepping closer, his shadow falling over her. He gone. Then what about tomorrow? Weren't you supposed to do the sacred deed then? I thought you two were. No, she stammered, shaking her head violently. We can't do that since we haven't been blessed yet. He came back from the hunt in a frenzy, drunk on bloodlust, and try to make me go through with it before the proper time. I refused. And of course, I didn't want it. I resisted. Solfrose. His mind replayed her words, and then it replayed the memory of their first encounter in the dark alley. We haven't been blessed yet. A heavy realization crashed into him like a falling rock. That means she was a virgin. He thought back to that night. He remembered that night with her. He remembered a moment of unexpected resistance that he pushed through with the rough impatience of a man seeking relief. He hadn't thought much of it at the time, and it was his first time. He thought all women were like that, and he remembered that she hadn't seemed surprised, or maybe she did, and it was lost in the moment and the darkness. But suddenly, looking at her, this sturdy, resilient tribal woman, he had the urge to facepalm himself. Damn, this wasn't a modern world. This was a primitive era where survival was the only constant theme. The women here climbed trees, ran from beasts, and did all the stuff a man did from the moment they could walk. Naturally, their bodies were different, tougher, more elastic, built for endurance. The delicate physiology of a modern woman didn't apply here. Her body was robust enough that her inexperience hadn't shown in any obvious physical way. So, I had crossed an important threshold with her without even realizing it. Soul thought, a knot forming in his stomach. That meant he had fundamentally misunderstood everything about that night. He felt a pang of genuine guilt. He remembered how he had treated her, forcing himself on her, taking advantage of her with the rough arrogance of a man who thought he was dealing with someone beneath him. He had judged her based on his own cultured knowledge. Chapter 82. Starving. Chapter 82. Chapter 82. Starving, but you can't really blame him for misunderstanding that they were about to have sex, as he had judged, so due to memories. He had assumed she was experienced, given her age and the generally loose morals of the primitive era. And even though stuff like this wasn't common here, wasn't rare either, as long as others didn't notice intimate behavior, it was considered completely normal to act on such impulses freely, similar to animals responding to instinct and then moving on. But still he was wrong. She had been innocent, untainted. I corrupted her before she had even known love, Soul thought, looking at the trembling woman before him. I took her first innocence, something that should have been sacred to her people, and turned it into that. I tried, Nia sobbed, interrupting his thoughts, unaware of his internal crisis. After he vanished, the longing you left in me wouldn't go away. I went to my furs alone, restless and unable to settle. I tried to soothe myself however I could. She took another step, closing the distance, her eyes wild and pleading, wet with tears. But I felt nothing. It felt like dry wood rubbing against stone. She continued, the confession tumbling out in a rush of shame. I closed my eyes and tried to imagine you were there, but it wasn't enough. My skin burns, Soul. It itches under the surface. I ache. I crave something I can't name. I crave you. A complicated mix of guilt and dark satisfaction churned in his gut. He had judged her based on his own assumptions, treating her like seasoned prey when she was actually an innocent fawn. But as he watched her shivering in the dirt, clutching her stomach as if she were starving, the guilt lingered, but it was quickly overshadowed by the reality of the situation. Innocent or not, she was broken now. And watching her, a dark realization dawning on him. He checked his internal cavity. The ash-gray energy was dormant. He wasn't spending a single drop of power. This wasn't magic anymore. He realized this was conditioning pushed to a supernatural extreme. He had imprinted himself on her so thoroughly during their first encounter that she was deeply bonded to him. To her, he was the only one who truly mattered. Everyone else was just static. It seemed he was right not to rush back then, to be patient with the conditioning. If he had just taken her normally, she wouldn't be kneeling in the mud, craving him like a dying woman craves water. You're sick, Soul whispered, stepping closer to her, his shadow falling over her face. Yes, I'm sick. Nia wept, her breath reeking of desperation as she dropped to her knees in front of him. Please cure me. I can't take it anymore. She gasped, clutching at him, her body trembling with urgency. As she presses herself desperately against him. Please, I need this. I ate all night. Sol looked down at her. The hunter's wife, the proud woman, kneeling in the dirt, pleading with him once more. He couldn't help feeling a deep, dark satisfaction. Then take it, he growled. He had no reason to be gentle. The moment had gone too far for that. The only mercy left was to answer the hunger he had awoken. Nia did not wait. She moved quickly, her hands urgent as she pulled at his garment. The cloth came loose, slapping lightly against her cheek. Her voice cracked as she saw him, visibly affected by her shameless display. Seeing this, Nia froze. She looked at him like a starving addict finally seeing salvation. She didn't shy away. She leaned in, reaching toward him with both hands. She brought her face closer, closing her eyes and taking a deep, satisfied sniff, inhaling his scent as if it were the air she needed to breathe. Sol shuddered, seeing the intoxicated look on her face. Damn, she really is starving. She was just about to move, hiking her own wrap up to climb onto him right there in the grass, desperate to close the distance between them. Not so fast, Sol said, his hand shooting out to grab her shoulder. He pushed her back down firmly. She looked up at him begrudgingly, a whine trapping in her throat, her eyes confused and hurt. He grinned, a predator toying with his meal. If you want what I have, you have to show it some respect first. You have to earn the cure. She looked at him, confused for a moment, her gaze dropping back to what he was holding in front of her face. Open your mouth, he ordered. She complied instantly, her jaw dropping open wide. Her tongue came out, slick with saliva, dripping on her full, rounded lips in anticipation. Seeing those wet, inviting lips, Sol, as control snapped. He reached down, grabbing her by the arms and hauling her up to her feet. Before she could react, he crashed his mouth onto hers. It wasn't a gentle kiss by any means. It was a literal collision of hunger, a desperate meeting of two souls starving for contact. Sol déurit her. His mouth moved over hers with a bruising intensity, his lips crushing hers against her teeth. He didn't just kiss her, he drank from her. He pried her lips apart, his tongue invading her mouth to sweep the cavern of her palate, exchanging saliva with her, tasting the metallic tang of her fear, now turning into something sweeter. Nia met him with equal fervor, a desperate keen vibrating in her throat, her arms wrapping around his neck, pulling him down as if she wanted to merge their bodies into one. Chapter 83. You Really Are Insatiable. Bonus. Chapter 83. Chapter 83. You Really Are Insatiable. Bonus chapter. She opened for him completely, her tongue tangling with his in a wet, frantic rhythm. They exchanged breath and saliva, a slick, intimate seal that refused to break even as they gasped for air. He bit down on her full lower lip, tugging it with his teeth, feeling the soft flesh stretch and snap back. She moaned into his mouth, the sound vibrating through his skull, her taste flooding his senses, hot, wet, and undeniably alive. They kissed until their lungs burned, breaking apart only for a fraction of a second to gulp down the cool night air before crashing back together with renewed violence. Sol's hands were everywhere, unwilling to leave any part of her unclaimed. He molded the curve of her waist, his fingers digging into the soft flesh, leaving white marks that faded slowly. He placed his hands firmly on her hips, drawing her close so they stood pressed together. His hands slid upward over the smooth, warm skin of her back, tracing the curve of her spine. He tangled his fingers in her hair, yanking her head back to expose her throat, trailing wet, open-mouthed kisses down the sensitive column of her neck, sucking on her pulse point until she writhed in his arms. He didn't need to ask. He simply reached for the knot of her wrap. With a quick tug, the fabric fell away, pooling at her feet in the grass. Nia stood before him, bare to the waist, her chest heaving in the cool night air. Her skin was flushed, glowing in the moonlight, filtering through the branches like a pagan idol brought to life. Sol groaned, a low, appreciative sound that vibrated in his chest. He lowered his head, his mouth finding the curve of her neck, trailing kisses down to her collarbone. He kissed the soft skin, teasing the hardened peak with his tongue, making her gasp and arch her back. He suckled hard, drawing on her, while his other hand cupped the opposite breast, kneading the flesh, worshipping her with a touch that was both possessive and reverent, marking her skin with the heat of his breath. He trailed wet, open-mouthed kisses up the column of her throat, sucking on her pulse point until she writhed in his arms. He returned to her mouth, kissing her deeply, swallowing her moans. While his mouth kept her distracted, his hand slid lower. He traced the deep curve of her spine, his palm cupping the firm weight of her buttocks, squeezing the muscle. Then, his hand moved between them, exploring her body as she responded to his touch. The sensation was incredible, intense, and overwhelming. Her body responded immediately, the tension rippling through her in waves. "You're so ready," he whispered against her lips. "For you," she breathed softly. "Only for you." Hearing this, he couldn't wait any longer. He drew his hand back, and the moment broke the quiet stillness around them. He looked into her eyes and gestured for her to come closer. She nodded blushingly and approached, crouching beside him. "Now open your mouth," he instructed. She hesitated for only a heartbeat before obeying, her lips parting slightly. He chuckled softly. He leaned forward and spoke softly to her. She nodded in agreement, offering a quiet smile in return, the moment between them feeling warm and quietly intimate. Her eyes, fluttering, closed for a moment before she looked up at him again, her gaze filled with a mixture of tension and longing. He smirked, running his fingers through her hair before holding it gently. "Easy," he murmured before stepping closer slowly. He leaned in close to her, and she responded by drawing him into a tender moment together. Soul groaned, his grip tightening in her hair as he watched her lean in closer, her expression intense. "That's it," he praised, his voice rough with emotion. "Just like that." She made a soft sound in response, her hands coming up to grip his thighs as she steadied herself. She led him in closer, tears gathering at the corners of her eyes from the intensity, but she didn't stop, didn't pull away. She wanted this, needed this, as much as he did. He pulled back slightly, giving her a moment to breathe before moving forward again, this time deeper. He leaned in close, and Nia's eyes rolled back slightly, her body trembling as she struggled to catch her breath, but she didn't pull away, her hands clutching at him desperately. "Damn, you're incredible," he groaned. His hips moved in a slow, rhythmic motion as she looked up at him, her expression eager to please. "You're doing such a good job," he murmured, his voice low. She made a soft sound in response, sending a pleasant sensation up his spine as she continued her diligent efforts. She struggled against him as best she could, overwhelmed and breathless, her face flushed and tear-streaked, her lips swollen from his rough treatment. He chuckled darkly, watching her struggle. "You want more?" he asked, his voice thick with amusement and desire. She whimpered softly, her fingers digging into his thighs as she tried to draw him closer. He smirked, gripping her hair tighter before pulling her forward, overwhelming her completely. She reacted sharply, her body trembling in response. But he held her there close against him, not letting her pull back until she was pressed firmly against his body. He kept her there for a long moment before finally easing away, allowing her to catch her breath as he slid back from her. Nia coughed violently, her chest heaving as she gulped in air, her face red and streaked with tears and drool. But she didn't pull away. Instead, she leaned forward with desperate urgency. "Please," she begged, her voice raw and hoarse. "I need this. Please." "You really are insatiable," he growled, his hand tightening in her hair as she continued her eager movements, her fingers wrapped around him, stroking in rhythm. "But I think it's time you got what you really wanted." Her eyes lit up with anticipation, and she rocked forward slightly, eager for more. Chapter 84. Chapter 84. "Bonus chapter, please," she gasped, her voice hoarse with emotion. "Please, soul. I need you closer. I need to feel you near me again." She shifted forward instinctively, her cheeks flushed as she leaned into him. She shifted forward once more. She pressed close against him, trembling with a desperate, restless need. She looked up at him, her eyes wide and glassy, utterly vulnerable. Sol looked down at her, and for a moment, his racing thoughts slowed just enough for something else to surface. Honestly, he thought, his hand tightening in her hair, tilting her head back. I don't know why, but whenever I'm with her, my dark side comes out. He was usually cruel. With Lyra, he was manipulative but gentle. With Evera, he was seductive. But with Nia, he wanted to bully her. He wanted to see how far he could push her, how much she would take, how loud she would call out. Maybe it was because of her reaction, the way she responded so completely. Maybe, he thought, looking at her eager, happy face, even though just moments ago he had silenced her with his hand. It was because she enjoyed it too. She craved the control as much as he craved the direction. She didn't want a lover. She wanted someone firm to silence the noise in her head. Sol groaned, his hips shifting slightly at the sensation of her closeness. Damn, he muttered, his fingers tightening in her hair again, forcing her to look him in the eye. You really need this, don't you? Yes, Nia sobbed, a wordless plea. Then take it, Sol growled. She nodded eagerly, her head bowing as she leaned in closer to him. This time with renewed determination. She leaned in closely, her cheeks hollowing with the effort. He hissed through his teeth, his head falling back against the tree as a wave of sensation shot through him. That's it. He let out a low, commanding tone as the scene grew more heated. Give it your all, he said roughly. She responded eagerly, her hands gripping his thighs as she moved with greater intensity. She moved closer, her focus fixed on him as Sol watched, his breath ragged. He grit his teeth, the intensity of the moment rising as she kept going. Fuck, you're gonna make me finish, he warned, his grip on her hair tightening as he felt the tension building, the pressure coiling tight in his gut. She didn't slow down. If anything, she increased her pace, her lips moving with desperate urgency. Her gaze flicked up to his, dark with emotion, silently asking for more. Nia's fingers gripped his legs as tears streaked down her flushed cheeks, her expression intense with each movement. She gagged violently when he suddenly pulled her forward, pressing her face against his stomach while he struggled to catch his breath. Her fingers clawed at his thighs, leaving angry red marks as she gagged, though she continued struggling beneath him on the grass. The wet sound of her saliva fills the clearing, her tongue moving against your skin like a starving thing. When he finally releases her hair, she gasps for air, only to immediately lean back in, her lips wrapping around him with frenzied desperation. Her free hand slips between her own thighs, her body trembling as she moans, her hips jerking restlessly. You really are broken, you snarl, yanking her head forward until you roughly grab her chin. One taste of real dominance, and you turn into a fucking animal. Her muffled sob vibrates through him as she redoubles her efforts, her whole body straining with fierce determination as she pushes deeper. The intensity of the moment hangs heavy in the air, the dirt beneath her knees growing damp. He overwhelms her mercilessly, her tears splashing onto his thighs as she struggled to breathe. Yet her fingers kept moving, her body pulsing with the emptiness around her. She reacted suddenly when he moved her forward, bringing her close against him as his body shuddered. Breathe, he commanded through gritted teeth, and she immediately obeyed, her throat working desperately as she struggled to keep up. She gags but keeps going like someone fighting through a desperate ordeal, her tear-streaked face twisting with intensity as her body shakes violently. An overwhelming wave of sensation crashed over her the moment he finished. Even after that, she continued moving with him, taking in every bit until he was completely spent. Sol slumped bakwa, ponting givili, his fingers loosening in her hair as he pulled back slightly. Nia collapsed forward coughing when he finally released her, before wiping her mouth with extreme care. She wiped her mouth with the back of her trembling hand before bringing it to her face, inhaling deeply, then licking her fingers clean with a shuddering sigh. Sol, please don't stop, she rasped, her body trembling visibly as she reached for him. He didn't answer right away. Instead, looked at the masterpiece he had just created. She was looking at him with hungry eyes, breathless and trembling as she gasped, and more. I need more, while shifting her hips closer. Chapter 85. You'll Break Me. Advanced Bonus. Chapter 85. Chapter 85. You'll Break Me. Advanced Bonus Chapter. Nia finally stepped back, a small, composed smile on her face as she steadied her breathing. The nervousness she had arrived with was gone, replaced by a quiet resolve. Now, she murmured, her voice hoarse. It's my turn. She rose to her feet, her hands already reaching for her own loincloth, her body visibly flushed and trembling with need beneath the fabric. I need you inside me, she gasped, her breath quick and unsteady. Please, Soul will die if you don't take me again. Her thighs trembled, fresh moisture dripping onto the trampled grass. Soul grinned, his exhaustion momentarily forgotten as he watched her shed her gear, his body already stirring back to life at the sight of her determined, utterly committed form. Greedy little thing, aren't you? He teased, stepping back to sit against the base of a massive tree. Prove it to me first. Nia whimpered but obeyed, hiking her loincloth up briefly before lowering it again. Visibly flustered from a long, trying day. Clearly ready, he laughed darkly, watching her hesitate, unsure of herself. Come here. She scrambled forward eagerly, but he stopped her with a foot to her chest. Slowly, her breath hitched, a sound of frustration. But she lowered herself onto all fours, her breasts swaying as she inched toward him with predator-lidded eyes. When she leaned close to him, he grabbed her and flipped her onto her back. Not yet, he growled, pinning her wrists above her head with one hand while the other trailed down her side. She whined. She trembled under his touch as he moved closer without warning. Yes, she gasped, her face tightening with desperate need. You're so tense, he observed softly, adjusting his grip to find a spot that made her back arch off the ground. Like someone who's been running all day. Even though she didn't know what this person meant, the tone of ownership made her gasp as his hand reached between her legs, his thumb pressing against a sensitive spot with firm, deliberate strokes. Yes, she moaned, her hips moving in rhythm, pressing back against his hand. She trembled as he touched her more deeply. Soul, please, she begged, her thighs shaking. He smirked and pulled back briefly before pressing closer again, her body tightening around him with desperate hunger. Patience, he murmured against her ear, his lips brushing against her skin. He'll give you exactly what you need. Nia whimpered, her body trembling at his touch, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Soul, she begged, her voice breaking as the moment overtook her. Please, I can't, he smirked, pulling back just as she let out a sharp, breathless sound, her cry of frustration echoing through the secluded clearing. Okay then, he murmured, his voice dripping with amusement as he wiped his hand on his jacket. But first, you're going to face me, properly. With a growl of relief, she scrambled up and pulled him close, pressing herself against him in one smooth, desperate motion, drawing a low sound from them both. Soul groaned, his hands gripping her hips tighter as she began to move, her thighs flexing as she moved against him with desperate, hungry strokes. That it, he encouraged, his voice rough with lust as she pressed closer, her body slick with sweat, her gasps filling the air. Yes, yes, Dash, Nia cried, her nails digging into his chest as she pulled him tighter. She tightened around him with every movement, pulling him closer. Soul gritted his teeth, meeting her energy with equal fervor, their bodies pressed together as their heavy breathing filled the room. You feel amazing, he growled. His fingers gripped her firmly as he pulled her down closer, drawing a sharp cry from her lips. You're doing so well for me, aren't you? Her only response was a broken moan, her body trembling as her movements grew erratic, her excitement building rapidly from the continuous teasing until now. Soul smirked, his grip shifting with renewed intensity, his own breath catching as she shuddered above him. Give in, he ordered, his voice dark with command. Neos' cry tore through the clearing as she obeyed, her body convulsing. She collapsed against his chest, breathing hard. Soul groaned through clenched teeth, fighting to hold himself back as her trembling body pushed him to his limit. He managed to flip her onto her back in the grass, her hair fanning out beneath her. "Not done with you yet," he growled, pulling her close against him with an intense movement that made her spine arch off the ground. Neos' eyes widened, her mouth falling open as she trembled beneath him, her body still reacting to her peak moment. "Ag yes dash," she cried out, her heels scrabbling against the dirt as he pressed closer, her belly distending slightly with each intense movement. Soul laughed darkly, leaning down to graze her nipple enough to draw a moan from her sweet mouth. "You beg for this," he reminded her, pressing his lips to her skin as he moved relentlessly. Her body trembled around him in erratic spasms, torn between pain and pleasure. The air was filled with the sound of their struggle and her broken whimpers as Soul pressed relentlessly forward, his movements driven by raw, animalistic hunger. "You feel that?" he snarled, gripping her tighter, lightly, as her body trembled around him. "This is what you begged for, what you needed." She nodded frantically, her face contouring with raw pleasure as she enjoyed the rough treatment. This is what she had been craving since last night, the rough intensity. "Almost there." He groaned deeply, his body moving against hers in a steady rhythm. Her eyes rolled back as his hand found her again, rubbing firm circles that sent fresh tears streaming down her face. Neos' body trembled beneath him, her nails raking streaks down his back as waves of intense sensation overtook her. "Soul too much dash," she cried out, her voice raw, but he only hummed, not stopping, thoroughly overpowering her through the tremors. "There is no such thing as too much," he growled, seizing her hips to yank her closer, as the two grappled fiercely, their energy crashing over and over into the trampled grass beneath them. "You'll break me," she cried out, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment. Soul's laughter was dark as he leaned down, pulling her close again. "That's the point," he growled, moving against her with reckless abandon. Her body trembled in response. The intimate sounds continued as the tension between them grew. Her body responded to every movement, her legs wrapping around his waist instinctively, caught between wanting to hold him closer and pulling away from the intensity of it all. Chapter 86. Liberated Advanced Bonus. Chapter 86. Chapter 86. Liberated Advanced Bonus. "I can't," she cried out, her nails raking lines down his back as an overwhelming wave of pleasure tore through her. Her whole body trembled against him, hips jerking as the sensation consumed her. Soul's rhythm faltered, his breath coming in ragged gasps as the same pleasure coiled tight in his gut. "Then take it," he snarled, his body going rigid as he finished. Neos' scream dissolved into broken sobs as she trembled beneath him, her body twitching violently as she came undone. She caught her breath as he rested on top of her, his chest rising and falling against hers, both of them flushed and tangled together. "That was wonderful," she murmured softly, still catching her breath. But her legs tightened around him instinctively, holding him close as he rested against her, their bodies warm and tangled together. "Soul," she whispered softly, her voice quiet and tender, her fingers trembling where they tangled in his hair. He nipped her collarbone, tracing his lips over her skin before chuckling darkly. "Still hungry?" She shuddered violently at his words, her thighs instinctively tightening around his waist. But her body was too spent, her limbs too heavy, her body wrecked beyond further movement. Her lips parted in protest, but only a ragged whimper escaped. "That's what I thought," he purred, stroking her face with possessive satisfaction. "Next time, you'll beg louder." Neos' eyelids fluttered weakly, her breath uneven as exhaustion claimed her. The humid air clung to their close embrace, the scent of sweat thick in the room. Soul rolled off her with a satisfied grunt, as he watched her chest rise and fall erratically. "Don't forget who you belong to now," he murmured, touching her in just the right way to make her twitch. The storm had passed, leaving a stillness so profound it felt like the world was holding its breath. Sol lay back against the roots of the great tree, his chest heaving with a slower, deeper rhythm. He reached down and pulled Nia up, arranging her gently so she lay atop him, her head resting over his heart, her limbs tangled with his in a mess of sweat and cooling skin. He stroked her hair, no longer pulling it, but smoothing the tangled strands with a soothing, rhythmic touch. Gradually, her trembling ceased. Her breathing synced with his. "Are you okay?" Sol whispered, his voice raspy but soft, stripped of the growling command he had used moments ago. Nia didn't look up. She nodded against his chest, a small, shy movement that was completely unlike the wild, desperate creature she had been just moments ago. She kept her face buried in the crook of his neck, not daring to meet his eyes. Sol smiled at her blushing response. The contrast was staggering, but as he looked at the bruises beginning to form on her arms where he had gripped her, his smile faded. "Did I hurt you?" he asked, a frown creasing his brow. The question hung heavy in the air. Sol was in sage mode now. That moment of supreme clarity where the fog of lust evaporates, leaving only the naked truth. He looked at the bruises forming on her arms, the way she winced slightly as she shifted. He realized that his violence hadn't just been about dominance. It had been a purge. Deep down, beneath the bravado of the soup merchant and the protagonist would cheat, there was a terrified man who had been ripped from his own world and dropped into a nightmare. The fear of the thorn maw, the gnawing anxiety of starvation, the crushing loneliness of being the only modern human in a savage land where everything wanted to eat him. It had all festered inside him. It was a pressure cooker of suppressed emotions, dark fantasies, and existential dread. He was happy to be alive, yes. He was ecstatic to have power. But that didn't erase the melancholy of a life left behind. The safety of walls, the comfort of laws, the faces he would never see again. It didn't erase the existential dread of looking at a moon that was too big and realizing he would never see his home ever again. For days, he had pushed it down, masking it with arrogance and schemes. But when he found he had this power, this ability to take absolute control in a chaotic world, the dam had broken. He had poured all that fear, rage, and helplessness into her. He had used her body as a vessel to scream his existence into the void. He had tried to beat the fear out of his own soul. He had used her as a vessel to scream his existence into the void. I went too far, he thought, guilt pooling in his stomach. I used her to fight my own ghosts. I treated her like something to break because I feel broken. Nia stopped moving at his sudden question. She went rigid against him, keeping her head low. Seeing this reaction, Sol felt even worse. The silence felt like an accusation. So I had hurt her. I broke her. Just as he was about to spiral into a void of self-loathing, ready to apologize, to promise he would never touch her again, Nia slowly lifted her head. Sol braced himself for tears of pain or a look of fear. Instead, he saw a face flushed to deep, rosy crimson. Her eyes were shimmering, not with pain, but with a glassy, drugged wonder that looked almost holy. "Well," she stammered, biting her swollen lip, unable to hold his gaze. "It did hurt a bit at first. It felt like I was being split open, like you were tearing me apart." Sol winced, opening his mouth to apologize. But she paused, her eyes searching his chest, looking for the right words in a language that didn't have enough of them. She shyly buried her face back into the hollow of his neck, hiding her expression as she murmured into his skin. It was even more enjoyable. Her voice dropped to a reverent whisper, shivering against his collarbone. "I haven't felt something like this in my whole life, Sol. It was just my body. It felt like my spirit left the ground. It felt like I had reached up and met with my ancestors in the clouds." She shuddered against him, the memory of the pleasure sending a fresh ripple through her exhausted nerves. "My body, my spirit, they feel liberated," she confessed, her hand tightening on his chest. Gripping him as if he were an anchor in a storm. The heavy feeling I have carried since it was decided that Grak was my mate, since he decided to force me, it is gone, burned away by your fire. I feel light. I feel clean. She took a shuddering breath, her fingers tracing the line of Soul's collarbone. Chapter 87. Happy Advance Bonus. Chapter 87. Chapter 87. Happy Advance Bonus. I absolutely loathe Grak. She spat the name like a curse. But according to tribal laws, I can't do anything. He is a hunter. He brings meat. He has the right to claim whatever woman he wants in the tribe if her father agrees. But she lifted her head, her silver eyes locking on his Soul's with a fierce, unwavering intensity that burned through the shadows. Since you suddenly showed up that night and shouted him to go away, and then claimed me fully, I was happy, really happy. And even though it hurt a bit, it was also very enjoyable. I loved it, she whispered, a tear tracking through the dust on her cheek. Please, don't apologize for saving me. Soul let out a long breath he didn't know he was holding. The tension left his body, replaced by a profound sense of relief and connection. He wrapped his arms tighter around her, kissing the top of her head. He hadn't broken her. He had forged her. I won T, he whispered in her hair. Rest now, Nia. You're safe. Grak. Soul tested the name on his tongue. It tasted like a target. He realized now that his power, this ash-gray influence, wasn't just a tool for pleasure. It was a weapon against the rigid, brutal hierarchy of this world. Grak had used the law of the tribe to cage her. Soul had used the law of nature, the dominance of a stronger will, to set her free. He won't touch you again, Soul promised, his voice low and dangerous. I doubt he'll ever return again. He thought deeply, calculating the potency of his command. If he told the man to get the hell out of here, and the man had truly obeyed the rewritten reality, if he could return, he should have returned by now. But he didn't. Even though Nia didn't fully understand his words or the source of his certainty, she still looked at him, hope warring with fear in her eyes. He is strong, Soul, she warned him, her grip tightening. He is one of the best spear throwers. If he comes back, well, for that he has to first return. Soul smirked, the arrogance returning to his expression. And strength isn't just about throwing sticks. Who said that I am weaker than him? He said as he felt the ash-gray energy pulsing fervently in his chest, circulating through his limbs, constantly repairing and strengthening the fibers of his being. Nia looked at his weird confidence confusedly. But looking at the fire in his eyes, she chose to believe him. She hummed in approval, resting her head against him. You'll see, he added softly. He slowly disentangled himself from her, though he kept one hand on her waist. We should go back, he said gently. The pot won't stir itself, and you need to eat. You've lost a lot of energy. Nia blushed, glancing down at her disheveled state, but she didn't look ashamed. She looked like a woman who had just been crowned queen. She adjusted her wrap, tying it tighter this time, but leaving the top slightly loose, a subconscious signal of availability that was meant only for him. I will come to the stall later, she said, finding her footing. Good, Soul said. He watched her walk out of the tall grass first. Her step was lighter. Her head was held high. She wasn't the trembling victim who had entered the clearing. She was a woman who knew exactly who she belonged to. Soul waited a moment, letting the cool air dry the sweat on his skin. He looked at the massive tree, at the patch of flattened grass where they had just let themselves go. He picked up the empty water skins from the base of the tree, swinging them casually over his shoulder. He felt like a titan. He had just conquered a woman, defied a hunter in spirit, and established his dominance over the local food chain. Grak, he whispered again to the darkness, testing the weight of the name. He didn't know who this hunter was yet, but he knew one thing. Grak was going to be very unhappy when he realized his prize had been stolen right from under his nose, and Soul was going to enjoy every second of it. He turned and began to stride back toward the village square, his chest puffed out, his gait loose and confident. The soup merchant had a business to run, and now he had a woman to protect. To do that, He had to get stronger. He had to cultivate. He had to. Soul froze mid-step. He looked down at the water skins bouncing lightly against his hip. They were flat. They were dry. They were completely, undeniably empty. His brain did a slow, painful rewind. "Take over," Soul said. "I need to fetch more water from the reserve." He had told Leora, an entire queue of gossip-hungry villagers, that he was leaving to get water. If he walked back into the square now, looking disheveled and carrying 2 bone-dry water skins, even Leora wouldn't be naive enough to buy it. Vera would eat him alive. "Oh, shit," Soul whispered, his apex predator aura popping like a soap bubble. He checked the sky. He had been gone for a while. The pot was probably getting thick. Leora was probably scraping the bottom. Shit, shit, shit. He spun on his heel, his dignified walk vanishing instantly. He didn't T-stride. He bolted. For the second time that day, Soul found himself sprinting through the wilderness, not running away from a monster, but running toward shore. He tore down the path toward the stream, his sandals slapping against the dirt, the empty skins flapping behind him like the cape of the world's worst superhero. "I am a master of reality," he panted, vaulting a route. "I am the Lord of Oof flavor. I am gonna be late." Chapter 88. Chapter 88. Hearing important intel, and an arrogant prick's Soul jogged back into the square, the heavy water skins sloshing rhythmically against his back. His chest was heaving with legitimate exertion this time, sweat plastering his hair to his forehead. He was damp, disheveled, and smelled faintly of river mud, a deliberate choice he made to mask the musk of sex and sweat clinging to his skin. "Water," he announced, dropping the skins next to the pot with a heavy, wet thud, fresh from the stream. Vera looked up from the mountain of bones she was sorting. She was covered in grease and blood, her hair sticking up in angry spikes. She eyed his wet tunic, and the mud streaked across his cheek. "Took you long enough," she muttered, her eyes narrowing with a razor-sharp suspicion. "You look like you wrestled the river spirit. And why are you wet? Did you fall in?" "Slippery bank," Soul lied smoothly, grabbing the ladle from a tired-looking Leora. "Mud everywhere. Had to wash off. Don't worry about it." Vera opened her mouth to press him. She knew him. Looking at his blissful body, she knew something was suspicious, but she couldn't point it out, and she could smell secrets on him. But she was cut off by a demanding shout from the front of the line. "More soup. The bowl is empty." "We don't have time for your clumsiness," Vera grunted. Deciding profit was more important than interrogation. "Just serve. My arms are falling off." Soul nodded brightly and stepped back into the line, his rhythm returning instantly. "Scoop. Pool. Charm." His family nodded and didn't suspect anything more. The chaos of crowd was the perfect cover. But what Soul didn't know, what his senses had missed in his haste to return, was that the shadows had eyes. Far back, hidden behind the drying racks at the edge of the square, a figure watched. A pair of sharp, calculating eyes had followed Soul to the stream. They had seen him wait. They had seen Nia emerge from the grass, trembling and desperate. They had seen the two of them vanish into the shadows of the palisade, and they had seen the disheveled, satisfied state in which they returned. The figure smirked, a knowing expression twisting his lips. He slipped away into the crowd, carrying a secret that was worth more than any bowl of soup. Oblivious to the sword hanging over his head, Soul threw himself back into the grind. The stall was booming. It wasn't just gatherers and old women anymore. The smell had lured in the predators. Proud hunters, men who usually wouldn't deign to speak to a waste, were now standing. And being overly proud, thinking themselves above others, they didn't bring trash. They brought decent cuts, flank steaks, thick ribs, slabs of fat, trading them for the spicy, savory broth that warmed their bellies like nothing else. Soul served them with a smile, his ears wide open. The square was the heartbeat of the tribe, and today the blood was pumping with gossip. He poured and listened, filtering the noise for useful intel. Team 2 is due back in a few days.